If killing is not for the sake of showing off, then it is utterly meaningless. If living is not for the sake of showing off, then it is better to be dead. Kill, and let the corpses pile up. Show off, and let it be a peak of invincibility. Chapter 1. The Sweeper. Jianzhong, Xiankong Mountain, Zhang Peak. As a renowned sect in the southern region, Jianzhong is backed by the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, gazing south toward the Qin Empire. Its architecture spans over 1,000 miles of the Xiankong mountain range. Xiankong Mountain boasts 7 main peaks and 36 minor peaks, among which Zhang Peak is one of the countless smaller summits, serving as the abode of the miscellaneous disciples. Although Zhang Peak is the residence of miscellaneous disciples, its scale can rival that of a small city with a population of over 30,000 within the Qin Empire. As dawn broke, just like any other day, Xianxia woke, tidied himself up briefly, and took the broom from behind the door before stepping out of his room. Gazing at the faint blush of dawn on the horizon, Xianxia inhaled deeply the fresh morning air. Moments later, a resolute expression spread across his youthful face as he murmured, "Persevere and never give up." With that, he hastened toward Qingfeng Valley. "Look, isn't that the former outer disciple? So, it's him. You know, that's in the past. Now he is merely a miscellaneous disciple, sweeping the floors just like us. What a pity. What a handsome young man. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old now. At this age, he should have boundless prospects. Yet here he is, reduced to menial work. What a waste. I heard he was once accepted as an outer disciple by an elder in Annan City, but he failed to absorb any Xianxia for an entire year and was demoted to a miscellaneous disciple in a fit of rage. They say he is the first outer disciple in Jianzhong's history to be demoted to a miscellaneous disciple. He even earned the title of the first Feicai of Jianzhong. The first Feicai of Jianzhong, TSK. That title is quite notorious. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Xianxia paused momentarily, tightening his grip on the broom in his right hand. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, disregarded the comments, and quickly made his way toward Qingfeng Valley. Qingfeng Valley is situated at the rear of Zhang Peak, surrounded by several small mountains, with a sunken valley at its center, lush with fragrant grass, verdant pastures, and towering trees providing ample shade. This was a place where miscellaneous disciples often gathered herbs and chopped wood, and it was also where Xianxia practiced regularly. On a massive rock, Xianxia casually tossed the broom aside and sat cross-legged atop the stone. From his bosom, he retrieved an envelope and a small clay figurine, his family letter received the previous night. Due to his busy schedule yesterday, he hadn't found the time to read it. Looking at the small, clay figurine, a gentle smile graced Xianxia's youthful face. The figurine was small, not particularly exquisite, yet its features were distinct. It was crafted by his younger sister to resemble him. Although it was somewhat crude and not very accurate, to him, it was the most precious thing. After gently caressing the figurine for a while, Xianxia returned it to his bosom and turned his gaze to the envelope, lightly blowing off the dust before carefully extracting the letter within to read. "Brother, we have received the gold coins you sent last month. Ever since you were taken by Jianzhong to become an outer disciple, those neighbors who once looked down on our family have been frequently visiting us. Xiaoyao knows that they now recognize your capabilities, which is why they are pretending to be nice to me and mother. What a bunch of opportunistic scoundrels." Xianxia took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth lifting in a self-mocking smile. An outer disciple. For a long time, he suppressed the feelings of unwillingness and helplessness within him, then focused his gaze on the letter. Also, those people from the Liu family are so despicable. They actually approached mother to propose marriage, asking Xiaoyao to become a concubine for their 300-pound son. That fatso can barely walk. Xiaoyao can't even eat when she looks at him. Thankfully, mother didn't agree. Even if she had to marry, Xiaoyao will want to marry you, brother. Ugh, how embarrassing. You mustn't laugh at me, nor think about it in your heart. The Liu family. A glint of cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. This clan held considerable power in Annan City. In the past, the head of the Liu family wanted to take his mother as a concubine, but she resolutely refused. The Liu family dared not resort to extreme measures, as the laws of the Qin Empire were strict. Any loss of life would bring them trouble. However, the Liu family did not relent, constantly making things difficult for his family in Annan City, attempting to coerce his mother into willingly joining them. Life was hard, yet his mother never yielded to the Liu family. This situation persisted until he was accepted as an outer disciple by the elder of Jianzhong. Only after he became an outer disciple did the Liu family slightly restrain themselves, no longer daring to pressure them excessively. But he never expected that now the Liu family would even target his sister. Strength, I need strength. I must become an outer disciple. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly, understanding that if news of his demotion to a miscellaneous disciple were to reach Nan City, the Liu family would act with impunity, putting his mother and sister in grave danger. With that thought, Yang Yi tucked the letter away and walked to the base of the massive rock, clearing away some branches to reveal 4 dark iron blocks resembling bracelets. He secured the 4 iron blocks around his arms and ankles. As he donned the weights, Yang Yi immediately felt their heaviness. Fortunately, after a year of training, he had grown accustomed to their weight. With the weights in place, Yang Yi approached a large tree, pushing off forcefully with his feet, propelling himself into the air. He grasped a branch securely with both hands and used the pull of his arms to oscillate up and down. In the process, his body assumed an odd posture, engaging every muscle in a synchronized workout. This was the Lian Ti Ju, a technique he received when he became an outer disciple. It was not particularly remarkable, as every outer disciple possessed a copy. The purpose of this technique was to strengthen the physical body, and when one's bones and muscles reached a certain level, a trace of Xianxia would manifest. With Xianxia, one would truly become a Xian practitioner. Back then, he practiced this Lian Ti Ju for 6 months without producing even a trace of Xianxia. It was precisely for this reason that he was demoted from an outer disciple to the lowest tier of miscellaneous disciple in Jianzhong. The demotion of an outer disciple to a miscellaneous disciple had never occurred in Jianzhong's history, resulting in him earning the infamous title of the first Feicath in history. Furthermore, he became a cautionary tale for the outer disciples, as whenever one of them slacked off or lacked seriousness, the elders would admonish them with, "Do you want to become the second Yang Yi?" Under normal circumstances, most people would leave Jianzhong and return to the secular world. Yet, Yang Yi did not. Not only did he refrain from returning to the secular realm, but he willingly chose to be a miscellaneous disciple. All this was because he did not want to disappoint his mother and sister. He was their hope. Because he became an outer disciple of Jianzhong, no one dared to bully his mother and sister. Because he became an outer disciple, his mother and sister finally enjoyed a slightly better life. If he were to return, all of this would change. Who? After a while, the serene Qingfeng Valley was suddenly filled with the sound of intense gasping. Sweat dripped into his eyes, causing a stinging sensation that made Yang Yi tightly shut them, allowing the sweat from his forehead to cascade down his face like rain. At this moment, he felt a profound fatigue and soreness throughout his body, particularly in his arms, which felt as heavy as lead. While most would choose to rest in such a state, he did not. Gritting his teeth, he clung tightly to the branch, continuing to oscillate up and down. After a considerable time, Yang Ye's face turned crimson and sweat streamed down his forehead. His blue miscellaneous disciple shirt was completely soaked, and the sensation of reaching his limits left him dizzy. Ultimately, he lost his grip, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Who? Lying on the ground, Yang Yi gasped for breath, utterly devoid of the strength to even move a finger. As the light of dawn painted the sky, the distant scenery gradually came into focus. With a gentle breeze brushing past, Yang Yi inhaled greedily. Suddenly, he shot upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had actually felt Xianxia. Yes, he felt Xianxia. A trace of Xianxia flowed intermittently through his meridians, gradually entering the location of his dantian. Although this flow was still somewhat fragmented and weak, he truly felt it. What is happening? Yang Yi sensed that the trace of Xianxia, upon reaching his dantian, suddenly vanished. Indeed, it completely disappeared as if it had never existed. Furrowing his brows tightly, he focused on that trace of Xianxia within him. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock, his face filled with astonishment. I actually have 2 dantians. Yang Yi swallowed hard, his face a mask of incredulity. He located that trace of Xianxia. To be precise, it was not just a trace, but a surge. Deep within his dantian, there lay a small whirlpool, filled to the brim with Xianxia. Yang Yi now comprehends why he had previously been unable to absorb the Xianxia. It was not due to a lack of absorption, but rather because the small vortex immediately consumed it. The reason he had not noticed this small vortex was that it was hidden quite deeply. Had he not followed the sensation of the flowing Xianxia, he might never have discovered it throughout his life. The reason he can now sense the Xianxia is that the small vortex is full. Indeed, it is brimming with Xianxia, which has been pushed to the proper position in his dantian. However, for reasons unknown, the vortex forcefully sucked that trace of Xianxia back in, leaving nothing for the normal dantian. To his knowledge, an ordinary person should possess a single dantian. He is uncertain if others share his condition of having 2 dantians, yet he knows one thing. He is not a waste. He is capable of cultivation. Contemplating this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's lips, which gradually widened into a full grin, and laughter erupted from his throat. Moments later, this gentle laughter transformed into an uproarious, hearty laugh. Xiangxia can become a Xian practitioner. Xiangxia can become a Xian practitioner. Haha. In that moment, Xiangxia laughed until he cried, sobbing like a child. Countless days and nights, although he had never given up, he had borne an invisible mountain upon his shoulders. He was unafraid of others mocking him as a waste or looking down upon him. Yet, he feared the shattering of his sister's and mother's hopes. He feared that his sister and mother would once again be bullied by the neighbors, as they had been in the past. He feared that they would live in the same destitution where they could scarcely afford a meal. He truly feared so many things. But now, he possesses the ability to prevent these misfortunes from occurring. As long as he practices the Lin Tiju to the highest level, reaching the 6th rank of mortals, he can become an external disciple. Once he becomes an external disciple, he will have access to cultivation resources, techniques, and sword skills, thus providing him the opportunity to become an internal disciple. As an internal disciple, even the Lord of Anan City would treat him with respect. The gentle sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating Xianxia's tear-streaked face, rendering it a vibrant red. How did I never notice how beautiful the surroundings are before? With a smile, he suppressed the excitement within, wiped away the tears from his face, then removed the iron block from his hand and returned it to its previous place. He walked onto the boulder, picked up the broom, and ran swiftly toward the valley's entrance. He clearly remembered that today his task was to clean the training grounds of the sword sect. Chapter 2. Relentless Strikes. At the foot of the Servant's Peak lies an expansive training ground, measuring several hundred yards in both length and width, constructed entirely from grandiose gray-white boulders, exuding an ancient and dignified aura. In the very center of this vast arena stands a colossal stone sword, majestically upright. This enormous training ground serves as the usual practice area for the outer disciples, and it is here that Xiangxia is tasked with cleaning today. Given the enormity of the space, it is clear that he cannot undertake this task alone. It requires the effort of 3 individuals in a single day. Had this been yesterday, Xiangxia might have grumbled about the workload, as such a vast area would necessitate at least 4 individuals laboring tirelessly to complete the task, thereby depriving him of any time for cultivation. However, today his heart brimmed with hope, and everything appeared pleasing to his eyes. Is this not our historically renowned waste of talent? Oh no, I misspoke. It is our esteemed Yang, the outer disciple. How early you are up today. Have you already tidied the training ground? A mocking laughter echoed from the side, laden with derision. Upon hearing this scornful remark, Xiangxia turned to face the trio on his right, his work companions for the day. Observing their mocking expressions, he maintained an impassive demeanor, revealing neither joy nor anger. The foremost of the trio, whom he recognized as Du Xiao, was also a servant disciple, yet he bore a notorious reputation. Despite being a servant disciple himself, he was notorious for shirking his responsibilities, often delegating his tasks to others. Du Xiao's arrogance stemmed from his connections. His uncle was a steward in the servants' court, overseeing over 2,000 servant disciples, while his cousin was an outer disciple. With such influential backing, Du Xiao acted with impunity on the Servant's Peak, looking down upon others with disdain. As for the 2 individuals flanking Du Xiao, the one on the left was named Gao Xiao, while the one on the right was called Li Gu. Both were also servant disciples, yet they carried the pejorative nickname of sycophants. Bringing his thoughts back, Xiangxia stated, "Since everyone is here, let us allocate the tasks fairly. 4 of us, 1 person responsible for each side." Li Gu, positioned to Du Xiao's left, burst into laughter. Pointing at Xiangxia, "Du Gu, did you hear that? He dares to assign work to you. This is hilarious. I thought this kid had some sense. But it turns out he is simply a fool. This statement is quite misguided." Gao Qiu interjected, feigning seriousness as he glanced at Li Gu. He is, after all, a once prominent outer disciple, albeit in the past. How could we allow someone who has been an outer disciple to partake in such menial labor? Wouldn't you agree, Du Gu? Li Gu laughed heartily, turning to Gao Qiu. "You are quite clever." Gao Qiu, managing to insult without a sharp edge. Li Ji, I'm truly humbled. It is no wonder Du Gu holds you in high regard." "Oh, not at all," Gao Qiu humbly replied. "I merely possess the gift of gab. You, Li Gu, are the one who can charge into action and confront those who lack discernment. You are truly Du Ji's right-hand man." In an instant, the 2 men found camaraderie in their mutual admiration, while Xiangxia observed coldly, allowing them to indulge in their mutual flattery. Du Xiu approached Yang Yi, gently patting his shoulder with a smile, and said, "Hey, my boy, the three of us are feeling unwell today. How about you take care of cleaning the training grounds all by yourself?" "Not a chance." Yang Yi swiftly brushed off Du Xiu's hand and walked over to Li Gu and Gao Qiu, declaring, "I understand that you harbor jealousy towards me for having been an outer disciple. Your hearts are unbalanced, considering you once stood lower than dogs before the outer disciples. Now that I have fallen from being an outer disciple to a mere servant, you see me as a vessel to reclaim your lost dignity. I can comprehend your feelings." With that, Yang Yi turned and picked up a broom, striding towards the center of the training grounds. His blunt sarcasm rendered Li Gu and Gao Qiu's faces flushed with anger, alternating between crimson and pale as if poisoned. Meanwhile, Du Xiu's narrowed eyes darkened. No servant in the 3,000 servant disciples had ever dared to disrespect him. As a sycophant, he understood the importance of reading the room. Noticing Du Xiu's grim contenance, Li Gu seized the moment and confronted Yang Yi, pointing a finger at him. "Yang Yi, do you still fancy yourself an outer disciple? You are nothing but a useless waste who cannot even reach the first tier of mortals in a year, the most inept in history. Brother Du has asked you to clean, which is already a sign of respect. Don't overstep your bounds. I am a waste indeed." Yang Yi halted his steps, retorting, "But I am still better than certain lapdogs who spend their days groveling before others, bowing when their master is pleased and barking when displeased. Beat him to a pulp. If he dies, it's on me." Du Xiu's face darkened as he issued his command. No one in the Servant Academy had ever dared to challenge his authority, and he would ensure it remained that way. Upon hearing Du Xiu's words, Li Gu, standing before Yang Yi, let out a sinister laugh and swung a fist towards Yang Yi's face. He had longed to strike, but refrained as long as Du Xiu remained silent. The consequences of a fatal blow would be unbearable. However, now that Du Xiu had spoken, he felt no hesitation. As Li Gu made his move, Yang Yi's expression turned serious. He swiftly retreated a couple of steps to dodge the punch, while raising the broom to strike fiercely at the approaching man. Smack! Li Gu's fist met only air, while Yang Yi's broom landed squarely on his head, eliciting a piercing scream. The impact stung his face as he stumbled back, crouching in agony and rubbing his eyes incessantly. The dust clinging to the broom had clouded his vision, causing him to tear up. "You little brat." Seeing Yang Yi retaliate, Du Xiu's face contorted with rage as he cursed loudly. He charged forward, throwing a punch aimed at the back of Yang Yi's head. The audacity of this historically inept fool to provoke his authority was intolerable to Du Xiu. In the servant peak, apart from his uncle, he was the undisputed leader, and all were to heed his command. Feeling Du Xiu's assault from behind, Yang Yi's anger ignited. He was not one to instigate trouble, but that did not mean he was afraid to confront it. Before him, the three individuals initially resorted to verbal insults, subsequently compelling him to undertake the workload of 3 people in a single day. Now they had escalated to physical confrontation, igniting his fury. Turning around, Yang Yi launched a powerful right punch towards Du Xiu. The impact resonated with a loud thud as their fists collided, and with a crack, Du Xiu's eyes widened in shock. His face contorted in agony as his hand sustained a fracture. Just as Du Xiu prepared to withdraw, Yang Yi swiftly seized his limp fist, yanked it towards him, and delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Du Xiu was propelled backwards, landing heavily on the ground after being thrown a meter away. Although Yang Yi was also a mere servant disciple, he did not squander his days indulging in frivolous pursuits like the others. Instead, he dedicated himself to rigorous physical training, rain or shine, ever since he had joined the sword sect. Therefore, despite not yet becoming a practitioner of the arcane, his physical prowess far surpassed that of the 2 before him. Having dealt with Li Gu, Yang Yi turned his gaze towards Gao Qiu. Noticing Yang Yi's attention, Gao Qiu instinctively took 2 steps back, gripping his hands tightly in a vain attempt to steady himself. Du Xiu is the nephew of Steward Su, and his cousin is an outer disciple. If you harm him, neither Steward Su nor his cousin will let you off. Disregarding Gao Qiu's bluster, Yang Yi approached the fallen Du Xiu, squatting beside him and patting his apprehensive face. "Now, all 4 of you must clean the entire training ground. Is that understood?" Du Xiu hesitated, his throat dry, but upon seeing Yang Yi's clenched fist, he hastily replied, No problem. We will clean it up right away." The wisdom of avoiding immediate loss, a lesson imparted by his uncle, had finally dawned upon him. Casting a cool glance at Du Xiao, Xianxia stood up, shouldered his broom, and briskly made his way towards Qingfeng Valley. He was acutely aware that this matter was far from over. The individuals before him would undoubtedly seek further trouble. Though Du Xiao might hesitate, he would surely approach his uncle or that outer disciple cousin for retribution. At present, Xianxia's enhanced physical strength did not equate to being a match for an outer disciple. To ensure his own safety, he must diligently cultivate and strive to become an arcane practitioner as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when that outer disciple sought him out, he would be powerless to resist. What should we do, Brother Du? Li Gu helped Du Xiao to his feet, speaking in a low tone. He now recognized that he was no match for the one named Xianxia, and provoking him further would only invite a beating. Gao Qiu remained silent, fear creeping in as he contemplated Xianxia's ruthless decisiveness. When my cousin returns from the secular world, I will make sure he suffers more than death. Du Xiao's eyes glimmered with vengeful malice as he watched Xianxia's retreating figure. For 5 long years, he had been a humble servant within the sect, and never had anyone dared to confront him in such a manner. The thought of it intensified the bitterness in his gaze. Did you see that? The most useless person in history, Xianxia, actually gave Du Xiao and his 2 lackeys a thorough beating. What? Is that true? Du Xiao, that scoundrel, really got beaten? Surely you jest. Du Xiao's uncle is Steward Su, and his cousin is an outer disciple. How could Xianxia, an outer disciple himself, dare to strike him? Why would I lie to you? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Du Xiao and his 2 sycophants, as usual, shirked their duties and left Xianxia to clean the training grounds alone. When Xianxia refused to comply, they attacked him. To our astonishment, Xianxia retaliated and ended up thrashing all 3 of them, even forcing them to clean his designated area. Haha, splendid. That scoundrel Du Xiao, who usually bullies us servant disciples with the backing of his uncle and cousin, has finally met his match. Let us spread the word, and let everyone revel in this news. Before long, the tale of Xianxia's furious beating of Du Xiao spread like wildfire throughout the servant disciples' peak. Meanwhile, Xianxia had arrived at Qingfeng Valley. Chapter 3, The Vortex Dantian. By a serene pond in Qingfeng Valley, Xianxia sat cross-legged upon the ground, his eyes gently closed as he delved deep within himself. Following the earlier excitement, he sensed something amiss. 2 Dantians felt inherently wrong. Thus, he resolved to unravel the mystery of the small vortex Dantian nestled deep within. This time, he clearly perceived the small vortex Dantian, which was no larger than a palm and incessantly emanated an alluring pull. It was precisely this pull that caused the profound energy he absorbed after each training session to be swiftly drawn into the vortex. This small vortex consumed all the profound energy from his Dantian, rendering him incapable of becoming a practitioner. No, it would be more accurate to say that he had been a practitioner long ago. The ability to become a practitioner hinges upon one's innate talent. If one can refine their physique and absorb profound energy, they are indeed a practitioner. However, the moment his profound energy entered his body, it was devoured by the small vortex, leading him to mistakenly believe for an entire year that he was not a practitioner. By the standards of what constitutes a practitioner, he had been one all along. Xianxia attempted to exert control over the small vortex, reasoning that since it resided within him, it should be his to command. Yet, disappointment washed over him. Whenever he tried to extract the profound energy from the vortex, it spun faster, as if provoked, thwarting any attempt to retrieve even a trace of it. That profound energy is mine, he thought, his frustration mounting as the small vortex obstinately refused to relinquish the energy. He seethed inwardly, cursing the situation. If he could not master this small vortex, would he be condemned to serve it for the rest of his life? Most importantly, without profound energy, how could he hope to enhance his training? It is important to note that his training regimen has now reached its limits. Without any cultivation resources, and in the absence of the support and restoration provided by mystic energy, further attempts to enhance his abilities could potentially inflict irreversible harm upon his body. A little concession would yield great benefits. One must understand that without my assistance, you cannot absorb mystic energy. If you grant me a fraction, I shall be able to absorb a greater quantity of mystic energy, which ultimately belongs to you as well. What do you think? A mutually beneficial arrangement, or a path to mutual detriment? Finding a more diplomatic approach, Xianxia resolved to soften his stance, though it was somewhat frustrating, as that mystic energy had been painstakingly cultivated by him. However, he had no choice. The mystic energy was crucial for his aspiration to become a true practitioner and to qualify as an outer disciple, compelling him to bow his head in submission. After a while, when the small vortex showed no signs of reaction, Xianxia was on the verge of venting his frustration when, unexpectedly, a faint golden strand of mystic energy flowed forth from the vortex. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Moments later, another strand emerged, and gradually, more and more faint golden strands began to stream out. After approximately 20 strands had been released, the vortex finally ceased its activity. As the faint golden mystic energy flowed into his dantian, Xianxia was about to shout in jubilation when suddenly, the energy began to traverse through his meridians, subsequently infiltrating his muscles. In that moment, it felt as though he could hear the jubilant cheers of countless cells within his muscles. The soreness and fatigue quietly dissipated, replaced by an invigorating surge of vitality. Just as Xianxia pondered this phenomenon, he suddenly sensed something writhing beneath his skin. In a hurry, he shed his garments and looked down, his eyes widening in astonishment. His skin was visibly shedding at an astonishing rate. Skin shedding. This phenomenon signified that the body refinement technique had reached its 4th level. Achieving the 4th level of the body refinement technique meant he was now a 4th-grade mystic practitioner. Laughing heartily, Xianxia leapt from the ground in sheer joy. After a brief moment of exuberance, he felt it prudent to temper his laughter and directed his gaze toward his body, observing the continued shedding of his skin. He promptly removed all of his clothing and dove into the nearby pool. Once his skin had completely shed, he rolled around in the water and then emerged, his hands gently gliding over his chest. As his palms brushed against his skin, it felt as smooth as polished stone, a unique sensation of hardness resonating through his hands. Suppressing his exhilaration, Xianxia picked up a nearby branch and immediately executed a fundamental sword technique. The swiftness of his movements stirred the air, even lifting some dust from the ground, a display of power far beyond what he had previously been capable of. After completing the sword technique, Xianxia eagerly immersed his consciousness within himself, and moments later, a wave of elation washed over his face. Indeed, he had truly reached the 4th grade of a mortal practitioner. Transitioning from not even being a mystic practitioner to attaining the 4th grade of mortal was an experience akin to a dream, yet clarity soon dawned upon him. From the moment he arrived at the sword sect, he began to diligently practice the body refinement technique. Among the outer disciples, he may not have been the most industrious, yet he certainly ranked among the top 3. Nearly 2 years have elapsed since that pivotal moment, and his physical form had already attained a remarkable level of resilience. Now, with the infusion of profound energy, it felt akin to possessing a $1 million banknote, suddenly endowed with a key. Possessing the key naturally enabled him to withdraw the gold coins contained within. To put it simply, this was the principle of accumulating strength for a sudden breakthrough. Suddenly, Xianxia furrowed his brow, as a question struck him. His profound energy was a pale, golden hue. Was this pale, golden energy unique to him? Or did others also possess a similar shade? A sense of confusion washed over him. Regardless, he thought, once he entered the ranks of outer disciples and interacted more with others, he would surely discern whether his energy was akin to theirs. Xianxia was not one to dwell on trivial matters. After contemplating for a moment, he set the thought aside. Seated in meditation, his consciousness delved once more within his body. At this moment, his dantian, once filled with golden, profound energy, was now entirely empty. My friend, I believe you comprehend my words. Henceforth, let us share the profound energy I absorb 50-50. I shall give you all the energy I acquire, but in return, you must provide me with that pale golden energy. It is not my intention to take advantage of you. You must understand that only by growing stronger will I absorb more energy. Conversely, if I do not become stronger, my absorption will be minimal. Therefore, I must be the primary beneficiary for now, and once I grow stronger, you will receive more energy. What say you? Xianxia felt an absurd conviction that the small vortex could comprehend his words. There was no particular reason for this belief. He simply felt it. Thus, he resolved to negotiate with this small vortex, for if it were to monopolize the profound energy, he would truly be left in despair. After a while, as Xianxia began to grow impatient, the small vortex suddenly began to spin, whirling for a moment before coming to a halt. Sensing the movement of the vortex, Xianxia smiled, his instincts telling him that the vortex had acquiesced. Clearly, it too was dissatisfied with the current pace of his energy absorption. thus deciding to enable his growth. This could be termed an investment. Dressing himself, Xianxia proceeded to the place where he concealed the piece of mysterious iron, donning it upon his person. At this moment, he felt no weight at all. Lacking a formal technique, he could only rely on physical training to absorb profound energy. The more intense his training, the greater the energy absorbed. The more energy he absorbed, the more pale golden energy he would possess. With an abundance of pale golden energy, he could enhance his physique and elevate his realm. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air from the distant woods, a voice distinctly youthful, evidently that of a little girl, pleading for help. Hearing a commotion, Xianxia halted his steps and glanced towards the distant woods. Suddenly, a young girl in a floral white dress emerged from the thicket. Her expression one of sheer panic. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, her long braid trailing behind her, her face pale, and her lips tightly pressed together as she sprinted desperately. Upon seeing Xianxia, her already ashen complexion turned even paler as she shouted while running. "That little servant, run! The serpent has gone mad." With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled, and a colossal creature burst forth from the trees behind the girl. The giant python king. Upon witnessing this behemoth, Xianxia's face drained of color, mirroring that of the girl. Was this a mere snake? This was the giant python king, a fifth-grade mystical beast. It was as large as 3 grown men, stretching 30 feet in length, its eyes the size of fists, and most notably, its scales so formidable that even sword techniques might struggle to penetrate. Although the girl was small, she ran with remarkable speed. Upon spotting Xianxia, she abruptly altered her escape route, heading in a different direction, thereby reducing the distance between herself and the giant python king. Xianxia realized that if he turned and fled, he might indeed escape. After a moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath, steeling himself. He picked up a large stone from the ground and charged towards the giant python king. When he was merely a dozen meters away, he clenched his fist and threw the stone with all his might at the creature. The stone struck the giant python king's head with a resounding thud, shattering upon impact. Xianxia's eyelids twitched at the sight. Its defenses were astonishingly formidable. Enraged by the attack, the giant python king abandoned its pursuit of the girl and lunged towards Xianxia. Its massive body left devastation in its wake, ruthlessly crushing everything it encountered. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. "Run!" Xianxia shouted to the girl, who was curiously observing him from the side. He quickly picked up another stone from the ground and charged once more at the giant python king. Truth be told, he felt no confidence against such a colossal beast. Yet, fleeing was simply not an option. Had the girl initially directed the giant python king towards him, he would have fled without hesitation. However, she preferred to face the creature alone rather than risk his safety. What a kind-hearted girl, much like Xiaoyao. Moreover, he now possessed a glimmer of strength to fight back. As he charged at the giant python king, the girl gasped, her dark, lively eyes fixed upon him, blinking in disbelief. Clearly, she had not expected this servant disciple to assist her in combating the giant python king. With a fierce cry, Xianxia summoned all his strength and brought the stone crashing down upon the giant python king's head. With a dull thud, the stone shattered, and Xianxia was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia now comprehended the meaning of striking a stone with an egg. That blow felt as though it had struck a piece of dark iron. Not only did the stone fracture, but his own arm was also numbed by the impact. Hissing, the king of the giant python, struck by Xianxia, coiled its massive serpentine body and lunged once more towards him. Seeing the colossal serpent akin to a small mountain, Xianxia felt his eyelids twitch. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. He hastily rose to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood, and charged forward again. Running was certainly futile. With no obstacles behind him on the flat terrain, they could never outrun the serpent. If escape was not an option, then he had no choice but to fight with all his might. As he closed the distance to within 2 meters of the giant python king, Xianxia let out a fierce shout, his feet driving against the ground, propelling his body into the air. He aimed both fists at the serpent's fist-sized azure eyes. Hiss! Upon seeing Xianxia's attack, the serpent twisted its body, and its massive tail, accompanied by a howling wind, swept towards Xianxia with ferocious speed. The tail moved so swiftly that Xianxia barely had time to approach the king of the giant python before being struck. Boom! The impact of the tail felt as though his waist had shattered. He emitted a muffled groan and spewed forth blood, his body catapulted away by the force of the serpent's strike. He fell nearly 10 meters away. crashing heavily into a pile of grass and kicking up a cloud of dust. He was no match. In truth, he had known this all along. The defensive power of a mystical beast could easily overpower humans of the same level, and even those of higher ranks might fall prey. Moreover, the creature before him was of a higher rank than himself. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Bauer rushed to Xianxia's side, helping him to his feet as she spoke softly. "You haven't run yet?" Xianxia, barely managing to stand, was taken aback to see the little girl still there. He felt a wave of frustration. He had desperately tried to provide her with a chance to escape, yet she remained. Bauer shook her little head, her braids swaying as she earnestly replied, "How could I leave you behind when you're so loyal? Bauer will stand by you through thick and thin, never to part. Here, apply this powerful talisman," she continued, retrieving a piece of talisman paper from a small pocket in her skirt and swiftly pressing it onto Xianxia's shoulder. As soon as the talisman adhered to his skin, it transformed into a golden light that surged directly into Xianxia's body. Upon receiving this energy, Xianxia felt a jolt of vitality coursing through him. With no time to ponder the changes within him, Xianxia grabbed a nearby stick and charged at the king of the giant python. He longed for a moment's respite, yet the giant python king would not grant him such a luxury. As the little girl had placed the talisman on him, the serpent lunged towards them once more. The colossal python king appeared to be taking the situation seriously. Its enormous jaws gaped wide, revealing a crimson tongue as thick as an arm. Gazing at the bloodied maw, which seemed larger than 3 of his heads combined, Xianxia felt a shiver run down his spine. He was uncertain from where he drew the courage to confront a creature 2 levels above him. However, he understood that fleeing on this open terrain would guarantee certain death. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might, believing there might be a chance of survival. With a fierce shout, Xianxia cast aside any hesitation, quickening his pace as he charged towards the Python King, wielding a tree branch. In response to his advance, the giant serpent flicked its scarlet tongue and swung its massive tail, using its body as a pivot. The tail swept towards Xianxia with tremendous force, leaving chaos in its wake and sending leaves flying in all directions. As the tail approached, Xianxia's gaze sharpened, prompting him to drop to his knees and glide along the ground. He felt the tail graze his face, and in a moment of fierce determination, he slammed his left hand against the earth for leverage, leaping upward with a wooden stick poised to strike. He aimed directly at the Python King's eye, which was as large as a fist. This maneuver was a fundamental technique from swordplay. Although armed with merely a wooden stick, he had no choice but to make do. Unexpectedly, the Python King anticipated the miss and evaded the wooden stick, yet the branch still managed to pierce the scales at the back of its head. The Python King writhed violently, its tail coiling around Xianxia's waist, momentarily stunned by the fact that he had breached the creature's dark scales. Xianxia scarcely had time to revel in his success before he felt a constricting grip around his torso, followed by a surge of excruciating pain as if his spine were about to snap. In that perilous moment, the mysterious vortex within him finally released its energy, golden essence pouring into his dantian. Sensing the influx of energy, Xianxia abandoned the wooden stick, channeling the essence into his fists. A faint golden glow enveloped his hands, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the Python King's tail with frenzied intensity. To his astonishment, each punch dented the serpent's dark scales. He realized it must be the effect of the talisman combined with the golden essence within him, for he knew that his own strength alone could never inflict harm upon the Python King. Witnessing the golden essence radiating from Xianxia's fists, Bauer, who stood nearby, pale but her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Golden essence," she murmured. "This little servant possesses the golden essence from the 5 elemental energies." With each of Xianxia's relentless blows, the Python King could clearly feel the pain. Its grip began to loosen, and where his fist struck, the scales were shattered, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. After a brief stalemate, the Serpent King found itself at a disadvantage, as its tail was on the verge of being shattered by Xianxia's relentless assault. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from its tail, the Serpent King loosened its grip, allowing Xianxia to tumble to the ground, retreating several meters while casting a menacing glare filled with malice and a hint of caution towards Xianxia. At that moment, Bauer hurriedly rushed to Xianxia's side, extending a hand to support him as he nearly collapsed. "Little servant, keep attacking it. It chased me for an entire hour over a low-grade mystic spirit herb. If it weren't for my swift movement talisman, I would surely be in its belly by now." Upon hearing this, Xianxia inhaled sharply, realizing the significance of the mystic spear herb. He now understood why the mystical beast had pursued her. Such herbs were exceedingly valuable, categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. A yellow-grade herb could fetch over 10,000 gold coins in the secular world, a staggering sum for Xianxia, whose monthly wages amounted to merely a few dozen coins. As for the mystic-grade herbs, he could scarcely fathom their worth in gold. Most crucially, these herbs held an irresistible allure for mystical beasts, akin to the allure of advanced techniques for humans. Noticing Xianxia's weakened state, Bauer frowned and reached into the small pocket of her skirt, retrieving a green talisman and a white talisman, which she promptly pressed onto Xianxia. "Little servant, keep fighting. Bauer is rooting for you." Xianxia's lips twitched as he shot Bauer an exasperated glare. At that moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, an extraordinary force entering his body. This energy rapidly circulated through his meridians, sweeping away the fatigue from his previous battle and filling him with renewed vigor. Furthermore, he sensed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth continuously flowing into him, ultimately surging through his meridians like a torrential flood. Suddenly, a small vortex began spinning at high speed, causing the invisible mystical energy to vanish into his dantian. After a brief pause, streams of faint, golden, mystical energy emerged from the vortex. Feeling the peculiar sensation within his body, Xianxia's heart soared with joy as he glanced at the little girl's pocket in astonishment, realizing that the mystical energy he had just experienced must have originated from her talismans. However, he refrained from asking her, for a 6th-grade mystical beast was still nearby. With a twist of his neck, feeling the mystical energy surging within him, Xianxia turned his gaze towards the Serpent King, grinning menacingly. He then propelled himself forward with a firm stomp, launching a powerful punch, infused with a whistling sound, aimed directly at the Serpent King's head. Chapter 5. The Path of Talismans. Hissing in fury upon witnessing Xianxia's renewed aggression, the Serpent King swung its massive body, its gigantic tail once again sweeping towards Xianxia. As the tail approached, Xianxia's gaze sharpened. This time, he had no intention of evading. A faint golden aura surged within, flowing towards the right fist. With a resounding shout, the fist struck fiercely against the serpent's tail of the great Python King. Under the enhancement of mysterious talismans and the ethereal golden energy, Xianxia's forearm bulged with veins resembling writhing earthworms. A soft golden light shimmered upon his fist, and as it moved, sharp sounds of slicing air echoed, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a thunderous impact, Xianxia's fist collided with the serpent's tail, producing a dull thud. He staggered backwards several steps, while the great Python King's tail was forcefully sent recoiling. Not only that, the point of impact on the serpent's tail was entirely indented, a testament to the formidable power of Xianxia's strike. Seeing his fist send the tail flying, Xianxia's heart soared with joy, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The golden energy surged within him once more, propelling him forward as his fists rained down upon the great Python King. Observing Xianxia's relentless assault, Xiao Bauer beside him was momentarily taken aback, patting her small chest and murmuring, "My mid-grade powerful talisman can only double his strength, yet with his golden energy, it has increased by nearly 5-fold. Grandfather was right. Among the 5 elemental energies, the offensive power of golden energy is indeed the most formidable." Xianxia grew interestingly exhilarated, feeling that his strength now surpassed 1,000 pounds. Each punch landed on the great Python King's body created a gaping hole, and soon, the serpent was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. Xianxia too bore internal injuries. Every collision with the serpent's tail sent tremors through his body. Fortunately, he sensed a peculiar force within him continuously mending his hidden wounds, or he would have already collapsed. After a prolonged standoff between man and serpent, Xianxia suddenly detected an opening. He leaped and struck fiercely at the serpent's head. The great Python King let out a mournful cry, its body trembling violently. Seizing the moment, Xianxia accelerated his punches against the serpent's head, and in no time, the great Python King lay motionless. Breathing heavily, Xianxia plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air. Earlier, he had been struck by the serpent's tail several times without feeling much. Now, the pain and exhaustion surged over him like a tidal wave, leaving him utterly drained. At that moment, Bauer rushed to the side of the great Python King, kicking its lifeless form while scolding, "This is what you get for chasing me. Now you're dead, huh?" Just wait until I refine you. As she spoke, she retrieved a white jade vial from her pocket. Upon uncorking it, an overwhelming suction erupted from within, and the massive body of the great Python King swiftly transformed into a black dot drawn into the vial. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxia stood transfixed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon a closer inspection, he confirmed that the colossal Python King had indeed vanished. Were it not for the pool of blood left on the ground, he would have thought he had been battling mere air. Withdrawing a jade bottle, Bauer approached Xianxia and, once again, retrieved a green talisman from her pocket, slapping it onto Xianxia's body. The talisman instantly transformed into a radiant green light that surged into his being. Subsequently, a peculiar force began to flow rapidly within him, much like before, and in no time, the fatigue he had previously felt dissipated entirely. "Are you a talisman master?" Xianxia inquired softly, gazing at Bauer, who was scrutinizing him intently. Upon hearing his question, a proud smile graced Bauer's lips. "Of course, I am a genius. The only 14-year-old in the sword sect to achieve the rank of a 5th-tier talisman master. Impressive, isn't it?" Xianxia inhaled sharply, his astonishment evident upon his face. Although his strength was limited, he possessed some knowledge and was certainly aware of what a talisman master was. In the southern domain, the status of a talisman master was immensely esteemed, as the creations of a talisman master could drive countless practitioners into a frenzy. For instance, the talisman she had used earlier could instantly augment one's combat prowess without any side effects. Such talismans could be life-saving in critical moments. Not only do talisman masters create talismans, but they can also inscribe extraordinary symbols onto weapons or armor. A weapon engraved with a talisman master's inscriptions would see a significant enhancement in its power, and its value would soar to tenfold or more. Talismans and inscriptions are merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the capabilities of talisman masters. It is rumored that they can inscribe techniques, embedding various profound skills onto weapons or armor, which would activate automatically upon the wielder's exertion of their energy. However, Xianxia had never encountered such treasures before. He had only ever seen one talisman master, and that was the young girl before him. The esteemed status of talisman masters can be attributed to their rarity. As far as he knew, there were none in Anan City, which boasted a population nearing 1 million. Yet, here he was, having stumbled upon one, and having consumed several precious talismans. The thought of it caused a pang of regret within him, for if those talismans were sold, even one could sustain him for a lifetime. "Why didn't you run earlier?" Bauer inquired seriously, placing the bottle back into her pocket. "What do you mean?" Xianxia was taken aback. "I mean just now. You were clearly so weak. Why didn't you flee instead of confronting that little snake?" Bauer pressed on, her small face reflecting an earnest concern. "If I had run, it would have devoured you." Xianxia replied. Xianxia smiled faintly. He had indeed contemplated fleeing. Yet the kind-hearted actions of the little girl before him stirred his heart. Had he chosen to escape at that moment, he would have held himself in utter disdain. Bauer gazed at Xianxia for a while, then smiled brightly, saying, "Many have flattered me in the past, but I know their intentions were ulterior, often seeking to curry favor with my grandfather. However, you are different. You remain oblivious to my identity, yet are willing to risk your life to save me. Let's be friends. My name is Bauer, and you?" "Xianxia," he replied, returning her smile. The little girl before him was of a similar age to his sister, equally charming, and he felt an innate affection for her. Suddenly recalling something, Xianxia inquired, "By the way, aren't rune masters supposed to be exceptionally powerful? Why are you?" Upon hearing this, Bauer's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted for a moment before responding. "I may be an 8th-tier practitioner and possess the 5 elemental essence, but my affinity lies within the wood attribute, the weakest of the 5. Moreover, I have never engaged in battle, so I truly lack any combat skills." Her face turned even redder as she finished speaking. Xianxia was utterly astonished by her revelation. An 8th-tier practitioner? This Bauer appeared no older than 14 or 15. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. However, hearing that she had never fought left him with a peculiar expression. How could someone with such unparalleled potential be devoid of combat experience? Noticing Xianxia's strange expression, Bauer shot him a fierce glare before hastily changing the subject. "By the way, you possess the metal attribute of the 5 elemental essence. Logically, your cultivation should progress swiftly, yet you are only an 8th-tier practitioner. I must point out your shortcomings." 5 elemental essence? Metal essence? Xianxia felt somewhat bewildered, having never encountered these terms before. Bauer, instead of expounding, asked, "You understand the esteemed status of rune masters, right?" Xianxia nodded. "Indeed, they hold great prestige. I have only heard of them before, but I've never seen one. It seems we have never had a rune master in Annan City. The reason rune masters are esteemed is that only those who possess the 5 elemental essence can become one, and such individuals are exceedingly rare, appearing only once among hundreds of thousands. Rarity breeds value, hence the high regard for rune masters in the southern region. Do you understand?" Bauer explained patiently. "Are you suggesting that my essence is the 5 elemental essence?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. The status of a rune master far surpassed that of any outer disciple of a sword sect. If he were to become a rune master, even the Lord of Annan City would treat him with utmost respect, let alone that Liu family. Bauer nodded. "It should be so. The metal attribute of the 5 elemental essence is golden, and yours is also golden. Therefore, you should be able to become a rune master. Moreover, the metal attribute is the most powerful among the 5. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a talent?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia initially felt a surge of joy, but then his brow furrowed as he regained his composure. The metallic attribute of the 5 elements' mystic energy is golden. Yet his own energy was a pale gold, transformed from that little vortex. Was his energy truly a form of 5 elements mystic energy? "Bauer, you mentioned that only those with 5 elements mystic energy can become talisman masters. Why is that?" Xianxia inquired solemnly. "Because only 5 elements mystic energy can exist in the air. Bauer elucit atit. Ordinary mystic energy dissipates into the atmosphere once it leaves the human body unless maintained by a specific technique. In contrast, 5 elements mystic energy can survive in the air indefinitely, as long as it is not artificially destroyed. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia pondered for a moment, then felt the energy within him surge. Using his finger as a brush, he lightly traced a line on a stone, and instantly, a golden line appeared on its surface. Witnessing this, Xianxia's heart leapt with joy, and he continued to draw. In no time, the character for Yang appeared in golden hues upon the stone. Withdrawing his finger, Xianxia waited in silence. After a while, the golden character remained intact on the stone. Seeing that the character had not dissipated, a wave of ecstatic delight washed over Xianxia. He was uncertain if his attribute was indeed of the 5 elements, but he was certain that his mystic energy met the criteria to become a talisman master. Noticing the excitement on Xianxia's face, Bauer hesitated for a moment, recalling how he had charged at the giant Python King earlier. Without further ado, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a scroll, handing it to Xianxia. "Little servant, this scroll contains the foundational talisman techniques. It is unlike other basic talisman texts, for it contains countless insights recorded by my grandfather. I have already learned most of it, and now I'm giving it to you. Do not share it with anyone else, understood?" As she spoke the last sentence, a serious expression crossed her face. Moved by her words, Xianxia hesitated briefly before accepting the scroll. He looked at Bauer earnestly, saying, "Thank you. Rest assured, I will not share it with others." This was an opportunity, a chance to become a talisman master, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Bauer nodded and softly said, "My grandfather has gone to the Great Qin Empire, so I cannot take you back to the Talisman Peak. When he returns, I will have him assess your qualifications as a talisman master. If you are deemed capable, I shall ask him to take you as a disciple. Even if the outcome is not favorable, you can still stay with me. I am quite capable myself." Hearing Bauer's words, Xianxia felt a surge of emotion. Not only had she gifted him the precious 5 elements talisman techniques, but she was also preparing to introduce him to her grandfather. This little girl truly regarded him as a friend. "Little servant, remember this. Do not let the prospect of becoming a talisman master make you neglect the cultivation of your mystic realm. The more refined your mystic energy becomes, the more effective the talismans you create will be. Moreover, crafting talismans consumes a great deal of mystic energy. With the current amount of energy within you, you can only produce a few talismans at most, understand?" Bauer emphasized earnestly. Xianxia nodded, replying, "I understand. My goal is to become an inner sect disciple. Although the profession of a talisman master is esteemed, he has never relinquished his aspiration to become a formidable practitioner of the mystic arts. It is only through immense strength that he can adequately safeguard his mother and sister. As for the talisman master, it remains a distant ambition. An inner disciple? That will suffice." With a smile, Bauer glanced up at the sky, noticing that dusk had fallen. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved 2 white jade vials and a talisman brush from her pocket, saying, This contains the essence of mystical beasts and the juice of spiritual herbs. You may practice using the 5 elements talisman technique for now. I shall return to visit you later. Farewell. With that, she waved goodbye to Xianxia and, with hands clasped behind her back, skipped eagerly towards the valley's entrance. As Xianxia watched Bao Er's silhouette fade into the distance, he chuckled softly and unfurled the scroll in his hands. The 5 elements talisman technique, the path of talismans. Chapter 6, A New Conflict Arises. Upon returning from Qingfeng Valley to the Servant's Peak, Xianxia entered the dining hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed that half of the patrons' gazes were fixed upon him. Some of these servant disciples offered him amiable smiles, while others wore expressions of malicious glee. Nodding to those who greeted him kindly, Xianxia was about to approach the serving line when a sharp voice rang out behind him. Xianxia, halt! Upon hearing this, Xianxia furrowed his brow. The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Manager Su. Trouble was brewing once again. Turning to face Manager Su, who was in his 40s, portly, and with a visage adorned with excess flesh, Xianxia noted that, from a distance, one might struggle to even glimpse his eyes. Dressed in an oversized servant's robe, his figure was still encumbered by rolls of fat, his shoulders and back displaying a rosy hue. In the sword sect, Manager Su was colloquially known as Su the Skinner. For any disciple who incurred his wrath would find themselves metaphorically flayed alive. Beside Manager Su stood Du Xiao and 2 others, all sporting sinister smirks. Upon the sight of Su and his entourage, some servant disciples exchanged glances filled with apprehension and resentment. These were notorious for their exploitation of others. Yet the subordinates dared not voice their discontent. I told you so. Xianxia struck Du Xiao. How could Su the Skinner possibly let him off the hook? Xianxia is Duomed. Indeed, I recall someone defying Su the Skinner, only to be slain on the spot. Alas, why couldn't Xianxia just bide his time? Youth is so impulsive. Such impulsiveness is perilous. Hush, speak no more, lest Su the Skinner overhear. You'll surely receive a thrashing. As Manager Su and his companions approached Xianxia, a whip had inexplicably appeared in Su's hand. Observing Xianxia semilitalm demianor, Su snered, Xianxia. One must discern reality. You were once an outer disciple, but that is no longer the case. Now that you are on my turf, you must abide by my rules. You have struck my nephew. How do you propose to resolve this matter? Uncle, why waste words on him? Just finish him off. Duxu interjected Ashli. Gliding et Xianxia. Today, he finds himself in a predicament, a feeling of indignation that he can no longer endure. Xianxia cast a cold glance at Du Xiao, then turned to Steward Su and inquired, what do you propose as a solution? Upon hearing this, Steward Su suddenly erupted into laughter, retrieving an envelope from his bosom. Its seal, already torn, indicating it had been perused. He extracted a letter from within and remarked with a smirk, Xianxia, I've heard you have a younger sister. Merely in her teens, it seems she is yet unmarried. How about this? I have a penchant for such young maidens. Allow your sister to become my concubine, and then have Du Xiao kneel and apologize. In an instant, Su's voice was abruptly silenced as a colossal fist hurtled towards him. The moment he insulted Xianxia's sister, a ferocious expression distorted Xianxia's face, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. His sister and mother were his Achilles heel, untouchable by anyone. Bang! Su was taken aback by Xianxia's sudden aggression, and his face collided violently with Xianxia's fist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed to the ground. Blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Xianxia did not relent. Instead, he surged forward, dodging the whip in Su's hand, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Su's corpulent form. You scum! How dare you think yourself worthy of my sister? I will obliterate you. Xianxia's face contorted in fury as the whip fell mercilessly against Su's body. Xianxia, you are doomed. How dare you strike me? Stop, please, Xianxia. Spare me. I was wrong. Su's cries echoed through the dining hall, leaving everyone stunned. They could hardly believe that Xianxia had the audacity to assault Su, the steward appointed by the sword sect. However, the onlookers quickly set aside this shock. For Xianxia was engaged in an act they had often fantasized about, but dared not pursue. Many of the servant disciples clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. Xianxia, release my uncle at once, or you will regret it. Du Xiao snapped back to reality, attempting to intervene, but, wary of Xianxia's strength, could only shout from the sidelines. Xianxia ignored Du Xiao's pleas, intensifying his assault, each lash landing brutally upon Su's plump physique. Within moments, Su had endured no fewer than 100 strikes, his body marred with horrifying welts. For Xianxia, he might tolerate being bullied. But if anyone dared to threaten his family, he would transform into a relentless demon. Su, in his audacity, had dared to lay his intentions upon his sister, an affront he could never abide. The dining hall resonated with Su's anguished cries, aside from Du Xiao and a few others. The remaining servant disciples felt a surge of exhilaration, reveling in a sense of righteous vindication. Su Bapi often exploited them, not only withholding their wages, but also resorting to whips at the slightest displeasure. Among the thousands of servant disciples, at least 9/10 had endured his brutal treatment. Just then, an elderly man clad in a pale blue robe appeared in the dining hall. His voice, imbued with a trace of profound energy, resonated throughout the hall, leaving the onlookers' ears buzzing. Upon hearing that cold snort, Xianxia felt a shiver run down his spine. Turning around to face the elder, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath, discarded the whip at his side, and, disregarding the nearly unconscious steward Su on the ground, approached the elder and bowed deeply, addressing him as Elder Qian. This elder was the very one who had taken him as an outer disciple in Annam City, the one who had altered the course of his destiny. Had it not been for this elder's warning to the Liu family in Annam City, his sister and mother might have fallen into their clutches. Despite being relegated to a servant disciple by this elder, Xianxia harbored no resentment. Rather, his gratitude for the elder had always lingered in his heart. His relentless efforts were partly inspired by this elder, as he had faced ridicule from the outer elders for failing to absorb any profound energy for an entire year. He yearned to prove himself, to demonstrate to the sword sect that he, Xianxia, was no worthless being. Elder Qian, upon seeing Xianxia, also revealed a flicker of complexity in his gaze. He was acutely aware of Xianxia's talents. However, for reasons unknown, Xianxia had not absorbed any profound energy for a year, forcing him to demote Xianxia to the status of a servant disciple. Now, encountering Xianxia once more stirred a mix of emotions within him. At that moment, Du Xiao suddenly knelt before Elder Qian and pointed an accusing finger at Xianxia, stating, "Elder Qian, you must stand for us. Earlier, Xianxia injured me severely and then forced me to do his bidding. When my uncle confronted him, he was also grievously harmed. You must seek justice for my uncle and me." Hearing Du Xiao's distorted account, Xianxia frowned but chose to remain silent. The other servant disciples, filled with rage, were appalled by Du Xiao's shamelessness in twisting the truth. Elder Qian glanced at the nearly lifeless steward Su on the ground, a look of surprise suddenly crossing his face. He then directed his divine sense toward Xianxia, and moments later, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, You have reached the 4th rank of a profound practitioner." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded, feeling the energy within him surge. With a flip of his palm, a faint golden glow emanated from his hand as he replied to Elder Qian, "I can now absorb profound energy." With these words, a wave of relief washed over Xianxia. He had tirelessly cultivated to avoid disappointing this elder, yet in the end, he had felt he had let him down. Now that he could absorb profound energy, the person he most wanted to share this revelation with was none other than Elder Qian. Upon noticing the faint golden radiance emanating from Xianxia's hand, Elder Qian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed an extraordinary event. He swiftly approached Xianxia, locking his gaze onto him, and exclaimed, Your profound energy is golden?" Following this revelation, Elder Qian's hands instinctively clenched tightly, observing the gravity etched on Elder Qian's face. Xianxia hesitated briefly before nodding. While his profound energy may not be purely of the gold attribute, it surely could not be inferior to any golden profound energy. Upon Xianxia's affirmation, Elder Qian erupted into laughter, though he soon restrained his exuberance, gently patting Xianxia's shoulder and stating, "Excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. The 5 elemental profound energies are rare, appearing in merely a few among millions. And yet Xianxia not only possesses the 5 elemental profound energies, but also the most powerful among them, the golden profound energy. How could he not be thrilled?" Hearing Elder Qian's words, Du Xiao, standing nearby, felt a foreboding sensation. However, upon seeing the nearly lifeless Su Guanshi on the ground, he inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he approached Elder Qian once more, kneeling before him and pleading, "We implore Elder Qian to seek justice for us." Upon hearing this, Elder Qian furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Du Xiao before surveying the surrounding crowd. Speak of the events that transpired earlier. Rest assured, with me here, no one shall threaten you. However, should there be any concealment, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Du Xiao's heart sank at Elder Qian's statement, his complexion paling as he realized that the elder had chosen to side with Xianxia. The other servant disciples, fearing the consequences of withholding information, immediately recounted the previous events. Some, recalling Elder Qian's earlier demeanor towards Xianxia, recognized this as an opportunity to dismantle Su Guanshi, and thus shared all the misdeeds of Su Guanshi, embellishing certain details in their accounts. As the servant disciples spoke, Du Xiao and his companions turned ashen, trembling in fear. Fully aware that their fate was sealed, Xianxia cast a brief glance at the trio before moving to Su Guanshi's side, retrieving the envelope and letter from him and placing them within his robe. After listening to the accounts, Elder Qian's expression darkened as he gazed upon the now collapsed Du Xiao, coldly remarking, I never imagined, truly never imagined, that the outer sect elders and disciples would be so preoccupied with their cultivation, neglecting the servant peak entirely. It appears that the servant peak has become your and your nephew's domain. How audacious. Please, elder, spare us. We beg for your mercy. Du Xiao and his companions immediately prostrated themselves before Elder Qian, pleading, we shall never dare again, we promise. At that moment, regret washed over Du Xiao and his companions for having provoked Xianxia. Had they known Xianxia was already a profound practitioner, not even 100-fold their courage would have compelled them to challenge him. Elder Qian let out a cold snort and spoke in a frigid tone from this moment forth. Su, the steward, shall no longer serve as the overseer of the disciples of menial tasks. The 4 of you shall toil in the star mines for a decade, and all that you extract shall be surrendered to the sect. After 10 years, you will be expelled from the sword sect, never to return. Upon finishing, he nodded towards the silent Xianxia, then placed a hand on Xianxia's shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from the hall. Upon hearing Elder Qian's decree, the other menial disciples erupted into cheers, while Du Xiao and his companions fainted from shock. They were destined to be nothing more than beasts of burden for the sword sect for 10 long years. Chapter 7. The Outer Sect Rankings. In the martial arts arena, Xianxia and Elder Qian walked side by side. Though the night had fallen, the arena was illuminated as if it were broad daylight by the surrounding moonlight stones. Suddenly, Elder Qian halted, turning to face Xianxia. Xianxia, do you harbor any resentment towards me for demoting you to a menial disciple? Xianxia shook his head and replied, Elder Qian, had it not been for your intervention, my sister and mother would likely have fallen into the hands of the Liu family. I do hold resentment, but it is directed solely at myself. I was the one who faltered, causing you to endure ridicule alongside me. I have disappointed you. Xianxia would never forget the scornful laughter of the outer sect elders who mocked him and Elder Qian. During the year, he failed to become a mystic practitioner. Those elders, along with the outer sect disciples, not only branded him with a derisive title, but also ridiculed Elder Qian as being senile for accepting a waste of space back into the sect. He was, without a doubt, the laughingstock among the outer disciples, and Elder Qian had become a figure of mockery among the outer elders because of him. Hearing Xianxia's words, Elder Qian smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Enough of the past. It is behind us and need not be dwelled upon. I had no inkling that you possessed the 5 elements mystic energy, particularly the metal attribute. Come, let us proceed to the outer sect peak. I shall restore your status as an outer disciple. We shall see who dares to label you as worthless. Elder Qian, I wish to participate in the outer disciple assessment in a month's time. I will demonstrate my worth through strength. Your judgment is the finest in the sword sect. Xianxia stated earnestly, gazing at Elder Qian. If he truly possessed the 5 elements mystic energy, he might indeed accompany Elder Qian, but the question remained, did he? He was reluctant to reveal the secret of the minor vortex to others. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. Excellent. Such ambition is commendable. The sword sect has 2 methods for accepting outer disciples. The first allows outer elders to recruit 3 disciples at their discretion, as each elder is allotted 3 disciple slots. The second is through the outer disciple assessment, the standard procedure for recruiting disciples. Any individual who reaches the 6th grade of mystic practitioner before the age of 17 is qualified to participate in this assessment. The strength and status of disciples selected through this assessment surpass those chosen by the former method, as the assessment is exceedingly rigorous, requiring not only formidable strength, but also profound comprehension and innate talent. It can be said that the former relies on backdoor connections, while the latter earns their place as external disciples through sheer talent. Thus, within the sword sect, the former's status pales in comparison to that of the latter. Elder Qian pondered for a moment, then produced a small pouch from his robe and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "Xianxia, your ambition is commendable. Here are 10 energy stones and a pulse protection pill. The energy stones will facilitate your swift absorption of profound energy, while the pulse protection pill will safeguard your meridians from harm." Gazing at the small pouch, Xianxia hesitated briefly before accepting it with sincerity, stating, "Elder Qian, rest assured, I will not disappoint you this time." He could not refuse Elder Qian's kindness. He genuinely needed the resources for cultivation. Otherwise, at his current pace, it would be impossible for him to reach the 6th rank of the profound realm by the age of 17. Elder Qian nodded with a smile, affirming, "I believe in you. Those who possess the 5 elemental profound energy have an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. I was unaware of your previous issues, but it appears your body is now in perfect condition. Focus on your training, and during the external disciple assessment, aim for a spot among the top 10. Show those old fools who the real waste is." As he spoke the final words, a hint of anger tinged Elder Qian's voice, despite his good temperament. He could not help but feel irked when recalling the disdainful expressions of the external elders from earlier. "Top 10? Xianxia murmured. What? Do you lack confidence?" Elder Qian chuckled. Xianxia shook his head. How could he lack confidence? His goal was not merely to become an external disciple, but to ascend to the ranks of the inner disciples. He had previously deemed such aspirations unattainable, yet now, with that mysterious vortex in his dantian and his own diligent efforts, he firmly believed he could become an inner disciple. Of course, he first needed to qualify as an external disciple to participate in the inner disciple assessments. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia said, "Elder Qian, I have a request." "What is it?" Elder Qian inquired with curiosity. Xianxia recounted the intentions of the Liu family from Annan City to target his sister. Initially, he had hoped to resolve the matter through his own abilities, but now, recognizing his insufficient strength and the time required for growth, he felt compelled to seek Elder Qian's assistance. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Elder Qian fell silent for a moment before responding, "If I am not mistaken, that Liu Qingyu among the external disciples is indeed a member of the Liu family. This is why they dared to disregard my earlier warnings and have once again set their sights on your family." Liu Qingyu? The mention of the name made Elder Qian's expression grow solemn. He is a disciple of the Liu family who recently became an external disciple, ranking 3rd in the external disciple assessment. After a month of cultivation, he has already ascended to 29th on the external rankings. Rumor has it that some inner elders have begun to take notice of him. 29th on the external rankings? Xianxia's countenance also turned grave. The external rankings serve as a power hierarchy for the external disciples of the sword sect, comprised of thousands of disciples, among whom numerous strong individuals reside. It is said that those ranked in the top 10 possess strengths that rival certain external elders. In merely a month, Liu Qingyu ascended to the 29th position, a testament to his innate talent and prowess. "Rest assured, I shall make a journey to Annan City," Elder Qian remarked. "Currently, Liu Qingyu is not yet an inner disciple, and the Liu family will still afford me a modicum of respect. However, should the inner disciple trials commence in 3 months and Liu Qingyu succeed in becoming an inner disciple, then the Liu family may well disregard my status." Upon hearing this, Xianxia bowed deeply to Elder Qian and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Qian." Xianxia understood that once Liu Qingyu attained the rank of inner disciple, the authority of an outer elder would hold no sway over him. With access to the cultivation resources of an inner disciple, Liu Qingyu's strength would undoubtedly progress at an accelerated rate, and the Liu family would become increasingly unrestrained in Annan City. To instill caution in the Liu family, he must surpass Liu Qingyu in both strength and status. In other words, he had a mere 3 months, should he fail to eclipse Liu Qingyu. The safety of his sister and mother would be compromised. Young man, Liu Qingyu's entry into the outer disciple rankings at 29th signifies his emergence as a congenital expert. You must exert yourself. Otherwise, not only the protection of your family, but even your own life may hang in the balance, Elder Qian admonished gravely. A congenital expert. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his hands clenched tightly. It is widely accepted that those below the congenital realm are termed mortals, categorized into 9 grades. with the 10th grade marking the threshold into the congenital realm. The disparity between mortals and congenital experts is immense, once one transcends to the congenital level. Even the most formidable of mortal practitioners cannot breach the protective aura of a congenital expert. Congenital, indeed. It appears I must redouble my efforts. Xianxia's feast his expression resolute. Observing that Yang Yi was undeterred by the notion of the congenital realm, Elder Qian smiled and nodded. His decision to grant Yang Yi a coveted spot was motivated not only by Xianxia's loyalty, but also by his unwavering character. In the path of martial arts, alongside formidable talent, one requires the kind of steadfastness and disposition that Yang Yi embodies. After bidding farewell to Elder Qian, the night had deepened. Instead of continuing his training at Qingfeng Valley, Yang Yi returned to his quarters and began studying the 5 elements rune technique. Should he succeed in crafting talismans, it would undoubtedly bolster his strength, for the capabilities of these talismans were extraordinary. As he perused the descriptions of the talismans within the 5 elements rune technique, Yang Ye's astonishment grew. Some talismans possessed astonishing powers. For instance, the Gathering Spirit talisman could enable rapid absorption of mystical energy, albeit for only a couple of hours. Its potency was remarkable. There was also a powerful talisman that could amplify one's strength several-fold within an hour, among many others. After a while, Yang Yi could no longer contain his eagerness and decided to create a talisman. He opted for the powerful talisman rather than those of higher difficulty. The idea was commendable. Yet Yang Yi soon discovered that crafting talismans was far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he persevered with repeated attempts. In the ensuing days, owing to Elder Qian's influence, the newly appointed steward of the miscellaneous disciples shrewdly refrained from assigning Yang Yi any tasks. Consequently, Yang Yi found himself with ample time, dedicating his days either to rigorous practice in Qingfeng Valley or to studying the intricacies of talismanic patterns. One day, while Yang Yi was engrossed in his research on the 5 elements talismanic technique, a miscellaneous disciple approached his chamber with a grave expression. "Brother Yang," he said, "I have something to inform you." "What is it?" Yang Yi inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize the individual before him. Although the miscellaneous disciples had shown him courtesy due to his influence in expelling Du Xiu and his companions, Yang Yi shared little camaraderie with them. After a moment of hesitation, the disciple replied, "Brother Yang, it seems Du Xiu's cousin is returning." Given Yang Ye's intervention, the miscellaneous disciples were no longer under the oppression of Du Xiu's faction, and they harbored a favorable disposition towards Yang Yi, wishing to shield him from any potential harm. Du Xiu's cousin? Yang Yi furrowed his brow, aware that Du Xiu's cousin was an outer sect disciple. Was he coming to confront him? The miscellaneous disciple nodded solemnly. "Brother Yang, everyone entrusted me to notify you. It is said that Du Xiu's cousin has reached the 8th rank of the profound realm. If he learns that Du Xiu and his cohorts were demoted to the star mine because of you, he will undoubtedly seek trouble with you. You must be prepared." 8th rank of the profound realm? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before producing 50 gold coins and handing them to the miscellaneous disciple. "I appreciate your concern. I will remain vigilant. Here are 50 gold coins. Do not refuse them. Should any significant news arise, feel free to inform me." With thousands of disciples scattered throughout the miscellaneous peak, they were privy to countless happenings each day. Thus, having them as his informants would undoubtedly serve him well. Upon receiving the 50 gold coins, the miscellaneous disciple exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Yang, rest assured, if there is any news regarding you or other important matters, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity." He then exited the room. As the disciple departed, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and murmured, "8th rank of the profound realm. I am currently only at the 4th rank. It seems I must continue to strive for improvement." Chapter 8. The Life and Death Platform. Half a month later, in Qingfeng Valley, a youth clad in a blue long robe stood atop a massive boulder, wielding a branch about a meter long and the thickness of a finger. He relentlessly thrust, slashed, and sliced with the branch against the stone. Each movement produced a subtle sound of air being sliced, and, as the youth accelerated his pace, the gentle whooshing grew akin to the sound of firecrackers reverberating against the boulder. At a particular moment, the youth's gaze sharpened, and he thrust a branch in the direction of a distant tree. The branch moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with a series of faint whooshing sounds. In the span of 2 breaths, it traversed the 10-meter distance to the tree. With a resounding thud, the branch pierced through the base of a massive tree. large enough for 3 individuals to encircle. It continued onward, penetrating a second tree, and only halted after piercing through 5 trees in succession, finally coming to rest against the 6th. Observing the small holes left in the trunks, the youth murmured, with the energy stones and pulse-protecting elixirs gifted by the venerable Qian, combined with my continuously surging pale golden essence, my physical strength has multiplied beyond measure. Alas, I have exhausted all 10 energy stones and elixirs. This youth was none other than Xianxia. Over the past fortnight, he had devoted nearly 10 hours a day to rigorous training. As a result of his relentless efforts, he not only elevated his realm to the 6th tier of the Xian practitioner, but also mastered the fundamental sword techniques of the sword sect to a consummate level. The basic sword techniques of the sect were not rare. Every outer disciple possessed a copy. Such commonplace techniques were largely neglected by the outer disciples, aside from Xianxia, as they deemed it inferior compared to the more sophisticated sword skills. Previously, Xianxia shared this sentiment, but after being relegated to the status of a menial disciple, he found himself with no choice but to practice these basic techniques. After 2 years of training, as his realm and physical strength grew, along with his proficiency in the fundamental sword techniques, Xianxia began to perceive their value far beyond the common perception. This set of techniques consisted of simple strikes, thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and jabs. However, through 2 years of relentless practice, these seemingly simple movements had transformed into something far more intricate. Just as earlier, each swing of his sword produced a faint sound of wind being cut, a result that even some yellow-tier sword techniques of the sword sect could not achieve. Thus, Xianxia resolved to continue his arduous training, eager to discover the limits of these basic sword techniques. Glancing up at the sky, he noted it was midday. With a firm clap of his hands, he softly declared, "Today, I must successfully craft a powerful talisman." Among the 5 elements talisman techniques bestowed upon him by Bauer, the method for creating a powerful talisman was not overly complex, being merely a fundamental talisman. Yet for Xianxia, a novice without guidance, it felt exceedingly intricate. Over the past fortnight, he had failed to produce even one successful talisman, primarily due to his initial impatience. Armed with the lessons learned from his earlier failures, Xianxia approached this attempt with newfound wisdom. During the previous week, instead of hastily attempting to draw the powerful talisman, he dedicated his time to studying it, meticulously memorizing all the pathways and critical nuances involved in its creation. Reflecting on the intricate details of the powerful talisman, Xianxia sat cross-legged atop a massive stone. After a brief moment, he retrieved the talisman paper and the talisman brush gifted to him by Bauer, followed by the essence of spiritual herbs and the blood of a mystical beast. Once everything was meticulously prepared, Xianxia shifted from a seated position to a kneeling one, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. Gradually, a faint golden energy began to flow into the talisman brush, and he commenced the drawing according to the method for crafting the powerful talisman etched in his memory. With the talisman brush in hand, Xianxia deftly maneuvered it across the talisman paper. The delicate strands of faint golden energy flowed from the brush onto the paper, taking on the form of tiny, wriggling lines reminiscent of little earthworms. Observing this, Xianxia swiftly guided the brush to shape the lines into various peculiar forms. Throughout this process, he dared not exhale, fully engrossed in the task at hand. After approximately 15 minutes, a faint golden flame gradually began to emerge on the paper. Another 15 minutes passed, and as he withdrew the brush, a splendid faint golden flame was now fully formed on the talisman paper. Witnessing the flame take shape, Xianxia inhaled deeply, his expression relaxing. However, this was merely the first step. A crucial second step remained: the infusion of spirit. Infusing spirit involved depositing the essence of the spiritual herbs and the mystical beast blood onto the talisman paper, utilizing both substances along with the energy of heaven and earth to imbue the talisman with a soul. This step was the most challenging. He had faced failure in the previous fortnight. He needed to simultaneously incorporate the mystical beast blood, the essence of the spiritual herbs, and his own faint golden energy to redraw the flame once more. During this process, any failure would result in the complete ruin of the talisman. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia endeavored to maintain his composure. After a moment, he grasped a white jade vial and poured a single drop of essence onto the talisman. He swiftly picked up another white jade vial and let a drop of mystical beast blood fall onto the talisman as well. As the 2 droplets merged on the paper, Yang Yi promptly activated the golden energy within him to forcefully blend the two liquids. Under the influence of his faint golden energy, the two droplets merged effortlessly. Yang Yi then seized the brush once more, guiding the newly amalgamated liquid along the path of the flame. The difficulty of this process lay in the necessity of enveloping the two droplets with his energy, which demanded precise control of both his spiritual force and golden energy. Any lapse in focus or failure to complete the infusion in one continuous motion would spell disaster for the talisman. If the mystical beast's blood and the essence of the spiritual herbs were to lose their energy wrapping, they would immediately separate, and the flame on the talisman would surely be disrupted, rendering all prior efforts futile. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and Yang Yi dared not blink, fearing that even the slightest distraction could misalign the intricate design. With great care, after approximately half an hour, a smile gradually blossomed on Yang Ye's face. His excitement barely concealed in his eyes. Moments later, he abruptly ceased writing. As the pen lifted from the talisman paper, flames erupted like a living entity, exuding a faint golden hue. The flame, vibrant and lifelike, seemed almost sentient. At last, success had been achieved. I, Yang Yi, have become a first-tier talisman master. Overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing the flame on the talisman paper, Yang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. From the basic talisman technique bestowed upon him by Bauer, Yang Yi had gleaned fundamental insights about talisman masters. Just like practitioners, talisman masters are categorized by their ranks. The first to fifth tiers pertain to the crafting of inscribed talismans, which are the foundational talismans, while the ranks beyond fifth include spirit talisman masters, earth talisman masters, sky talisman masters, celestial talisman masters, and divine talisman masters. Achieving mastery in any one of the basic talismans qualifies one as a first-tier practitioner, and mastering all 5 basic attributes elevates one to the 5th tier. Yang Yi had successfully crafted a potent talisman, thus marking his status as a first-tier talisman master. Suppressing his exhilaration, Yang Yi picked up the powerful talisman, observing it for a moment, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Talisman grades are classified into inferior, lower, middle, upper, and supreme. This powerful talisman, with flames resembling a living creature, should be considered upper grade. Yet, wasn't it stated that the likelihood of achieving an upper grade talisman is quite low? Could it be attributed to my faint golden aura?" From the introduction to the basic talisman technique, Yang Yi learned that talismans indeed possess varying qualities, and the effects of talismans differ accordingly. An inferior powerful talisman may enhance the user's strength by a maximum of 50%, a middle grade by approximately 100%, while an upper grade could increase it threefold. As for the supreme grade, it could amplify strength by 6 or 7 times or more. Although the effects of upper and supreme grade talismans are astonishing, the difficulty of crafting them is immense. The success rate for upper grade talismans is exceedingly low, yet he never anticipated that his talisman would be of upper grade. Could it be that he is truly exceptional? Yang Yi found himself pondering. It seems I must inquire further with Bauer. Dismissing the matter from his thoughts, Yang Yi looked at the powerful talisman in his hand, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. In the event of a confrontation, should he find himself evenly matched, suddenly producing a talisman would undoubtedly frustrate his opponent immensely. With that thought, Yang Yi's smile broadened, brimming with a sense of pride. After a moment, he carefully stored the powerful talisman away and swiftly made his way to the entrance of Qingfeng Valley. Upon exiting the valley, Yang Yi arrived at the training grounds, where he was immediately intercepted by a young disciple clad in green. The young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old, bore a small character Y etched on his left shoulder, an emblem signifying an outer sect disciple. Recognizing the murderous intent emanating from this green-clad youth, Yang Yi understood that he was standing before Du Xiu's cousin, the formidable Duan Jun, who had attained the 8th tier of the practitioner realm. Upon encountering Yang Yi cornered by Du Xiu and his companions, several peripheral disciples shook their heads in dismay. Due to Yang Yi, the miscellaneous disciples of the miscellaneous peak were no longer subjected to harassment by Du Xiu and his ilk, thus cultivating a sense of goodwill towards him. Now, with Du Xiu's cousin returning from the secular world, the fate that awaited Yang Yi was all too predictable. Duan Jun was also observing Yang Yi, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. Upon returning from the secular realm, he discovered that both Du Xiu and manager Su had been dispatched to the star mine, with the culprit being none other than the very miscellaneous disciple before him. It was common knowledge among the disciples of the sword sect that Du Xiu was his cousin and that manager Su was in his employ. This individual was essentially slapping him in the face. Most importantly, Du Xiao and manager Su were required to pay him over 10,000 gold coins each year. It was with these funds that he could acquire more cultivation resources. However, now, this source of wealth had been severed because of this person. Over 10,000 gold coins represented his primary income, and the thought of it made his heart bleed. Contemplating this, Duan Jun's eyes narrowed as he declared, "You worthless fool! How dare you bully my cousin? Prepare to meet your end." With that, he lunged forward, his palm aimed at Xianxia's face. Seeing Duan Jun make a direct move with lethal intent, Xianxia's expression darkened. With a low shout, he retaliated, his fist crashing towards Duan Jun's palm. Boom! Their fists clashed, resulting in both Xianxia and Duan Jun being pushed back 3 steps. In their initial encounter, they had fought to a standstill. Surprised by being repelled, Duan Jun scrutinized Xianxia for a moment before exclaiming, "Have you already reached the profound realm? But what of it? Just now. I only exerted a fraction of my strength. Now, prepare to die." As he spoke, the profound energy within him surged, ready to strike down Xianxia once more. Wait. Xianxia stepped forward, regarding Duan Jun with eyes that mirrored his own murderous intent. This man was aware that Du Xiao and his companions had been demoted by Elder Qian. Yet he dared not confront Elder Qian, and instead sought to vent his frustrations on him. Now, having escalated to lethal force, Xianxia was incensed. "What? Do you wish to beg for mercy?" Duan Jun mocked. "Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. Though my cousin is merely a miscellaneous disciple, he is not someone you, a worthless fool, can bully. Now, kneel and kowtow 1,000 times, proclaiming your error, and then leave the sword sect. I might consider sparing your life. I challenge you to a duel on the life and death platform," Xianxia declared, locking his gaze onto Duan Jun, his tone resolute. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly hush falling over the miscellaneous disciples and Duan Jun himself, both rendered speechless. A miscellaneous disciple challenging an outer sect disciple, and on a life and death platform, no less. Chapter 9, The Gambit. The life and death platform, as the name suggests, is where battles to the death occur. Conflicts between disciples of any sect are inevitable, and rather than harboring grudges, the Sword Sect established the life and death platform to resolve such disputes. Should an irreconcilable enmity arise between disciples, a challenge can be issued, provided that the challenger does not exceed the challenged's realm by more than 2 levels. Xianxia initially harbored no intention of presenting this challenge on the life and death platform. However, upon witnessing Duan Jun's lethal intent towards him, he realized that his adversary had no intention of sparing him. Should the confrontation ensue, regardless of victory or defeat, he would ultimately suffer. A loss would be self-evident. His opponent could mercilessly slay him. Conversely, a victory would yield no benefits, and even inflicting harm upon his adversary would lead to complications, especially since he was merely a lowly servant disciple. Only by engaging in a decisive battle on the life and death platform could he stand on equal footing with his opponent, thereby affording him the opportunity to eliminate him. Upon regaining his composure, Duan Jun burst into laughter, pointing at Xianxia with undisguised disdain. "How utterly amusing! The most worthless individual in history dares to challenge me on the life and death platform? On what grounds? Merely because you are deemed the greatest waste of talent in history?" Disregarding Duan Jun's scorn, Xianxia calmly replied, "The Sword Sect stipulates that a lower realm individual may challenge a higher realm one, and the latter cannot refuse. Of course, you may choose to decline, but be aware that it would be whispered throughout the sect that Duan Jun, the renowned, could not even face a challenge from a servant disciple. I know you are attempting to provoke me." Duan Jun sneered. "Nonetheless, I accept your challenge. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Instead, before the eyes of all in the Sword Sect, I shall methodically shatter every bone in your body, ensuring that everyone understands a waste is simply a waste. Even if you become a mystic, have you finished speaking? If so, I shall see you on the life and death platform," Xianxia remarked nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Duan Jun before turning to stride towards the platform. Seeing Xianxia's calm demeanor only intensified Duan Jun's murderous intent. How dare a mere waste put on airs? Not only had Xianxia severed his financial lifeline, but now he dared to challenge him openly. This affront could not go unpunished. He would ensure Xianxia experienced a fate worse than death. Xianxia has issued a challenge to the outer disciples on the life and death platform. Hurry, go witness this." "What? You can't be serious. Xianxia is challenging the outer disciples?" Are you out of your mind? You are the one who's lost your mind. Just moments ago, Du Xiu's troublesome cousin sought to confront Yang Yi, only to discover that Yang Yi has ascended to the mystic realm and has now challenged Du Xiu's cousin directly. They are already headed to the life and death platform. We must hurry. Yang Yi has become a mystic? Excellent. Let us go and cheer for him. At the outer disciple peak, disbelief echoed. What? A servant disciple dares to challenge us outer disciples? Is that the so-called greatest waste of talent in history? Surely you jest. That individual isn't even a mystic. I don't know, but they have already gone to the life and death platform. We must hurry. If we arrive too late, that servant disciple may be killed, and we shall miss the spectacle. I will inform others. A servant disciple challenging our outer disciples on the life and death platform? How utterly foolish. Let us witness how our outer disciples will teach him a lesson. Before long, the news of Yang Ye's challenge spread like wildfire through both the servant peak and the outer disciple peak. With thousands of servant disciples and hundreds of outer disciples converging upon the life and death platform, on the stage of life and death, an elderly man clad in a pale blue robe observed Yang Yi and the man in green attire. However, the majority of his gaze was fixed upon Yang Yi. This elder, known as Xiaohua, served as an outer sect elder of the sword sect, overseeing the enforcement team. Although he had witnessed numerous decisive battles on the stage of life and death, it was his first time witnessing a servant disciple challenging an outer sect disciple. With a wave of his right hand, Xiaohua sent two glimmering energy stones floating towards Yang Yi and Duan Jun, proclaiming, on this stage, there are no rules. You may employ any means at your disposal. For the sake of fairness, restore your internal energy to its fullest before we commence. Upon finishing his words, the elder gracefully moved to the side. You will die, Duan Jun said to Yang Yi in a flat tone. Yang Yi did not respond. Instead, he approached the weapon rack and selected a long sword. The sword measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and 2 fingers in width. Crafted from ordinary tempered iron, nothing of remarkable quality, belonging to the unranked category. It was a Qingfeng sword, classified as a low-grade yellow tier, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. At that moment, a long sword appeared in Duan Jun's hand as he gazed at Yang Yi. But rest assured, I will not kill you. I shall sever your tendons, shatter every bone in your body, and then send you back home, allowing your family to share in your suffering. How compassionate of me. I assent it. With a casual flourish of his sword, Yang Yi replied, Fear not, I shall also show you mercy. After saying this, Yang Yi sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy from the energy stone. A chilling murderous intent flashed in Duan Jun's eyes as he too sat down to absorb the energy from the stone. Meanwhile, beneath the stage of life and death, a multitude of outer sect disciples watched the confrontation between Yang Yi and the man in green. Among them, a long-faced disciple spoke to his companion, Jiang Qiushui. Duan Jun is an 8th grade practitioner. I am unaware of the realm of that servant disciple, but I wager Duan Jun will claim his head within 10 moves. I bet 5 moves, replied the man named Jiang Qiushui, looking at the long-faced disciple. 20 energy stones, do you dare to wager? Do you truly look down upon that servant disciple? The long-faced disciple laughed. Having only entered the sect for 2 years, and just now becoming a practitioner, how could such a waste of talent command my respect? Jiang Qiushui scoffed. What say you? 20 stones. I'll wager that Duan Jun will take his head within 5 moves. Dare you? Why would I not dare? The long-faced disciple laughed heartily. Since that servant disciple has the audacity to challenge Duan Jun, he must possess some skill. I do not believe he can withstand even 10 moves. Are there others willing to bet? I bet 5 moves. I bet 10 moves. I bet that servant disciple will win. 50 energy stones. Just then, a clear, slightly childish voice rang out in the crowd. The outer sect disciples were taken aback and turned to see a 14 or 15-year-old girl smiling at them. The girl, dressed in a light yellow floral dress that concealed her developing figure, had willow-shaped eyebrows, a cherry blossom-like mouth, and a pair of lively eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief. The young girl in question was none other than Bauer from the Symbol Peak. She had come specifically to seek out Yang Yi, but to her astonishment, she discovered that he was embroiled in a confrontation. Even more surprising was the disdain the onlookers held for Yang Yi. She was well aware of his formidable prowess, being a master of the 5 elements mystical energy. When the outer sect disciples laid eyes upon the young girl, they were momentarily taken aback. Though still in her youth, they could envision the extraordinary beauty she would possess as she matured. A few among them even exhibited a lascivious glint in their eyes. Noticing the contemptuous gazes directed her way, Bauer snorted disdainfully. She then produced a stack of talismans from her pocket and approached Xianxia and the others, declaring, "I wish to place a wager. I bet on the victory of that little servant." Xianxia was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the stack of talismans in Bauer's hands, she was rendered speechless for quite some time. Her previously haughty demeanor transformed into one of warmth as she softly inquired, You are from Symbol Peak?" At that moment, the outer sect disciples also noticed the talismans in Bauer's possession. These were indeed talismans, reserved solely for the top 10 ranked cultivators of the outer sect. Their gazes grew fervent with interest. Bauer huffed, "Indeed, I wager on that servant disciple's victory. Will you take the bet?" Displeased with the disdainful attitudes of the onlookers, she was determined to seize their cultivation resources through this wager. The idea of betting on the servant disciples' triumph elicited incredulous glances among the outer sect disciples. Was this little girl out of her mind? Betting on the servant's victory against Duanjun, who was at the 8th rank of the mystical realm, while the servant was at best a mere 4th or 5th rank. As they exchanged glances, their eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Xianxia's gaze flickered momentarily before she proposed, "We can accept your wager, but you must be the banker, as we are all betting on the servant's defeat. How does that sound?" Bauer pondered briefly before responding. "Very well, place your bets. I will accept any amount." Suppressing her excitement, Xianxia continued, "Look, we have several hundred people here. This is no small sum. Should you lose, then?" Bauer understood Xianxia's insinuation immediately. Raising an eyebrow, she retrieved another stack of talismans from her pocket and said, "Here, I have approximately 20 middle-grade talismans, each worth about 500 energy stones. If I lose, I will use these as collateral. Is that acceptable? Middle-grade talismans?" The fervor in the eyes of the onlookers was now unmistakable. Each middle-grade talisman was worth far more than 500 energy stones. They could easily fetch 1,000 or more if sold. This time, without needing Xianxia to prompt them, the outer sect disciples eagerly nodded in agreement. It was a rare opportunity to exploit a naive outsider. To pass it up would be a grave mistake. "I bet 500 energy stones." At that moment, Xianxia suddenly remarked, "We do not possess that many energy stones. You may note it down for now. If we lose, we shall certainly pay you. We are all outer disciples and would not deceive you." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the various servant disciples were momentarily taken aback. 500 energy stones was no trifling sum. After all, they could only receive 20 stones in a month. Did Xianxia truly have that many? As the surrounding outer disciples pondered, it was evident that Xianxia lacked 500 energy stones, yet he felt no trepidation. For the servant disciple stood no chance of victory. The answer was unequivocally impossible. Bauer contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well, you may all place your bids. I shall take note." She had no fear of these individuals defaulting, as no one in the sword sect dared to take advantage of her. "I shall add 2,000 energy stones." Seeing the opportunity to note down the wager, Xianxia quickly added 500 stones. He would not forgive himself if he let this golden opportunity slip away. Observing Bauer's agreement to take notes, the remaining disciples stirred with excitement and immediately began calling out their bids. "I bet 1,000 energy stones. I bid 800. I shall wager 2,000. As the crowd began to raise their stakes, Bauer's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hastily recorded everyone's wagers. For her, it was most favorable if Yang Yi won. But even if he lost, it mattered little, for these talismans were abundant at the Talisman Peak, and she could craft them herself. Chapter 10. Fundamental Sword Techniques. On a life-and-death platform. At a certain moment, both individuals opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes colliding. Duanjun's eyes flashed with unmasked murderous intent, while Yang Yi remained calm and unperturbed, exhibiting not a trace of emotion. They rose to their feet, Duanjun brandishing his Qingfeng sword. A playful smile gracing his face as he declared, "Don't say I haven't given you a chance. I shall allow you 3 moves." Although Yang had already attained the realm of Xian, Duanjun felt no fear. He was not only at least 2 ranks higher than his opponent, but he also possessed weapons and sword techniques that the other lacked, thus preparing himself for a game of cat and mouse. "Fool!" Yang Yi silently cursed as he grasped his long sword and approached Duanjun. When he was 2 meters away from Duanjun, suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in Yang Ye's otherwise tranquil eyes. In the next instant, he forcefully stomped his right foot down, channeling the power from the ground. and launched himself forward like a cannonball, thrusting his long sword toward Duanjun, where Xianxia had pushed off. The once solid ground had now completely collapsed under the force of his strike. The moment Xianxia propelled himself forward, an elderly outer sect member, who had been on the verge of slumber, abruptly opened his eyes wide, astonishment flickering within them. As Xianxia barreled towards him, Duanjun's expression drastically changed. His eyes filled with horror. At such a close distance, coupled with Xianxia's sudden surge, he had no time to evade or block, merely watching as Xianxia's long sword pierced his chest. Clang! The sound of Xianxia's sword striking Duanjun's chest echoed crisply throughout the arena, causing Du Xiu to stumble backward, retreating 10 steps. The long sword surprisingly failed to pierce through, causing Xianxia to furrow his brows. He did not pursue further. Instead, he observed the chest of the man clad in green, beneath which a layer of silver light flickered incessantly. He was adorned in mysterious armor. Realizing this, Xianxia's gaze narrowed, and the energy within him surged. Duanjun took a deep breath, a wave of trepidation washing over him as he glanced at his chest, where his yellow-grade advanced armor was now indented. Such formidable power! It must possess a force of at least 1,000 pounds. Duanjun's expression grew grave. He understood that he had somewhat underestimated Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia struck back at Duanjun with a single sword stroke, eliciting a stir among the many low-ranking disciples below, some of whom glimmered with excitement in their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Xianxia was still a low-ranking disciple, and to see him repel an outer sect disciple was indeed exhilarating. Duanjun, employing his utmost effort like a lion battling a hare, had foolishly underestimated his opponent. It was fortunate that he wore armor. Witnessing Duanjun nearly being dispatched in one blow, Xianxia remarked with a darkened expression. The outer sect disciples nearby nodded in agreement, their hearts easing a bit. They had staked several months' worth of energy stones, and some, driven by greed, had even wagered 1 or 2 years' worth. Should Duanjun lose, the repercussions would be unbearable. Meanwhile, Xiao Bauer clenched her small fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I admit I was somewhat complacent, but now I must inform you that you still stand no chance, for I shall now take this seriously. Duanjun declared as he gazed at Xianxia, his internal energy steadily circulating. With the energy continuously flowing into his sword, it began to tremble slightly in that moment. Sword technique, perhaps? Observing the subtle ripples emanating from Duanjun's sword, Xianxia murmured softly, then infused his own sword with a faint golden energy. As the pale, golden hue entered the blade, it shimmered with a subtle glow, albeit weak. Without close inspection, it would go unnoticed. It seemed Duanjun was indeed preparing to earnestly engage. Below, Xianxia's somber expression softened slightly. This time, the outcome would be decided in one strike. Duanjun was about to employ the splitting spirit sword technique. A smile graced the face of one outer sect disciple. For the splitting spirit sword technique was a high-level yellow-grade sword skill. Duanjun's willingness to use it signified that he could unleash a sword energy, and this time, that low-ranking disciple was doomed. The splitting spirit sword technique? I never expected Duanjun to have mastered it. That low-ranking disciple is as good as finished. 300 energy stones will be more than sufficient for me to reach the innate level. Had I known Duanjun had already acquired sword skills, I should have wagered more. A mere 100 energy stones was a significant loss. Indeed, a considerable loss. Duanjun had concealed his abilities far too well. At that moment, around 50 outer sect disciples envisioned the bountiful energy stones laid before them. Upon encountering a group of exuberant outer disciples, Bauer let out a discontented snort, her gaze shifting to Xianxia on the stage, a flicker of concern surfacing in her eyes. At that moment, a menacing glint flashed in Duanjun's eyes as he gripped his long sword, launching a fierce strike towards Xianxia. Divine Spirit Sword Technique. As he uttered these words, a blade of pure white sword energy, approximately 1 meter in length, shot forth from the tip of his Qingfeng sword, hurtling towards Xianxia with remarkable speed, whistling through the air and arriving at his vicinity in the blink of an eye. Just when the sword energy was a mere meter away from Xianxia, he sprang into action, his right foot forcefully striking the ground, utilizing the potent force from the earth to propel himself forward like lightning. Simultaneously, his long sword thrust towards the oncoming white sword energy, with a sharp hiss, as if the sheer force had caused it. Visible ripples of air appeared in the wake of Xianxia's sword, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing wind. "Counterattack," remarked a senior elder from the outer sect below, his voice low. "How intriguing. It is the first time I have witnessed someone mastering a fundamental sword technique to such perfection. Impressive." With a resounding clash, the long sword collided with the white sword energy, producing a burst of energy that echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the white sword energy was cleaved asunder by Xianxia's blade, resembling snow meeting boiling oil. Without losing momentum, Xianxia, along with his sword, appeared before Duan Jun within 2 breaths, and to Duan Jun's astonished gaze, he swiftly swung his sword towards Duan Jun's left and right legs. Duan Jun's face was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that the sword energy he had unleashed could be so effortlessly severed by Xianxia. It was a sword technique. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xianxia materialized before him once more in a state of sheer terror. He instinctively raised his sword to block while retreating rapidly. Clang, clang. The arena resonated with the continuous clash of their swords, producing a melody akin to a splendid symphony. Observing Duan Jun being overwhelmed and forced to retreat, the gathered outer disciples were left utterly stunned. Not only the outer disciples, but also the numerous attendant disciples were in shock. An attendant disciple overpowering an outer disciple? Wasn't that the first ever waste of talent in history? The outer disciples stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that Xianxia had pierced through the sword energy with a single thrust. What immense strength and speed must that require? Even if Duan Jun were to lose, it would not affect them greatly. But if he were to be defeated now, they would owe a fortune that could never compensate for that little girl's energy stones. As Xianxia broke through the sword energy, Bauer beamed with joy, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement. On the stage, Xianxia had actually been capable of dispatching the man in green long ago. However, he refrained, purposefully honing his swordsmanship. His mastery of the fundamental sword technique was unparalleled. He could perform it with his eyes closed, yet he lacked practical combat experience. Now presented with this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. As the battle progressed, Xianxia grew increasingly adept and effortless, while Duan Jun found himself becoming more and more exhausted, struggling to keep pace. As Xianxia engaged in combat, he relied on a mere handful of techniques. Yet, the adept application of these moves proved to be a source of considerable frustration for his opponent. The swiftness and strength displayed by Xianxia astonished him. He had never fathomed that fundamental swordsmanship could wield such formidable power. It was time to conclude this encounter. Feeling his mastery of the basic sword techniques escalating, Xianxia smirked slightly, and with renewed vigor, he unleashed a fierce assault upon the man in green. Upon witnessing Xianxia's sudden surge of energy, Duan Jun felt a pang of panic. His swordplay faltered. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with determination as his sword drove relentlessly towards Duan Jun's chest. Alarmed, Duan Jun hastily attempted to block the attack, but in that fleeting moment, Xianxia's blade transformed its thrust into a slash, striking at a most cunning angle against Duan Jun's right hand. The blade pierced his palm, and blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain elicited a pained cry from Duan Jun, causing his green peak sword to slip from his grasp and tumble off the stage. Simultaneously, a cold blade was pressed against his throat. Duan Jun had been defeated, as Xianxia's sword rested against Duan Jun's throat. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. The spectators were utterly immobilized. In the midst of this scene, Du Xiu's face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, realizing that his companions had long since fled. In that moment, his heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Bauer erupted into laughter, using her hands and feet to express her delight, casting a glance at the outer disciples nearby, as if to say, "See, my foresight is truly remarkable." The outer disciples, who had been observed by Bauer, wore expressions of shock. They could scarcely comprehend the defeat of Duan Jun after he had unleashed his sword techniques. This outcome was still too bewildering for them to accept. On the stage, Xianxia looked into the terrified eyes of the man in green and stated, "I can spare your life." At these words, Duan Jun's expression brightened, and he quickly asked, "Really? What do you want in return?" "Your training resources and gold," Xianxia replied. All right. Duan Jun nodded eagerly, retrieving a pouch and a silver card from his robes, offering them to Xianxia. "This pouch contains 20 energy stones, which I just received today, along with this card that holds approximately 10,000 gold coins, redeemable anywhere in the Great Qin Empire." Upon hearing the mention of 10,000 gold coins, Xianxia's eyelids flickered, and he accepted the pouch and card with gratitude. However, as Duan noticed Xianxia's acceptance, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes, as he silently vowed that he would repay this grievance 100-fold in the future, discovering that the pouch indeed contained 20 energy stones. Xianxia smiled and nodded at Duan, who felt a sense of relief at Xianxia's grin. Yet in that instant, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and swiftly swung his sword toward Duan's hands and feet. A piercing wail suddenly echoed on stage, revealing that Duan's hands and feet had been severed by Xianxia. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the stumps, and the excruciating pain contorted Duan's face in agony. Why? He screamed hysterically at Xianxia while lying on the ground. Xianxia let out a derisive laugh and replied, "I promised not to kill you, but I never said I wouldn't incapacitate you. Having a scourge like you nearby is utterly intolerable." With that, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground and took out an energy stone to replenish his internal energy. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan spat a mouthful of blood in fury and continued to curse and rage on the ground. Below the stage, an outer sect elder glanced at the prostrate Duan with a look of indifference, shook his head, and instructed someone to take him away. "Hey, bring me the energy stones." Down below, Bauer rushed over to Xianxia and the others, extending her tiny hand and declaring, "I calculated it. You owe me a total of 19,000 energy stones. Hurry up and hand them over." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 50 outer sect disciples turned pale in an instant. Chapter 11. The Aggrieved Elder. Observing the expressions of the outer sect disciples, Bauer narrowed her eyes and asked, "What is the matter? Do you think I'm just a child and plan to withhold from me?" Xianxia's eyelids twitched as he looked at Bauer. After a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, he forced a smile and replied, "How could we possibly refuse? We don't have that many spirit stones on us. How about you come with us to collect them?" Upon hearing this, the people behind Xianxia exchanged glances, a cold glimmer flashing in their eyes, and they nodded subtly in agreement with his proposal. At this point, there was no way they could produce such a sum of energy stones. Even if they could, they would not. Since they could not comply, there was only one option left: to eliminate the little girl before them. Although they were aware of her extraordinary identity, they felt they had no choice this time. Hundreds of thousands of energy stones were beyond the reach of even those outer sect elders. This time, they all silently agreed on a singular course of action. Hearing Xianxia's words, Bauer scrutinized the outer sect disciples and, noticing their lack of dissent, pointed at them with her tiny finger and coldly remarked, "Very well. So you think Bauer is a fool? Your outer sect disciples receive only 20 energy stones a month, and the top ranked among you gets merely an extra 100. What do you plan to procure such a vast amount of energy stones? Are you intending to lure Bauer to a quiet place and then eliminate her?" At her words, Xianxia's smile faltered. He was taken aback by the cleverness of the little girl. He quickly responded, "We are outer sect disciples. We would never engage in such murderous deeds. I assure you, if you are willing to accompany us, we will certainly provide you with the energy stones. If you choose not to come with us, then we are left with no alternatives, aren't we?" He glanced back at the crowd behind him. "Indeed, little girl, if you do not accompany us to retrieve it, we are left with no alternative. We are merely outer disciples. Would we deceive you over a trifling energy stone? Yes, dear child, please join us in this endeavor, and we shall compensate you with energy stones. Look at us. Do we appear to be dishonest?" As the group continued their coaxing, Bauer's face flushed with indignation. Her small finger pointed at them as she declared, "Very well. No one has ever dared to bully Bauer before. Just you wait." With that, Bauer dashed towards the life and death platform. Seeing Bauer storm off, the outer disciples exhaled in relief, their eyes fixed upon her to discern her next move. As she approached the platform, an elder in the audience furrowed his brow. Upon noticing the symbol emblazoned on Bauer's chest, his frown deepened, and he murmured, "What brings this little enchantress here?" As Bauer ascended the platform, Xianxia, who had been absorbing energy, opened his eyes. He was about to greet her when Bauer, pointing at the group of outer disciples in the distance, proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that from this moment forth, all talisman prizes for outer disciples shall no longer be provided by the talisman peak. Moreover, the Xian treasures of all outer elders shall no longer be accepted for engraving or repairs. In essence, any service related to the outer disciples is hereby rejected by the talisman peak." At her declaration, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Even the outer disciples on Xianxia's side joined in the mirth. Who does she think she is? The sect master? How utterly amusing. Is she truly mad enough to refuse talisman prizes for outer disciples? This is the most delightful jest I have heard since arriving at the sword sect. However, as Bauer spoke, the expression of Elder Chao Hua at the base of the platform shifted dramatically. He glanced at the raucous outer disciples and bellowed, "Silence." His voice, enveloped in profound energy, resonated like thunder in the ears of the hundreds of outer disciples. Instantly, their laughter ceased, and they turned to face the enraged elder, bewildered by his reprimand. Without addressing the outer disciples further, Chao Hua moved swiftly to the life and death platform, where he regarded the still fuming Bauer with a smile. "Ah, it is Bauer. What brings you to play here today?" Witnessing this scene, the outer disciples below felt a jolt of apprehension. They understood that the situation might have escalated beyond their expectations. Observing the elder's sudden appearance on the platform, Xianxia's expression turned grave. He thought to himself, a powerhouse of the monarch realm. The realm of innate beings follows the ninth grade of the Xian realm, and only those of the monarch realm can soar without external assistance. The respect this elder shows toward Bauer piqued Xianxia's curiosity about her true identity. Upon observing the elder clad in the garments of an outer sect elder, Bauer let out a disdainful snort and declared, "Inquire with them yourself. I shall tell you this. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, thereafter the symbol peak shall no longer welcome any outer sect disciples or elders." Hearing Bauer's words, Chao Hua could only manage a wry smile. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Jiang Qiushui and the others. His voice chillingly resolute. "What transpired? Should anyone dare to conceal the truth, I shall strip you of all your cultivation and expel you from the sword sect." The crowd, stricken with fear, dared not withhold the truth and promptly divulged the details. Upon learning of the 30,000 energy stones owed to the little demoness, Chao Hua's expression twitched. When he heard that the group suggested Bauer accompany them to retrieve the stones, his gaze turned icy. Having lived long enough, he was well aware of their nefarious intentions. Casting a cold glance at the assembly, he stated, "You expect her to retrieve hundreds of thousands of energy stones for you? Do you intend to silence her permanently? Very well. I could easily bring my palm down upon you. Let me make it clear. If you cannot persuade her to retract her earlier statements, I assure you, you shall become the common enemy of all outer sect elders and disciples." Upon hearing Chao Hua's words, the group turned pale, devoid of color. Jiang Qiushui clasped his fists toward the elder and respectfully inquired, "Elder, who exactly is that little girl? Do not concern yourself with her origins." Chao Hua retorted, "Now, each of you shall seek out energy stones, reach out to your friends, and approach the outer sect elders to clarify your dealings with that girl. For their own interests, they will lend you the stones." "Elder, the sum is exceedingly large," Jiang Qiushui replied, his face displaying evident distress. "Do you wish to have your cultivation obliterated and be expelled from the sword sect?" Chao Hua's voice turned cold. At this, the crowd trembled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they promptly endeavored to procure the energy stones without further delay. Meanwhile, having listened to the exchange between Bauer and the outer sect disciples, Yang felt a warm current flow through him. He had not anticipated that this little girl would place such trust in him, daring to wager tens of thousands of energy stones on his behalf. I shall not let them off easily for attempting to silence me." The more Bauer reflected on the outer sect disciples' actions, the angrier she became. Throughout her life, she had never been bullied. The elder reappeared on the life and death arena, and upon seeing that Bauer's fury had not yet abated, he sighed inwardly and smiled. "Bauer, look, I've already sent them to gather the energy stones. Now, regarding what you said earlier, would you care to reconsider?" Bauer huffed and replied, "I shall not retract my words. Let me make this clear. If you lose, you are obligated to provide me with the energy stones. You do not wish to comply, yet you aim to lure me into a secluded place to silence me. Elder, I must inform you, my grandfather has returned, and you are all doomed. Henceforth, do not expect any outer sect elders to seek my grandfather at Symbol Peak for your inscriptions." Upon hearing Bauer's words, Chao Hua's smile froze, and he mentally extended his regards to the entire families of those outer disciples. It was one thing for dozens of them to bring about their own demise, but to implicate their outer elders was quite another. He managed to force a smile and gently said, "Bauer, dear little ancestor, this matter does not concern our outer elders. Let us keep it from your grandfather, shall we?" "No, Bao retorted fiercely. I want to tell Grandpa that those outer disciples bullied me. Seeing that Bao was still angry, Chao found himself at a loss. After all, which of them had not offended this young lady? Approximately half an hour later, Xianxia Shui and the others arrived. This time, it was not just the outer disciples, but also 4 elders clad in azure and white robes. Among them was Elder Qian, whom Yang Yi recognized. Upon seeing Elder Qian, Yang Yi promptly bowed to him. Elder Qian nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze towards Bao, as they had come to apologize to this little enchantress. When the 4 outer elders laid eyes on Bao, their expressions shifted slightly. One round-faced elder smiled at her and produced a ring, saying, Bao, this contains 390,000 energy stones. You just need to take out your spatial ring, and I will transfer it to you. The mention of 390,000 energy stones caused the elder's face to twitch slightly, his heart bleeding. These stones had been pooled together by the outer elders and disciples, and due to this gamble, the entire outer sect was practically bankrupt. Bao let out a cold huff, took the elder's ring, and with a thought, summoned her own small pouch. A silver light emanated from the ring, and after a moment, she extended it back to the elder. As if struck by a thought, her outstretched hand withdrew, and she raised the ring, stating, this one too, you have no objections, do you? The round-faced elder's hand, suspended in mid-air, halted, his expression a masterpiece of emotion. After a brief moment, he managed a dry chuckle, saying, no objections, while inwardly cursing, you fools, just wait until I return and deal with you. That spatial ring is worth 100,000 gold coins. And just like that, it was lost. Chapter 12, The Elder's Present Gifts. Upon receiving the spatial ring, a smile finally graced Bao's petite face. However, as she glanced at the outer disciples below, her countenance grew cold once more. Elder, I am not an unreasonable person. They not only refused to give me energy stones, but also plotted to kill me to silence me. Such disciples possess poor character, far worse than mere lowly servants. Yes. The round-faced elder quickly nodded, then softly said, then, Bao, let us consider this matter settled, shall we? The reason they pooled the energy stones was to appease you. To withdraw that earlier statement. They cannot afford to offend you. Su Feng. No, I will seek out Grandpa and let him decide for me. You are all doomed. Bao glared at the round-faced elder, her voice laced with anger. She had never been bullied in her life, and today, those outer disciples dared to plot against her. This was a slight she could not endure. Upon hearing that Bao intended to seek her grandfather, the faces of the 4 elderly men on the life and death platform contorted, their thoughts echoing. How can one be so audacious as to accept favors and yet refuse to let matters rest? Is this not an act of sheer bullying? Suddenly, the round-faced elder turned his gaze towards Yang Yi, who stood beside Bao. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Yang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and exclaimed with a smile, you must be Yang Yi. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. To have triumphed over Duan Jun, a master of the 8th rank, is truly remarkable. Yang Ye's expression grew peculiar, for he recognized this elder, known as Feng Yu, a figure of considerable influence within the outer sect. It was this very elder, along with 2 others, who had once ridiculed him as the greatest waste of talent in the sword sect, mocking Elder Qian for his failing eyesight. Yet now, he was here to commend him. Casting a glance at Bao, Yang Ye's curiosity about her identity deepened. He understood that the elder's praise was likely a ploy to persuade him to assist Bao, but Yang Yi was not inclined to intervene easily. Allowing Bao to toy with these old men was far more entertaining. Naturally, one must consider who the little servant's friend is. At that moment, Bao approached Yang Yi, nodding at the round-faced elder, and remarked, old man, while you may not be pleasing to the eye, your judgment is commendable. This little servant is indeed formidable. Your disciples are fools for doubting his potential to win. Truly foolish. Hope ignited in the hearts of the 4 outer sect elders, whose gazes exchanged glances of delight. As the round-faced elder responded with a grin, indeed, he is a prodigy, defeating an 8th rank master as a 6th rank practitioner. He is truly a remarkable talent. Elder Qian interjected with scorn. Feng Yu, did you not once claim that my eyesight was failing and that I had recruited the greatest waste of talent in history? How is it that Yang Yi has suddenly transformed into a prodigious genius in your eyes? Elder Qian was keenly aware of the disdain displayed by these elders when Yang Yi had yet to attain mastery, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to counter their past mockery. The remaining 4 outer sect elders were taken aback by Elder Qian's words, and Feng Yu, staring at Yang Yi, inquired, Are you the Yang Yi? The one who failed to become a master for an entire year? Yang Yi nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this acknowledgement, the expressions of the elders turned uneasy. They had indeed uttered such words in the past. In the competitive environment of the outer sect, disputes were commonplace. Had Yang Yi not been friends with Bauer, even his current prowess as a 6th-rank practitioner would have held little weight in their eyes. However, this former waste of talent was now connected to the little enchantress, the one most likely to reverse her earlier statements. The elders found themselves in a quandary. Reluctant to request forgiveness, fearing that if the little enchantress conveyed their past words to the old demon, the outer sect would be doomed. Old man, did you not once declare Yang Yi the greatest waste of talent in history? At that moment, Bauer cast a disapproving gaze at Feng Yu. Just earlier, she had remarked on the old man's discerning eye, only to discover that he had previously labeled Yang Yi as the most incompetent individual in history. If the most potent element in the 5 elemental energies, the metal attribute, was deemed worthless, what then could be said of her wood attribute? Bauer felt a surge of anger. Feng Yu awkwardly chuckled and said, No, it was merely our old eyes that failed us. We apologize for our oversight. Old Qian, we extend our sincerest apologies. You know how it is. Us old men often bicker, so please don't take it to heart. Indeed, Yang Yi has swiftly attained the 6th rank of the Xian practitioner. Such talent undoubtedly qualifies him as a genius. It is we who were blind in our judgment. Old Qian, please do not dwell on this matter. Old Qian, Yang Yi is like a half-disciple of yours, being both your student and a friend of Bauer. In essence, we're all like family here, haha. Yes, we're all family. What transpired was merely a misunderstanding. The elders, of course, could not bring themselves to apologize to a mere disciple. Their pride would not allow it, so they directed their apologies to Elder Qian instead. Observing the elder's contrition, Yang Yi found it amusing, yet he did not revel in it. He understood that their apologies were motivated by Bauer's influence. Otherwise, even if he had reached the 8th rank of Xian practitioner, he would still be regarded as an inconsequential disciple in their eyes. To earn their genuine respect and recognition of their prior folly, he realized he must demonstrate his capabilities through the outer sect disciple trials. Elder Qian, not one to revel in petty triumphs, grasped this truth as well. Had it not been for Bauer, these old fellows would never have bowed their heads to him. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having endured much from these elders over the past year. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi took Bauer's hand and led her aside, saying, Bauer, would you retract your earlier statement? If I do so, will they cease to underestimate you? Looking at Xianxia, Bauer blinked, fully aware that the elder's sudden apology was indeed due to her presence. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. Yes, if you retract your words on my account, they will surely remember this favor, and I shall receive considerable support in the outer sect. After a moment of contemplation, Bauer smiled and nodded, pulling Yang Yi's hand as they approached the 5 anxious outer sect elders. You old men, let today's incident be forgotten. However, I must inform you that I am only sparing you because of the little servant Sake. Should you dare to mistreat me again, HM, the implication behind her tuums was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the outer sect elders sighed in relief. Feng Yu quickly asserted, that will not happen. Absolutely not. In the future, should anyone dare to show disrespect to Bauer, I shall deal with them most harshly. As he spoke, Feng Yu flicked his wrist, and a long sword materialized, which he handed to Yang Yi, saying, Yang, this is a high-grade yellow-tier Xian iron sword. I have no use for it, so it is yours. Observing Feng Yu's gesture, Chaohua beside him also produced a piece of iron armor and offered it to Yang Yi, stating, This is Xian iron armor, also of high-grade yellow tier. I have no need for it, so take it. You will certainly find it useful. He continued, Here are 10 pulse protection pills, which will better safeguard your meridians and enable them to endure rigorous training. Accept them. Lastly, he presented a transcription of the yellow tier sword technique, the spirit sword method, encouraging Yang Yi to practice it. Before long, with the exception of Elder Qian, each of the external elders present bestowed a treasure upon Yang Yi. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted all of them. He understood that these elders were seeking to curry favor and recognize the reasons behind their actions. Should he refuse, they would likely think he harbored resentment, leading to trouble for him within the sword sect. Having accepted the gifts, Yang Yi turned to glance at the smiling Bauer beside him. His curiosity piqued regarding her identity. He was aware that a rune master held an esteemed status. Yet it was evident that these elders were afraid of Bao'er's grandfather. Was he Earth Rune Master? Or perhaps a Celestial Rune Master? Seeing Yang Yi accept the items, smiles spread across the faces of the elders. Although Yang Yi's talent could not be deemed exceptional, his association with Bao'er, who could influence her decisions, made it wise for them to befriend him. The smiles on Bao'er's face during the gift-giving were telling. You old fellows are quite decent. Bao'er nodded at the external elders before surveying the external disciples on the ground. How do you intend to deal with them? She had no intention of letting the external disciples off easily. At this moment, Yang Yi fell silent. The external elders had not harmed Bao'er. Thus he had urged her to show restraint. However, those external disciples had sought to silence her, which Yang Yi could not tolerate. In his heart, Bao'er had become a true friend. In response, Feng Yu hesitated for a moment. Then a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he turned to the external disciples, declaring, all external disciples involved in the gambling shall go to the law enforcement hall to receive 100 lashes, followed by a month of labor in the star mine. With all proceeds surrendered to the sect. Now go. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, the faces of the external disciples turned ashen. 100 lashes were bearable. They would only suffer for a few days. However, the star mine was a place of dread, reserved for disciples who had committed serious offenses, where human rights were non-existent. Anyone sent there would emerge severely scarred if they survived at all. Witnessing the expressions of the external disciples, Feng Yu felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, he understood that if the punishment were too lenient, this little demoness would be dissatisfied, potentially reporting back to that old devil of the Rune Peak. Not only would the external disciples suffer, but the external elders would also bear the consequences. In the sword sect, even the sect master would think twice before offending that old devil. Bao'er still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and was about to voice her thoughts when Yang Yi hurriedly took her hand and led her outside. Yang Yi understood that this punishment was indeed severe. If Bao'er remained unsatisfied, it could potentially provoke a backlash from the outer disciples, leading to serious repercussions. He was indifferent to the external elders, yet he deeply valued Elder Qian and wished to shield him from any harm arising from this incident. As Yang Yi led Bao'er away, several outer elders on the scene simultaneously exhaled in relief. Feng Yu turned to Elder Qian and remarked, Old Qian, we owe this young man a debt of gratitude for handling the situation. Let us not say anything further. We are indebted to him. The other four nodded in agreement, aware that had the little demoness remained displeased, they would have faced genuine difficulties. After all, those outer disciples were part of the sword sect. An excessive punishment could lead to resentment, potentially disheartening them. Yang Yi's actions had indeed resolved a significant dilemma for them. Chapter 13, The Astonished Bao'er. The miscellaneous disciples triumphed over the outer disciples. Did you witness that? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Yang Yi has avenged us miscellaneous disciples. Who would dare to belittle us now? Ha 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 ha. Outer disciples. I had always said that Yang Yi was extraordinary. One day, he would soar like a true dragon from the abyss. Do you believe me now? You fool. Was that truly what you said back then? On this day, the disciples of the miscellaneous peak were abuzz with discussions about Yang Yi, many of them neglecting their chores entirely. Xianxia Peak. Xianxia Peak serves as the training ground for outer disciples, featuring 7 training areas: the Golden Armored Array, Wooden Man Alley, 1,000 Layers of Water, Lava Cavern, Gravity Cave, Wind Ridge, and Thunder God Valley. However, access to Xianxia Peak is not freely granted. Apart from the top 10 ranked individuals on the outer leaderboard, all others must exchange sect contribution points for training time. These contribution points can only be earned by hunting mysterious beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains or by undertaking various sect missions, which are notoriously challenging. Typically, only those with exceptional talent and formidable strength dare to accept such missions. There are over 1,000 outer disciples, yet fewer than 50 are granted access to Xianxia Peak, representing the most powerful among them. Brother Qingyu, Yang Yi has become a Xian practitioner, and he defeated Duan Jun, an 8th grade Xian practitioner, with his 6th grade prowess. In Wooden Man Alley, an outer disciple spoke gravely to a man clad in white robes before him. The white-robed man was Lu Qingyu, ranked 65th on the outer leaderboard, celebrated as the most brilliant genius of Anan City, having achieved innate strength at the tender age of 17. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Lu Qingyu furrowed his brow and remarked, that waste has become a Xian practitioner. When he initially arrived at the sword sect, his father had advised him to eliminate Yang Yi if the opportunity arose. However, upon joining the sect, he discovered that Yang Yi was no longer merely an outer disciple, but had become a servant disciple, renowned as the most inept individual in history. Consequently, he refrained from taking action against Xianxia, deeming him unworthy of his efforts. Yet, he never anticipated that Xianxia had since ascended to the realm of the Xian practitioner. Indeed, it seems he still does not hold the status of an outer disciple. Should he be dealt with? Lu Qingyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Let us go and confront this so-called waste who has now become a Xian practitioner. In Qingfeng Valley, here, little servant, I present this ring to you, which contains some energy stones. By the pond, Bauer handed Yang Yi the Shumi ring she had previously extorted from Fengyu, smiling brightly. Upon seeing the ring, Yang Ye's eyelids flickered, and after some contemplation, he shook his head. Bauer, this ring is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The Shumi ring, a spatial treasure, was indeed alluring, but Yang Yi held firm to his principles. Little servant, what are you saying? Bauer will be displeased. Bauer shot him a disapproving glance. It's merely a ring, nothing extraordinary. Moreover, without you, I would never have acquired so many things. If you refuse again, I shall throw it away. Hearing this, warmth flooded Yang Ye's heart, and he ceased to refuse. He accepted the ring from Bauer's hands and, as if struck by inspiration, hastily produced a powerful talisman he had crafted, presenting it to her. Bauer, this is a powerful talisman I made. It is of superior quality, a gift for you. Really? Seeing Yang Yi accept the ring, Bauer smiled and nodded. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say you have created a powerful talisman, and it is of superior quality? Indeed, Yang Yi affirmed with a nod. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Bauer regarded him with suspicion. Little servant, I truly dislike being deceived. Yang Yi rolled his eyes. If I were lying, you would simply need to take a look to find out. Upon hearing this, Bauer took the powerful talisman from Yang Ye's hands. When she beheld the vividly depicted pale, golden flame, she was momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, she murmured, How is this possible? It really is of superior quality, truly of superior quality. How can this be? Noticing Bauer's dazed expression, Yang Yi gently inquired, What is wrong? Is it good or bad? Bauer looked up at Yang Yi, suppressing her excitement. Did you truly spend half a month crafting this talisman? Yes. Yang Yi nodded. I failed numerous times at the beginning, and I wasted much of the materials you provided. At this point, Yang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Bauer cast a peculiar glance at Yang Yi, inwardly reflecting, What a grand deceiver my grandfather is. It took me 3 months to craft a single talisman, and it was only of medium quality. Yet he dares to call me a genius. He must be jesting. Just wait until you return. I shall pluck every hair from your beard. What is wrong? Am I too foolish? Yang Yi inquired, noticing Bauer's Xianxia. Upon hearing his words, Bauer's expression grew even more strange, but after a moment, she regained her composure, looked at Yang Yi, and nodded, saying, It took me half a month to create a single talisman. As for talent, it's rather mediocre, I suppose. Well, just slightly inferior to me. After speaking, her little face inexplicably flushed. Hearing her words, Yang Yi let out a sigh of relief and remarked, That's good to know. By the way, Bauer, I'm not very familiar with talismans of other attributes. Would you teach me? Well, Bauer feigned difficulty, but upon noticing Yang Ye's anxious expression, she quickly added, Only if you agree to one condition. What condition? Yang Yi asked with excitement. If he could become a talisman master, it would greatly benefit his strength and future prospects. I will have my grandfather accept you as a disciple, and you must agree to be my grandfather's apprentice, essentially my junior brother. What do you think? Bauer looked at Yang Yi, her bright eyes sparkling with unusual energy. Be your junior brother? Yang Yi was taken aback. What, are you unwilling? Bauer said, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head, responding, Not at all. In the presence of a great master, I would be honored to be your junior brother. However, will your grandfather truly accept me as a disciple? What if he doesn't want to? That would be rather embarrassing for me. Upon hearing this, the frown on Bauer's face vanished, and she smiled, saying, You needn't worry about him. As long as I'm willing, it's enough. All right, you are now Bauer's junior brother. Yes, as your senior sister, I will take care of you. It's getting late. I'll come find you when I have time. For now, you should study the talismans of other attributes. This is your task. I will test you when I return, understood? Yang Yi dared not shake his head and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing him comply, Bauer nodded with satisfaction and said, It's getting late. I will take this powerful talisman back to study. Well, to inspect. No need to see me off. After that, Bauer dashed toward Qingfeng Valley. And at the moment she turned, a smile broke out on her serious little face, thinking, What a treasure I've found. Ha ha. This treasure is discovered by Bauer. And now he has become my junior brother. Hee hee. Observing Bauer's behavior, Xianxia felt something was amiss. Although she was the same age as Xiaoyao, she possessed an eccentric charm. She must have concealed something from him. Oh well, she certainly means no harm toward me. Xianxia chucklet softly, shaking his head as he dismissed Bauer's peculiarities from his thoughts. His gaze fell upon the exquisite Shumi ring that Bauer had gifted him. Holding the ring in his hand, Xianxia felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a Shumi ring, a treasure that even the Lord of Anan City might not possess. As he toyed with it, he infused his spiritual energy into the ring. Upon glimpsing the vast space within, his heart skipped a beat. The dimensions of this inner realm were astonishingly expansive, spanning nearly 20 zhang in all directions. Moreover, the ring housed an abundant stash of energy stones. Piled high, there were at least over 100,000 of them. Recalling Bauer's earlier words, Xianxia's lips twitched. She had mentioned placing some energy stones inside, and he had assumed there were only a few hundred, never imagining there would be over 100,000. This was an immense debt of gratitude. Observing the energy stones, Xianxia chuckled to himself, finally understanding what it meant to possess wealth in abundance. Slipping the ring onto his finger, Xianxia refocused his thoughts and drew forth the high-grade yellow tier Xian iron sword gifted to him by Elder Fengyu. The sword measured approximately 1.6 meters in length and 2 fingers in width, emanating a chilling gleam and exuding unparalleled sharpness. With a casual swing, the sword emitted a faint yet pleasing sound of steel. A fine sword indeed. As he admired the Xian iron sword, a glimmer of joy flickered in Xianxia's eyes. He had initially planned to select a sword from the sword pavilion after becoming an outer sect disciple. Yet unexpectedly, Fengyu had bestowed a sword upon him. A high-grade yellow tier one at that. Now he no longer needed to practice swordsmanship with mere branches. In 28 days, the sword sect would hold its biannual assessment for outer sect disciples. Given his current strength, becoming an outer sect disciple should pose little difficulty. However, to secure a place among the top 10 would certainly be more challenging. He needed to enhance his abilities. Gazing at the sword in his hand, Xianxia murmured softly to himself. Chapter 14, The Outer Sect Assessment. The Outer Sect Disciple Assessment of the Sword Sect could be regarded as a grand event in Jingzhou. The Daqin Empire comprises 9 provinces, each housing myriad cities, and the Sword Sect lies within the realm of Jingzhou. During this time, numerous young scions from nearby cities, as well as independent cultivators, would converge upon the Sword Sect, bringing with them countless prodigies. To secure a spot among the top 10 amid such competition was no small feat. The challenge of achieving a top 10 ranking was considerable. However, the rewards were equally enticing. Apart from receiving precious elixirs, talismans, and artifacts from the sect, those who excelled would also be groomed for prominence, receiving far more cultivation resources than their peers. While innate talent is crucial, access to cultivation resources holds even greater significance. Even the most gifted individual could fall into mediocrity without the sect's robust support. Xianxia's ambition was to break into the top 10, not only to vindicate Elder Qian, but also to garner the sect's attention. Lu Qingyu had already established himself as a formidable presence on the outer sect rankings, undoubtedly earning the sect's favor. If Xianxia could not gain the sect's recognition and surpass Lu Qingyu, how could he even contemplate vengeance against the Lu family? As thoughts of the Lu family and Lu Qingyu crossed his mind, a cold glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He was resolute. This family would inevitably pay the price for their actions. Suppressing the murderous intent within, Xianxia took a deep breath and made his way to the martial arts arena, intending to inquire Elder Qian about matters concerning his family. His greatest concern at present was the well-being of his sister and mother in Anan City. Trash, halt! As he approached the arena, Xianxia was abruptly called out. Upon hearing the voice, his brows furrowed, and he turned to face the speaker. A cold glint of hostility flickered in his eyes upon recognizing the individual before him. The one who called out was a young man of similar age, possessing striking features and clad in a flowing azure robe, his face adorned with a playful smirk. Flanking him were 2 other men in azure robes, both disciples of the outer sect. Though Xianxia had not encountered this man before, he was well aware of his identity. This was undoubtedly Lu Qingyu. The martial arts arena was bustling with outer sect disciples honing their skills, and when they witnessed the 5 blocking Xianxia's path, many gathered, their curiosity piqued. I am Lu Qingyu. Observing the unfriendly expression on Xianxia's face, Lu Qingyu maintained his playful smile and remarked, Xianxia, I never expected you to become a Xian practitioner and even defeat Duan Jun, quite the surprise indeed. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding outer sect disciples upon hearing Lu Qingyu's words, and they began to regard him with admiration. Is that really Lu Qingyu? Ranked 29th on the outer sect leaderboard? What brings him here instead of training on the 7 refinement peak? A powerful figure on the outer sect leaderboard? Does that mean he is already an innate expert? Good heavens, an innate expert at just 16 or 17. The outer sect leaderboard is indeed filled with prodigies. It is said that he has already caught the attention of some inner sect elders. With their attention, his future in the inner sect is boundless. As he basked in the admiration of the surrounding outer sect disciples, Lu Qingyu's arrogance intensified. Taking a deep breath to quell the murderous intent within, Xianxia responded with a calm voice. Are you finished? One must admit, Xianxia's composed demeanor was extremely irksome to his adversary, and Lu Qingyu found it particularly vexing. Upon hearing Xianxia's near dismissal and witnessing his nonchalant attitude, Lu Qingyu's eyes narrowed as if a thought had struck him. With a chuckle, he said, Xianxia, we could have been family. My father has taken a liking to your mother, and my brother has his eyes on your sister. This could have been a fortunate union for your family, yet you remain oblivious. Xianxia let out a scoff, interrupting Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu, I am interested in your mother, in all the women of the Lu family. If you arrange for your mother and all the women of the Lu family to marry me, wouldn't we then also become relatives? At Xianxia's words, the surrounding outer sect disciples were taken aback. After all, this was a formidable figure ranked 29th on the outer sect leaderboard. While they could only engage in combat on the life and death stage, Xianxia's audacity was truly remarkable. Lu Qingyu's countenance darkened, a surge of formidable aura erupting from within him. With a swift motion of his finger directed at Xianxia, a piercing white sword energy sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound as it hurtled towards Xianxia. He was acutely aware that, aside from the life and death arena, one was prohibited from attacking fellow disciples of the sect in other locations. However, he believed that such rules were mere constraints for the weak. He was confident that even if he were to kill Xianxia on the spot, the sect would not take significant action against him. After all, he was already a congenital powerhouse, while Xianxia remained a mere outer disciple. The sword energy traveled at an astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the outer disciples nearby, who could only see a flash of white light. The moment Lu Qingyu made his move, Xianxia felt an ominous force locking onto him. At that instant, he sensed that escape was futile. His only recourse was to forcibly shatter the opponent's sword aura. Yet, that streak of sword energy was far too swift for him to evade or react to. Was this the might of a congenital master? Xianxia murmured to himself, feeling the chilling breath of death enveloping him. Just then, Elder Qian suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, and with a resounding thud, Lu Qingyu's sword energy dissipated into the air. Lu Qingyu, the sect has regulations, unless on the life and death arena. One must not raise a hand against fellow disciples. Have you forgotten? Elder Qian's gaze bore down on Lu Qingyu, a hint of anger lacing his voice. He would never allow Xianxia, who wielded the 5 elements' profound qi, to perish in such a manner. Upon recognizing Elder Qian, Lu Qingyu's eyes flickered momentarily, suppressing the murderous intent within. He clasped his fists in respect towards Elder Qian, stating, Elder Qian, Xianxia has insulted my family. I merely intended to teach him a lesson, nothing more. Though he felt a surge of anger towards the elder, he dared not express it, as he remained an outer disciple, subject to the elder's authority. Elder Qian snorted lightly, but refrained from punishing Lu Qingyu. Although Lu Qingyu was an outer disciple, his talents distinguished him among his peers, and certain inner elders had already taken notice of him. Such a trivial matter was not one he could act upon. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lu Qingyu said, bowing to Elder Qian before turning to depart. At that moment, Xianxia spoke up. Wait. Lu Qingyu turned to face Xianxia, a palpable disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. What is it? Elder Qian furrowed his brow, preparing to interject, but saw Xianxia step forward, pointing at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu, I am aware of your intent to kill me. I offer you this opportunity. 3 months hence, let us duel in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Embarking on the path of martial arts demands courage and relentless perseverance, cutting through obstacles and growing stronger without retreat. Xianxia had no intention of allowing himself an escape route. He sought to push himself to the limit. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, The surrounding outer disciples gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. The challenge posed by the servant disciple to the outer sect disciples has already sent shockwaves throughout the outer sect. Now, this servant disciple seeks to confront Lu Qingyu, who ranks 29th on the outer sect leaderboard and has attained innate strength. Is this servant disciple attempting to defy the heavens? Once Lu Qingyu regained his composure, he erupted into laughter. Upon noticing Elder Qian preparing to speak, he quickly interjected, "Very well, I accept your challenge. We shall duel on the stage of life and death in 3 months. I hope you do not disappoint me then." With that, he let out a few more hearty laughs, as if fearing Elder Qian would deter him, and swiftly departed with his companions. Watching Lu Qingyu leave, Elder Qian sighed and remarked, "Xianxia, you were too impulsive just now. You are currently only at the 6th rank of the mystic realm, and the gap between you and an innate powerhouse is vast, truly vast. Xianxia replied solemnly, Elder Qian, understand. I am placing myself in a position of life and death. He had just attempted to kill me. He may have hesitated this time, due to your presence. But what about next time? If you're not there, will he not kill me outright? The sect would not punish him for it. No, I have established a 3-month agreement with him. He will surely refrain from taking action against me during this period. This grants me an opportunity." Hearing this, Elder Qian's lips moved as if to speak, yet he remained silent. He too understood this reasoning. However, to surpass an innate being in just 3 months while still at the 6th rank of the mystic realm is fundamentally impossible. Even if Xianxia possesses the 5 elements mystic qi, it remains an unfeasible endeavor. 3 months is far too short a time. After a moment of silence, Elder Qian patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Young man, I initially intended to reveal your 5 elements mystic qi, but it seems that is no longer possible. If it were disclosed, Lu Qingyu would undoubtedly eliminate any chance for your rise. Now, you must strive earnestly to gain the strength necessary to contend with him. Do you understand?" Xianxia nodded. Previously, he may have lacked opportunities, but now he possessed that small vortex. Along with the energy stones bestowed upon him by Bauer and the pulse-protecting pills given by the outer sect elders, he had a fighting chance. This time, it was not only for his mother and sister, but also for himself. If one fights, there exists a chance. If one does not fight, there is not a single opportunity. Thus, he proactively established the agreement for the stage of life and death, leaving himself no retreat. Focus on your cultivation. I have already visited Anan City and warned the Lu family. They will not seek trouble with your family for the time being. Your sister and mother are both well. They simply miss you," Elder Qian said. "Sister, mother." Upon hearing these words, a gentle smile graced Xianxia's resolute face. These two were his faith, his motivation. For them, he would endure any hardship without a second thought. After bidding farewell to Elder Qian, Xianxia hastened towards Qingfeng Valley, for he urgently needed strength. Chapter 15. The Mysterious Vortex. Attention, attention! The servant disciple will challenge Lu Qingyu, ranked 19th on the outer sect leaderboard, in 3 months. Everyone, come to the stage of life and death to witness. A servant disciple challenging the strong of the outer sect? Surely you jest. You cannot be referring to that servant disciple who defeated Duanjun, can you? Certainly it is he. Who else among the menial disciples possesses such remarkable prowess? This menial disciple is truly extraordinary. First he challenged outer sect disciples, and now he dares to confront the formidable figures on the outer sect rankings. Though this may be tantamount to courting death, one cannot help but admire his audacity. In no time, news of Xianxia's challenge to the outer sect disciples spread throughout the outer sect, reaching even the formidable figures training at the 7 Refinements Peak. A 6th grade Xian practitioner challenging an innate master? Such ignorance breeds fearlessness. Upon hearing the news of Xianxia's challenge to Lu Qingyu, a strong figure from the outer sect rankings remarked that although Lu Qingyu may not be exceptional, he is certainly not someone a mere 6th grade Xian practitioner could challenge. It has been a long time since anyone has witnessed such arrogance among the menial disciples of the outer sect. A 6th grade Xian practitioner challenging an innate master. How intriguing. At this moment, the tale of Xianxia's challenge resonated throughout both the outer sect peak and the 7 Refinements Peak, establishing his reputation across the entire outer sect. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Valley, Xianxia took out a high-grade yellow tier sword technique gifted to him by an elder, the spirit-splitting sword art, and began to study it intently. At this juncture, He was in dire need of enhancing his strength. The spirit-splitting sword art, classified as a high-level yellow tier technique, was originally created by a predecessor of the sword sect. It consists of 10 levels, each capable of unleashing a sword chi. When mastered to perfection, it can produce 10 sword chi simultaneously, rendering all adversaries powerless. Upon reading the introduction to the spirit-splitting sword art, Yang Yi silently rejoiced, remembering that during his previous encounter with Duan Jun on the Life and Death platform, the opponent had only mastered the first level. Had he learned more, the situation would have been perilous for Yang Yi. As he continued to read, his expression grew increasingly solemn. The spirit-splitting sword art was indeed formidable, even terrifying. If it merely unleashed 10 sword chis, that would be one thing. But the true power of the spirit-splitting sword art lies in its ability to direct sword chi to attack from various angles, to alter the trajectory of the sword chi. The thought of 10 sword chis striking the enemy from multiple directions filled Yang Yi with excitement, yet he quickly regained his composure. For such a manipulation of sword chi's movement required an extraordinary level of control over one's Xian energy, an achievement that even some elders of the outer sect had failed to attain. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yi carefully rolled up the scroll and grasped his long sword, beginning to practice according to the principles outlined in the spirit-splitting sword art. For the sake of his sister and mother, as well as for himself, he would not falter. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, without power there is no voice, no dignity. Just as before, Lu Qingyu, with his superior strength, could kill him at will, disregarding any semblance of rules. In this realm, only strength holds sway. Previously in Annan City, Yang Yi understood this truth, but upon arriving at the sword sect, he comprehended it with even greater clarity. In the ensuing days, apart from dining in the cafeteria, Yang Yi devoted himself tirelessly to rigorous training in the serene Qingfeng Valley, even sleeping there. With the protective pulse elixirs bestowed upon him by an outer elder and the energy stones gifted by Bao, he was free to cultivate without restraint. With a sharp crack, Yang Yi stood atop a massive rock, wielding his mysterious iron sword in a flurry of movements. Had there been an observer, they would undoubtedly have been astonished, for each swing of the sword not only produced a resounding whoosh, but also conjured several sword shadows. The sheer force of the gust and the speed required to create such illusions were remarkable. Upon completing a fundamental sword technique, Yang Yi pointed his sword toward the ground. His eyes gently closed, his expression as tranquil as a high monk in deep meditation. His slightly gaunt cheeks and refined features, complemented by his flowing black hair, rendered him rather pleasing to the eye, if not conventionally handsome. At that moment, Yang Yi was striving to control the scant amount of pale, golden, profound energy within him, attempting to channel it from his dantian to the mysterious iron sword resting in his arms. Yet, the energy behaved like a disobedient child, refusing to follow the prescribed path of the spirit separation sword technique, no matter how fervently he urged it. Minutes passed. Beads of sweat began to cascade down his forehead, trickling past his brows, coursing over his closed eyes, and finally reaching his lips. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, causing leaves to whisper, while a few withered yellow leaves drifted slowly from above. Yet, the youth remained steadfast atop the rock, resembling a statue. After approximately half an hour, the mysterious iron sword in his grasp suddenly shimmered with a faint golden light, trembling slightly as if it were alive. Following a brief silence, Yang Ye's eyes flew open, radiating an icy brilliance. He gripped the sword tightly and made a swift slash toward a distant massive tree. Spirit separation sword technique, he murmured internally. Almost instantly, a pale golden sword aura shot forth from the tip of the sword. With a sharp crack, the enormous tree, which required several individuals to encircle, was severed with a clean break, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The tree's crown tumbled to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. As he gazed at the fallen crown, Yang Ye's youthful face betrayed an unmistakable excitement. After 6 days of relentless practice, he had not only refined his basic sword techniques, but had also successfully advanced to the first level of the spirit separation sword technique. How could he possibly contain his exhilaration? Suddenly, a wave of emptiness surged from the depths of his heart, signaling the depletion of his profound energy. It seemed that, unless in dire circumstances, he could not afford to use the spirit separation sword technique lightly. Looking at the mysterious iron sword in his hand, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite its formidable power, The energy consumption was alarmingly excessive. Just one release of sword aura had completely exhausted his internal energy. Taking out an energy stone, Xianxia grasped it and began to absorb its energy. The profound energy within the stone surged into his body, promptly being absorbed by the mysterious little vortex within him. Suddenly, Xianxia furrowed his brow. For this time, the small vortex did not emit the faint golden essence as it had on previous occasions. Was there yet another issue? With anxiety creeping into his heart, he focused his spirit inward, only to find himself unable to enter the small vortex. In the past, he could extend his mental energy into its depths, but this time, it felt as if some unseen force obstructed him, preventing any glimpse into the vortex's interior. Witnessing this, a wave of panic surged within Xianxia, prompting him to hastily extract a dozen energy stones to absorb. Yet, just as before, the essence was swiftly consumed by the small vortex, and still, that faint golden energy remained elusive. Brother, what trickery are you playing? Faced with the vortex that seemed to take without giving, Xianxia's expression darkened. Could it be that the vortex was reverting to its former behavior? Quickly, he dismissed this thought. He was one with the small vortex, without his absorption of essence. It could not draw any in. Their fates were intertwined. He could not believe that the vortex would engage in such self-destructive behavior. After a moment of silence, Xianxia once again took out energy stones to absorb, determined to uncover the vortex's true intentions. A quarter of an hour passed, and 200 energy stones vanished. Yet the small vortex continued its absorption. Half an hour later, 800 stones had disappeared, and the vortex's pace quickened. Thus, 3 hours elapsed, and the small vortex remained relentless in its consumption, showing no signs of halting or releasing the faint golden essence. Xianxia, as if locked in a battle to the end with the vortex, continued to produce energy stones, having consumed several thousand stones over these few hours. Watching the stones disappear, Xianxia felt a pang in his heart. Fortunately, Bauer had gifted him over 100,000. Otherwise, he would never have permitted such a drain on his resources. The consumption persisted. Xianxia sat from dawn until dusk, the energy stones vanishing, while the small vortex resembled an insatiable abyss, having consumed tens of thousands without satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, he sat through the night until dawn. A full day and night passed, and 20,000 energy stones were gone. As he observed the gradual disappearance of the stones, Xianxia contemplated stopping multiple times, yet he could not relent. He had to unravel the mystery of this small vortex. For otherwise, not only would he be unprepared for the life-and-death duel with Lu Qingyu in 3 months, but he would also risk elimination in the upcoming Outer Sect Disciple Assessment in just over 20 days. 3 days flew by, and half of the energy stones gifted by Bauer had been consumed. At this point, Xianxia felt numb to the losses, and determination surged within him. He was resolute to confront the vortex until the very end. On the 3rd day at noon, at a certain moment, Xianxia's hand, which clutched an energy stone, paused. His spirit plunged within, and upon discovering the condition of his dantian, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Chapter 16. The Great Mountains. As Xianxia delved into his inner consciousness, he discovered that the small vortex was continuously channeling streams of golden, profound energy into his normal dantian. Indeed, it was golden, profound energy, radiant and resplendent, in stark contrast to the previously encountered faint golden hue. This golden energy surged forth from the small vortex like the floodwaters of the Yellow River, flooding into his dantian until it was completely filled. Yet, the small vortex showed no signs of abating. It continued to release golden, profound energy, which ultimately coursed through his meridians. In that instant, Xianxia's entire being, including every part of his meridians, was suffused with this golden energy. To his astonishment, the golden, profound energy began to merge directly into his flesh, flowing in waves and infusing his corporeal form. After approximately 15 minutes, the small vortex gradually subsided. Realizing this, Xianxia hastily unfastened his clothing and was left utterly stunned by what he beheld. His entire body emanated a faint golden glow as his palm glided over his chest. He felt an unyielding hardness akin to that of mysterious iron. With a dry swallow, he murmured, "Has the body refinement technique reached its zenith?" The body refinement technique is a fundamental practice of the sword sect comprising 7 layers. It is seldom practiced by many, and even those who do tend to abandon it upon becoming profound practitioners. A practitioner like Xianxia, who had attained the 7th layer, was indeed unprecedented. If he had reached the 7th layer of the body refinement technique, then was he not a 7th grade profound practitioner? Contemplating this, Xianxia quickly assessed his internal condition. Moments later, his eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "I can't believe it. I have directly become a 7th grade profound practitioner." At that moment, Xianxia was genuinely astonished. Within less than a month since discovering the small vortex, he had transformed from a non-practitioner to a 7th grade profound practitioner. Was this even normal? With this thought, a sense of unease crept into Xianxia's heart. He realized that the small vortex was certainly no ordinary dantian, especially given the golden profound energy, which not only enhanced his strength, but also fortified his sword techniques. Though he had never encountered the golden profound energy among the 5 elemental energies, he was certain that this golden energy surpassed any other type. After a moment of silence, Xianxia immersed his consciousness back into his body. Upon observing the state of the small vortex, he abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible? How could this be?" Swallowing hard, Xianxia suppressed his astonishment and once again focused on the small vortex within. To his astonishment, the space within the small vortex had expanded. It had originally been the size of his normal dantian, but now it could comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 dozen middle-aged men. Moreover, at the center of the vortex was a structure resembling a bathing pool, filled to the brim with golden, profound energy. Xianxia was well aware that spatial rings possess their own dimensions, as he wore one on his hand. But heavens, was it possible for the small vortex within his body to also possess its own space? What was the meaning of this? Xianxia, filled with astonishment and confusion, longed to inquire about the matter at hand, yet he refrained, for he was not foolish. Should anyone discover that the small vortex could transform profound energy and create its own space, it would undoubtedly invite calamity upon him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xianxia took a deep breath and resolved to disregard the small vortex. Regardless of how bizarre or extraordinary it may be, it resided within him and required his absorption of profound energy to grow. He had come to understand that the vortex's expansion was likely due to the earlier energy stones. Furthermore, the small vortex had yet to exhibit any hostility towards him. Rather, it had aided in enhancing his strength. Rather than incessantly speculating about its origin, it would be far more prudent to harness the vortex's power to bolster his abilities. With this realization, Xianxia's mind became remarkably clear. An idea struck him as he glanced down at his body, which glimmered with a faint golden light. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the Xian iron sword tightly and thrust it into his left chest. Clang! The sword met his flesh with a sound akin to striking iron, producing a subtle metallic resonance. As he reveled in the newfound sturdiness of his body, Xianxia laughed heartily, a hint of pride in his tone. "I never anticipated that my physical form, cleansed by golden profound energy, would possess such strength. I must test it." Without delay, Xianxia approached a colossal tree known as the iron tumor tree, its bark adorned with numerous small, hardened nodules. Typically, the disciples tasked with menial duties would abandon attempts to fell such trees due to their formidable toughness. Gazing at the tree, which required several individuals to encircle, Xianxia inhaled deeply, tightened his grip, and, after a moment of silence, let out a low shout as he struck the tree with his right hand. Boom! Xianxia's fist cut through the air like a blade through decayed wood, penetrating the iron tumor tree without any resistance. In an instant, he unleashed the power from his fist. Boom! The tree exploded, sending countless splinters flying. Xianxia withdrew his fist, staring at the shattered remnants of the iron tumor tree, and murmured, "I never imagined my strength could be so formidable. That punch must have possessed no less than 3,000 pounds of force. If I were to consume a powerful talisman, my strength would rival that of a profound beast." The thought of his power being comparable to that of a profound beast ignited excitement in Xianxia's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. His mind turned to a certain individual, Lu Qingyu, the one ranked 19th on the outer sect leaderboard. Though the other had yet to seek him out, Xianxia was acutely aware that it was only a matter of time. Even if Lu Qingyu did not come to confront him, Xianxia would certainly seek him out. Coexistence with the Lu family was an impossibility. With my current strength, defeating Lu Qingyu on the outer sect leaderboard will pose a challenge. It seems I must venture into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains for some life or death trials, Xianxia murmured softly. At this moment, his strength had significantly increased. However, it was still somewhat insufficient when compared to the prodigies on the outer sect rankings. For some of those extraordinary talents were formidable enough to surpass even the outer sect elders. He resolved to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Clenching his fists tightly, he determined that only through the trials of life and death could he become stronger. Whether it was the outer sect disciple assessment in a little over 20 days or the pressure from the Liu family, he required formidable strength to face these challenges. The 10,000 Great Mountains were regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity, as they lay within the territory of mystical beasts, countless powerful creatures dwelling within, ensuring that any human who dared to enter would likely never return. Of course, this was true for the depths of the mountains. Along the periphery, there still existed a number of humans, including mercenaries, treasure seekers, and numerous disciples for various sects, with the Sword Sect having the largest presence due to their proximity to the mountains. The Sword Sect encouraged its disciples to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains for training, believing that only through life and death battles could one truly become a strong warrior. However, considering the perilous nature of the mountains, the Sword Sect had regulations in place. Only those who had reached the 9th rank of the Mystic Realm were permitted to enter for training or to undertake tasks within the mountains. This rule did not constrain Xianxia, as he was not yet a disciple of the Sword Sect. The following day, Xianxia crafted 5 powerful talismans, each of high quality, which pleasantly surprised him. As dawn broke the next day, he set forth. After a morning of travel, Xianxia finally reached the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. There, he observed several small groups scattered about, mercenaries who specialized in venturing into the mountains to hunt mystical beasts for profit, a daring and perilous endeavor. Casting a glance around him, Xianxia shifted his gaze to a dense forest not far away. Observing the thick foliage, a sense of gravity enveloped him as he remarked, "This must be the Serpent Forest." Entering the Serpent Forest was tantamount to truly stepping into the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Little brother, are you planning to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains?" At that moment, a robust man approached Xianxia and inquired. Xianxia turned to see a man in his 30s, with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, his skin darkened by the sun. Xianxia's gaze eventually landed on the enormous sword slung over the man's shoulder, which appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. After a moment's pause, Xianxia nodded lightly. Seeing this, the robust man laughed heartily. "You seem to be alone. Why not join us? Our team is in need of one more member." He gestured towards a few individuals not far away. Following the man's indication, Xianxia glanced at the group and, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. As he was new to this area and unfamiliar with the 10,000 Great Mountains, it would surely be beneficial to accompany these mercenaries and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Chapter 17. The Value of Talismans. Upon seeing Xianxia nod, the burly man let out a hearty laugh. With his keen perception, he quickly discerned that Xianxia was likely a disciple from a sect undertaking trials, and the sword he wielded indicated he was probably from the Sword Sect. Naturally, he was delighted to have a Sword Sect disciple join their ranks. The burly man introduced himself. "Young brother, I'm called Manzi, the leader of this team. With your addition, we now number 5, including myself." "Xianxia," he replied, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, feeling a certain fondness for the boisterous man before him. Manzi led Xianxia to his team, which comprised 3 men and 1 woman. Pointing to the only female member, Manzi said, "This is my sister, Qinghong, a 9th grade Xian practitioner." Following Manzi's gesture, Xianxia was momentarily taken aback by the woman's beauty. She appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in somewhat revealing attire. A short bee-skin wrap adorned her upper body, while her midriff, tanned and exposed, was unabashedly visible, even revealing her navel. Below, she wore a thigh-length leather skirt that showcased her long, fair legs. A dark iron longbow hung gracefully from her right shoulder, lending her an air of elegance and valor. After giving a gentle nod to the woman, Xianxia shifted his gaze. While she was indeed beautiful, he deemed it polite to admire her briefly rather than stare. Qinghong returned his gesture with a friendly nod. Xianxia's lack of the lecherous gaze that others often displayed garnered her slight favor. Manzi then pointed to a man, approximately 25 or 26, saying, "This is Xiao Wei, a peak 9th grade Xian practitioner who wields daggers. He is our team's main force." The man named Xiao Wei displayed a disinclination for conversation, merely nodding at Xianxia before returning to his dark dagger. Manzi gestured towards the final male member, stating, "This is Xin, also a sword user, a peak 9th grade Xian practitioner, and the one among us most likely to become a congenital powerhouse." Yang Yi turned his attention to Xun, who appeared around 23 and bore a somewhat handsome visage, yet his expression exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. Yang Yi sensed a hint of wariness in Xu Yuan's gaze as it met his. Casting a sidelong glance at Qing Hong, he pondered briefly before retracting his gaze. He had no desire to entangle himself in such trivialities. "Younger brother, what grade of Xian practitioner are you?" Xiu Yuan inquired nonchalantly. At his words, the others turned their attention to Yang Yi, curious about the capabilities of one so young daring to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains. "I am a 7th grade Xian practitioner," Yang Yi replied honestly with a nod. 7th grade Xian practitioner? The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, including Manzi, who displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. In their perspective, Yang Yi, being so young and venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains while wielding a sword, must surely be a disciple of the sword sect. Typically, a disciple of the sword sect embarking on such trials would have attained at least the 9th rank of the profound realm. "You are not a disciple of the sword sect?" Xiu Yuan asked, bewildered. Yang Yi shook his head at that moment. He indeed could not be considered a disciple of the sword sect, as the miscellaneous disciples were not counted among them. Seeing Yang Yi's denial, Xiu Yuan scoffed, a mocking smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth as his demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. "Young man, you are merely at the 7th rank of the profound realm. Entering the 10,000 Great Mountains would be tantamount to seeking death. You should return and cultivate for a few more years before attempting again." Beside them, the burly man hesitated, then spoke softly, "Little brother, the 10,000 Great Mountains are fraught with peril. Given your strength, it would indeed be rather dangerous for you to enter." Initially, he had assumed Yang Yi was a disciple of the sword sect, but now he realized he had made a misjudgment. Yang Yi smiled gently and replied, "It's all right. I only wish to accompany you out of the Wand Snake Forest. Once we are beyond its borders, I shall take my leave." "Absolutely not," Xiu Yuan interjected solemnly. "Each of us here is at the 9th rank of the profound realm, capable of safeguarding ourselves. You, with your 7th rank, would only hinder our entire group, so it would be best if you returned." Xiu Yuan, Qingyong Foned, her expression revealing her displeasure. "Achieving the 7th rank at your age is quite commendable. Are you not still below the 5th rank at 16 or 17? Must you speak with such venom?" She was candid and forthright, having developed a slight fondness for Yang Yi and could not tolerate Xiu Yuan's scornful remarks. Seeing Qing Hong defend Yang Yi, Xiu Yuan's expression soured. "Qing Hong, we are a team. Why must you advocate for an outsider? His strength is already feeble, and with such a burden, entering will only drag us down." His tone was blunt, showing no regard for Yang Yi's presence. At this, the burly man and Xiao Hei fell silent. Although Xiu Yuan's words were rather harsh, they shared similar sentiments in their hearts. Qing Hong cast a glance at Xiu Yuan, then turned to the still silent Yang Yi, softly sighing, "Little brother, it is indeed dangerous for you to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains with your current strength. How about this? You can accompany us and help us clear the battlefield, and when we emerge, we can share a few gold coins from what we collect. Although it may be a modest sum, what do you think?" She believed that such a young individual venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains to hunt profound beasts must be in dire need of wealth. Otherwise, he would not have come with only the 7th rank of the profound realm. Casting a calm glance at Xiu Yuan, Yang Yi turned his attention to the kind-hearted Qing Hong. Feeling a newfound fondness for her, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well. I shall assist you in clearing the battlefield." Upon hearing Yang Yi's agreement, Xiu Yuan's disdain deepened. He looked down upon such individuals. Nonetheless, he refrained from commenting further, recognizing that they indeed required someone to assist with the battlefield cleanup. The burly man nodded and said, "In that case, let us proceed. Young brother, stay behind us and do not wander too far." As they spoke, they led the way toward the Serpent Grove. Along the path, Qing Hong walked alongside Yang Yi. Noticing Yang Yi's silence, Qing Hong turned to him, assuming he was upset. "Little one, do not be angry. Xiu Yuan is not a bad person. Aside from his slightly overbearing nature, do not take his words to heart." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi paused, then shook his head with a smile, saying, "I haven't taken his words to heart, but I must thank you, Sister Qing Hong." He felt a certain fondness for the woman who had been defending him. As for Xiu Yuan, he regarded such a person with indifference. Despite being a peak-level Xian practitioner, Yang Yi felt no fear. "That's good to hear," Qing Hong replied with a smile. "Stay close behind us and be cautious. The Serpent Grove is teeming with snakes, many of which coil around the trees, and a moment's inattention could lead to an ambush." Don't you hunt Xian beasts in the Serpent Grove? Xianxia inquired curiously. Qinghong shook her head. No. Most of the Xian beasts here are of low grade and lack inner cores, rendering them worthless. Our objective lies beyond the Serpent Grove, in a place called the Shadow Wolf Valley, where the Shadow Wolves are of a higher rank and possess inner cores. Moreover, their pelts are quite valuable. What kind of bounty do you expect from your trip to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Xianxia asked, intrigued by the lives of these mercenaries. If luck is on our side, we might gather around 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins, Qinghong responded. If not, perhaps 1,000 or 2,000. And there are occasions when lives are lost. Our team originally consisted of 5 members during our last hunt for a great earth bear in the 10,000 Great Mountains. One of our comrades perished. As she spoke of this, a hint of sorrow crossed her beautiful face. Noticing Qinghong's somber expression, Xianxia swiftly changed the subject. Sister Qinghong, do you know the price of talismans crafted by an inscription master? He had previously known that talismans were expensive, but he lacked a rough estimate. Talismans. Qinghong's expression shifted at the mention of the word. Generally, a low-grade elemental talisman costs about 10,000 gold coins, a mid-grade around 30,000. While high-grade talismans are rare and typically only available at large auctions. If the auction is well promoted, they can fetch upwards of 100,000 or even more. 100,000. At this figure, Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he finally understood why Bauer was so affluent. With so many talismans at her disposal, selling just a few could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. Upon entering the Serpent Grove, Qinghong pulled Xianxia close, her expression grave. Stay by my side and do not stray too far. Chapter 17, The Winged Serpent. After walking for some time in the Serpent Grove, the light began to dim. Xianxia scrutinized the surroundings, where towering ancient trees stood tall and straight, their branches and leaves intertwining densely, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through its sparse intervals. During this time, a few small snakes occasionally launched surprise attacks from the treetops, but they posed no real trouble, and the group easily dealt with them. During this period, Xianxia refrained from taking action, as Qinghong remained steadfastly by his side. Whenever a serpent unexpectedly launched an assault, she single-handedly dealt with it, leaving Xianxia with no opportunity to intervene. Consequently, he endured a fair share of mockery from Xiao Yuan during this time. After traveling for several hours with this group, Xianxia gained a rudimentary understanding of the disparity in strength between sect disciples and independent cultivators. The gap was quite pronounced. Sect disciples benefited from ample resources for cultivation, sword techniques, and mystical treasures, while the independent cultivators, such as the 4 before him, lacked such advantages. Among them, only Xiao Yuan possessed a low-grade yellow weapon, while the others wielded inferior equipment and had no noteworthy mystical techniques, relying instead on brute force in combat. As for Xiao Yuan's derision and disdain, Xianxia paid it no mind. Although the latter was a 9th-grade mystic, Xianxia regarded him with indifference. He surmised that even Duan Jun, whom he had slain, would easily handle Xiao Yuan. The disparity between sect disciples and independent cultivators was indeed significant. As they ventured deeper into the myriad snakes forest, the number of small serpents coiling around the trees surged. Eventually, after every few meters, the group would be ambushed by various snakes. With a swift motion, Qinghong sliced through the air above Xianxia's head with her dagger, effortlessly cleaving a small serpent in two as it fell to the ground. Didn't I tell you to stay behind me? She remarked, patting Xianxia on the head. Though these little serpents may not be of high rank, they are all venomous. A bite would spell great trouble. In response, Xianxia chuckled softly, amused. He thought that even if he stood still for the serpents to bite him, they would likely lack the strength to penetrate his defenses. Nevertheless, he felt a warm sense of gratitude for the woman's concern. Having just met, she had cared for him multiple times, which touched his heart. Suddenly, a massive serpent adorned with 2 wings descended not far in front of the 5, dwarfing the giant serpent Xianxia had previously slain. Its dark, imposing body was covered in scales reminiscent of mysterious iron, and it boasted a pair of pitch-black wings. Rather than attacking, the colossal serpent obstructed their path, its enormous eyes fixated on them, exuding a fierce aura. Be cautious, everyone. This is an 8th-grade mystical beast, the winged serpent. The leader of the group, a brawny man, felt the surge of mystic energy within him and warned gravely. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan and a man named Xiao He swiftly maneuvered several paces to the side. their faces etched with wariness as they regarded the imposing winged serpent blocking their advance. King Hong, standing beside Xianxia, promptly drew her longbow and readied a mystic iron arrow, aiming at the distant creature. Brawny one, kill it. The inner core of this winged serpent could fetch at least 5,000 gold coins, and its skin would certainly be worth another 1,000. What do you say? Xiao Yuan interjected, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, the barbarian's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and declared, "Let us three encircle and slay it," supported by the arrows of Qing Hong. Charge! With that, the barbarian, along with Xiao He and Xiao Yuan, surged forward towards the solitary two-winged serpent, a creature they relished hunting. Qing Hong, standing beside Yang Yi, fixated intently on the serpent, her arrow poised, but unloosed, as she awaited the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike, knowing her arrows could not penetrate the creature's formidable defenses otherwise. Initially, their target had been lower-tier beasts, specifically those of the 6th or 7th rank, as they were capable of handling such adversaries. As for 8th rank beasts, they typically retreated upon sighting them, for their defenses were incredibly robust and often accompanied by swarms. However, the appearance of a lone 8th rank beast stirred their ambitions. As the trio approached, the two-winged serpent visibly bristled with anger. Its emerald eyes flashed with menace. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, a fierce gust of wind erupted, aimed directly at the leading trio. Startled, they quickly channeled their essence into their weapons, striking against the oncoming wind. Soon, they breached the gust and closed the distance to the serpent. Clearly seasoned, they deftly avoided the serpent's tail and the corrosive spray it unleashed. Each time the serpent lunged at one of them, an arrow imbued with essence would whiz through the air, forcing the serpent to abandon its attack. For a time, the four stood evenly matched against the serpent. Observing the skirmish, Yang Yi shook his head internally. Although the group exhibited commendable teamwork, their combat prowess was regrettably lacking. While they appeared to have the upper hand, they inflicted no damage upon the serpent. Indeed, should it manage to strike one of them, that individual would likely emerge gravely injured, if not dead. Once one was hurt, the remaining two would find themselves in peril. In comparison, Yang Yi reflected on his own past encounter with a 6th rank beast, recalling how effortlessly he had breached its defenses with his bare fists. This situation was different. The two-winged serpent's defenses were far too formidable for the trio to contend with, as sparks flew from his sword against the serpent's scales. Xiao Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he pondered their predicament. He was not alone in this sentiment. Xiao He and the barbarian shared similar thoughts. Initially, they had believed their combined strength would suffice to subdue the 8th rank beast, only to now realize they could hardly breach its defenses. It seemed that the mercenary life was not as rewarding as they had imagined. Observing the fierce struggle unfolding in the arena, Yang Yi murmured softly, just as he was poised to step forward and offer assistance. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The esteemed Xiao Yuan, who had been engaged in combat with the two-winged serpent, abruptly retreated with remarkable speed, exiting the fray in the blink of an eye. He then turned and leaped away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. How shameless! Witnessing Xiao Yuan's sudden departure, the three combatants were instantly consumed by rage, their strikingly beautiful faces flushed with indignation. Though they contemplated shooting an arrow at him, the relentless assault of the two-winged serpent on the barbarian forced them to abandon that thought, redirecting their efforts instead to shooting arrows at the serpent. Yang Yi shook his head in disapproval as he watched Xiao Yuan flee. Initially, he had presumed the other's arrogance was merely a minor flaw, but he was taken aback by the sheer cowardice displayed in abandoning his comrades to save himself. With Xiao Yuan's abrupt exit, the pressure on the barbarian and Xiao He increased exponentially. Nonetheless, neither retreated, for they knew that if one were to flee, the other would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Yang Yi, you must escape. At that moment, Qing Hong turned to Yang Yi and shouted emphatically before swiftly drawing her bowstring, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards the two-winged serpent. She realized that she could not afford to flee. If she did, the barbarian and Xiao He would surely perish without her support. Yang Yi felt a warmth in his heart at Qing Hong's concern for him amidst such peril. Tightening his grip on the mysterious iron sword, he prepared to intervene when another twist of fate transpired. An arrow shot forth from Qing Hong's bow with a piercing whistle, embedding itself directly into the right eye of the two-winged serpent. With a ferocious howl, the two-winged serpent was instantly driven into a frenzy by the excruciating pain. Its massive form thrashed violently on the ground, disregarding the barbarian and Xianxia, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings. It generated a fierce gust of wind as it lunged toward Qing Hong, who was still drawing her bow. As the serpent charged at her, Qing Hong's countenance turned pale with terror. The serpent's speed was akin to lightning, and in mere moments, it was upon her, its enormous jaws gaping wide, ready to strike down upon the frightened Qing Hong. No, the barbarian, witnessing the serpent's advance toward Qing Hong, was filled with horror and desperation, letting out a frantic roar as he charged recklessly at the two-winged serpent. In that critical moment, as Qing Hong stood frozen in shock, Yang Yi moved swiftly, positioning himself in front of her. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the mysterious iron sword, slicing fiercely at the serpent that loomed so close. Instantly, a golden sword aura erupted from the tip of his blade, cleaving through the serpent's formidable head with astonishing force. The serpent's once impenetrable scales shattered like decayed wood under the might of Yang Ye's attack, splitting its vast body in two and sending it crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Witnessing this scene, the imposing figure of Manzi and the agile Xianxia halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the once formidable 8th-grade, two-winged serpent cleaved in twain. Their gaze then shifted to the sword-wielding Yang Yi, momentarily rendering them speechless. Among them, it was Qing Hong, standing behind Yang Yi, who first regained her composure. She observed Yang Yi's slender silhouette, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual light. The spectacle they had just witnessed was nothing short of breathtaking. In truth, not only were Qing Hong and her companions taken aback, but Yang Yi himself felt a tinge of disbelief. He was aware of the potency of his golden, profound energy. After all, even when it was merely a pale gold, he had managed to breach the defenses of a 6th-grade profound beast. However, he had not anticipated that his fully golden, profound energy would possess such terrifying power, effortlessly bisecting an 8th-grade profound beast with a single stroke. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi began to fathom the situation. The mutation of his profound energy had undeniably amplified its strength, but the recent display of prowess in cleaving the two-winged serpent was also attributed to the spirit sword technique. Had he relied solely on conventional means of attack, he would have undoubtedly penetrated the serpent's defenses, yet not with such overwhelming ferocity. Igriega Yang, are you a disciple of the sword sect? Manzi and Xianxia approached Yang Yi, with Manzi regarding him with a wry smile. The recent display had been astonishing. All four of them, possessing 9th-grade profound cultivation, had failed to breach the two-winged serpent's defenses, while this 7th-grade practitioner had effortlessly severed it in half with a single sword strike. It was undeniably disheartening. Sheathing his profound iron sword, Yang Yi shook his head and replied in a calm tone, "I am not a disciple of the sword sect. At least not yet." He felt no particular affinity towards the two men. When he had previously stated his cultivation level, Manzi had not been as overtly disdainful as Shiyuan. Yet his aloofness was unmistakable. Sensing the chill in Yang Yi's demeanor, Manzi felt somewhat awkward. He recognized that his earlier attitude towards Yang Yi, in conjunction with Shiyuan's, had soured Yang Yi's impression of them. With a sigh of regret, Manzi realized he had let slip an opportunity to forge a connection with a formidable ally. He sighed, casting a glance at the two-winged serpent lying on the ground. "Brother Yang, since you're the one who vanquished this two-winged serpent, it rightfully belongs to you. We merely enlisted your assistance in the cleanup and did not formally invite you to join our team, hence there was no agreement for division." This thought deepened Manzi's sense of regret even further. Yang Yi glanced at the fallen serpent and pondered briefly before stating, "If there's a core, I would like that. The rest you may take." Yang Yi was certainly not in need of wealth. His interest in the core stemmed from a curiosity regarding its nature, having never encountered such a thing before. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Manzi's heart soared with joy. Initially, he had feared that they would receive nothing from the serpent. Yet unexpectedly, Yang Yi was only requesting the core. It was worth noting that beyond the core, the serpent's skin held considerable value, marking it as a substantial gain for the three of them. With a grateful nod towards Yang Yi, the rugged man and the dark-skinned youth hastened to skin and deb on their catch. Yang Yi, disregarding their task, turned his attention to the alluring and captivating Qing Hong. He found himself genuinely intrigued by her presence as he approached her. Noticing her gaze, which resembled that of a curious observer studying a peculiar creature, Yang Yi instinctively touched his nose and chuckled. "What else with that look? Do I appear so strange to you?" Qing Hong averted her eyes. shaking her head with a wry smile. I never imagined you would be this formidable. I realize now that I was overly cautious. Reflecting on her earlier insistence that Xianxia remain by her side, her beautiful visage flushed with embarrassment. I intended to intervene, but each time you prevented me, she remarked, a hint of reproach in her tone. Xianxia shrugged and replied with a grin, you can't blame me for that. Qinghong's cheeks reddened further at his words, and she shot him a playful glare, conceding, yes, I suppose I was the one being overly concerned. With that, she turned towards the rugged man and his companion. As she walked away, the thought that Xianxia might be secretly mocking her for her earlier overconfidence stung her, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Sensing her irritation, Xianxia quickly stepped in front of her, earnestly stating, Qinghong, please don't be upset. I sincerely appreciated your concern earlier. I meant no mockery. I truly value your friendship. Upon witnessing the earnestness in his expression, Qinghong's demeanor softened. She glanced at him and reflected on her earlier, almost playful behavior, causing her cheeks to flush anew. What is wrong with me? She mused internally, perplexed by her sensitivity to his opinions. As if struck by a thought, her face reddened even more, yet she shook her head subtly after a moment. Seeing Qinghong's rosy cheeks and her shy demeanor made Xianxia's heart race. She was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had encountered thus far, with her exquisite features and slender figure, particularly accentuated by the way her ample bosom strained against the animal hide she wore, as if threatening to burst forth. His gaze drifted down to her exposed, delicate waist. Perhaps due to her years spent hunting mystical beasts, Qinghong's skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed hue rather than the porcelain whiteness of other women. However, the skin was not the focal point. It was her captivating waist, devoid of any excess, smooth and flat, exuding a softness that could be felt without even a touch. With her enchanting yet slightly seductive countenance, full bosom, and a figure that embodied the essence of femininity, complemented by the animal hide skirt she donned, Qinghong exuded a blend of elegance and mature allure. Previously, Xianxia had not given much thought to Qinghong or closely observed her. However, her earlier kind gestures had indeed endeared her to him, cementing her place in his mind as someone worthy of friendship. Yet, in this moment of close observation, he realized that this potential friend was truly breathtaking and irresistibly alluring. As Xianxia found himself under the gaze of Qinghong, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed as though a thought had crossed her mind, and with a playful glimmer in her eyes, she asked, do you find Qinghong to be beautiful? Upon hearing her words, Xianxia, who had been admiring Qinghong's graceful figure, instinctively nodded. However, as soon as he did, a jolt of realization struck him. He turned to meet her gaze and noticed her enigmatic smile. His face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly rubbed his nose, preparing to respond. Just then, Manzi and Xiaohei approached him. Manzi retrieved a small white orb, roughly the size of fingertip, from his pocket and handed it to Xianxia, stating, Brother Yang, this is the inner core of the two-winged serpent. Taking the white orb into his hand, Xianxia examined the inner core of the mystical beast closely. It was diminutive, entirely white, and emanated a faint energy wave. What is the typical use of such an inner core? He inquired, gazing at the orb. Manzi chuckled softly and replied, the inner core has various applications. It can be crafted into elixirs, used to nurture certain mystical beasts, and most notably, it can be embedded into some mystical treasures, though this requires the expertise of a glyph master to inscribe a formation. Xianxia's eyelids flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated such utility from the inner core. After placing it safely in his pocket, he asked, by the way, you frequently hunt mystical beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, so you must be quite familiar with the area. Manzi nodded affirmatively, saying, within this 1,000-mile radius, we have a fair understanding, but beyond that, we are not well acquainted. Beyond lies a realm inhabited by formidable mercenary groups, and even we dare not venture there. For the mystical beasts present are often at the level of beast kings, or even stronger. The mention of beast kings caused Xianxia's expression to grow serious. A beast king was akin to a congenital powerhouse among humans, yet their combat prowess vastly surpassed that of human innate experts. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia asked, how long until we can exit the serpent forest? He had resolved to seek out those powerful mystical beasts. Only through such battles could he bolster his own strength, which he desperately needed. Manzi glanced at the sky and replied, we can only leave the serpent forest tomorrow. We must rest here for the night. Rest in the serpent forest? Xianxia was taken aback. With so many serpents around, is it safe to rest here? You fool. Qing Hong shot him a disapproving look. The serpent forest is impenetrable. Not even moonlight can pierce its depths. Traveling in complete darkness is far more perilous. Yang Yi, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose awkwardly. As it was his first time on such an expedition, he was not as knowledgeable as they were in these matters. However, being called a fool still left him feeling self-conscious. Observing his awkwardness, Qing Hong couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was evident to her that while Yang Yi was immensely powerful, this was indeed his first venture into the world of trials, and in many respects, he remained quite inexperienced. Chapter 19. The Transformation of Serpents. In the pitch-black depths of the forest, a faint campfire flickered joyfully, casting a warm glow that pierced the stillness of the night. Beside the fire, several individuals sat cross-legged, encircling the flames. Yang Yi leaned against a sturdy tree, occasionally stirring the fire with a branch in his hand. Through their previous conversations, he had gleaned some insights about the three individuals. They hailed from a city known as Xianxia City, the closest settlement to the sword sect. Manzi and Qing Hong were siblings, their lineage steeped in generations of mercenaries, sustaining themselves by hunting mystical beasts. As for the quiet figure beside them, the taciturn Xiao Hong was not aloof by nature. Rather, he was mute. Brother Yang, are you truly not a disciple of the sect? Manzi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing his words, both Xiao Hong and Qing Hong turned their gaze toward Yang Yi. It was undeniable that the earlier spectacle of Yang Yi cleaving the two-winged serpent had left them in awe. Such prowess was not something an ordinary wandering cultivator or scion of a minor family could attain. Remembering how they had previously suggested Yang Yi clean the battlefield, a flush of embarrassment crept across their faces. Not quite, Yang Yi replied, pausing his stirring and looking at the trio. What are your plans regarding your former teammate? Xiao Yuan? Should you encounter him again? The mention of Xiao Yuan darkened their expressions. Qing Hong snorted disdainfully, her face betraying her contempt. That sort of person joined us with ulterior motives. Initially, I thought he was merely arrogant, but I never anticipated his cowardice in abandoning his comrades for survival. The next time I see him, I shall pierce his skull with an arrow. Observing Qing Hong's anger, Yang Yi chucklet softly, realizing that Xiao Yuan's act of self-preservation had genuinely infuriated her. Manzi sighed, shaking his head. Let go. It's best not to associate with such a person in the future. Let go, Qing Hong retorted, her irritation palpable. Brother, if it weren't for Yang Yi, the three of us would have perished under the assault of that two-winged serpent. How can we simply overlook this? Meanwhile, the brooding Xiao Hong gripped his dagger, slicing through the air in a few casual motions, voicing his discontent with Xiao Yuan in his own way. Witnessing the ire of his companions, Manzi sighed once more. Do you think I wish to let it go? You're right, Qing Hong. If not for Brother Yang, Xiao Yuan's cowardice would have led to our utter destruction. Yet, you must understand that his brother is a commander in Xianxia City. If we were to confront him, word would surely spread, and we would find ourselves unwelcome in Xianxia. At this, Qing Hong's lips moved, but she ultimately fell silent. The commander of Xianxia City was undoubtedly a figure of innate strength, a level of power beyond their capacity to contend with. After a moment of silence, Qing Hong huffed. We cannot simply let this matter rest. Once we return to Xianxia City, we shall publicize his betrayal of his comrades. Let us see who would dare to welcome him into their ranks henceforth. Upon hearing this, both the barbarian and Xiao He nodded in agreement. To remain entirely silent would leave them feeling somewhat stifled. As Qing Hong had mentioned, once the matter of Xiao Yuan was publicized, he would undoubtedly become a source of disgrace within the mercenary circles of Xianxia City. After all, fleeing from battle and abandoning comrades is a cardinal sin among mercenaries. Is Xianxia City close to Anan City? Yang Yi suddenly inquired. The three were taken aback, puzzled by Yang Yi's question. The barbarian chuckled and replied, although we have yet to visit Anan City, it should not be far, as we sometimes encounter mercenaries from Anan City who come to hunt the mystical beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. With this, the barbarian turned to Yang Yi and added, could it be that you, Brother Yang, hail from Anan City? Yang Yi nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the three of them. Noticing his disinterest in further conversation, they wisely refrained from probing further. After a moment of silence, the barbarian seemed to sense something amiss. He rose and surveyed the surroundings, which were enveloped in darkness and silence. Frowning, he contemplated briefly before addressing the silent Xiao He. Xiao He, let's venture out and scatter some Beast King dung. The stillness here feels rather unsettling. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei nodded, and the two proceeded into the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, Qing Hong seated herself beside him. Her captivating gaze flickered with a peculiar light as she regarded Yang Yi. His cheeks were slightly gaunt, his features delicate, complemented by a cascade of flowing black hair. While he may not be deemed a handsome man, he was certainly presentable. Yet, the most significant aspect was Yang Yi's formidable prowess. Despite being merely a seventh-tier mystic, his strength could only be described as terrifying. Qing Hong felt a burgeoning fondness for Yang Yi, as his gaze towards her lacked the aggressive nature exhibited by others. Throughout their journey, she had taken some care of him. However, when she witnessed him stand like a war god before her, cleaving the twin-winged serpent in two with a single stroke, she realized that her feelings for this young man had shifted. In the southern region, the strong are always alluring. Feeling the gaze of the enchanting woman beside him, Yang Yi turned to Qing Hong and asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Qing Hong quickly averted her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. Fortunately, the darkness obscured her embarrassment. After a brief silence, she resumed, "Little brother, your strength is so remarkable. Why did you comply with our request to clean up the battlefield earlier, and why did you not retaliate against Xiao Yuan's repeated jabs?" In response, Yang Yi smiled and said, "It is wise to maintain a low profile. If one possesses overwhelming strength, then perhaps it is acceptable to be bold. However, in my case, there are countless individuals within the 10,000 great mountains whose abilities surpass mine. Should I draw attention to myself, it would be tantamount to courting disaster." His year as a menial disciple had imparted many lessons. He understood that lacking significant power while being ostentatious could lead to dire consequences. Much like the fate of Su Guan and Du Xiao, who would likely have avoided their unfortunate end had they adopted a more discreet demeanor on the menial peak. A flicker of surprise crossed Qing Hong's eyes. Years of mercenary life had exposed her to numerous prodigies, and typically, those with remarkable abilities exuded an air of arrogance, eager for others to acknowledge their prowess. Yet the youth before her displayed none of the haughtiness characteristic of such gifted disciples. Instead, he embodied a commendable humility. This disposition and maturity genuinely took her aback. After a brief period of casual conversation, with the exception of the burly man, the others succumbed to rest. Despite the presence of Beast King excrement surrounding them, the trio remained vigilant, refusing to let their guard down, and thus took turns on watch. In the dead of night, the dense forest was cloaked in darkness, and the campfire flickering before Yang Yi appeared as a ghostly flame amidst the stillness, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the tranquil forest. A few hisses at first, but soon escalating to what felt like hundreds. Moments latte. It seemed as though the entire woodland was enveloped in a cacophony of hisses. Yang Yi and his companions awoke at the first hiss. Just as he prepared to rise, Qing Hong placed her delicate hands upon his, gently shaking her head in caution. Noting her grave expression, Yang Yi turned to see the same seriousness mirrored in the faces of the burly man and Xiao Hong. Understanding their silent warning, he settled back down, nodding slightly, opting to remain still and observe the unfolding situation. In that moment, the four of them resembled statues. The hissing did not cease, rather, it intensified, and under the feeble glow of the firelight, they discerned masses of writhing forms encircling them. Fortunately, the presence of the Beast King's droppings deterred the serpentine creatures from approaching too closely as they slithered along the periphery instead. Watching the undulating mass, a chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. The clusters were indeed snakes. Were there merely dozens, they would harbor no fear. Yet now, the multitude surrounding them numbered at least in the thousands, including some imposing pythons. Yang Yi yearned to inquire of the beautiful woman beside him about the situation, but he refrained, fearing that a single question might provoke the snakes to rush forth without hesitation. Despite his considerable strength, being encircled by such serpents at night would spell certain doom for him. Particularly alarming was the fact that they were in the serpent forest. The extent of its serpentine inhabitants unknown to him, but undoubtedly immense. The mere thought of being surrounded by a mass of tightly coiled snakes sent shivers down his spine. Not only was Yang Yi bewildered by the unfolding events, but the burly man and his companions were equally perplexed. They had rested in the serpent forest countless times before, yet had never encountered such a scenario, leaving them both fearful and confused, as the serpents continued to proliferate, relentlessly encroaching upon them. The sight of snakes piled upon snakes was enough to shatter the courage of the burly man and his companions. Thankfully, The serpents dared not breach the area marked by the Beast King's droppings. Otherwise, their demise would have been inevitable. The crimson hands tightly grasped Xianxia's, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Ultimately, she simply shut her eyes, yet the incessant hissing sounds still stirred an involuntary terror within her, transforming that fear into strength. Her delicate hands relentlessly kneaded Xianxia's. Although his body was as tough as bronze, he still felt the pain. He turned to glance at Qinghong, noting her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, and her body trembling slightly. Then he looked at the two others, Manzi and Xiaohe, discovering they were similarly affected. A frown creased Xianxia's brow. He understood that if this atmosphere persisted, they would surely be driven mad by it. For now, their stillness was a blessing. But should they move, the surrounding serpents would undoubtedly surge towards them like a tide. At that moment, they would truly be trapped with no escape. Stay calm, stay calm. The mere thought of being besieged by countless snakes compelled Yang Yi to force himself into tranquility. He recognized that such a situation had never occurred before. Otherwise, they would not be resting in this serpent-infested forest. Since it was unprecedented, yet happening now, it suggested that they had indeed provoked these snakes. Provoke the snakes? This thought tightened Xianxia's brow as he struggled to contemplate. Suddenly, the serpents disregarded the Beast King's excrement, rushing towards Yang Yi and his companions in wave after wave. As the serpents approached, the faces of the other three turned ashen, particularly Qinghong, who softened and collapsed against Yang Yi. Manzi and Xiaohe were similarly affected, their bodies turning limp, devoid of even the strength to flee. Under normal circumstances, with their mental fortitude, facing tens of thousands of snakes would not have rendered them so feeble. However, after enduring the weighty atmosphere earlier, their nerves and spirits had become utterly overwhelmed. Surrounded by a throng of serpents, the trio resigned themselves to their fate, ceasing futile struggles. While the serpents charged forth, Yang Yi maintained his composure, pondering what had provoked them. Just as the serpents were mere yards away, he abruptly stood, retrieving the inner core of the two-winged serpent from his bosom and hurling it into the distance. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, summoning his sword into his grasp. Watching the inner core disappear into the shadows, his essence surged. He would not succumb without a fight. Yet, he was also aware that if his assumption was incorrect, his fate would likely be sealed. Fortunately, he was right. As the inner core vanished into the darkness, the serpents that had been advancing towards them halted abruptly, then surged like a tide toward the place where the core had disappeared. At that moment, Yang Yi felt a twinge of fear. The sight of the densely packed serpents writhing was truly spectacular, an endless wave surging toward the inner core. This magnificent scene persisted for over an hour before finally dissipating. Feeling a profound sense of relief upon realizing there were no snakes in sight, Yang Yi exhaled deeply, even though he possessed a rather nonchalant disposition. The awe-inspiring scene had instilled a trace of fear within him. In the face of such a formidable swarm of serpents, it was not just he who would falter. Even a mighty warrior of the King realm would surely succumb. In the absence of absolute strength, sheer numbers reigned supreme. Casting a glance at the three individuals who had collapsed on the ground, Yang Yi shook his head. Although the recent predicament had been dire, the trio's performance had been woefully inadequate. It was rumored that one of the assessments for the outer disciples of the sword sect involved testing core cultivation, and based on their current display, they were undeniably unqualified. Upon awakening the three, they surveyed their surroundings, and upon discovering the absence of any serpents, they slumped back down, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. In the realm of martial arts, mental fortitude is of utmost significance, and the trio's conduct had been dismal. Yang Yi felt compelled to offer them some counsel. After all, they had shared a moment of peril together, and should he succeed in elevating their mental state, it would be a commendable endeavor. Hearing Yang Ye's words, the three exchanged awkward glances, fully aware of their earlier disgrace without needing him to point it out. Although the snake swarm was indeed terrifying, to lose all fighting spirit was, in every sense, a sign of weakness for any cultivator. Observing their discomfort, Yang Yi continued, I do not intend to mock you. Understand this. As warriors, if you lack the courage to strive for survival in the face of adversity, how far can you truly progress in the martial path? What you faced earlier was indeed a dire situation, yet surrendering was never an option, even in death. One must not concede. If you persist, even the faintest glimmer of hope remains. However, should you choose to abandon all hope, you forfeit every opportunity, not only in martial pursuits, but in life itself. These words were spoken from the depths of Xianxia's heart. Since his early years, challenges had clung to him like a relentless parasite, yet he never succumbed. Regardless of his circumstances, he had never relinquished his resolve. Even when he was demoted to a mere servant disciple within the sword sect, plummeting from grace, he persisted. And it was this unwavering spirit that had allowed him to survive to this day. Upon hearing Xianxia's heartfelt admonition, Manzi and Xiaohe inhaled deeply. Rising to bow respectfully before him, Manzi earnestly remarked, "Thank you. I now comprehend the reasons behind our lack of strength. While it may relate to innate talent and training resources to some extent, the more profound issue lies within ourselves, our wavering will, our tendency to surrender in the face of adversity, condemning us to a life of mediocrity." Manzi's sentiments were sincere, especially upon reflecting on the past. He became increasingly convinced that the root of the problem resided within himself. In the past, he and many others in their mercenary group had harbored the belief that, given sufficient training resources, their achievements would rival those of sect disciples and imperial elites. Yet, in retrospect, that notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Setting aside all else, just look at Yang Yi before them. His cultivation level may be lower, yet his strength and mental resilience were beyond anything they could fathom. Xinghong glanced at Yang Yi before lowering her head. Prior to this moment, she had entertained the notion that had she been a disciple of the sect, her strength would undoubtedly rival that of Yang Yi. However, their recent experience in a desperate situation revealed to her the profound disparity between them, a gap that extended beyond mere strength. Observing the three of them in a state of dejection, Yang Yi offered words of encouragement. "I do not intend to dishearten you, but rather to remind you. What you must do now is to feel shame and strive forward, rather than succumb to despondency. After all, you are still in your 20s. There remains the possibility of reaching the innate level." The barbarian let out a bitter smile and replied, "Innate? If there is no opportunity, I fear it will be an unattainable dream in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi fell silent. Some matters cannot be altered by mere words. Each individual has their own path in life, and he could only focus on walking his own. By the way, what could have caused the serpent swarm? Xinghong inquired. Casting a glance at Yang Yi. Without hesitation, Yang Yi recounted the earlier events, sharing his confusion about why the serpents had attacked them. When Xinghong heard that he had kept his inner Dan close to him rather than storing it in a spatial ring, she furrowed her brow and asked, You kept your inner Dan in your bosom and did not place it in the spatial ring?" At Xinghong's question, both the barbarian and Xiaohe turned their attention to Yang Yi. Under their watchful gazes, Yang Yi felt a twinge of unease but eventually nodded. Upon seeing his affirmation, the expressions of the three turned peculiar. Xinghong facepalmed and shot Yang Yi a disapproving look. "Little brother, do you not realize that inner dawn possess a tremendous allure for mystical beasts? An inner Dan of their kind can enhance their evolution. I initially assumed you had stored it in your spatial ring, only to discover you had merely kept it close." Yang Yi instinctively touched his nose, glanced at the trio, and murmured, "So, you mean to say that the serpent swarm came in search of me?" The three nodded vigorously. Yang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It turned out the predicament was a result of his own oversight. Acknowledging this, he quickly offered his apologies, recognizing that this misstep nearly led to them being devoured by the serpents, and thus warranted an apology. Seeing Yang Yi apologize, the three felt a bit sheepish. Although it was indeed his blunder, Yang Yi had previously saved them, and this incident was unintentional. With his apology, any lingering annoyance dissipated from their hearts. With the air cleared, the group resumed their conversation, during which the three shared their mercenary experiences with Yang Yi, detailing what should and should not be done. Under their guidance, Yang Yi not only gained invaluable insights, but also felt grateful for their companionship. In the realm of experience, where life and death battles are paramount and breakthroughs are forged amid threats, Yang Yi had initially believed this to be the only path. Yet, he now realized that matters were far more complex than he had envisioned. To illustrate, in the Serpent Grove, if someone were to rest without scattering the dung of a beast king, even an innate expert would meet a grim fate. In the depths of the pitch-black serpent forest, engaging in combat would undoubtedly attract countless serpentine foes. Under such circumstances, even innate powerhouses would find themselves in dire straits. There exist numerous survival strategies within the 10,000 Great Mountains, all painstakingly documented through the sacrifices of countless mercenaries. Yang Yi diligently noted these methods, although he sought experience. He had no desire to court death recklessly. A confrontation with the Serpent King was one matter, but battling throngs of serpents was tantamount to inviting demise. Following the earlier commotion caused by the serpent horde, the group chose not to rest, instead engaging in conversation until dawn. As the first light broke, they made slight preparations before continuing their journey. Chapter 21. The explosive growth of Xianxia's power. The quartet traversed the forest for approximately 3 hours, during which the light gradually brightened. Perhaps due to the inner elixir from the previous night, they were fortunate to avoid ambushes from the venomous serpents of the serpent forest. Nonetheless, Xianxia remained vigilant. He understood that caution begets longevity, and in the 10,000 great mountains, complacency could prove fatal. Upon exiting the forest, the 3 men, known as the Brutes, sighed in relief. The harrowing events of the previous night had instilled a profound apprehension towards the serpent forest, and now that they had emerged, they could finally breathe easy. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. As the wind howled, Xianxia's brow furrowed. He vanished from his position and reappeared before the Brutes, delivering a powerful punch that shattered a dark iron arrow into countless fragments. The sight of the disintegrated arrow left the 4 of them in shock, particularly the Brute, who, filled with indignation, also felt a deep-seated dread. Had it not been for Xianxia, he would have been gravely injured, if not dead. The Brutes reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings with wariness. Xianxia's expression darkened. Although he had heard from the Brutes about the prevalence of underhanded dealings in the mercenary world, he had not anticipated such treachery would befall him so swiftly. With a series of claps echoing, a middle-aged bald man leaped down from a colossal tree several dozen feet away, accompanied by 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman, the sole archer among them, wielded a dark green longbow, clearly the source of the black iron arrow. Yet, most startling to Xianxia and his companions was the man standing to her right, none other than the treacherous Xianxia, who had abandoned his comrades just the day before. As the 5 approached, the Brutes' expressions grew grave, revealing their recognition of this mercenary band. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qinghong stepped closer to Xianxia and spoke in a low tone. They are the Wolfhead mercenary group, notorious for preying on weaker mercenary teams within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The leader, known as Bald Chong, is a formidable 9th-tier peak warrior, reputed to have 1 foot in the realm of innate strength. Beside him stand 2 slightly stout men, a pair of brothers named Xiongda and Xiong'er, who are also 9th-tier warriors, their prowess slightly surpassing that of Xiaohe and my brother. As for the woman, her name is Hong Yi, also a pinnacle 9th-tier warrior, possessing archery skills far superior to my own. The newcomers are clearly hostile. Upon seeing Xiaoyuan, Qinghong immediately realized that they would not spare her group. Thus, she hastily relayed the information to Xianxia, for he alone possessed the strength to contend with Bald Chong. Upon hearing Qinghong's words, Xianxia furrowed his brow, mentally assessing the strength of both sides. His frown deepened as he concluded that under normal circumstances, they stood no chance. Bald Chong, the leader, was nearly equal in strength to him, while the fighters alongside him were significantly stronger than the trio of Brutes. If Bald Chong were to engage him, the 4 would surely overwhelm the 3, leading to inevitable defeat for the Brutes. Should he choose to flee, he had confidence in his ability to escape. But Qinghong and the others would certainly be unable to do so. The consequences of their capture were all too clear, leaving Xianxia in a quandary. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, Bald Chong and his group approached, halting 3 zhang away. Bald Chong scrutinized the trio of Brutes, lingering on Qinghong for a moment before turning his gaze to Xianxia, remarking, "Impressive reaction, commendable strength. Which sect does your brother belong to?" "He is not affiliated with any sect." At that moment, Xiaoyuan stepped forward, disdainfully addressing Xianxia. "He is merely a battlefield cleaner. Bald brother, pay him no heed. Subdue the individuals before you. They must possess the inner cores and skins of the 2-winged serpent." In truth, his desire was not for the inner cores or serpent skins, but rather to eliminate Xianxia and his companions. After his escape the previous day, he had intended to return and scavenge the remains, but upon arriving at the battlefield, he found the Brutes and the 2-winged serpent had vanished. Gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, he understood that they had been assisted by someone. At that moment, panic gripped him. He realized that if the Brutes returned alive, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. His prospects in the mercenary world would be utterly destroyed. Indeed, he might find no refuge in any profession, for no industry would welcome a traitor who abandons comrades in dire straits. "You scoundrel!" Upon hearing Du Xiu's words, The trio of brutes erupted in fury. The brute pointed his large blade menacingly at Xiao Yuan, exclaiming, "Xiao Yuan, you worthless coward who betrayed your comrades. You abandoned your allies to flee yesterday, and have now summoned others to trouble us. You are truly a disgrace to the mercenary world." Xiao Yuan's expression darkened at the brute's words. He had originally urged Bald Chong and his companions to act swiftly. Hong Yi had also taken action, yet he had not anticipated that the seemingly foolproof arrow would be thwarted. Witnessing Yang Yi block that arrow, Bald Chong unexpectedly refrained from further assault, leading to the current insults hurled at him by the brutes. Hatred brewed within him at that moment. Upon hearing the words of the barbarian, the members of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps directed contemptuous glances at Xiao Yuan. Although their reputation in the mercenary world was not particularly commendable, they had never betrayed their comrades. In contrast, the person before them had abandoned his allies in the heat of battle, and such a character earned their disdain. Bald Chong cast a cold glance at Xiao Yuan, sharing the same disdain for this individual. Were it not for the presence of the barbarian's brother, who possessed innate abilities, he would have delivered a decisive blow. Suppressing his displeasure at the thought of the brother, Bald Chong chose to ignore Yang Yi and address the barbarian in a low voice. "Why the unnecessary chatter? Hand over the inner core and skin of the two-winged snake. And, yes, that young lady must remain with us. The rest of you can leave. Brother Chong, we cannot let them escape." At this point, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of urgency. However, upon meeting Bald Chong's icy gaze, he promptly fell silent. After a moment's hesitation and gritting his teeth, he added, "If Brother Chong is able to handle them, I am willing to lend you my brother's low-grade Xian technique for your perusal." Upon hearing this, Bald Chong's interest was piqued. A low-grade Xian technique was something he had never encountered before. After a brief moment of contemplation, he glanced at Yang Yi and the others, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and declared, "Since you refuse to comply, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Attack." With that, he flipped his wrist, revealing a large blade, and charged towards the leading barbarian. At that moment, the prowess of both mercenary groups became evident. As Bald Chong made his move, the two men and one woman surrounding him seamlessly found their respective opponents. The woman, in particular, swiftly launched an arrow aimed at the bowman Qing Hong. Conversely, Yang Yi's side was caught off guard. The three barbarians did not react in time, especially Qing Hong, who only regained her senses when the iron arrow was already upon her. She sidestepped, but the advantage had been lost, leaving her vulnerable to a barrage of arrows from the opposing archer. Just as Bald Chong charged at the barbarian, Yang Yi, who had remained silent beside him, suddenly sprang into action. A long sword, glimmering with a faint golden light, appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. Like a bolt of lightning, he struck towards Bald Chong with incredible speed, leaving all present in shock. The target of this lightning strike, Bald Chong, was utterly astounded. He could not fathom that the seemingly inconspicuous Yang Yi possessed such swiftness and strength. Earlier, when Yang Yi had shattered the black arrow with a punch, he had been slightly taken aback, but upon observing Yang Yi's youth and hearing Xiao Yuan's words, he had dismissed him entirely, believing that the barbarian could evade the attack even without Yang Yi's intervention. However, he now realized the fallacy of that assumption. In a moment of panic, Bald Chong raised his blade defensively, but Yang Yi's golden sword collided with his large knife, producing a resounding clang. The blade shattered instantly, and Yang Yi's sword continued unabated, piercing straight through Bald Chong's abdomen. Such formidable strength. Bald Chong's words trailed off as his body was cleaved in two, his innards mingling with blood that splattered across the ground. Regardless of having been cleaved in two, the formidable Yang Yi maintained his relentless speed, swiftly arriving before the bewildered Xiongda and Xiong'er. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Yuan, his longsword conjured a fleeting golden afterimage as it sliced through Xiongda's neck, severing his head from his body. Unfazed, Yang Yi advanced toward Xiong'er. Upon witnessing the demise of both Guang Tu Chong and Xiongda, finally snapped back to reality. Trembling with fear, he instinctively raised his blade in defense. But much like Guang Tu Chong, his weapon shattered upon collision with Yang Yi's sword, resulting in yet another severed head rolling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi dispatched 3 ninth-grade practitioners, yet he chose to refrain from further aggression as only Xiao Yuan remained. When he had struck down Guang Tu Chong, a woman named Hong Yi had already turned and vanished into the dense thicket, her speed in fleeing taking him by surprise. Gazing at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, the trio of brutish men stood frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, these were peak ninth-grade practitioners. Yet they had not even the strength to retaliate against Xianxia's sword. Had he been holding back his true power? Was Xianxia truly an innate expert? A flurry of questions raced through the minds of the brutish trio. Chapter 22. The Haoyue sect. It was beyond doubt that Xianxia was not an innate expert. His sudden surge in strength was attributed to the fact that as Guang Tuchang and the others approached, he had stealthily activated a high-grade power talisman. With the enhancement of the talisman and the golden profound energy, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Additionally, Guang Tuchang and his companions had underestimated him, allowing for a successful surprise attack. Otherwise, while he might have been capable of defeating Guang Tuchang under normal circumstances, delivering a lethal blow would have been utterly impossible. With a flourish of his sword, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the pale and trembling Xiaoyuan. Just as he was about to deal with this scoundrel, Xiaoyuan suddenly spoke, "Xianxia, you cannot kill me. My brother is an innate expert. If you take my life, he will surely not spare you." Xianxia inwardly cursed the fool for attempting to threaten him at such a moment. With a swift charge, he brought his long sword before Xiaoyuan, whose heart raced with terror as he instinctively raised his sword to block. With a resounding clang, the blade shattered, and Xianxia's sword pierced through Xiaoyuan's chest. Sheathing his sword, Xianxia cast a reassuring glance toward the Wanxi forest, speaking in a calm tone. "Might I inquire if you intend to play the part of a lurking yellow bird?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the brutish trio was taken aback. Was there still someone else present? Suppressing their astonishment, they approached Xianxia, their expressions wary. Such formidable spiritual awareness. A moment of silence passed, and then, accompanied by a sudden voice, 3 figures leaped from within the Wanxi forest. These figures moved with remarkable speed, covering a distance of several dozen paces in mere breaths, arriving within 3 paces of Xianxia. 3 males and 1 female, all around 17 or 18 years of age, clad in tight-fitting white robes, bore an elegant appearance. A small silver crescent moon was embroidered on the left breast of each garment. Although the trio was youthful, Xianxia's expression was notably serious. Despite not having reached the innate realm, their prowess was undoubtedly far superior to that of the bald man he had previously slain. Their velocity was astonishing, far beyond what ordinary mercenaries could possess. Haoyue sect. Upon noticing the silver crescent emblazoned on the trio's chests, Qinghong exclaimed, evidently alerting Xianxia. Recalling everything he knew about the Haoyue sect, Xianxia's mind raced. In the southern region, aside from the colossal Qin Empire, there existed 6 major superpowers, collectively known as the One Sect, 2 Palaces, and 3 Sects. Among these, the foremost was the Yuan Sect, followed by the Ice and Snow Palace and the Hundred Flowers Palace. The 3 sects were the Ghost Sect, Haoyue Sect, and Sword Sect. However, these were merely the visible forces. The southern region was vast, concealing countless hidden families and minor sections. Xianxia, however, remained ignorant of these clandestine factions. Hearing Qinghong's words, one of the slightly older disciples from the Haoyue sect stepped forward, nodding at Xianxia and his companions. "I am Ming Hao, an outer disciple of the Haoyue sect. These are my junior brothers Ming Xiao and junior sister Mingyu. We observed your confrontation as we exited the Wan Snake Forest. To avoid any misunderstandings, we refrained from revealing ourselves, but we did not anticipate your formidable spiritual perception, which enabled you to detect our presence." The trio of mercenaries felt somewhat unaccustomed to the disciples' courteous demeanor. In their previous experiences, disciples of sects typically regarded mercenaries with disdain, viewing them as inconsequential as ants. Nonetheless, they understood that the politeness stemmed from Xianxia's reputation. In the southern region, strength commanded respect, and when Ming Hao and his companions had seen Xianxia's swift swordplay, they were profoundly astonished. Such speed was not unheard of, but the accompanying strength was rare. Particularly, the fact that Xianxia had noticed them heightened their astonishment. In light of the disciples' courtesy, Xianxia responded amicably, offering a slight nod. "I am Xianxia, an independent cultivator, and these are my companions." Ming Hao and his companions were taken aback. They had assumed Xianxia was a disciple of the Sword Sect, but were surprised to learn he was an independent cultivator. Nevertheless, this revelation held little significance to them. What mattered was his strength. "Would you, Brother Yang, be interested in joining us for some training?" Ming Hao inquired with a smile. Regardless of whether Xianxia was a sect disciple or an independent cultivator, his remarkable strength at such a young age warranted equal treatment. After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia gently shook his head, replying, "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. He had ventured forth for life-and-death battles, and he harbored too many secrets he preferred to keep hidden. Xianxia's refusal did not anger Ming Hao. He had not held high hopes to begin with. With a smile, he said, "Then perhaps we shall have the opportunity to train together in the future. We shall take our leave now." With that, the trio swiftly vanished into the distance. The attitudes of the three individuals took Yang Yi by surprise. In his perception, disciples of sects should typically exhibit arrogance and a sense of superiority. However, the trio from the Heyue sect displayed none of these traits. They lacked any semblance of haughtiness, which left him astonished. In truth, Xianxia's experience was still quite limited. While many sect disciples indeed possess an arrogant demeanor, such behavior is often indicative of a lack of intellect. Most who ascend to the status of disciples are individuals of commendable talent and character. Generally, the majority of sect disciples are exceptionally astute, well aware that acquiring an enemy is far less advantageous than gaining a friend. Brother Yang, what do you propose we do with these individuals? At that moment, Manzi glanced at the surrounding corpses and inquired. After surveying the lifeless bodies, Yang Yi responded with a smile. Naturally, we shall start by searching for valuables. Upon hearing this, Manzi and his companions burst into laughter. Following an exhaustive search, Yang Yi managed to acquire several noteworthy items: a small spatial ring, a mid-grade yellow-tier broadsword, 2 low-grade yellow-tier daggers, and over 10,000 gold coins. However, Yang Yi regarded these acquisitions with indifference. As a first-grade talisman master, his standards had inevitably risen. Examining the spatial ring in his hand, Yang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. It paled in comparison to his own. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. After donning the ring, he glanced at the 3 yellow-tier weapons within it, then at Manzi and his companions. After a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wrist, causing the 3 yellow-tier weapons to materialize in his hands. He then offered them to the trio, stating, "I have no use for these weapons. I bestow them upon you." Initially taken aback, Manzi quickly shook his head in protest, saying, "Brother Yang, you have saved our lives on multiple occasions, and you alone vanquished these 3. We contributed not a shred of effort. How could we accept your belongings?" Qing Hong, standing nearby, added, "You should keep these items. While we are indeed tempted, we adhere to our principles. If we were to accept your gifts, we would lose respect for ourselves." With a smile, Yang Yi replied, "These items are not given without reason. Last night, I heard you mention that mercenaries not only hunt mystical beasts but also accept commissions, correct?" His greatest concern lay with his sister and mother. Although Elder Qian had warned the Liu family, he could not remain in Anan City indefinitely. If the Liu family devised further schemes against his sister and mother, their situation could become perilous. Thus, he contemplated hiring the 3 before him to protect them in Anan City, a thought he had entertained since the previous night. Manzi nodded, acknowledging, "Typically, aside from hunting mystical beasts, we take on tasks involving escorting or transporting goods. Brother Yang, are you suggesting you wish to hire us?" Yang Yi cast a glance at the corpse of Xiao Yuan on the ground and continued, "Having slain Xiao Yuan, if you return to Qingfeng City, his brother will surely seek retribution. If you are willing, I would like to enlist your services to protect my sister and mother in Anan City for a duration of 6 months. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals felt a flicker of intrigue. As Yang Yi had articulated, with Xiao Yuan's demise, their return to Qingfeng City would undoubtedly pose significant risks. Although the strict laws of the Great Qin Empire would likely deter Xiao Yuan's brother from taking action within the city, what about outside its walls? Furthermore, they were unable to continue hunting the mysterious beasts, given that they were merely 3 in number. With this in mind, Manzi glanced at Qing Hong and Xiao He, who nodded in agreement. He then declared, "Brother Yang, we are willing to accept your commission." Seeing their acquiescence, Yang Yi handed over the 3 weapons he held, followed by presenting them with 10,000 gold coins. When Manzi attempted to refuse, Yang Yi quickly interjected, "This sum is not solely for you. 5,000 gold coins are your reward, while the remaining 5,000 are to assist me in providing for my sister and mother." Upon hearing this, Manzi hesitated for a moment before nodding in acceptance. The value of the 3 yellow-tier weapons alone was no less than 40 to 50,000 gold coins. Coupled with the 5,000 coins and their existing savings, establishing themselves in Anan City would be more than sufficient. As Manzi accepted the gold coins, Yang Yi continued, "Once you arrive in Anan City, have Qing Hong connect with my sister and mother, Manzi and Xiao He. You should remain hidden and avoid revealing yourselves. Should any crisis arise that you cannot handle, write to the Sword Sect, and I shall come to your aid with utmost haste. Manzi replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, we have ample experience in protection. If we encounter an insurmountable crisis, we do possess our own means. In any case, as long as it is not a formidable innate-level expert, we will ensure the safety of your family." "That is reassuring." Xianxia nodded, casting a glance at Qinghong. Noticing Yang Ye's gaze, Manzi and Xiaohe tactfully took their leave. Qinghong initially intended to follow, but Yang Yi halted her. Chapter 23. The mysterious little one gazing at the alluring and voluptuous figure before him. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Qinghong, since last night, it seems you have intentionally distanced yourself from me?" Ever since that evening, her demeanor towards him had changed, becoming somewhat deliberate in maintaining a distance. He understood that this might stem from his own strength, yet he regarded her as a friend and wished for their camaraderie to endure. Upon hearing Yang Ye's words, Qinghong's lips moved as if to deny it, but upon meeting his earnest gaze, she ultimately refrained from making excuses and merely sighed softly. Undeniably, she harbored feelings for Yang Yi and wished to consider him a friend. However, as a disciple of the sect, he was a promising figure, and friendships between sect disciples and mercenaries were fraught with complications. It was not merely a matter of circumstance, but rather the stark differences in their social strata. While it might be thrilling for other mercenaries to forge friendships with sect disciples, she was reluctant, knowing that such friendships often stem from a sense of patronage. Seeing Qinghong's silence, Yang Yi continued, "Qinghong, I do not know why you are deliberately keeping your distance, but I want you to know that I truly consider you a friend." "Why is that?" Qinghong inquired. "We are merely ordinary mercenaries." Yang Yi replied with a smile. "I treat others as they treat me. Since the moment I entered the Wanxi forest, where I concealed my strength, you did not shun me like others did. Instead, you consistently supported and cared for me. From that instant, I regarded you as a friend. If I had known you were this formidable, I wouldn't have meddled," Qinghong retorted, rolling her eyes at Yang Yi, a smile gracing her lips. She sensed the sincerity in his words. Yang Yi chuckled, and then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Sister Qinghong, I believe that friendship does not require strength, wealth, or any other possessions. Your certain notions are misguided." Qinghong wished to counter, but her face suddenly flushed as Yang Ye's words reminded her of a particular matter. Her deliberate distance from Yang Yi was not due to doubts about their friendship, but rather certain thoughts that made her blush even deeper. Noticing Qinghong's sudden change in complexion, Yang Yi felt perplexed. He hadn't uttered anything inappropriate. Why then did this forthright woman appear so flustered? As Qinghong caught his gaze, she suppressed her blush-inducing thoughts, glared at him fiercely, and exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Yang Yi, left utterly speechless, longed to express his bewilderment but restrained himself. It seemed that Qinghong had abandoned her previous intentional distance. Speaking his mind would likely earn him a reprimand. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a powerful talisman and handed it to Qinghong, declaring, "Sister Qinghong, I gift this to you, until we meet again." With that, he swiftly departed, disappearing into the distance. Watching Yang Ye's receding figure, Qinghong felt a rush of embarrassment. He was merely 16 or 17. How could she entertain such thoughts? Shaking her head to dispel the confusion, she looked down at the item he had thrust into her hands. Upon seeing the talisman inscribed with golden flames, her body froze, and her delicate hands trembled involuntarily. After a lengthy pause, Qinghong hurriedly tucked the talisman into her bosom, then gazed at the spot where Yang Yi had vanished. Murmuring in disbelief, how could this be a high-grade, powerful talisman? As Yang Yi dashed through the dense jungle like an agile monkey, he encountered various unknown, mystical beasts but refrained from engaging them, as their ranks were too lowly for his interest. His destination was the Yuming Valley, in search of the formidable Yuming wolves. After several hours of relentless running, Yang Yi finally paused, leaping onto a nearby large tree to survey the horizon. Before him, the mountains towered into the clouds, a continuous expanse that seemed endless. Gazing at the seemingly infinite peaks, Yang Ye's expression grew solemn as he murmured, "It is said that at the heart of the 10,000 great mountains lies a vast kingdom of mystical beasts. I cannot ascertain the truth of this tale, but should an opportunity arise, I must see it for myself." Upon this reflection, he shook his head and self-deprecatingly remarked, if, in a little over 20 days, he could not become an outer disciple, and if, in 3 months, he was unable to defeat Lu Qingyu, his very life would be forfeit, rendering any thoughts of the mystic beast empire moot. With his mind made up, Yang Yi retrieved a tattered map from his bosom, a gift from a trio of brutes the previous night. This map detailed certain regions at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, marked with perilous areas indicated by the three. After scanning the map, Xianxia's gaze ultimately settled upon the location of the Ghost Wolf Valley. Memorizing the route to the valley, he folded the map away, preparing to descend from the tree. However, at that moment his body, which had been leaning forward, froze in place as his eyes widened in the direction of the distance. There, beyond 100 paces within the dense forest, a purple shadow suddenly darted forth, moving with incredible speed. No, it was more accurate to call it uncanny, as the shadow flickered, covering dozens of yards in a mere instant. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle sent a shiver down Xianxia's spine. He hastily steadied his breath, daring not to make the slightest movement. Within the span of 2 breaths, the purple shadow traversed the 100-yard distance to his location. Fortunately, the shadow did not linger, but rather zipped past him. Just as Xianxia exhaled in relief, the shadow abruptly halted a mere dozen yards behind him, and with another flicker, it appeared directly before him. Xianxia's body stiffened at the sight of the creature that had materialized before him. A small being he dared not provoke for fear of inciting its wrath and facing instant annihilation. The creature was a weasel, remarkably adorable, adorned in a vibrant purple hue. With a slender body and relatively short limbs, long ears, a rounded head, and a tail that swayed playfully. Upon its forehead rested a striking blood lotus mark. The purple weasel hovered in the air, its lively eyes fixated on Xianxia, occasionally blinking in an endearing manner. Under the scrutiny of those enchanting eyes, Xianxia found himself holding his breath. The weasel's extraordinary speed had genuinely startled him, surpassing even that of a formidable king realm warrior. After a brief moment, the weasel furrowed its brow in a surprisingly human-like manner and took a couple of steps toward Xianxia, sniffing at him with its delicate nose. It seemed to have discovered something of great interest, and its large eyes instantly brightened with delight. Though Xianxia did not comprehend the language of beasts, he could sense the creature's joy, reminiscent of his own expression when he first realized his potential to become a mystic practitioner. The weasel appeared to have found something remarkable about Xianxia, its nose repeatedly exploring, and a look of rapture graced its round, cherubic face. Just as Xianxia contemplated fleeing, the purple weasel suddenly transformed into a streak of violet light and vanished into his chest. This unexpected action rendered Xianxia momentarily dazed. After a while, he hastily examined his internal state, and upon discerning the condition within, he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Indeed, that seemingly adorable creature had burrowed into his body, precisely into the small whirlpool of his dantian. As he delved into the depths of his being, he discovered the purple marten exploring his swirling dantian, its small face initially alight with excitement, then clouded with confusion, only to revert back to exuberance after a brief moment. The marten appeared exceptionally animated, flickering about within his dantian like a mercenary uncovering a hidden treasure. At that moment, Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes, casting his gaze into the distance, where he spotted a shadow darting through the dense forest. Upon seeing this silhouette, Xianxia's throat tightened, and his mind momentarily blanked. The shadow was soaring through the air, not relying on any external means. Xianxia was unaware of the strength required to achieve such flight without assistance. Certainly, it was beyond the capabilities of those of the king realm and even the spiritual realm above it, an ability reserved for those of the venerable realm. The shadow approached at astonishing speed, swiftly arriving beside Xianxia. Cloaked entirely in darkness, it was enshrouded by a swirling mist of black energy, which danced around it like venomous serpents poised to strike. The shadow did not linger, but instead dashed away into the distance. Xianxia's complexion turned ashen, for the shadow had cast a fleeting glance in his direction. That single glance plunged him into despair, engulfing him in a wave of terror that extinguished any flicker of defiance within him. No, to be rendered so powerless by a mere gaze ignited a sense of humiliation deep within Xianxia. He roared defiantly, forcing himself to look towards the place where the shadow had vanished, his expression resolute, declaring, "Better to die than to cower. The sword of a disciple of the sword sect shall not bend, nor shall a disciple of the sword sect suffer disgrace." These words echoed the teachings of the sword sect's founder, which Xianxia had committed to memory. As he spoke, the tide of fear within him dissipated instantaneously, and simultaneously, the long sword in his grip began to tremble violently, emitting a crisp, resonant sound before shattering into countless fragments. In that moment, Xianxia closed his eyes, entering a peculiar and profound state. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered this meditative state, not only did his sword shatter, but the leaves surrounding him rustled as if stirred by an unseen force. If the peak masters of the 7 peaks of the sword sect or the sect leader were present, they would recognize this state as one long yearn for by countless practitioners, a state of understanding of the sword intent that had eluded the sect for centuries. Suddenly, as Xianxia entered this state, a rush of wind pierced the air. The black-clad figure, previously vanished, abruptly returned, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Xianxia. Instantly, he abandoned his meditative state and returned to consciousness, only to find the enigmatic figure materializing before him once more. Chapter 24. A Relentless Pursuit. Xianxia harbored a myriad of curses for the shadowy figure before him. Though he could not fully comprehend the nature of the state he had just experienced, he was certain it had been beneficial for him. However, the uncanny presence of this individual, neither fully human nor ghostly, had abruptly severed his connection to that state. He was consumed by the urge to unleash a punch at this enigmatic figure. The two were separated by a mere 2 meters. Yet Xianxia could not discern the man's features, as an overwhelming aura of menacing black mist enveloped the figure, rendering him eerily inscrutable. The moment their gazes met, a wave of terror washed over Xianxia, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. "Have you ever seen a violet shadow?" The shadowy figure rasped, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, as though his throat were blocked. At the utterance of these words, Xianxia's tremors intensified, his lips quivered, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. As the dark mist around the figure swelled ominously, Xianxia's shaking right hand pointed nervously behind him as he stammered, I just saw a violet shadow flash by here, and then it vanished." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the ominous mist surrounding the figure quieted momentarily. After a brief silence, the shadowy figure cast a glance at the quaking Xianxia, shaking his head. Though he contemplated dispatching Xianxia, the sight of his feeble demeanor dissuaded him from such an action. A being of mere mortal strength was hardly worth his effort, especially one so lacking in fortitude. Had Xianxia possessed a tougher spirit, he might have piqued the figure's interest for a bit of torment, but as it stood, he was not worth the expenditure of energy. It was akin to an elephant and an ant, unless the ant was foolish enough to provoke the elephant. The latter would not deign to crush it intentionally. "Begone," the shadowy figure uttered in a dispassionate tone. At these words, Xianxia felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He hastily descended from the great tree and fled into the distance. As he sprinted away, a sigh of relief escaped him, his complexion returning to normal, devoid of any trace of fear. He silently congratulated himself for his astute deduction regarding the figure. Clearly, the shadowy figure was no benevolent entity. Had Xianxia displayed even a hint of bravery or fearlessness, the figure would undoubtedly have found him insufferable. Fortunately, his instincts had proven correct. As Xianxia vanished from sight, the shadowy figure raised his hands, and the black mist surged forth as if animated. In an instant, the mist expanded outward, enveloping the surroundings within 100 feet. Where the mist passed, flora and fauna withered as if meeting boiling oil, instantly transforming into pools of black liquid. Moments later, centered around the shadowy figure, everything within 100 feet, including the very earth itself, turned pitch black, creating a scene of profound horror. After some time, the figure retracted the black mist and murmured to himself, "Why does the aura vanish from this place? Could it be that someone has captured it before me?" Upon uttering these words, the figure clad in black turned to gaze in the direction of the sword sect and murmured, "Could it be a formidable presence from the sword sect?" After a brief moment of hesitation, he transformed into a shadow and darted towards the sect. Xianxia sprinted relentlessly for approximately 3 hours, only pausing when darkness enveloped the land. He discovered a natural cave and, after concealing its entrance, retrieved the moonstone gifted to him by the barbarian the previous day. Illuminated by the moonstone's glow, Xianxia surveyed the cave, which was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people and was overgrown with weeds, clearly indicating it was the lair of a mystical beast. Noticing the absence of immediate danger, Xianxia settled down in a meditative posture and called out, "Little fellow, come forth. We need to have a serious discussion." This little creature was no ordinary mystical beast, as evidenced by its uncanny speed. However, Xianxia remained perplexed as to why it had chosen him, particularly given its ability to burrow into his very being. The notion of hunger within the vortex exceeded his comprehension. Thus, he resolved to have a thorough conversation with this enigmatic creature. After a lengthy pause with no response from within, Xianxia checked on the little creature and was met with a sight that caused his lips to twitch in irritation. The purple marten lay comfortably within his vortex, its eyes half closed, emitting faint snores, clearly having succumbed to slumber. Witnessing the creature's nonchalance infuriated Xianxia. It had silently invaded his body and entangled him with a formidable adversary, nearly costing him his life at the hands of that cloaked figure. He had fled in terror, fearing that if he slowed, the figure would catch up and end him. It was a harrowing experience, and yet the instigator of his distress lay sleeping in his dantian. His patience waned, and after nearly half an hour of calling, the little creature finally emerged from his vortex. The purple marten hovered in midair, rubbing its sleepy eyes with its tiny paws, seemingly displeased at the interruption of its slumber. It shot a fierce glare at Xianxia, and, as if that were insufficient, it swiped at him with its paw, exhibiting a clear expression of annoyance. Xianxia swallowed hard. This mystical beast was far too anthropomorphic, almost unrecognizable as a creature of the wild. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief interval, the purple marten shook off its drowsiness. Its bright eyes fixed on Xianxia, twinkling as if assessing him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xianxia finally spoke to the adorable creature. "Little one, you must understand my words. I shall overlook your intrusion into my dantian for refuge. The cloaked figure has departed, and now you are free to leave." This little creature was undeniably charming, and Xianxia mused that if he were to return it to Xiaoyao, she would undoubtedly be delighted. Alternatively, if he considered selling it, he could fetch a handsome price. Yet he hesitated, for this creature was shrouded in mystery and would likely attract the attention of that ominous figure once more. Thus, he resolved to part amicably with the little creature. The sable blinked its eyes, neither nodding nor shaking its head, simply gazing at Xianxia with an indifferent expression. "You are safe now. You may return home. Do you understand?" Xianxia reiterated, though the creature did not respond. This time, the sable seemed to comprehend his words, gently shaking its small head, evidently unwilling to depart. "So, you've taken a liking to me, have you?" Xianxia mused, observing the creature's refusal to leave, which caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Despite its undeniable cuteness, he resolved to send it away, for it was a potential nuisance that could attract the dark-clad man at any moment. Moreover, the thought of allowing the creature to reside within his dantian felt utterly wrong. Having made up his mind, Xianxia continued, "Little one, I am human, and you are an ethereal beast. Being with me poses dangers. Do you understand?" The sable blinked once more, neither nodding nor shaking its head. "Humans can be cruel. They might roast you for a meal. Do you comprehend?" The sable nodded, appearing to agree wholeheartedly. "Then you must return home and refrain from staying with me." The sable shook its head, adopting a resolute demeanor that implied it would not leave his side. "What do you wish to do, then?" Xianxia's voice rose in exasperation. Seeing Xianxia's irritation, the sable appeared frightened and took a step back, its eyes glistening with moisture, its round face adorned with a look of dismay. What a troublesome creature, Xianxia thought, overwhelmed by the sight of the sable's distress. He was now more convinced that this little creature was no ordinary ethereal beast. Typically, ethereal beasts transform into human form only upon reaching the spirit realm, acquiring intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, this little one clearly had not attained such a state. Otherwise, it would have already taken on human form. The very fact that it had not reached the spirit realm led him to believe this creature was exceptional, for he had never encountered an ethereal beast exhibiting such intelligence without having attained that level, despite his limited experience with ethereal beings. Yet, his intuition told him that this little creature was indeed extraordinary. Xianxia raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "We wish, then?" Upon hearing his words, the sable grinned, revealing a charming smile, and pointed its tiny paw toward Xianxia's dantian, its intentions unmistakable. "You wish to reside within me?" Xianxia inquired. The little creature eagerly nodded its head. "Why?" This question seemed challenging for the sable to answer. It pointed at Xianxia's dantian, then at itself, and began gesturing excitedly with its tiny paws, its face alight with joy. Xianxia, perplexed by its expression, watched as the sable halted its animated gestures, then, with a swift motion, leaped onto his shoulder. It nuzzled against his cheek, projecting an impression of camaraderie. With a sigh, Yang Yi realized that this little creature had indeed decided to attach itself to him. In light of the sable's astonishing speed, he found he had no chance to escape. Enough, whether it is a blessing or a curse. I already possess a mysterious little vortex within me. The addition of another enigmatic creature matters little. One simply grows accustomed to it. After coming to terms with this, Yang Yi resolved to ascertain the rank of the little being. However, this endeavor brought him considerable anguish. Extending a finger, he inquired, "A first-tier mystical beast?" The creature shook its head. "A second-tier mystical beast?" Again it shook its head. "A third-tier mystical beast?" After a challenging exchange, Yang Yi finally discerned the creature's true strength. It was a ninth-tier mystical beast, though Yang Yi remained uncertain. It was only when he raised 9 fingers that the little creature nodded in affirmation. As for its combat prowess, aside from its ability to flee, it was woefully inadequate. The robust physique characteristic of mystical beasts was absent in this creature, as was the advantage of size. To put it succinctly, aside from its swiftness, it possessed no combat capabilities. When Yang Yi asked what it could do, the creature merely blinked in response, with no further indication of skill. Ultimately, Yang Yi relinquished the notion that this little being was a divine beast. He had heard tales of individuals who, after perilous falls, survived to inherit unparalleled techniques and mystical arts from legendary figures. Initially, he fancied that he possessed some regal aura which compelled this mysterious creature to submit. Yet, the harsh reality revealed that, apart from its ability to escape, this mystical being was devoid of any combat strength. The little creature seemed to take a liking to his vortex dantian, and after their exchange, it transformed into a beam of purple light, diving into his vortex. Within the vortex lay a small pond, approximately 3 meters wide, filled not with water, but with an abundance of golden mystical energy. The sight of this golden energy pained Yang Yi, for it represented a significant investment of his energy stones. To make matters worse, this pond of mystical energy did not belong to him. He could not harness it. Adding to his frustration, a purple marten frolicked joyously amidst the golden energy, treating the pond as its personal bathing sanctuary. Observing the marten's antics, Yang Yi felt a surge of discontent. Recollecting himself, he resolved to avert his gaze from the frolicking creature to spare himself further distress. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi attempted once more to enter that extraordinary state interrupted by the cloaked figure, but disappointment ensued. Despite countless attempts, he could not regain that elusive state. Such encounters are rare and precious. Yang Yi sighed softly, although he was unaware of the nature of that state. His instincts told him that returning to it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Alas, it had been disrupted by that cloaked individual. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed as a colossal black behemoth surged through the cave entrance, barreling towards Yang Yi with an overwhelming force. Yang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Caught off guard and unable to evade, he instinctively launched a punch at the approaching giant. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the monstrous creature, and an ominous realization struck him. This was a grave mistake. A tremendous force surged back, and with a muffled grunt, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall with a resounding impact. Pain coursed through him, an excruciating sensation as if his very bones were on the verge of disintegration. Yet amidst the agony, he felt a flicker of gratitude for having trained in the body-refining technique. Had he not practiced this discipline and harnessed the golden, profound energy, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh from that blow. Suppressing the intense pain that enveloped him, Yang Yi sprang from the wall. No sooner had he landed than the behemoth charged again. His pupils constricted, and with frantic energy, he channeled the golden, profound energy, his right fist shimmering with a faint golden light as he struck at the creature that loomed before him. Another thundering impact resounded, sending Yang Yi flying once more, embedding him into the wall again. Yet, the creature was also forced back a few steps by a strike. Impressive. Yang Yi winced at the pain radiating from his right arm, his expression revealing his astonishment. Despite the enhancement of his golden, profound energy, he had still been sent reeling. The creature's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Even with the aid of a powerful talisman, he doubted he could match such might. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yang Yi leapt from the wall again, this time finding the creature refraining from another charge, allowing him to discern its true nature. Before him stood a towering gray wolf, its size threefold his own and standing approximately 2 meters tall. In the presence of this massive beast, He appeared as a mere infant compared to an adult. The most striking features of the gray wolf were its elongated claws and the prominent fangs protruding from its mouth. Its claws, akin to arms, glimmered with a chilling sheen, and whenever they grazed the ground, they left deep, jagged fissures in the earth. The fangs, each nearly a foot long and slightly curved, resembled scythes ready to reap lives, instilling a sense of dread. A peak 9th-tier profound beast. With a single glance, Xianxia recognized the creature's rank. Surveying his surroundings, the realization dawned upon him. This gray wolf was the undisputed master of this cave, and his intrusion was undeniably a provocation in the realm of profound beasts. Taking a deep breath, he limbered his limbs, and the joints in his body crackled in response. This 9th-tier profound beast was precisely the challenge he sought. The gray wolf gazed at Xianxia with fierce, menacing eyes, its claws scraping the ground in agitation. Furious at the audacity of this human who dared to challenge its dignity, it let out a roar and lunged forward, transforming into a shadowy blur that violently charged towards Xianxia. As the wolf barreled towards him, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. His legs digging into the earth like iron plows, his body crouched low, he extended his right hand into a fist, drawing it back, while his left hand gradually clenched tight. A dazzling golden light flickered upon his right fist, his face betraying no hint of fear. When the gray wolf closed in, mere inches away, Xianxia bellowed with intensity, launching his right hand towards the rapidly enlarging figure of the wolf. The collision was thunderous. Man and beast collided with a raw, unembellished force that sent Xianxia skidding backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. After several meters, he crashed against the wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The gray wolf, however, merely stumbled back a few steps. Seeing the wolf retreat from his strike, Xianxia, despite the ache coursing through his body, felt a surge of elation. This wolf was not invincible. With this thought, he shook his fist, regarded the wolf from afar, and offered a thumbs up, which he then turned downwards before extending his index finger in a beckoning gesture. Though the gray wolf lacked human intellect, it possessed some cunning and was incensed by Xianxia's provocative antics. With a furious howl, it leapt into the air, its claws glinting with a cold light as it descended upon Xianxia with a piercing rush of wind. As the wolf lunged, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, his body crouched, fists clenched. Just as the wolf closed the distance, he shouted fiercely and unleashed his fists. The impact radiated pain through his hands, and Xianxia let out a muffled groan, blood spewing forth, while the gray wolf was sent hurtling backward. Yet in an instant, the wolf howled and sprang forward once more, launching itself at Xianxia. With the wolf bearing down on him again, Xianxia's pupils constricted, suppressing the tumult within. He stomped his right foot against the ground, leveraging the force to propel himself forward, his right fist slicing through the air towards the wolf's head with tremendous force. The two collided once more, but this time, the wolf did not retreat. Instead, it clamped its claws tightly around Xianxia's fist. Its elongated fangs aimed menacingly at his head. Realizing his fists were ensnared and the fangs were poised to strike, Xianxia was gripped by terror, and without a second thought, he unleashed a kick to the wolf's abdomen. Struck in the abdomen, the gray wolf let out a howl of anguish, causing its claws to relinquish their grip on Xianxia's hands. Momentarily stunned, Xianxia was caught off guard. In that fleeting instant, the wolf's claws fiercely raked across his chest. Instantly, Xianxia was sent reeling, propelled several meters before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Coughing, he struggled to rise, his head spinning. Just then, a pair of sharp claws, seemingly transcending space itself, struck mercilessly against his chest once more. In the blink of an eye, those claws unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Xianxia's chest, face, and head, as relentless as a tempest. The sound of claws meeting flesh rang out, echoing like a haunting melody, leaving numerous bloody marks upon his body. In the 26th chapter of Battle, a thunderous impact reverberated as the gray wolf collided with Xianxia's abdomen, sending him tumbling across the ground until he crashed into the wall, which crumbled around him in a cacophony of falling stones, burying him beneath the debris. The gray wolf, however, did not intend to let Xianxia escape. Just as it prepared to devour him, a sudden wolf's howl echoed from outside the cave. Upon hearing this, the wolf's expression shifted dramatically and without hesitation. It bolted towards the cave's entrance. As soon as the wolf exited, Xianxia clawed his way out from beneath the rubble. His consciousness was hazy and his mind clouded. He could only perceive the excruciating pain coursing through his body, a pain that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones. Had it not been for his immense willpower keeping him alert, he might have succumbed to the agony. After a brief moment, clarity returned to Xianxia's mind. Upon realizing the wolf had vanished, his first instinct was to flee. Upon escaping the wolf's lair, he sought refuge in the embrace of a sprawling tree, sitting cross-legged upon its sturdy branches. Lowering his gaze to assess his condition, he gasped in shock at the sight before him. His garments were tattered and torn, and his body was marred with a multitude of jagged lacerations, the irregular patterns of blood intermingling with still-drying crimson, a sight both harrowing and sobering. He had indeed underestimated his foe. Xianxia chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Previously, he had felled the giant python king with a single punch and dispatched a 7th-tier Xian beast, the two-winged serpent, with a mere sword stroke. These victories had lulled him into a false sense of security regarding the 9th-tier Xian beasts. However, reality had proven otherwise. The 9th-tier beasts were far superior to their 7th-tier counterparts. His audacity in matching his physical strength against a 9th-tier beast was a grave miscalculation. Yet, this battle had revealed an unexpected truth. His physical prowess was remarkably formidable. Though there remained a considerable gap between him and the 9th-tier beasts, it was undeniable that his defensive capabilities and strength surpassed that of humans at the same level, and perhaps even rivaled those of innate realm cultivators. This revelation filled him with a quiet joy. What had begun as a reluctant pursuit of body refinement had unexpectedly yielded such impressive results through the golden Xianxia body refinement technique. In future confrontations, this physical form serves as a formidable weapon. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Xianxia withdrew his thoughts, his eyes fluttering shut as the golden mystical energy surged within him, mending his battered physique. This golden energy flowed like a warm current throughout his entire being, and where it traversed, Xianxia distinctly sensed his wounds beginning to heal. Although the process was gradual and imperceptible, the sensation brought him joy, prompting him to accelerate the circulation of his mystical energy. Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed, and, as the sun rose on the horizon, Xianxia opened his eyes while perched upon a tree. Having expended 6 energy stones in an entire night, though his wounds were not fully healed, he felt capable of combat once again. With a leap, he landed gracefully on the ground, stretching his limbs and reveling in the abundant mystical energy within him. A smile broke across his face as he acknowledged the value of the energy stones, which allowed him to lavishly expend his mystical energy without restraint. Had it not been for the continuous supply of energy from these stones, his severe injuries would have taken at least 5 or 6 days to heal. Long live Bao. With thoughts of the numerous energy stones still in his possession, Xianxia yearned to return to the sword sect, to embrace Bao and shower her with affection. These energy stones were invaluable to him. After a moment of elation, he flicked his wrist, and a short dagger manifested in his grasp. The long sword he had once wielded had inexplicably shattered, and with no spare sword at hand, he had no choice but to utilize this dagger as a substitute. Gripping the dagger, Xianxia dashed towards the lair of the gray wolf with the agility of a lithe leopard. He had no intention of letting such a worthy adversary slip away. Within the gray wolf's den, the clash between man and beast reignited. The gray wolf, enraged by this second provocation from the human, fought with a frenzied ferocity, its claws and fangs striking wildly at Xianxia. This time, Xianxia had learned from his previous encounters. Rather than contesting strength with the gray wolf, he resorted to cunning. He evaded direct attacks, engaging in guerrilla tactics instead. Seizing every opportunity, the dagger in his hand would find its mark, drawing blood from the gray wolf. While the wolf's size presented an advantage, it also became a liability. In this instance, its bulk hindered agile combat, rendering it an easy target for Xianxia. With each thrust of his dagger, he rarely missed. Yet, Xianxia was not entirely unscathed. Occasionally, the gray wolf would collide with him, leaving him feeling as if his body had been shattered. Had it not been for the continuous healing provided by the golden energy, he might have already succumbed. The struggle between man and wolf continued for approximately an hour, during which Xianxia bore several new claw marks, while the gray wolf, despite being riddled with wounds, remained largely unharmed due to its robust physique and defensive capabilities. Suddenly, Xianxia was caught off guard and sent flying by a powerful charge from the gray wolf. However, in the next moment, he sprang from a wall into which he had been thrust, charging once more towards the gray wolf. Upon encountering the human once more, The gray wolf's eyelids flickered, clearly unsettled by Yang Yi's reckless approach. Despite its trepidation, the wolf did not retreat. Had this confrontation occurred elsewhere, it might have chosen to flee. But this was its den, and it would not forsake its territory under any circumstances. After enduring for another hour, the battle concluded with Xianxia's retreat. He had no choice but to flee, as his internal energy was entirely depleted. It is worth noting that each thrust of his dagger had drawn upon this energy, and without the augmentation of golden energy, he could not breach the wolf's defenses. Additionally, his energy was required for bodily recovery, leaving him insufficient reserves to squander. Thus, he was compelled to withdraw temporarily, not pursuing Yang Yi as he fled. The gray wolf collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After 2 to 3 hours of combat, coupled with Yang Ye's reckless tactics, it too was fatigued. Now, it merely hoped that the human would not return to invade its lair. However, disappointment soon followed. In less than half an hour, the human reappeared within its den, and a new round of battle commenced. Thus, for 2 days, Yang Yi engaged in combat with the gray wolf, fleeing when necessary, only to return once he had regained his energy. With each encounter, his combat skills sharpened, much to the wolf's frustration. During these skirmishes, the gray wolf had attempted to pursue Yang Yi in triumph, yet it was disheartened. This human seemed almost inhuman, battling as he fled. When Yang Yi could evade no longer, he would ascend a tree, leaving the wolf to futilely ram its head against the trunk. One massive tree after another succumbed to its onslaught, yet the human remained airborne, ultimately leading the wolf to concede. On the 6th day of their confrontation, Yang Yi no longer retraité. He had grown adept in his combat with the gray wolf, and after 3 additional days, he had gained the upper hand, fully controlling the rhythm of their struggle. With a triumphant howl, Yang Yi mounted the gray wolf's back, his legs gripping tightly as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each glowing faintly with golden light upon the wolf's head. The cavern echoed with the wolf's anguished howls as it rolled on the ground, attempting to dislodge Yang Yi by crashing into the walls, which bore countless dents from the impact. Yet, Yang Yi held on tenaciously, seizing every opportunity to strike the wolf's skull. At this juncture, it became a contest of endurance. Who would falter first? After approximately an hour, the cavern fell eerily silent. Both combatants lay on the ground, Yang Yi still breathing, the wolf too drawing breath, their gazes locked at a distance of 10 feet, neither possessing the strength to advance. The gray wolf regarded Yang Yi with a newfound wariness. This human was more formidable than the mystical beasts, a realization that instinctively dawned upon it. Yang Yi was alight with excitement, for he had managed to subdue the 9th-grade mystical beast without employing any arcane techniques. Although it took him nearly 10 days, he had nonetheless brought it down. After half an hour, Yang Yi slowly rose to his feet, having regained much of his strength. Upon seeing him stand, the gray wolf finally revealed a glimmer of fear in its eyes. It too attempted to rise, but ultimately failed. Yang Yi approached the gray wolf deliberately, shaking his fists and chuckling mischievously, for it was time to extract its inner core and skin its pelt. At that moment, a flash of violet light appeared, and a purple marten materialized before Yang Yi. The little creature pointed a paw at the prostrate gray wolf, and then looked back at Yang Yi, shaking its tiny head vigorously. Yang Yi was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Do you wish for me to spare it?" The purple marten nodded eagerly. "Do not jest. The inner core is quite valuable, and the wolf's pelt holds great worth as well. How could I possibly let it go?" Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, the little creature dashed in front of him, gently tapping his nose with its paw and exhibiting an expression of pleading. Faced with the adorable antics of the small being, Yang Yi felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the gray wolf, and to his astonishment, he noticed it was trembling slightly, its gaze fixed on the purple marten, clearly filled with fear. Was this wolf afraid of the little creature? This thought crossed Yang Yi's mind. He looked back and forth between the gray wolf and the pouting purple marten and questioned, "It fears you?" The purple marten blinked its eyes and then turned to the gray wolf, winking before it leapt onto the wolf's head. Upon feeling the marten on its head, the wolf trembled even more violently, pressing its snout firmly against the ground, humbled like a servant. The purple marten patted the gray wolf's head, nodding in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the wolf's demeanor. In the next moment, with a flick of its paw, the gray wolf transformed into a flash of violet light and vanished into Yang Yi's body, leaving him utterly stupefied. Chapter 27. A startling transformation. Once he regained his senses, Yang Yi promptly examined his own body. As he had surmised, The gray wolf he had nearly defeated was now curiously surveying its surroundings within his swirling dantian. After a brief moment of astonishment, the wolf's face lit up with extreme excitement, rolling about within the confines of the dantian. After a while, it discovered the pool of mystical energy, a revelation that sent it into a frenzy akin to a famished man encountering a feast. However, unlike the little creature, the gray wolf did not immediately plunge into the pool. Instead, it circled the edge hesitantly, as though wary of something. Xianxia opened his eyes and regarded the purple marten before him, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this little creature could transport a mystical beast into his swirling dantian. The gray wolf's elation upon entering the dantian left him profoundly perplexed. Why did the little creature enter its vortex? How could it perceive the ethereal beast that was sent into its dantian? Why did the gray wolf harbor such fear of the little creature? What exactly is this dantian, and what makes it so extraordinary? A cascade of inquiries flooded Xianxia's mind, yet he was destined to remain unanswered. For upon articulating these questions, the little creature wore a look of even greater perplexity, shaking its tiny head in a manner that suggested it too was baffled by the circumstances. Perhaps it was concealing some truth. Xianxia relinquished his pursuit of answers and gestured towards his dantian, inquiring, "Can it assist me in battle in the future?" He could accept that the little creature lacked combat prowess, for it was undeniably adorable and endearing. However, if the wolf did not aid him in conflict, he would not permit it to dwell within him without purpose. The sable marten blinked and then nodded its small head. Seeing the little creature acquiesce, Xianxia smiled, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. A ninth-tier ethereal beast. The mere thought of having such a formidable ally thrilled him. After his moment of exhilaration, he affectionately ruffled the little creature's head, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, you have done exceptionally well. That gray wolf shall be your subordinate. You must train it well and ensure it obeys. Do you understand?" He was not naive. The wolf exhibited hostility towards him, yet it displayed no such animosity towards the little creature and, indeed, held it in evident fear. Thus, the responsibility of training fell squarely upon the little creature's shoulders. The sable marten blinked again and nodded. Elated by his fortune, Xianxia emerged from the cave with a radiant smile plastered across his face. He was already concocting a grand scheme in his mind. His vast dantian could easily accommodate hundreds of ethereal beasts. If he were to amass around 100 ninth-tier beasts, even innate powerhouses would be no match for him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a scene where he waved his arm and summoned a multitude of ethereal beasts. Suddenly, his smile froze, and in the next moment, he dove swiftly into the dense underbrush, focusing intently to become as still as a statue. Just then, through the gaps in the thick grass, Xianxia caught sight of a faint black shadow racing towards him with incredible speed. The figure moved as if possessed by a specter, landing silently on the branches of trees before swiftly descending to a spot merely a dozen paces away from him. Xianxia's lips twitched in distress as he mentally cursed the individual who had chosen to approach him. Why come here of all places? His slight frame could hardly withstand the tumult of such formidable beings. The shadow, cloaked in black, did not flee upon landing. Instead, it revealed a blood-red blade that seemed forged from the very essence of blood itself, materializing in its right hand. The chilling scent of blood was so potent that even from several paces away, Xianxia could distinctly perceive it. Just then, a white figure appeared in the distance, soaring towards him on a sword. Upon glimpsing her visage, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. A maiden clad in a moonlit white gown, with willow-like brows and enchanting eyes. Her skin as pristine as snow and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, stood imperiously atop a colossal azure sword. Her flowing attire gave her an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of purity and nobility, devoid of any earthly trivialities. Merely gazing upon her felt akin to committing a transgression. With remarkable swiftness, she surpassed even the shadowy figure, appearing almost instantaneously near it, poised atop a tree branch. In her hand, the azure sword was angled menacingly towards the cloaked figure, emanating fierce, sword energy that pulsated like a living entity. Such beauty, such strength. Xianxia Tog, his throat tightening. The ability to command a sword indicated her prowess was at least at the spirit realm. Yet at that moment, his concern did not lie with their respective strengths, but rather whether a confrontation loomed between them. If a battle were to ensue, The residual force of their clash could very well spell his demise dozens of times over. Su Fairy, your persistence is truly malevolent. You have pursued me for several days now. Do you truly believe I harbor any fear of you? The shadowy figure rasped, its voice grating like metal scraping stone. An unpleasant sound to the ears. Bloodhand, there is no need for further words. Since your ghost sect dares to trespass upon my sword sect to commit murder, you must be prepared for the consequences. Today, you shall find no chance of escape. The maiden, known as Su Fairy, replied coldly. Ghost sect? Sword sect. Xianxia's heart quickened. The woman before him was indeed a member of the sword sect. It made sense. Her ability to soar upon her sword and the menacing sword energy radiating from it were unmistakable hallmarks of the sword sect. Escape? Bloodhand scoffed, casting a glance towards Xianxia's concealed position. As the dark-clad figure turned its gaze upon him, Xianxia's heart sank. Just as he prepared to flee, a streak of crimson light struck his chest. With a cry of agony, he fell to the ground once more. Truly worthy of the title Bloodhand. Not even sparing a mere mortal, the sight of Bloodhand dispatching a cultivator of the mortal realm only served to harden the maiden's expression. Sparing? This is the moment for our decisive battle. I have no desire for unforeseen variables, Bloodhand declared, swinging the bloodied blade towards the white-clad maiden. A crimson arc, spanning several yards, erupted forth, laden with the stench of blood, hurtling towards the maiden atop the tree. Unperturbed by the approaching menace, the maiden vanished from her position in a ghostly manner, reappearing on the ground. Her jade hand wielded the long sword, creating a tempest as she thrust it fiercely towards Bloodhand. With a thunderous impact, the crimson light collided with the towering tree behind her, splintering it into countless fragments that cascaded through the air. In the blink of an eye, the maiden's sword was thrust before Bloodhand, who, with a concentrated gaze, leaped off the ground, wielding his bloody blade with a sharp, slicing wind as he aimed a fierce strike at her. As the blade descended, the maiden narrowed her eyes, angling her sword in defense. Clang! The two individuals collided with a resounding impact, sparks flying at the point of contact. In that very moment of collision, the long sword held by the woman unleashed several streams of sword aura, slicing towards the neck of the bloodied figure. Upon witnessing the oncoming sword energy, the bloodied figure's expression shifted, yet having engaged in combat multiple times prior, he was well prepared. As the sword energy departed, a surge of bloodlight erupted from his body, coalescing into a crimson shield that enveloped him. With a series of metallic clangs, the sword energies posed no threat, dissipating completely. However, the bloodlight shield swiftly transformed into several crimson beams, hurtling towards the woman's face. Noticing the impending attack, the woman furrowed her brows, her body arching backward as if abruptly severed. With a flick of her wrist, she executed a horizontal slash with her long sword, simultaneously releasing several streams of sword energy aimed at the vital points of the bloodied figure. Sensing the sword approaching his abdomen along with the fierce sword energies, the bloodied figure's eyelids twitched. He raised his wrist, positioning his blood blade before him, lightly tapping his right foot against the ground to propel himself backward, continuously rotating the blade during his retreat. Clang! The onslaught of sword energies was entirely thwarted. However, after deflecting the sword energies, the bloodied figure's expression darkened as he spotted a flash of cold light. A long sword accompanied by several streams of sword energy was directed towards his face. Not daring to be complacent, he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself backward like a cannonball. The woman did not cease her assault. Instead, as he retreated, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, her long sword stirring a spiraling vortex that carried several fierce sword energies, piercing towards the bloodied figure with ferocity. What an impressive display! Witnessing the fierce confrontation from within the thicket, Xianxia was taken aback. He had, of course, survived, for when the bloodlight had surged toward him, he had forcefully twisted his body, causing the attack originally aimed at his heart to strike his left chest instead. Although a gaping wound had appeared, it was not fatal. He contemplated fleeing, but dared not to, for while the battle raged intensely, either combatant could easily claim his life. Thus, he remained on the ground, observing the fierce duel. The clash between the two left Xianxia utterly astonished. Particularly notable was the woman's swordplay. Each thrust was accompanied by streams of sword energy that caused significant distress to the shadowy figure, rendering him hesitant and unwilling to linger in battle. Truly, a sword that shatters all techniques. As he beheld the swirling vortex and the sword energies, a malicious grin spread across the bloodied figure's face. His blood blade suddenly trembled, and with a furious shout, he swung it downwards with tremendous force. Instantly, a blood beam, several times larger than before, shot forth from the tip of the blood blade, carving a deep trench into the earth as it passed. Boom! The blood beam collided violently with the spiraling vortex, generating shockwaves that rippled through the forest, rapidly expanding outward, devastating everything in their path. Trees, grass, and flowers alike were obliterated, leaving chaos in their wake. At this moment, amidst the turbulent waves of energy, a delicate yet commanding voice rang out. 10 streaks of sword chi shot forth from the energy surge, connecting seamlessly, as though they were tearing through the very fabric of the air. Each passage of these sword energies produced a sharp, piercing sound. Observing this formidable display, Xianxia, concealed within the grass, felt his pupils constrict. This woman had remarkably cultivated the spirit-severing sword technique to its zenith, enabling her to unleash it in such a devastating form, truly astonishing. As the 10 sword energies hurtled towards him, the expression on Bloodhand's face turned grave. He extended his left hand forward, gripping tightly, and in an instant, a crimson radiance erupted from his grasp, coalescing into a thick blood shield that stood resolutely before him. Boom! One by one, the 10 sword energies collided against the immense shield, and with each impact, Bloodhand's body was forced backward, the energy shield visibly waning with each strike. When the 9th sword energy struck, the shield became translucent, its strength diminishing. Boom! Upon the 10th sword energy's collision, the energy shield disintegrated, revealing a face of sheer terror, Bloodhand's. Swoosh! A long sword, swift as lightning, pierced through Bloodhand's chest, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Behind him, a figure in white swiftly appeared, catching the sword, pivoting with grace, and plunging it once more into Bloodhand's back. At that moment, Bloodhand's left hand clutched desperately at the sword tip that had pierced his chest, blood immediately staining the blade crimson. Chapter 28. The Strike. Black Blood Seal. The arena was suddenly filled with Bloodhand's furious shout. Gripping the blade with his right hand, a surge of bright red blood erupted forth. And as the dark energy mingled with the blood, it transformed into a sinister black hue. This black blood rapidly spread from the sword through his body, almost instantaneously reaching the woman. Simultaneously, Bloodhand's right foot stomped down forcefully, propelling him forward. The sword detached from his body, trailing a stream of blood. This time, it was black. Feeling the black blood infiltrate her being, the sword in her hand turned dark, devoid of any spiritual essence. The woman's icy demeanor shifted. No longer indifferent, a semblance of gravity crossed her face as she raised her gaze to Bloodhand, solemnly stating, "You dare to employ forbidden techniques." Unafraid of descending in rank and being forever unable to advance, her words seemed to strike a nerve, and Bloodhand's pale visage twisted into a grotesque snarl as he bellowed, "Descend in rank? That is preferable to losing my life. Sue Fairy, do you not feel your inner energy gradually dissipating? In a moment, you shall become a mere husk, devoid of power, and I will make your existence a living hell." Coughing, seemingly overcome with fervor, Bloodhand's 2 sword wounds erupted with more black blood. Hearing his words, Xianxia furrowed his brow, realizing the dire implications. Should Bloodhand emerge victorious, given his ruthless nature, it was highly likely that he would meet a grim fate. However, at this moment, he found himself powerless. Although the bloodied hand appeared severely injured, it was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to contend with. Xianxia took a deep breath and glanced at the woman in white beside him, hoping she possessed some hidden card to play. As she sensed the rapid depletion of her internal energy, the woman's delicate brows furrowed. She gazed at the distant bloodied hand, a flicker of determination crossing her face. With a swift motion, the azure long sword in her grasp vanished. Her right hand formed a palm, the ring and little fingers curled inward, while the thumb pressed against them, and the index and middle fingers extended straight, forming a sword-like gesture. With a swift stroke towards the bloodied hand, a fierce sword energy shot forth from her fingertip. "You seek your own demise." Seeing the woman forcefully wield her energy, the bloodied hand's eyelids twitched, and he sidestepped to evade the sword energy. His voice laced with a mix of anger and fear. He too was at the end of his tether. Should the woman's sword energy strike him, it would likely spell his doom. The woman paid no heed to the bloodied hand. Instead, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes and propelled herself into the air as if gliding. In midair, her sword fingers waved rapidly, each motion unleashing a fierce sword energy, resulting in dozens of sword energies surging forth like a torrential downpour. Concealed in the grass, Xianxia's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. This sword technique was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing the spirit sword technique. The woman standing within the sword sect was undoubtedly high, potentially at the level of an elder. Witnessing such a multitude of sword energies, the bloodied hand's eyelids fluttered, and he was filled with profound dread. A flicker of resolve crossed his face as he disregarded the blood gushing from his chest. With a firm grasp of his right hand, crimson light erupted, swiftly forming a red energy shield. As he continuously infused his energy into the dark shield, blood gushed from the two sword wounds on his chest like a fountain. Despite the continuous bleeding, the bloodied hand did not cease to channel his energy. He understood that this was the woman's final assault. If he could withstand this wave of attacks, he would emerge victorious. If not, the outcome was self-evident. Therefore, he was determined to endure this onslaught, no matter the cost. Bang! Countless sword energies collided with the energy shield, reverberating through the forest with an unending series of explosive sounds. At that moment, the woman landed on the ground, her eyes fixated intently on the energy shield and the sight of the sword energy's explosion. If her opponent survived, her fate, devoid of energy, was all too predictable. Moments later, the energy shield gradually dissipated, and from behind it came the bloodied hand's unrestrained laughter. As the black energy shield vanished completely, it revealed the bloodied hand, whose pale face bore a hint of a smile, an expression of relief after surviving a calamity. Seeing that the bloodied hand had not perished, the woman inhaled deeply, a bitter smile creeping onto her face. She then slowly closed her eyes, and with a flick of her wrist, the azure longsword reappeared in her grasp. Although she had lost her energy, she refused to resign herself to death. Are you disappointed? The water fairy. Did I not merely slay a few external disciples of the sword sect? You pursued me relentlessly for 3 days and nights. And now? Not only do I intend to humiliate you to death, but I shall also hang your corpse at the gates of the imperial city, tarnishing the reputation of your sword sect. Cough. The blood hand, gripping the bloodied blade, advanced slowly toward the woman, brimming with arrogance. Having been pursued by her for 3 long days and nights, he was now overwhelmed with resentment, and with victory within his grasp, he unleashed his pent-up animosity. To his words, the woman exhibited no reaction, her expression as tranquil as a still lake, as if she had not heard him at all. Observing her lack of fear in response to his taunts, the blood hand felt a surge of boredom. He had hoped to instill terror, dread, and pleas for mercy in her, yet he was met with disappointment. The woman before him had truly achieved a state of unperturbed calm, untouched by external disturbances. It is over. With a low growl, the blood hand lunged toward the woman, opting not to use his blade, but instead delivering a kick aimed at her abdomen, evidently seeking to cripple her. Sensing the rush of air from his approaching kick, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide. With a flick of her right hand, the azure longsword she wielded transformed into a streak of cold light, shooting forth with precision. Simultaneously, she crossed her hands before her, pushing forward with great force to block the blood hand's ferocious kick. Caught off guard by her unexpected counterattack, the blood hand found himself pierced again as the long sword sliced through his chest. The woman was propelled backward by the force of his kick, soaring several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the sword pierce through the blood hand's chest, Xianxia felt a surge of elation. Yet, before his smile could fully form, it froze in place. For the blood hand, having been punctured thrice, did not collapse, but instead slowly settled onto the ground. Retrieving a talisman, which he tossed into the air, the talisman trembled briefly before vanishing into the heavens. A transmission talisman. Xianxia's expression shifted upon seeing the talisman. As its name implies, it was used for communication. The one employed by the blood hand was evidently of medium quality, capable of transmitting messages across an astounding distance of 800 miles. This signified that within an 800-mile radius, the blood hand had accomplices. Without hesitation, Xianxia produced a powerful talisman of superior quality and affixed it to himself. He then brandished a dagger, his right foot crashing down as he propelled himself toward the seated blood hand like a cannonball. When he was merely 3 paces away, he swung the dagger fiercely at the blood hand. Spirit-severing sword technique. A golden sword aura shot forth from the tip of Xianxia's dagger, aimed directly at the blood hand. Following the first strike, Xianxia did not relent, unleashing 2 additional golden sword auras in rapid succession. You dare, boy! The blood hand, struck with terror at the sudden onslaught of 3 sword auras, reacted instinctively. With a swift motion of his left hand, a thin blood shield materialized before him. As the shield appeared, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Boom! The first sword aura collided with the blood shield, causing it to tremble slightly, and the blood hand behind the shield spat out another mouthful of blood. As the second sword aura collided with the blood shield, the once dull shield shattered with a resounding bang, dissipating into the air. Witnessing the blood shield's demise, the blood hand's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. He could scarcely believe that this mere mortal, a seemingly useless being, had managed to breach his defenses. Though he was already at the end of his strength, this was still a mere mortal. With a sudden whoosh, the golden sword aura pierced through the blood hand's already battered chest. A shrill scream erupted as he was sent hurtling backward. In that fleeting moment, a figure appeared before him, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at the blood hand's head. Unfazed by his chest wound, the blood hand clenched his right fist and struck forcefully towards Xianxia's dagger. However, with a swift motion, Xianxia's dagger, gleaming with golden light, severed the blood hand's right hand as though slicing through vegetables, continuing its trajectory towards his neck. How could this be? The blood hand's eyes widened in disbelief, his final words left unuttered as his head was detached, sending a spray of dark blood into the air. Xianxia had no intention of explaining himself to this individual. After swiftly decapitating the blood hand, he hastily collected the blood blade from the severed hand and the ring from the blood hand's finger before rushing to the white-clad woman seated on the ground. 5 elements gold, attribute, mystical energy, a disciple of the sword sect? The woman gazed at Xianxia, astonishment etched across her features. She had witnessed the entire confrontation and, due to her clear understanding of the events, was taken aback. Xianxia had manifested the legendary 5 elements mystical energy and shattered the blood hand shield, which, though weakened to 1/3 of its usual power, was still not something a mere mortal could break. Xianxia did not respond to her inquiry. His voice low and urgent. The blood hand just used a transmission talisman. His reinforcements will surely be on their way. Can you still escape? At his words, the woman paused, then shook her head, replying, I cannot. The blood seal is a forbidden technique within divine arts. My cultivation has been sealed. Only by returning to the sword sect can I regain my strength. Forgive me. Xianxia interjected, and, to the woman's astonishment, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, then dashed away with remarkable speed. He dared not leave her behind. Should the blood hand's allies arrive, and she reveal that he was the one who had slain her assailant, it would spell disaster for him. Although this woman did not seem like the type to betray him, Xianxia refused to take such a gamble. Of course, he could eliminate her with a single strike, but he simply could not bring himself to do it. I do not harm those who do not harm me, was Xianxia's guiding principle. Had the blood hand not sought to attack him, he would have fled immediately rather than risk his life to confront him. In addition to his concerns about the woman potentially betraying him, there was also the consideration that she belonged to the sword sect. Having one more ally was preferable to gaining another enemy, and escaping alone or with her made little difference to him. Chapter 29, The Flight. Shortly after Xianxia and the woman in white departed, a bald middle-aged man appeared beside the corpse of Bloodhand. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a bare torso adorned with various bizarre runes that wriggled as if alive, creating an unsettling spectacle. He surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the decapitated body of Bloodhand. Shaking his head, a grave expression settled on his face as he murmured. Bloodhand claimed the opponent was ensnared by the black blood seal. Yet how did he meet such a tragic end? Could it be that other formidable warriors from the sword sect have emerged? Approaching the body, he examined the multiple sword wounds in Bloodhand's chest. Upon noticing one particular wound, his eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a low tone. 3 of these sword wounds must indeed originate from the sword energy of Lady Sue, while the adjacent, smaller sword energy likely does not belong to her. Contemplating the diminutive wound, he fell silent for a moment before continuing. The sword energy appears feeble and disorganized. It must have been unleashed by someone of innate level prowess. In that instant, the man comprehended the situation. Bloodhand had not perished at the hands of Lady Sue, but rather at the hands of a suddenly appeared innate level individual. With this realization, he waved his right hand, casting a sound transmission talisman into the air, declaring, "Bloodhand is dead. There is no need to rush here." Lady Sue is ensnared by the black blood seal and has lost her powers. This presents an opportunity. Blood Fiend and Blood Scythe should proceed to the 10,000 Serpent Forest to intercept. The remaining innate level warriors should temporarily set aside their affairs and search the regions of the Nether Valley and the soul-severing abyss. We must ensure they do not return to the Sword Sect alive. Otherwise, our plans may be jeopardized. With that, the tattooed man moved swiftly, transforming into a shadow as he dashed into the distance. Amidst the dense forest, Xianxia sprinted at an alarming pace, carrying the woman in white on his back. Though she felt as light as a piece of jade, Xianxia had no time for such thoughts. His only concern was how to survive. Having slain a member of the Ghost Sect, he had no doubt that they would not allow him to escape. Given Bloodhand's strength, his allies would surely not be weak either. Even if they were, they would not be within his capability to contend with. Yet, he harbored no regrets. If Bloodhand sought to kill him, why should he not retaliate? I sense powerful beings hunting us. The woman's voice broke through his thoughts. You've regained your strength? Xianxia felt a surge of hope. He had staked everything on the belief that the woman could recover her powers or summon assistance, especially given how close the Sword Sect was. No, she replied softly. The Black Blood Seal is a formidable technique, and Bloodhand paid a great price to deploy it. Without external aid, I cannot possibly recover. The only reason I can sense them is due to my consciousness. Though my strength is sealed, my awareness remains intact. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia's heart sank, and he pressed on. Have you called for help? No. Why not? Xianxia nearly stumbled to the ground, initially believing that his adversary had summoned reinforcements. Although his heart raced with a hint of anxiety, he was not yet engulfed in terror. However, now that his entire cultivation had been sealed, how could he utilize secret techniques to notify the Sword Sect? Upon hearing this, Xianxia hastily replied, "Then use a sound transmission talisman. Wasn't that bloodied hand just employing one? I do not possess any." Xianxia was rendered speechless. Abruptly halting, he veered in a different direction. Observing his silence, the woman spoke softly. "Are you regretting bringing me along?" "Perhaps a little," Xianxia admitted candidly. "If you remain here, you might have a chance for survival while I escape on my own." At her words, Xianxia felt a flicker of temptation, yet he quickly shook his head. Leaving the woman behind could spell doom for him. Should she survive, her prowess and status within the Sword Sect would ensure his demise. Moreover, he had little faith that the Ghost Sect would allow him to escape unscathed, especially after having slain one of their seemingly high-ranking members. "They will not spare me. Bringing me along will only bring you endless troubles. Xianxia chuklet bitterly. If I leave you here and they kill you, will that just end it? They won't come after me?" The woman replied, "Though I am unaware of the cultivation level of Bloodied Hand's allies, it should not be too difficult for them to ascertain that he did not perish at my hands. Furthermore, with my cultivation stripped away, fleeing such a distance is impossible. They may already know someone is aiding my escape. Given the ruthless methods of the Ghost Sect, they will not let you go. Well, there you have it. Xianxia chuklet again. If they won't let me go, leaving you behind is no different from taking you with me. Besides, having you by my side makes me feel more secure." His words were sincere. He had witnessed her strength firsthand. Had it not been for carelessness, Bloodied Hand would not have been in a position to be outsmarted. With such a formidable ally, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Regardless, he decided to take the gamble. The woman fell silent for a moment before saying, "Why not run into the Serpent Forest? You should understand that we can only survive by returning to the Sword Sect. If you were an ally of Bloodied Hand, what would be your first thought?" The woman fell silent. If she were indeed an ally of Bloodied Hand, she would surely block their path back to the Sword Sect. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at Xianxia, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. He was remarkably young, possessing not only the legendary 5 elements profound chi, but also considerable strength and wisdom. If the Sword Sect were to nurture him for a few years, he might even ascend to the Qingyun ranking in the southern region. It had been decades since anyone from the Sword Sect graced that list. At that moment, Xianxia fervently wished for the capabilities of the little one. If only he had that little one's speed, he wouldn't fear the relentless pursuit of the Ghost Sect. After nearly 2 hours of frantic running, Xianxia finally felt fatigued and took refuge with the woman in the dense foliage of a large tree. Gazing upon the exquisitely refined visage of the woman, Xianxia felt his heart race uncontrollably. Suppressing the peculiar sensation within, he spoke in a low voice. "Wandering aimlessly like this is not a viable solution. Given enough time, we will undoubtedly be caught. Do you have any viable strategies? No, the woman replied succinctly and directly. Xianxia's expression twitched, nearly provoked to the brink of bloodshed by her response. For heaven's sake, your prowess is formidable. How can you have no ideas or plans? The woman cast a languid glance at Yang Yi and stated, "Take me back to the sword sect, and then I shall return with others to annihilate them. That is the only course of action I can conceive." Yang Yi was left speechless, thinking to himself that he too wished to escort her back to the sword sect. But was it even possible? The path back was surely fraught with formidable foes undergoing their tribulations. Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. You possess the 5 elements profound qi. Why have I not heard your name at the sword sect? A glimmer of curiosity and interest sparkled in her eyes. I am merely a servant disciple, Yang Yi replied nonchalantly, absorbing the energy from the stone in his grasp as he answered her question. A servant disciple? The woman's delicate brows furrowed. How can that be? Though your realm is low, your strength is considerable, and you wield the gold element of the 5 elements profound qi. It is inconceivable that you are merely a servant disciple. Is being a servant disciple so honorable? Do I need to pretend otherwise? Yang Yi retorted, exasperated. At such a critical moment, this woman still had the presence of mind to engage in such trivial discussions, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were being pursued by one or even several formidable foes. After a moment of silence, the woman appeared to have an epiphany. Her delicate features hardened as she declared, "If it is an outer elder of the sword sect suppressing you, fear not. If we manage to return, I shall personally investigate this matter. I shall not let anyone who dares to suppress any potential genius, regardless of who they are, go unpunished." Yang Yi was taken aback. This woman undoubtedly held a significant status within the sword sect. Just as he was about to inquire about her background, she suddenly turned her gaze towards the distance and uttered solemnly, "A powerful, innate realm expert approaches from this direction. It is from the ghost sect, and there is more than one." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi sprang to his feet without hesitation, hoisting the woman onto his back before leaping forth, darting away into the distance. As they fled, Yang Yi asked, "If I had a transmission talisman, would you be able to use it to notify the strong ones of the sword sect?" The woman paused in surprise, then replied, "Yes. But it must be at least a medium-grade transmission talisman. Do you possess one?" "Not at the moment." The woman sighed. Chapter 30, Leap. Barely a moment after Yang Yi and the woman in white departed, 2 young men bearing skull insignias upon their left chests appeared beneath the large tree. One of the taller young men closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "There is the scent of humans here. That fairy Sue and the man who fled with her must have lingered." Upon hearing this, a short man behind him revealed a lewd glimmer in his eyes and remarked, "Xiaozi, I have heard that the enchanting Su Xianxia possesses unparalleled beauty. Now that she is afflicted by the black blood seal, does that mean she has lost all her power?" Xiaozi furrowed his brow and replied, "Heizi, suppress your sordid thoughts. Even if a powerhouse of her caliber is sealed, she surely possesses other means of survival. Furthermore, our orders are to eliminate her on sight. Are you not concerned about the sex regulations if we make a mistake?" At the mention of the sex regulations, Heizi's expression changed, and he forced a laugh, saying, "I was merely jesting. Come, let us continue our hunt." Xiaozi snorted coldly and then darted in the direction where Yang Yi had fled. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, not only were they being pursued, but they also faced countless terrifying mystical beasts. Especially as they advanced further, the number of these fearsome creatures multiplied. Were it not for the powerful divine sense of the woman in white, the 2 of them might have already been reduced to mere bones by the beasts. Within a hidden cave, Yang Yi placed the woman aside and retrieved the materials for crafting talismans gifted to him by Baoer. Without regard for the woman, he began to create a sound transmission talisman. Yang Yi understood that if he continued to flee aimlessly, he would not only be hunted down, but could also fall victim to the mystical beasts. He needed to produce the talisman first, allowing the woman to summon help. Otherwise, both of them would be doomed. Noticing Yang Yi meticulously etching with the talisman pen on the blank paper, the woman in white's eyes sparkled. She stepped closer to him and, witnessing the golden mystical energy twisting on the paper like delicate lines, she was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Are you a talisman master?" Upon hearing her question, Yang Ye's hand trembled, causing the lines to skew, and the entire talisman became a tangled mess, rendered useless. Looking up at the woman, he replied irritably, Are you not aware that one must not disturb the talisman crafting process? With that, he retrieved another blank talisman paper and resumed his drawing. Despite Xianxia's seemingly accusatory tone, the woman remained unperturbed, her interest only growing. Her eyes, like autumn waters, fixated on the blank talisman paper. Such an opportunity to observe the crafting process at such close range was rare indeed. Xianxia held the talisman pen with utmost care, drawing on the paper with bated breath. However, despite his caution, his second attempt at crafting the talisman also failed. He had never made a sound transmission talisman before, and anxiety gripped him, compounded by the thought of the innate powerhouses pursuing him outside, leaving his heart in turmoil. Seeing the failure of the talisman, the woman in white felt a flicker of disappointment, though it quickly vanished. She looked at Xianxia and advised, "You need to calm your mind. Otherwise, you cannot successfully create the sound transmission talisman. You have ample time, so there is no need to rush, as it seems those innate beings pursuing us have gone in the wrong direction." Upon hearing the woman's words, Xianxia felt a sense of relief wash over him. He nodded slightly, and after a moment of gathering his composure, he slowly lowered his pen onto the blank talisman paper. Approximately half an hour later, he withdrew his pen and promptly sat down on the ground, gasping for air. This talisman is truly difficult to draw. Thankfully, I succeeded. As she gazed at the vividly intricate patterns on the talisman, a glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of the woman in white. However, upon discerning the quality of the talisman, her expression transformed into one of unabashed astonishment. It was actually a high-grade talisman. Although she was not a talisman master, she understood the significance of such a grade. Could it be that this young man before her was a talisman master of the earth level? Shaking her head, the woman dismissed the thought and tossed the talisman into the air. Once she saw the sound transmission talisman dissipate into the atmosphere, she turned to Xianxia and urged, "You must run now, or it will be too late." What? Xianxia was perplexed. There are two innate level experts less than 10 miles away, and they are approaching at high speed. Were you not the one who said they were heading in another direction? I lied to you. Xianxia was momentarily speechless. He wasted no time, hoisting the woman onto his back and darting out of the cave, then sprinting towards the direction of the soul-severing abyss. How long until the sword sex experts arrive? He asked in a low voice. About an hour. Upon hearing this, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. An hour should be manageable, but the woman's next words caused his heart to race once more. There is a spirit realm expert heading this way, one whose strength is not inferior to that of the Bloodhand. Xianxia's heart sank. The notion of being not weaker than the Bloodhand was chilling. It implied that this person could easily take his life with a mere flick of a finger. What should we do? We can't fight. Should we surrender? Even if I am willing, would they be? With only one path remaining, he knew they had to flee, run for their lives towards the soul-severing mountains. The woman spoke firmly to the soul-severing mountains. Without hesitation, Xianxia sprinted at full speed toward the mountains. This range was exceedingly perilous, while not particularly high. It was vast and extensive, stretching for thousands of miles like the body of slumbering dragon, known as the soul-severing mountains. Entering this range meant truly stepping into the depths of the 10,000 mountains, serving as a formidable barrier. However, for those who had not reached the innate level, traversing this mountain range was utterly impossible due to the countless innate-level mystic beasts residing within. It was precisely because of these innate beasts that human cultivators below the innate level could only hunt magical beasts and seek spirit herbs at the periphery of the 10,000 mountains. Too fearful to venture deeper. Certainly, even without the innate mystical beast, humans who have not reached the innate stage would not dare to venture deep into the 10,000 great mountains. It is not only the domain of the mystical beasts, but also the perilous heights and dense forests that would leave many who enter disoriented and unable to find their way back north. However, what truly deters humanity from stepping into the 10,000 great mountains is the very name of the mountain range, soul-severing. At the edge of the soul-severing mountains lies a chasm known as the soul-severing abyss. This abyss stretches approximately 100 zhang apart, extending 1,000 zhang in length, with its sides smooth and steep, presenting an extremely perilous drop. Beneath this precipice lies the soul-severing abyss, whose depths are unfathomable, perpetually shrouded in a dark crimson mist. Beneath the abyss, it is said that the bones of tens of thousands of humans rest, all of whom were once formidable beings who dared to tread into the soul-severing mountains. In a word, the mystical beasts do not welcome humans who intrude upon the soul-severing mountains. Xianxia carried the young woman to the edge of the soul-severing abyss. And just as he prepared to soar deeper into the mountains, she halted him, saying, "Do not proceed. A king-tier mystical beast guards the opposite side. If you go, it will tear you apart." The mention of a king-tier mystical beast sent a chill down Xianxia's throat, for such beings were equivalent to innate-stage human cultivators. Yet their strength far surpassed that of humans due to their formidable defenses and physical prowess. "What shall we do now?" Xianxia inquired. Since the young woman had brought him here, she must possess a means of survival. With a delicate hand, the woman pointed towards the abyss and declared, "Jump down." "What? Jump down?" Xianxia thought he had misheard. The woman nodded, stating, "This chasm harbors a mysterious power. Anyone who descends will have their cultivation sealed. Only by jumping down can we hope for a slim chance of survival." Xianxia glanced into the abyss, where the depths were concealed by the ominous red mist, and it was evident that the bottom would not be a pleasant place. Was he truly to leap down? Xianxia swallowed hard. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but the soul-severing abyss was overwhelmingly terrifying. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Ha, Miss Sue, it seems you are at your wit's end." At that moment, a dark figure sped toward them from the distant horizon. The figure moved with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of a fist. And with another blink, it had grown to the size of a head. Xianxia, unwilling to close his eyes again, hesitated no longer. He hoisted the woman onto his back, took a deep breath, and leaped into the soul-severing abyss. As the woman had indicated, remaining above would surely lead to certain death, but descending offered a sliver of hope. Thus he chose to jump. The instant Xianxia plunged into the abyss, a shaven-headed tattooed man landed at the spot where Xianxia had stood, watching as Xianxia and the woman vanished into the mist. The man's expression darkened like turbulent waters. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against pursuing them. The depths below were far too eerie for him to dare descend. With a flick of his right hand, a sound talisman soared into the sky. The bald, tattooed man spoke in a deep voice. "Two individuals have fallen into the abyss of souls. Cease the pursuit. The plan is temporarily halted. Everyone must conceal themselves immediately. Violators will face the sex regulations." Chapter 31. Soft Jade and Warm Fragrance. Xianxia held the white-clad woman tightly. The rapid descent created a fierce wind pressure that stung his cheeks. However, the woman in his arms fared much better, though her complexion was slightly pale. She remained remarkably composed, as if they were not plummeting from a precipice. She gazed at Xianxia, whose eyes were tightly shut, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. In that moment, they were closely entwined, especially as Xianxia clutched her waist with a firm grip, leaving no space between them. Although the situation was dire, she felt somewhat unsettled. As for Xianxia, despite holding a beauty in his embrace, his thoughts were consumed with the urgency of their predicament. He merely hoped for a swift landing. Given his robust physique, a fall from a height of over 100 feet would likely not be fatal, at most leaving him severely battered. Time passed, though Xianxia could not discern how long. Upon finally opening his eyes, he realized that he and the white-clad woman were still in freefall, panic slowly creeping into his heart. What to do? Xianxia found himself helpless, relying on the woman, who had urged him to jump. Surely, she must possess a plan. Otherwise, if they reached the bottom, they would surely become a mere splatter of flesh, with him perhaps surviving in a more intact state. "I don't know," the woman replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xianxia. "How can you not know? You are the one who told me to jump." Xianxia exclaimed, frustration bubbling within him. This woman was utterly irresponsible. To have him leap, and then merely declare ignorance? It was a matter of life and death. "If we were up there, you would already be dead. Jumping down means you are still alive," she remarked coolly, turning her head away from him. Xianxia found himself at a loss for words. Although her statement was somewhat absurd, there was a kernel of truth in her reasoning. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He must not perish. What would become of his sister and mother if he were gone? Who would protect them? He needed to think of a solution. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. What is happening? Why is the energy within me dissipating? It has vanished. The woman replied softly. The abyss of souls possesses a peculiar power. Everyone who descends loses their cultivation, becoming an ordinary person. The loss of your inner energy signifies that we are nearing the bottom. She turned to look at him and added, "I never imagined I would meet my end here with you. You knew this jump would be fatal, didn't you?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a charming smile. "Only just realizing it? Had we perished above, you can imagine the fate that awaited me, and of course, yours would not be any better. The ghost sect possesses a secret technique known as the soul-binding art, which enables them to imprison our souls, rendering us their eternal slaves. At that point, we will be condemned to never transcend this existence. Should I express my gratitude to you then? Xianxia scoffed. The woman before him had engaged in a fierce battle with the blood hand of the ghost sect, and he found himself caught in the crossfire. Believing he could evade the sect's pursuit, only to unwittingly leap into the abyss of broken souls. Although he recognized that this predicament was not primarily the woman's fault, he could not shake his annoyance. The woman smiled faintly, choosing silence. She comprehended Xianxia's feelings, who would remain in good spirits when entangled in trouble. Observing her reticence, Xianxia abandoned his intent to engage in a verbal sparring match. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. He gently pushed the woman aside and patted his abdomen, exclaiming, "Little one, hurry out and save me. If you don't, you'll never see the light of day again." At this moment, he disregarded the presence of others, placing his hope entirely on that mysterious little being. As his words faded, a flash of purple light appeared, and a violet ferret materialized on Xianxia's shoulder. The sudden appearance of the creature caused the woman in white to widen her eyes in astonishment. Despite her typically calm demeanor, this unexpected little being took her by surprise. How did it come to be? What kind of mystical beast was it? Why had she never encountered such a creature before? A flurry of questions raced through her mind. The violet ferret nuzzled Xianxia's cheek before it seemed to sense something amiss. Its large eyes scanned the surroundings and finally settled on Xianxia, filled with confusion. "Little one, do you have a way to save us?" Xianxia implored, gazing at the adorable creature with urgency. The ferret blinked, glancing between Xianxia and the woman in white, then blinked again before nodding. Seeing the little creature nod, Xianxia sighed in relief. Yearning to embrace it in joyous affection, it was simply too endearing. The ferret directed its paws toward Xianxia and the woman, waving them in the air. Instantly, a purple barrier enveloped both Xianxia and the woman, causing their descent to slow significantly. Feeling the reduction in speed, Xianxia's heart soared with delight as he looked at the violet ferret with eyes aglow. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. This little creature was undoubtedly a remarkable find, possessing not only the ability to tame mystical beasts, but also such extraordinary powers. The woman in white was utterly astonished. Stelling a gluncha et Xianxia. This man intrigued her. First, he wielded elemental energy. Then he proved to be a rune master. And now he had summoned a mystical beast, one so enigmatic that even she had never encountered it. Was he truly just a mere servant disciple? A profound doubt lingered in her mind. After casting a protective purple light over Xianxia and the woman, the little creature disappeared into Xianxia's whirlpool dantian, leaving the woman in white astounded once more. Where had it gone? Unable to suppress her curiosity, the woman in white spoke up. Xianxia glanced at her and replied, "It's a secret. The vortex dantian is a secret, and this little one is also a secret. I certainly do not wish for others to learn of these two mysteries, especially not this formidable woman before me. Should she regain her strength in the future, she might dissect me to study the vortex dantian, and that would spell disaster." The woman in white acknowledged his words with an "oh," exhibiting a commendable sense of propriety by refraining from further inquiries. Everyone harbors secrets, and she understood that well. No longer preoccupied with the fear of being reduced to a mere pulp, Xianxia's thoughts began to flourish, for he held a captivating beauty in his embrace. The warmth and softness of her presence stirred natural reactions within him, as he was, after all, an ordinary man. The woman in his arms was extraordinarily beautiful, arguably the most stunning he had ever encountered. Had he met such a strikingly beautiful and powerful woman in the past, he would have certainly refrained from approaching her. It was not a matter of insecurity, but rather a keen self-awareness. Women of such caliber often possessed lofty ambitions and a proud disposition. Any man who dared to pursue her would undoubtedly invite humiliation upon himself. Even now, despite her loss of cultivation, the innate pride she exuded was unmistakable. Though she did not overtly display it, it was evident in her demeanor. The fact that she had never sought his assistance since her cultivation was lost spoke volumes about her pride. Xianxia perceived her as an exceedingly proud woman. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have invested his thoughts in her, but given their current close embrace, despite his lack of ulterior motives, his body naturally reacted. Seemingly sensing the unusual tension emanating from him, the woman's beautiful face turned cold as she glared at him, and said in a low voice, "Do you wish to die right now?" Though her words were simple, they carried an imposing authority, tinged with an underlying threat. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from her, Xianxia felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily shook his head and implored, "Please, don't be impulsive. I harbor no lewd intentions towards you." This response is entirely natural, truly a natural reaction. We are in this together and should cooperate, not create discord. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, unwavering. Xianxia managed a sheepish smile and continued, "Given that our lives hang in a balance, how could I possibly entertain such lewd thoughts? I assure you, it is not intentional. It is merely a physical response. You must understand." He felt compelled to reassure her, for although she had lost her cultivation, he could not dismiss the possibility that she possessed other lethal skills. As she had stated, they were indeed in the same boat, and it would be unwise to allow a minor misunderstanding to incite conflict. After a moment of scrutiny, the woman seemed to conclude that Xianxia spoke the truth, and she turned her gaze elsewhere. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, even with her cultivation sealed. Her piercing gaze and formidable presence remained sharp, truly a testament to her strength. Following the previous awkward moment, a silence enveloped the two, broken only by the sound of their breathing, the atmosphere thick with tension amid the violet glow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Xianxia, who had previously closed his eyes, suddenly opened them, a palpable excitement and joy illuminating his gaze as he realized his feet were firmly planted on solid ground. They had landed. At that moment, the woman in white also opened her eyes, and they exchanged a glance before promptly diverting their attention to the distance. Peering through the purple mist, upon gaining clarity of their surroundings, their expressions turned grave. What did they behold? Chapter 32, Struck Gold. Before them lay a horrifying sight, an expanse densely littered with white bones. Amongst these remnants were both human and mystical beast skeletons, piled thickly together in a scene that was both terrifying and bizarre. Gazing at the macabre tableau, Xianxia furrowed his brow. It was evident that this location was far from benign. With their powers stripped away, he and the woman in white found themselves in a dire predicament. Contemplating this, Xianxia turned to the woman beside him, and upon seeing her similarly furrowed brow, his heart sank. "You are unfamiliar with this place as well?" he inquired. The woman glanced at him, replying, "The Sword Sect has documented that the soul-severing abyss is a realm where mystical beasts instill fear in humans. Any human who dares to trespass into the soul-severing mountains will be slain by these beasts and discarded into the abyss." As she spoke, her gaze swept the surroundings, her tone growing grave. Yet, the current circumstances suggest this is far more complex than it appears. After a moment of silence, Xianxia asked, "Is it possible to use a communication talisman to notify the Sword Sect?" The woman shook her head, her gaze lifting toward the crimson mist swirling above. A shadow of concern crossed her delicate features as she murmured, "This place harbors a strange power, a force of law. Yet, as I mention this, I sense a yearning within me." She cast a fleeting glance at Xianxia, adding, "Do not inquire about the nature of this law. It would be beyond your comprehension." "How remarkable! You are still not an ordinary person." Xianxia scoffed inwardly, feeling a twinge of irritation. He had intended to ask about the nature of this law, but the woman's dismissal quelled his curiosity. Choosing not to dwell on his frustrations, Xianxia retrieved the spatial ring he had seized from Bloodhand. As he scanned its contents with his mental energy, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Within the ring lay no fewer than 30,000 energy stones, accompanied by approximately 20 exquisite mystical treasures, among which was a long sword. The sight of this sword ignited his excitement. It was of the Xian grade. Though it was merely of the lower tier, it was still a Xian grade weapon. It was worth noting that many outer disciples of the Sword Sect lacked such a treasure. However, apart from this sword, the remaining treasures were of the high-tier Huang grade, which left Xianxia feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he soon ceased to feel disappointment, for within the ring lay 3 scrolls, astonishingly comprising profound techniques. The low-grade Xian technique, Bloodthirsty Slash, the high-grade Huang technique, Swift Gale Steps, and the low-grade Xian technique, Black Dragon Wave. Unconcerned about the presence of the woman in white, Xianxia took out the 3 scrolls, and, just as he prepared to examine them, the woman interjected, "You cannot cultivate the other 2 techniques aside from the Swift Gale Steps." Xianxia was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Why? These are profound techniques." As if struck by a thought, he cast a dubious glance at the woman in white and added, "You wouldn't be coveting these 2 profound techniques, would you?" The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from her. Upon hearing Xianxia's words and witnessing his actions, the woman's eyelids fluttered, and her breath quickened momentarily. Yet, she soon regained her composure and replied coolly, "Suit yourself with your strength. You should be able to evade the pursuit of both the sword sect and the ghost sect." Xiangyi was bewildered. While he could understand being pursued by the ghost sect, he could not fathom why the sword sect would seek his life. Noticing that the woman did not appear to be a liar, he hesitated and remarked, "They are merely two low-grade profound techniques. Is it really such a big deal?" The woman had initially wished to avoid conversation with Yang Yi, but considering that he was a disciple of the sword sect and potentially a future leader of a new generation, she felt compelled to steer him away from a misguided path. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. "The sword sect and the ghost sect are sworn enemies. Whenever members of these sects meet, they typically engage in battle. If you cultivate the techniques of the ghost sect, those from the sword sect with vendettas against the ghost sect will surely not let you off easily. And the ghost sect will not allow sword sect members to practice their techniques. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that the techniques of blood hand require blood as a medium, without the slaughter of tens of thousands. You cannot even enter the threshold of these techniques." Tens of thousands? Yang Yu was somewhat incredulous, but as he opened the scrolls and glanced at the descriptions, he could not help but smile wryly. As the woman had stated, these techniques indeed necessitated blood as a medium to cultivate to the level of blood hand. It was virtually impossible without the massacre of countless lives. He was willing to kill, but only those who provoked him. As for the notion of killing for the sake of cultivation, that was something he could not bring himself to do. Ultimately, Yang Yi relinquished the two techniques. His conscience would not allow it, and he feared that pursuing this path would undoubtedly attract the wrath of both sections. While profound techniques were enticing, one's life was far more precious. Observing the reluctance and frustration etched on Yang Ye's face, the woman in white scoffed, "They are merely two techniques. Is it truly worth such distress? The sword sect has no shortage of excellent techniques." Yang Ye's anger flared at her dismissive comment. "Could you refrain from making sarcastic remarks? Do you have any idea what I am cultivating? I am practicing the fundamental techniques and basic swordplay of the sword sect. And the finest technique I possess is merely a hand-copied manuscript that lacks annotations. Am I not struggling enough?" Seeing Yang Yi resemble an enraged bull, the woman in white retorted derisively, "Is it not simply a desire for profound techniques?" As she spoke, her wrist flicked, and a scroll was tossed towards Yang Yi. "This is a mid-grade profound technique, Sword Chi Finger. When cultivated to perfection, the profound energy is inexhaustible, and the sword chi is ceaseless." The white-clad woman's words caused Yang Yi's face to flush with embarrassment, yet his heart surged with exhilaration. This sword chi finger must be the profound technique she had unleashed during her final confrontation with Bloodhand. The memory of the myriad sword chi filled him with excitement. A mid-grade profound technique. I now possess a profound technique. How could he not be thrilled? A mid-grade profound technique was something even Elder Qian and other external elders did not possess. Upon unrolling the scroll, Yang Ye's eyes sparkled, and he looked up at the white-clad woman and asked, "Is the annotation on this scroll yours?" She cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Yang Yi was not disheartened. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you." This was a sincere expression of gratitude. Profound techniques of this caliber were exceedingly rare, and this woman had generously gifted him one complete with annotations. This meant that his future practice of sword chi finger would be incredibly efficient. "Consider it your reward for saving me," the white-clad woman said softly. As if recalling something, she added, "Do not use that blood blade from Bloodhand." At her words, Yang Yi paused, nearly forgetting about the blood blade. With a flick of his wrist, the blood blade appeared in his hand. As it manifested a sharp, acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses. Frowning, Yang Yi steeled himself against the overwhelming stench and examined the blade closely. The blood blade was approximately 4 feet long and about 5 fingers wide, with numerous skull engravings on the hilt. The blade gleamed a deep crimson, as if forged from blood itself. Upon closer inspection, Yang Yi noticed that there was indeed a flowing red liquid within the blade. "This is a mid-grade, profound treasure," the white-clad woman remarked, observing the blood blade in Yang Yi's grasp. "This is a growing, profound treasure. Given the current state of this blood blade, if it consumes the blood of tens of thousands, it should ascend to a high-grade, profound treasure." Mid-grade, profound treasure? Yang Ye's eyes brightened. This was indeed a treasure. In combat, while cultivation level was vital, profound techniques and treasures were equally significant. Noticing the glint in Xianxia's eyes, the white-clad woman spoke solemnly. This blood blade has slain countless disciples of my sword sect. If you dare to wield it, I will not hesitate to kill you. At her words, Xianxia's smile faded, and he replied, Are you threatening me? His principle was simple. He respected those who respected him, but any threat, regardless of the source, would render them his enemy. And what if I am? The woman replied calmly, her gaze fixed on him. Xianxia sheathed the blood blade and said, If that is the case, we are indeed enemies. I will show no mercy to an enemy, even if they are a beautiful woman and a disciple of the sword sect. By the end of his statement, a murderous intent had begun to brew within him. There were numerous reasons not to kill the woman, yet even one, her knowledge of his secrets, was sufficient. Not to mention, she had threatened him. You wish to kill me? A playful smile danced in the white-clad woman's eyes. Chapter 33. The Sudden Change. Xianxia felt a sudden chill, astonished that the other party had actually noticed him. After gazing at the woman in white for a considerable time, he said, Regardless of the circumstances, I have saved you, and you cannot dispute that, can you? It was indeed you who saved me, the woman in white affirmed without hesitation. Xianxia continued, I do not expect your gratitude, yet I also do not wish to save a thankless wretch. Your standing within the sword sect is considerable, and your strength is exceedingly formidable. Your personal preferences and principles are your own affair. As for mine, how I choose to act and what I desire to pursue should not be dictated by others. He did not wish to engage in conflict, yet the playful smile on her face dissuaded him from taking action. At her level of power, Xianxia found it hard to believe she lacked means of self-preservation. Moreover, given their current predicament, he was reluctant to incite discord. The woman remained silent for a moment before stating, You are a disciple of the sword sect, wielding a cursed artifact stained with the blood of its disciples. That is unacceptable. Xianxia replied, I am not a disciple of the sword sect. I am merely a servant disciple, and such individuals are not recognized as true disciples of the sect. What do you mean by that? The woman in white looked at Xianxia, her voice low and firm. Xianxia explained, It means nothing. I simply do not wish for others to meddle in my affairs. Of course, if you find it displeasing, once we exit, I shall return to the Great Qin Empire. After all, I am an inscription master and need not worry about my future. He had no intention of leaving the sword sect, as he sought to uphold his dignity, and possessing a sect as a backing would provide some assurance for the future. However, if this woman were to be petty and cause him trouble upon their departure, he would have no choice but to leave. Defection from the sect is a capital offense, the woman declared sternly. Xianxia shook his head, responding, As far as I understand, servant disciples are merely brought in from the secular world for menial tasks and are not recorded in the sword sect's roster. Thus, I am not a disciple of the sword sect. If I am not a disciple, how can there be talk of defection? The woman in white fell silent. Had it been anyone else, even those renowned super geniuses on the outer sect rankings, she would have scoffed at such assertions. Yet this man named Xianxia was different. He wielded the metal element of the 5 elements mystical energy and was an inscription master, possessing the strongest abilities she had encountered among mortals. The loss of such a disciple would indeed be a detriment to the sword sect. Upon considering this, the woman said, I have no interest in your personal matters. If you are unafraid of the ghost sect sending assassins after you, then by all means, wield that bloody blade. Seeing her concession, a smile graced Xianxia's face as he replied, I had no intention of using that bloody blade. My training lies in sword techniques. And how could I possibly resort to using a knife? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the woman in white understood. The reason this mortal seemed to harbor malice and spoke of leaving the sect was due to her threats. Realizing this, she regarded Xianxia with newfound respect, reflecting, I did not expect a mortal practitioner to possess such fortitude and spirit. I had underestimated him before. With the conflict resolved, Xianxia began to survey his surroundings. Perhaps it was the impending darkness that rendered visibility increasingly scarce. Of course, even during daylight, the presence of that crimson mist obscured their sight beyond 100 paces. Sitting idly in such a predicament was futile. Xianxia inquired, Do you have any suggestions? None, the woman replied succinctly. Xianxia, harboring no expectations for a solution from her, ventured southward for a while, only to find the thick fog ahead remained impenetrable, and the ground beneath was littered with skeletal remains. He halted his steps, retracing his path, and remarked, Here, we have neither food nor water. If we continue like this, we shall surely become another addition to these bones. Though both were practitioners of the arcane, they still required sustenance, particularly under the current circumstances where their powers were restrained. "What do we do?" the woman asked. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia proposed, "Let us proceed southward continuously and see if we can find our way out." "I refuse to believe this is a circular abyss." "Why head south?" the woman queried, brow furrowed. "The sword sect lies to the south," Xianxia elucidated. The woman shook her head and replied, "Traveling from the soul-severing mountains to the serpent forest would not take long under normal conditions. However, our powers are currently sealed. Even if we were to head south, reaching the outskirts of the serpent forest would take at least a fortnight. Can we endure without food or water for that long?" Xianxia chuckled lightly, saying, "You need not worry. I have a plan." With a flicker of his mind, he summoned the ninth-tier mystical beast. The gray wolf emerged. Visibly disgruntled, glaring fiercely at Xianxia. It had been quite comfortable in its previous location. Upon seeing the ninth-tier beast, the woman in white gasped in astonishment, glancing at the creature before casting a penetrating gaze towards Xianxia. Feeling the wolf's ire directed at him, Xianxia's temper flared. "What are you glaring at?" He gestured southward, commanding, "Lead us past that point, or be gone. I do not support those who live off others, even if you are a wolf." After a lengthy hesitation, the gray wolf ultimately acquiesced. It was reluctant to leave the energy-rich area and preferred to avoid inciting the ire of the diminutive human. Seeing the wolf relent, Xianxia leapt gracefully onto its back and turned to the woman in white, urging, "Come aboard. With it, we need not walk ourselves." The woman eyed the gray wolf briefly before leaping to land behind Xianxia, maintaining a distance that left him somewhat disappointed. He had envisioned her seated in front of him, allowing him to embrace her as they sped forth on the wolf. Alas, that plan would remain unrealized. Patting the gray wolf, it understood and swiftly transformed into a gray blur, darting away. The gray wolf galloped for approximately an hour, and to their astonishment, the ground was strewn with bones along the way. This grim sight darkened the expressions of both Xianxia and the woman. Given the wolf's speed, they had covered over 300 miles in that hour, yet the path was rife with remains. They were left reeling at the sheer number of lives lost, and there seemed to be no end in sight. After half an hour of relentless galloping, the darkness had utterly enveloped the surroundings, rendering the path ahead an impenetrable void where even a hand could not discern its own fingers. With a sense of resignation, Xianxia commanded the gray wolf to halt. Extracting a moonstone, he gazed into the abyss before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The abyss of broken souls was exceedingly peculiar. Along the route lay an array of skeletal remains, interspersed with a menacing crimson mist that exuded an unsettling aura. Although no immediate threats beyond the bones and mist had yet manifested, Xianxia harbored an instinctive dread that calamity loomed near. "How did you subdue this ninth-tier mystical beast?" the woman in white inquired suddenly, her curiosity piqued. It was a perplexing matter, for mystical beasts harbored little affection for humans. The notion of their submission was virtually inconceivable. Yet here stood Xianxia with two such beasts, both obedient to his commands. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. "The aura of dominance," Xianxia replied nonchalantly, surveying his surroundings. "When I encountered it in the Nether Valley, it was awed by my regal presence and refused to leave my side thereafter. Thus it became attached to me. Do I appear foolish?" The woman responded with a hint of disdain. "I believe your focus should be on how we might escape, rather than on why this gray wolf has chosen to accompany me," Xianxia retorted. "Your strength is formidable and your knowledge vast. Surely you possess some strategy or insight. Are you truly unafraid of death?" "I have no strategy nor any insights," she replied coolly. "Are you truly unafraid of death?" Xianxia asked, studying the woman in white. Throughout their perilous journey, she exhibited no signs of trepidation. Even the prospect of plummeting into an abyss failed to ruffle her composure. He could not help but admire her fortitude. Disciples of the sword sect may perish, but they must not harbor fear. She seemed to impart wisdom to Xianxia. Rolling his eyes, he replied, "If you wish to imply that I fear for my life, please say it outright. You do not fear death." "Why?" Xianxia inquired, astonished. She cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "If you feared death, you would not have slain Bloodhand, nor would you be fleeing with me. Your temperament and disposition are well suited for the path of the sword." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes as she concluded. Just then, Xianxia was poised to respond when a piercing shriek shattered the stillness above them. The first cry was soon followed by a second, then a third. Within moments, the air was filled with a cacophony of sharp, discordant wails. Upon hearing these cries, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically as he looked skyward, where a multitude of green orbs glimmered ominously. Though the mystical beasts producing the sounds remained obscured, he knew instinctively that these green points were the eyes of the creatures. Meanwhile, the ninth-tier mystical beast beside them displayed a visage of terror, trembling uncontrollably as it lay prostrate on the ground, motionless. Normally, it would not fear lesser beasts, but now, within hostile territory, it could only await its grim fate. The eighth-tier mystical beast, the night owl, is known for its nocturnal habits, preferring to hunt in flocks and relishing the taste of human brain marrow. Little did we expect that such a creature would inhabit the soul-severing abyss. The woman in white gazed at the multitude of green lights in the sky, murmuring softly, "Is there any way to ensure our survival?" Xianxia replied with a hint of irritation. The woman shook her head and said, "Even if my powers were not sealed, I would still regard these creatures with trepidation. Alas, it seems we are destined for death." No sooner had she spoken than the myriad green lights in the sky swooped down upon Xianxia and herself. Chapter 34, Bloodline Pressure. Xianxia flipped his wrist, summoning a mystical sword into his hand, a fierce expression crossing his face. He would not resign himself to fate. Even in death, he would resist fiercely. In stark contrast, the woman in white remained composed, as if the approaching beasts were mere fireflies. The swarm of night owls descended upon Xianxia and the woman like a dark net. An intimidating sight, indeed. Would they truly perish here? As he beheld the overwhelming tide of night owls rushing towards them, Xianxia whispered to himself. Though he was reluctant to embrace his demise and yearned to fight back, deep within, he was acutely aware that, under such an assault, even if his powers were unsealed, escape would be impossible. Meow! Just as the dark net of night owls closed in on them, a flash of purple light appeared, and a purple marten materialized before them. A resounding yet not jarring sound erupted into the sky, as a purple glow enveloped Xianxia and the woman in white. Upon the marten's arrival, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The moment it appeared, the dense mass of night owls halted in their tracks, hesitating to advance further. However, the sheer number of owls behind them caused a chaotic push-and-pull effect. Stunned, Xianxia and the woman in white observed that the foremost night owls were trembling, much like a gray wolf lying in submission before them. Layer upon layer, although the night owls dared not advance, the darkness seemed to teem with countless more, encircling Xianxia and the woman as if they were ensconced within a great black bell. The sight of those endless green eyes sent shivers down Xianxia's spine. The sheer number of night owls was staggering. Not only would he be overwhelmed, even if his powers were unsealed, but the woman beside him would likely share the same fate at the abyss's bottom. Yet the woman in white fared somewhat better than Xianxia. She did not fixate on the night owls, but rather directed her gaze towards the purple marten, her brow furrowing in concern. Meow! Observing that the purple owls were not retreating but multiplying, the marten clearly grew agitated. It emitted a loud cry, its purple fur bristling, as an invisible pressure radiated from its being. The invisible pressure was palpable to both Xianxia and the woman in white. The night owls sensed it too, particularly the front row, which seemed unable to bear the strain. They let out a few shrill cries before turning to collide with their companions. With so many night owls behind them, the front row found it impossible to break free, leading to a bizarre scene. Countless night owls in the front began to attack one another, as if rooted in place by an unseen terror. The gray wolf, lying on the ground, observed the chaos with a glimmer of malicious delight in its eyes. After the appearance of the sable, it stood up, no longer trembling with fear. Seeing the night owls turn against each other, Xianxia and the woman exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Their gaze shifted to the sable hovering in the air. What was its origin that could incite such frantic self-destruction among the night owls in their desperate bid for survival? After nearly half an hour, the night owls finally dispersed, though they did not vanish. Instead, they took to the sky, countless pairs of green eyes twinkling like a vast starry expanse. Clearly, they had not abandoned their pursuit of Xianxia and the woman. They had merely retreated temporarily. As the night owls lingered above, the little creature prepared to charge at them again, but Xianxia quickly intervened. Although the night owls were terrified of the little creature, desperation could drive even the most timid to madness. If pressed too hard, they could become dangerously unpredictable, endangering everyone present. Frustrated by Xianxia's restraint, the little creature cast a resentful glance at the night owls above, seemingly deeming these inferior beings unworthy of recognition. With a flick of its tiny paw, it expressed its dissatisfaction. "Do not be upset," Xianxia said, cradling the little creature in his arms and gently stroking its fluffy head. "Thank you for your help this time." His words were sincere. The little creature had saved him twice. Initially, he believed it possessed no abilities beyond fleeing, but the reality had proven him wrong. The little creature squinted its eyes, revealing an adorable smile, then hopped onto Xianxia's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek in a display of camaraderie. Holding the little creature close, Xianxia chuckled. "You needn't join the fray. Stay outside and help us intimidate those." He gestured toward the multitude of eyes above. The little creature glanced up at the green eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing its agreement, Xianxia smiled and inquired, "Why are they so afraid of you? I was astonished when that gray wolf feared you, but I never imagined that so many night owls would also regard you with such trepidation, even to the extent of turning on one another in their flight for survival." The sable blinked, seemingly at a loss for words. "That is the weight of bloodline pressure." At this moment, the woman in white spoke in a low voice. "Mystical beasts are deeply concerned with their bloodlines. Beasts of noble lineage not only cultivate at an astonishing pace, but also possess unique innate abilities that can exert pressure on lesser creatures. Much like the legendary dragons might. Those mystical beasts with inferior bloodlines cannot withstand the very presence of such a dragon, let alone engage in battle." The little creature turned to the woman, blinking its eyes without nodding or shaking its head. "Noble bloodline?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. "What constitutes a noble bloodline?" The woman regarded Xianxia with a look of disdain, responding, "Naturally, it pertains to ancestors who have reached the sacred realm. Whether mystical beasts or humans, once they attain the status of a sacred being, their bloodlines undergo a transformation, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, their descendants inherit these altered bloodlines, gaining unique talents, such as enhanced cultivation aptitude or innate strength, though activation of the bloodline is required." Disregarding the woman's condescending gaze, Xianxia exclaimed excitedly, "Are you implying that this little creature descends from a sacred being?" "A sacred being. To become one must progress through the mortal realm, the innate realm, the monarch realm, the spiritual realm, the honorable realm, the sovereign realm, and finally the sacred realm. Each of these realms is further divided into 9 subrealms, making the ascent to the sacred realm a daunting challenge. As far as I know, there seem to be no sacred beings in the southern domain." The woman gazed at the little creature and remarked, "It possesses bloodline pressure, indicating that its ancestors must have been sacred beings. However, I find it curious that it resembles a weasel, yet I have never encountered a creature of this kind before, and even the miscellaneous records of mystical beasts do not contain any information about it." Xianxia also felt a sense of intrigue. The little creature's origins were indeed shrouded in mystery. Yet, he chose to disregard it, for the creature was currently his companion, and he was confident that it would not bring him harm. As for the enigma of his own small vortex dantian, it was mysterious enough. At that moment, the little creature pointed its tiny paw at Xianxia, then gestured towards the northern direction. "Is there something over there?" Xianxia inquired. The little creature shook its head and pointed again. "Are you suggesting we head that way?" The creature nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Xianxia mounted the wolf and glanced at the woman in white. After a brief moment of contemplation, she leaped onto Xianxia's back. He patted the gray wolf, who understood the cue and dashed northward with great speed. Though Xianxia was unsure why the little creature urged him in that direction, he chose to trust it unconditionally, for his intuition told him that the creature meant him no harm. Moreover, at that moment, the distinction between traveling from the south or the north was inconsequential. With the little creature's presence, the gray wolf exerted itself with remarkable vigor, running much faster than before, which pleased Xianxia immensely. However, one matter dampened his spirits. The night owls overhead had begun to move in tandem with them, their speed matching that of the wolf. Looking back, he saw a sea of green light stretching endlessly behind them. In this regard, aside from urging the gray wolf to run a bit faster, Xianxia found himself quite devoid of options. It sufficed that those night owls refrained from provoking them. Throughout the night, the black wolf galloped relentlessly for 4 hours, racing from dusk till dawn, yet the path beneath remained littered with bones. However, the night owls vanished with the dawn, which brought a sense of relief to Xianxia. After running for another hour, a beam of light suddenly appeared ahead. Upon witnessing this illumination, joy surged across Xianxia's countenance. The mere presence of sunlight signified hope. Even if they had not yet escaped the abyss of souls, it represented a glimmer of possibility. It was worth noting that in their previous location, sunlight was an unattainable luxury. The sight of this light brought a rare smile to the face of the woman in white behind Xianxia. Chapter 35. The Mischief Caused by the Little One. There were no bones, no purple mist, only the blue sky, white clouds, the sun, and towering green mountains. Xianxia leaped off the wolf, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the familiar scenery before him. The little one, evidently overjoyed, flickered away to the distance. Xianxia did not intervene, allowing the creature to frolic freely. The woman in white scanned her surroundings, but as she observed, her brow furrowed. Although this place lacked mist and bones, it was encircled by mountains, all of which soared into the clouds. Their current position resembled the bottom of a cauldron. We have yet to escape the abyss of souls, the woman in white stated solemnly. Xianxia was taken aback, then surveyed his surroundings before checking within himself, discovering that he still felt devoid of any mystical energy. His expression turned grave once more. This place is rather peculiar. The woman in white continued, look, the mist behind us cannot drift over, and there are no bones here. Furthermore, it is eerily quiet, utterly silent. Xianxia furrowed his brow, acknowledging the strangeness of their surroundings, as the woman had pointed out. Despite being at the abyss's bottom, why was there such a stark contrast between the two sides? This was decidedly abnormal. What are your thoughts? Xianxia inquired, turning to the woman in white. The woman pondered for a moment before responding, I have no thoughts. Xianxia rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated with her. Since their escape, she had contributed little aside from encouraging him to jump down, leaving him to flounder aimlessly. Did she not fear he would abandon her? Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared as the little one materialized before them, cradling a small purple shield containing approximately a dozen red fruits. Like a treasure, the little one presented the shield to Xianxia. Warmth filled Xianxia's heart at the gesture, and he affectionately ruffled the creature's head before accepting the fruits. He handed 2 to the woman in white, who accepted them without refusal. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Xianxia and the little one. The fruit was the size of a fist, vividly colored, and exceptionally sweet. Xianxia devoured 2 of them in one go, while the woman in white also indulged in one. The gray wolf seemed eager to partake as well, but upon receiving a sharp glare from the little creature, it awkwardly lowered its head, no longer gazing at the fruit cradled in Xianxia's arms. The little creature pointed towards the distance, seemingly urging Xianxia to move in that direction. Xianxia smiled and was about to proceed when, suddenly, a frown creased his brow. He pressed his hands against his abdomen, feeling a surge of wicked heat rising within him. His body quickly became engulfed in warmth, and even his breathing grew noticeably rapid. Turning to the woman in white, Xianxia noticed she too appeared to be unwell. Her face was flushed as if it were ablaze. Observing her condition, Xianxia hastily glanced at the red fruit in his hand and then back at the little creature, asking, what is this? The little creature blinked and shook its head vigorously in response. This is the Hahuan fruit, a mystical item of the Xian rank, it explained. At that moment, the woman in white slowly approached Xianxia, revealing a long sword in her hand that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. As she walked, she said, Xian beasts can be consumed like fruit, enhancing one's realm. However, if humans partake, it triggers primal desires, and if not released, it can lead to a fiery death. Xianxia struggled to suppress the wicked heat surging within him, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the woman in white. Biting his tongue, he fought to keep his mind clear and addressed her as she approached with the sword in hand. What are you planning to do? Her eyes grew increasingly dazed, though she retained a degree of clarity, aware that her resolve would not last much longer. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Xianxia and declared, I will kill you, and then I shall take my own life. With that, without any visible gesture, the long sword let out a sharp cry and broke free from her delicate grip, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot straight towards Xianxia. She understood that having consumed the Hahuan fruit, Xianxia would not spare her corpse even if she were to end her own life. Only by killing him first could she preserve her purity. Xianxia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the woman would turn against him, nor did he expect her, despite being sealed, to command the azure sword. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, a gray shadow struck the sword down to the ground. However, the next instant, the azure sword again darted towards Xianxia. The sword possessed a spirit. Shock coursed through Xianxia as he witnessed the sword attacking autonomously. This was the legendary sword spirit. A sword spirit indicates that the sword has gained consciousness and can protect its master independently. Some swords are born with innate spirits, meaning their rank is exceptionally high or they have undergone extraordinary experiences to develop intelligence, known as innate sword spirits. Others are nurtured into existence by their wielders, referred to as acquired sword spirits. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, disciples of the sword sect can enshrine their cherished swords within their dantians, nurturing them with profound energy. Over time, there exists a chance for the sword to awaken a spirit, establishing a profound connection with its master. However, it is essential to note that the acquired sword spirits lack the potency of innate sword spirits. The latter possess the autonomy to choose their masters and exhibit intellect comparable to that of humans, while the former are cultivated by their masters, possessing only a semblance of sentience, devoid of true wisdom unless bestowed with extraordinary fortune. In essence, whether a sword bears an innate spirit or an acquired one, both are exceedingly precious. At that moment, Xianxia was taken aback to discover an acquired sword spirit manifesting before him. As the azure sword hurtled towards him, a violet glow materialized, intercepting the blade. Yet, the long sword persisted in its assault on Xianxia, though it was fiercely restrained by a purple weasel and a gray wolf. A fierce clash erupted between the two beasts and the azure sword. Xianxia, however, was oblivious to the tumult, as his entire being felt as though engulfed in flames, intensely hot, rendering his consciousness increasingly hazy. His gaze then fell upon a woman clad in white, whose tear-filled eyes were now tinged with crimson, her robe partially undone, revealing swathes of skin. Instinctively, Xianxia approached her, embracing the woman and, driven by primal impulse, kissed her fervently. "I will kill you." The woman, observing Xianxia's flushed visage, felt tears trickle down her cheeks, and soon, the last flicker of clarity in her gaze was overlaid by a veil of crimson. In this moment of clouded judgment, Xianxia's mind was singularly focused on release, oblivious to the woman's words. Clothing was cast aside, and a scene of intimacy unfolded, regrettably devoid of witnesses to bear witness to such a moment. Meanwhile, at the soul-severing mountains, two elderly men adorned in blue and white robes, each bearing long swords, stood at the precipice of the soul-severing abyss. The elder with graying beard gazed into the abyss and solemnly inquired, "Disciple Yuheng, do you truly believe that Xianxia has leapt into the depths of the soul-severing abyss? Can we trust the words of the disciples from the ghost sect?" The elder named Yuheng replied gravely, "Brother, the words of the ghost sect disciples are indeed untrustworthy. However, this time, it is likely that the two disciples did not speak. Xianxia must have jumped into the abyss. Otherwise, had she fallen into the hands of the ghost sect after being ensnared by the blood-sealing curse, her soul token would have dissipated. The fact that her soul token remains intact indicates that Xianxia is still alive. If she is alive, she must have leapt into the soul-severing abyss. For without her cultivation, she could not evade the pursuit of the ghost sect." At the mention of the ghost sect, the elder with the graying beard felt a chill wash over him, his eyes glinting with a frosty, murderous intent. An invisible aura surged from within him, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. Upon perceiving the murderous intent in the elder's eyes, Yuheng promptly exclaimed, "Senior brother, the sect master is currently in seclusion, striving to breach the sovereign realm. We must not disturb him at this moment. Moreover, Master Zui is wandering and is not present in the sect. As the current head of the sword sect, you must exercise restraint." The elderly man shook his head and replied, "I shall not act impulsively against the ghost sect. However, the emergence of such formidable adversaries within the 10,000 great mountains signifies that they harbor some sinister secret. Yuheng, inform the sword sect's sword guards to assemble 5 members, and you shall lead the search for the disciples of the ghost sect. Eliminate any you encounter." "Understood," Yuheng responded, then added, "Senior brother, what about Xianxia?" The elder sighed and said, "If Xianxia truly leapt into the soul-severing abyss, we would be powerless to assist her. Unless Master Zui appears, even if we descend, it would be akin to courting death." After a moment of contemplation, the elder continued, "Perhaps we could enlist the aid of the Xian beast, but how could the Xian beast possibly assist humanity? This is not the ancient battlefield. We must at least make an attempt." Yuheng spoke solemnly, setting aside the fact that she is the sect master's daughter. Her innate talent must be preserved. Given her gifts, with time, she could emerge as a formidable force for our sword sect. Moreover, she is the only one from our sect to have her name inscribed on the potential dragon rankings. After pondering for a while, The elder gazed towards the soul-severing mountain range and commanded, Yuheng, return and bring the law enforcement team to cleanse the ghost sect's presence. I shall pay a visit to Master Hu. With a wave of his right hand, a long sword transformed into a streak of azure light and landed at his feet. In an instant, both the man and the sword vanished into the distance. Xianxia felt a throbbing headache, his consciousness somewhat blurred. Shaking his head, he eventually opened his eyes, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. In Chapter 36, the Azure Cloud Rankings, he beheld a woman clad in white, peacefully resting in his embrace, his hands gently cradling a pair of softness. Instinctively, he squeezed once more, the tenderness confirming that this was no dream, but rather an undeniable reality. Glancing around, he noted the absence of the little one and the gray wolf, while the long sword stood nearby, seemingly deliberating whether to strike him. This situation had escalated. Such was Xianxia's thought as he looked at the woman in his arms. At that moment, the white-clad woman opened her eyes, rising gracefully from Xianxia's embrace. She picked up her garments from beside her and donned them with composure. Even as she reached for the azure long sword, she did not spare Xianxia a glance nor utter a single word, as though he were invisible. Xianxia quickly dressed himself, and noticing the woman grasping the sword, he instinctively took 2 steps back and stammered, I believe we should resolve this matter peacefully. Though he had the little one and the gray wolf, the woman possessed an intelligent long sword. If a confrontation were to ensue, he had no confidence in his chances. The woman, holding the long sword, turned to Xianxia, her expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, What do you propose for a resolution? What else could be done? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, The question of who is right or wrong is no longer significant. I understand that if I were to assert my willingness to take responsibility for you, you would likely dismiss it or look down upon it. Nevertheless, I must express my willingness to be accountable. You do possess a commendable sense of responsibility. The woman replied coldly. However, do you realize that I am a 7th-tier spiritual practitioner? Given a year's time, I shall ascend to the status of a revered master. I am not yet 30, and what of you? Her expression held no mockery or disdain. It was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional undertones. Anticipating a blow to his pride, Xianxia sighed inwardly, yet he bore no outward signs of discouragement as he replied, I have heard it said that love knows no boundaries, nor wealth, nor status. I find his sentiment profoundly resonant. Upon uttering this, his face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. The woman nodded. Just as Xianxia's smile began to emerge, she continued, However, do we truly share any love between us? Xianxia's smile faltered. After a moment of silence, he gazed at the woman in white and replied, You are not yet 30, and I am still under 20. Although I am merely a mortal at present, can you confidently assert that I was inferior to you at your age? The woman regarded him for a while before stating, Your strength, whether formidable or not, holds little significance for me personally. I choose not to kill you solely because you are a disciple of the sword sect, who may potentially ascend the Qingyun ranking, nothing more. At her words, Xianxia felt a twinge of discomfort. Naturally, anyone would feel uneasy when being disregarded. Yet, he recognized that she had the standing to overlook him, at least for now. So, how do you propose to resolve this matter? Let me make it clear. If you intend to kill me, I shall not surrender without a fight. Out there, my only option would be to take my own life. But here, should we engage in combat, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Xianxia decided to speak candidly. After all, the situation had reached this point, and it was best to address it openly. The woman cast him a glance before looking into the distance and replied, The various factions in the southern domain hold a competition every 3 years. These factions include the Royal Academy of the Great Qin Empire, as well as the first and second palaces and 3 sects. This competition is known as the Qingyun ranking. At this, she turned to Xianxia and added, I want you to enter the Qingyun ranking, and to do so, you must secure a position within the top 30. I ranked 20th in the past. And as for you, let us aim for the top 10. Xianxia felt a jolt of anxiety at her words. Heaven above, he had yet to pass even the outer disciple assessment, and he had a mere 3 months left to compete against Lu Qingyu. Yet here was this woman, urging him to participate in the Qingyun ranking. From her description, it seemed like a gathering of prodigies. The thought of facing the geniuses of the entire southern domain was daunting. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he inquired, Surely, there must be some restrictions for the Qingyun ranking? Yes, indeed. The limitations are that participants must be under 20 years of age and below the King S realm. Those are the 2 criteria The woman replied nonchalantly. What is the significance of the Qingyun ranking? Xianxia preset furter. Significance? The woman pondered for a moment before responding. For the young talents involved, it is an opportunity to establish their names. For the sect, this represents an opportunity for resource redistribution. Resource redistribution? Xianxia inquiret perplexet. The woman elucidated. The Great Qin Empire comprises 9 provinces, each housing millions of cities. Our sect, alongside the Great Qin Empire, requires a continuous influx of newcomers to sustain its vitality. Previously, several major sects engaged in fierce competition for talent, often resulting in violent confrontations. However, due to certain circumstances, mutual destruction became untenable. Thus, the Qingyun ranking was conceived. The higher a sect's disciples rank on this list, the more cities they acquire. For instance, in the last Qingyun ranking, the Yuan sect secured the 1st, 3rd, and 6th positions, thus gaining 3 provinces and over 500,000 cities. Conversely, our sword sect, having no disciples on the Qingyun ranking, was relegated to a few small cities in our vicinity. Is the sword sect truly so weak? Xianxia blurted out, instantly regretting his words, realizing that the woman before him harbored a fondness for the sword sect, and his comment would likely incite her ire. Yet, the woman remained unfazed, merely sighing. Indeed, the sword sect is quite feeble. The outer disciples number fewer than 6,000, the inner disciples around 2,000, and the true disciples barely exceed 1,000. Were it not for our esteemed ancestor support, the sword sect would hardly qualify as a second-tier power. Do the geniuses on the sword sect's outer and inner rankings not qualify for the Qingyun ranking? Xianxia questioned, furrowing his brow. The woman shook her head, replying, a genius in a mountain village may be regarded as exceptional, yet upon reaching the town, they are merely considered competent. Arriving at city, they might only be average, and when placed within a province, they could be deemed below average. Viewed in the broader context of the southern domain, they might even be perceived as inept. While the sword sect's talents may shine within our ranks, many would be regarded as inadequate on the Qingyun ranking. Then how can you expect me to rank within the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking when I am not even considered an outer disciple? Xianxia murmured. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze to him, raising an eyebrow. What? Do you lack confidence? I require motivation. Xianxia responded earnestly, meeting her gaze. What motivation? She queried, her brow furrowing. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia declared, if I succeed in entering the Qingyun ranking, I would ask for the opportunity to pursue you. Did he harbor feelings for this woman? Xianxia was uncertain. He simply recognized that she was already his. Since she belonged to him, they should be together. That was the essence of it. What? The corners of the woman's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. You believe that because of our connection, I am obligated to be with you? I'm not the type of woman who equates losing my virtue with a need to cling to a partner. For me, the sword path and the sword sect are my everything. Do you find me detestable? Xianxia inquiret. Not quite, she replied coolly. Aside from your lack of strength and a touch of male chauvinism, your character and disposition are acceptable. I bear no dislike towards you either. Xianxia quickly added. Aside from your somewhat aloof demeanor and a hint of arrogance, you are quite commendable in other aspects. Since you harbor no animosity towards me, and I reciprocate those feelings, why not grant me an opportunity? If my abilities are somewhat lacking, I'm still youthful, after all. What do you think? The woman gazed at Xianxia, her eyes fixed upon him, and Xianxia, refusing to yield, met her gaze with equal intensity. Given the circumstances, honesty was the best course of action. After a prolonged silence, the woman spoke. Among the top 5 of the Qingyun rankings, I shall offer you a chance. It is a promise. Xianxia exclaimed eagerly, momentarily forgetting that the Qingyun rankings were a gathering of prodigious talents. Observing Xianxia's excitement, the woman felt a fleeting, unusual sensation within her, though it quickly dissipated. For the sake of the sword sect's future, she had devoted her life to the way of the sword. Her vitality was entwined with it. She had scarcely engaged in romantic pursuits, let alone interactions with the opposite sex. Upon the sudden connection with Xianxia, her initial impulse was to eliminate him. Yet, she refrained, recognizing that he might bring a glimmer of hope to the sword sect. However, when Xianxia made his request, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her, one she had never experienced before. My heart is in turmoil, she murmured softly, gazing into the distance. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Individual. After reaching an accord, the two continued their journey upon the gray wolf, yet the ease of their previous interactions had dissipated, if Xianxia remained silent. The woman in white would never initiate conversation. Xianxia found this somewhat disheartening. It is noteworthy that Xianxia's cultivation had ascended from the 7th to the 8th rank of mortals. As for the sudden improvement, he suspected it was due to the effects of the Hahuan fruit, though he could not be certain. He contemplated inquiring about it with the woman behind him, yet feared it might lead to awkwardness, so he kept the question to himself. After traveling for over 2 hours and crossing several small peaks, they approached a towering mountain. Its summit obscured from view. "There's a dwelling over there," Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. His voice laced with excitement. Observing the cottage, the woman in white furrowed her brow, yet she made no move to deter Xianxia from heading in that direction. Though she sensed something amiss, they had no other means to vacate the area at that moment. As they reached the thatched cottage, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man hunched over, garbed in a tattered black robe. The first impression Xianxia had of the old man was that he was exceedingly aged. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and he sported only a scant few strands of hair, making him appear quite bald. Leaning on a cane, he ambled slowly, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. Upon seeing Xianxia and the woman in white, a flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, but it quickly faded as he approached them with deliberate slowness. Upon witnessing the scene, Xianxia suppressed the astonishment within. Swiftly dismounting from his wolf and approaching the elderly man, he bowed respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed elder, my companion and I have inadvertently fallen into the abyss of lost souls, and we have fortuitously arrived here. Might I ask who you are?" Despite the elder's frail appearance, Xianxia felt compelled to tread cautiously. After all, this venerable figure resided within the abyss. Surely, he could not be an ordinary person. Noticing Xianxia's courtesy, a gentle smile graced the elder's weathered face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. After a prolonged gaze at Xianxia, he finally averted his eyes and remarked, "It has been many years since anyone has visited this place. Your arrival here is indeed a matter of fate. Please wait a moment." With that, the elder leaned on his cane and retreated into the thatched cottage. Observing the elder, Xianxia turned to the white-clad woman beside him and said, "Xianxia, can you discern his strength?" Following Xianxia's persistent requests after the incident, she had finally revealed her name to him. Xianxia cast a glance at Xianxia, clearly unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner, yet she did not object. After a brief silence, she shook her head and replied, "I sense that he, like us, has his cultivation sealed, rendering him an ordinary person, yet there seems to be something amiss." Just as Xianxia prepared to respond, the elder re-emerged from the cottage, now holding a black scroll in one hand and a pair of shimmering, multicolored bracelets in the other. As Xianxia pondered the situation, the elder approached them, brushed the dust off the scroll, and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "This has accumulated dust over the years, making it difficult for an old man like me to locate. I observe you practice the sword. This sword mastery may prove beneficial to you." He then turned his gaze to the white-clad woman beside Xianxia and added, "Since you are his companion, it would be remiss of me to let you leave empty-handed. I shall gift you these illusionary crystal bracelets." "I am not his companion," Xianxia retorted, her eyebrows raised. Had the elderly man not appeared so frail, she might have acted more aggressively. Sensing the tension between Xianxia and the elder, Xianxia quickly positioned himself before the elder and bowed once more, stating, "Esteemed elder, it is said that one should not accept rewards without merit. This is our first meeting, and you bestow gifts upon us. Both Xianxia and I must respectfully decline. This elder is too peculiar, and I dare not accept such offerings." The elder cast a glance at the irked Xianxia, then turned his attention back to Xianxia. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have been thoughtless. However, my intentions are benign. These items have merely gathered dust in my possession. It is better to gift them to you." Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt reluctant to refuse any longer. He accepted the scroll, and as he began to peruse it, the scroll suddenly transformed into a flash of green light and vanished from his grasp. In an instant, the scene shifted, and he found himself in a desolate, gray expanse. Just as Xianxia stood bewildered, a shadowy figure materialized not far from him, wielding a long sword and facing away. The figure spoke, "Sword mastery. A low-grade, earth-tier sword technique is the result of my synthesis of myriad sword arts. It is derived from countless sword techniques, yet it differs from all worldly sword arts. This sword technique emphasizes controlling the sword with one's heart, unbound by the constraints of sword energy and techniques, allowing for freedom of expression. As the dark-clad figure spoke, he waved his right hand, causing the long sword behind him to soar skyward. Without any discernible movement from the figure, the sword danced in the air like a mischievous child, darting to the right, then to the left, soaring upward, and then plummeting swiftly, performing a myriad of aerial maneuvers. Xianxia, observing the spectacle, was left in awe, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He swallowed hard and murmured, controlling the sword with one's heart. This is truly the essence of sword mastery. But the display was not yet over. The sword, which had been soaring through the air, suddenly quivered violently. In an instant, a surge of sword energy shot forth from the tip of the ancient sheath towards the heavens, followed by several more bursts of sword energy directed in different directions. The sky became a tapestry of intertwining sword energies. After unleashing over 100 sword strikes, the long sword and the shadowy figure gradually vanished. A voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, echoed, "To those who follow, remember the heart's principles in swordsmanship. The art of sword control lies in calming the breath, embracing unity, and focusing the mind, allowing the spirit and sword to harmonize as one." As the incantation concluded, Xianxia felt a sudden vertigo. Upon opening his eyes, he found the elder gazing at him with a smile. He turned to the woman in white beside him, seeking an explanation for the extraordinary occurrence. The transmission of profound techniques, she clarified, understanding his bewilderment. Some powerful beings inscribe their techniques onto scrolls, a process known as inheritance, allowing others to experience the essence of these arts firsthand, which brings numerous benefits. At her words, Xianxia repressed his excitement and bowed respectfully to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Although he was uncertain why the elder had bestowed this sword technique upon him, he acknowledged the reality of having acquired this earth-grade profound skill. The elder smiled and handed him a pair of bracelets, saying, "I understand you have many questions, but due to certain reasons, I cannot provide answers. However, I can assist you in leaving this place, albeit under one condition." Xianxia accepted the bracelets and replied, "As long as I can fulfill the requirement, I will not refuse." The elder nodded. "The condition is simple. I hope that when you reach the rank of sovereign, you will return here, as I have a matter to entrust to you at that time." Hearing this, Xianxia felt relieved that the elder had not imposed any immediate burdensome tasks upon him. He promised, "If I attain the sovereign realm, I will certainly seek you out." "Esteemed elder, I keep my word." Though uncertain whether he would ever reach such heights, he felt obliged to agree, as it pertained to a future yet unwritten. Pleased with Xianxia's response, the elder nodded approvingly. With a wave of his right hand, a blue circle materialized beside Xianxia and the woman in white. The circle was large enough to accommodate 3 individuals, and at its base, countless shimmering runes flickered. A teleportation array. Upon witnessing this circle, both the woman in white and Xianxia's expressions shifted dramatically. They had encountered teleportation arrays before, as the sword sect possessed a teleportation platform featuring numerous arrays capable of transporting individuals to various cities. Thus, it could be said that such arrays were not particularly rare. However, the sight of the elderly man effortlessly conjuring a teleportation array was indeed formidable. Not only was Xianxia astonished, but Su Qingshi also shared a similar sentiment. She gazed deeply at the elder, her eyes reflecting not only confusion, but also a profound wariness. The elders seemed oblivious to the shock on their faces and stated, "This teleportation array can transport you to the soul-severing mountains. Do not divulge the matters of this place. It is for your own good. Now proceed." Taking a deep breath, Xianxia bowed once more to the elder, then grasped Su Qingshi's hand and stepped into the azure circle. As they entered, a blue light surged from beneath their feet, enveloping them in an instant, and with a swift whoosh, they vanished from sight. As the blue light dissipated, the elder's smile gradually faded, and he murmured softly, "Why can I not see through his future? Why?" Chapter 38. The Gift in a Whirl of Chaos. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, the scene before him caused his countenance to change dramatically. Before him stood a dozen formidable brown bears, their eyes fixed intently upon them, while several still-breathing mystical beasts lay bleeding between him and the fierce creatures, indicating that the bears were savoring the fruits of their victory. What misfortune! Xianxia's lips twitched as he instinctively pulled Su Qingshi behind him, drawing forth a low-grade mystic sword. With an awkward smile, he remarked, "What a coincidence." "You may continue." Noticing Xianxia's protective gesture, A flicker of something unusual crossed Su Qingshi's eyes. Upon hearing his words, a slight smile graced her lips, radiating charm. But unfortunately, Xianxia was solely focused on the formidable beast before them, oblivious to her enchanting expression. As Xianxia spoke, the brown bears immediately rose to their full height, their massive paws striking their chests before they lunged forward with the weight of a mountain pressing down upon Xianxia and Su Qingshi. With his pupils contracting, Xianxia braced himself for a desperate struggle when, to his astonishment, a flash of sword light swept through the arena. In a breathtaking display, the dozen ninth-tier mystical beasts were cleaved into several pieces, and blood sprayed through the air like a fountain, creating a truly spectacular scene. Thud! The remnants of the mystical beasts crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Coming back to his senses, Xianxia turned to look at Su Qingshi, who stood proudly, gripping a verdant sword, her demeanor calm and composed, her confidence and aura restored to their former glory. You have regained your strength? Xianxia instinctively took a couple of steps back, inquiring. Su Qingshi nodded. When did you recover? Xianxia was perplexed. He distinctly recalled her mentioning that the blood seal was a divine technique, and that unless she returned to the sword sect, she would be unable to restore her powers. Su Qingshi gazed toward the direction of the soul-severing abyss and murmured, "It should be that elder who has released me." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. If it were indeed this elder, it made sense. The extent of the elder's strength was unknown to Xianxia. Yet the fact that he casually bestowed Earth-tier profound techniques and resided at the abyss's depths indicated that he was no feeble old man. Suddenly, Su Qingshi turned to Xianxia, her azure longsword sweeping through the air. Although she displayed no murderous intent, Xianxia felt a shiver run through him. Instinctively stepping back a few paces. You wouldn't renege on our agreement from below, would you? He stammered. What do you think? Su Qingshi replied coolly. Xianxia took a deep breath and shook his head. You would go back on your word. Why is that? Xianxia smiled, adding, though our time together has been brief, my intuition suggests you are not the type to be fickle. If you intended to kill me, you could have done so at the abyss's depths. At the very least, you could have ensured mutual destruction. Since you chose not to strike me down there, I believe you wouldn't do so now. Su Qingshi regarded Xianxia, who met her gaze unflinchingly. After a moment, she waved her right hand, and the azure sword transformed into a streak of blue light beneath her feet. Remember, I spare your life because you hold value for the sword sect. Should you fail to demonstrate your worth, I will not hesitate. Upon hearing this, Xianxia offered a faint smile, perceiving her sharp tongue, yet tender heart. Suddenly struck by a thought, he retrieved from his spatial ring the pair of bracelets emanating a radiant glow gifted to him by the elder. Approaching Su Qingshi, he presented them to her, saying, "These are yours." Xianxia did not examine the rank of the bracelets, but was certain they were no ordinary items. Su Qingshi glanced at the bracelets and remarked, "He gave these to you. Then I shall return them to you." Xianxia chuckled in response. Su Qingshi scrutinized Xianxia for a long moment before her gaze fell back upon the bracelets. Eventually, she spoke softly, "These bracelets are of the mid-tier earth grade, profound treasures above the earth tier. Our sword sect possesses very few such items, and they are a matching pair. Are you certain you wish to give them to me?" How precious are earth-tier profound treasures? In the southern region, it was common knowledge. For many profound practitioners, they were the stuff of legends. As Su Qingshi had pointed out, even a grand sect like the sword sect possessed only a handful, which is why she questioned Xianxia so earnestly. Xianxia was taken aback by her words, never anticipating the bracelets were of earth tier. Yet what of it? His expression quickly returned to normal as he disregarded any reservations, grasping Su Qingshi's hand and placing the bracelets in her palm. To be honest, I am quite astonished, but what does it matter? They are yours now. Su Qingshi regarded Xianxia deeply before sliding the bracelets onto her wrist. In that instant, a radiant brilliance erupted from her hands, and Xianxia found himself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. The next moment, he was transported to a realm filled entirely with golden ice crystals, where sharp, golden spires of ice stretched as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, the ice crystals began to stir, and Xianxia felt a jolt of alarm. In the next moment, he beheld the ice crystals transforming into sharp blades, hurtling towards him. The sheer density of the oncoming projectiles filled him with dread. However, just then, the scene before him shifted once more, and all the ice crystals vanished, returning him to reality. Xianxia shook his head and turned to Su Qingshi, but his expression changed upon seeing her. A radiant layer of colorful light enveloped her, resembling a form-fitting garment that accentuated her graceful figure. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with an enchanting glow. What could this possibly mean? Xianxia pondered in confusion. Xianxia glanced at the bracelet in her left hand. A flicker of delight in her eyes, as she explained, Earth-tier mystical treasures often possess astonishing abilities. This bracelet is primarily for offense, while the one in my right hand is for defense. The illusion array you just witnessed was unleashed by the offensive bracelet. The environment within is far from illusory. If injured inside, one's mental and spiritual essence could suffer severe damage in reality. Continuing, she looked at the bracelet on her right hand and added, "This one is for defense. With just a thought, an energy armor will manifest around me. I tested it, and even with my full strength, I could not harm it in the slightest. With these two bracelets, I am confident I can contend with those of the esteemed realm. Moreover, both bracelets possess spatial attributes, granting me a total area of approximately 100 zhang." Xianxia was utterly astonished by her words. He had heard tales of the extraordinary nature of Earth-tier treasures, but this surpassed his expectations. Not to mention the earlier illusion array. Had Xianxia not intervened in time, he would have had no choice but to await his demise. Furthermore, the space within was 100 zhang wide, many times larger than his own spatial ring. Noticing the shock and envy evident on Xianxia's face, Xianxia spoke softly. "What is the matter? Do you regret giving it to me?" At her words, Xianxia's expression shifted. Taking a deep breath, he looked earnestly at Xianxia and declared, "I admit that Earth-tier mystical treasures are indeed enticing, but so what? Miss Su, you underestimate me, Xianxia." With that, he turned and walked towards the pile of the brown bear that Xianxia had dealt with, intent on extracting its inner core. A course of action he had considered previously. Truthfully, did Xianxia regret gifting those bracelets? In his heart, he did not. The allure of the Earth-tier treasures was undeniable. Yet he felt no remorse for giving them to Xianxia. He was uncertain if this could be classified as love, but he felt not a trace of regret. Besides, those bracelets were clearly intended for women. Keeping them would serve no purpose for him, and might even bring trouble. Watching Xianxia as he extracted the inner core, Xianxia found herself chuckling softly, though she quickly regained her composure. For reasons unknown, seeing Xianxia's irritation over her last remark stirred an unprecedented feeling within her. And inexplicably, she felt a hint of joy. Shaking her head, Xianxia lifted her gaze toward the horizon, feeling an inexplicable turmoil within her heart. Xianxia, Elatet, carefully stored away the dozen or so inner elixirs, a considerable fortune in his eyes. As for the bear pelts, they no longer held any allure for him given his current financial standing. "Let us depart," Xianxia declared, stepping onto her azure sword. Kesting asrene glanja et Xianxia. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia's heart swelled with joy. He wasted no time in joining her upon the sword. To soar through the skies on a sword, surveying the world below, was a dream he had long cherished. Once Xianxia stood upon the sword, Xianxia elegantly waved her right hand, and the sword transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the heavens. The sudden burst of movement caught Xianxia off guard, nearly causing him to tumble from the sword. Thankfully, his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp Xianxia tightly. Averting a dire consequence. Feeling the firm embrace, Xianxia furrowed her brows, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately refraining from casting Xianxia off. Instead, she quickened their ascent. Chapter 39. Returning to Cultivation. After delivering Xianxia to the training grounds, Xianxia turned and departed without uttering a single word, leaving Xianxia feeling a mixture of helplessness and longing. He understood that her cold demeanor was likely a reaction to their earlier encounter, and he felt his cheeks flush at the memory of his behavior on the sword. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia cleared his mind of distractions. This was not the time for romantic musings. He had more pressing matters at hand. He distinctly recalled that the assessment for outer disciples was set to commence in just over 10 days. Of course, the outer disciples were not his primary focus. His true aim was to become an inner disciple, and to achieve that, he must first be an outer disciple. Moreover, he had a life and death battle awaiting him against Lu Qingyu. That confrontation was one he could not afford to lose, for defeat would mean death, and he had no desire to meet such an end. Additionally, there was the upcoming Qingyan ranking a year hence. In any case, whether for his family, for himself, or for a future partner, he was determined to strive with all his might. With pressure comes motivation. Xianxia made his way to Qingfeng Valley. It was time to exert himself to the fullest. The sword sect boasted 7 main peaks, with the largest being Taiqing Peak, the residence of the sect leader. Taiqing Peak was home to the lineage of the sword sect leader and stood as the pinnacle among the 8 peaks. Taiqing Hall, the grandest structure on Taiqing Peak, served as the venue for the sect's deliberations, spacious enough to accommodate thousands. In the event of significant occurrences within the sect, the peak masters and inner elders would convene here. At that moment, within Taiqing Hall stood 2 men and a woman, the woman being Su Xianxia, recently returned to the sword sect, and the 2 men were her compatriots who had journeyed to the Duanhuan mountain range in search of her. Upon hearing Su Xianxia's account, the elder, with hair as white as frost, wore a grim expression, an icy glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It appears that several disciples of our sword sect were indeed slain by the ghost sect. Such audacity! How dare they invade the territory of our sword sect and slay our disciples? The ghost sect truly grows increasingly contemptuous of us. Su King shi spoke inagraviton. Master Yulin, the ghost sect would not venture so far into the 10,000 great mountains merely to eliminate a few of our outer disciples. I suspect they harbor some sinister plot. It is inconceivable for them to mobilize their blood hands and several formidable spiritual practitioners to this region without reason. Beside her, Yu Heng nodded in agreement, saying, "Elder brother, Qingshi's words hold merit. The ghost sect has arrived in the 10,000 great mountains without a sound, dispatching such a multitude of spiritual practitioners. They undoubtedly have ulterior motives, and we, the sword sect, must remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, Yulin pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "Yu Heng, instruct Yusha to deploy 10 sword guards for a thorough search of the 3 locations, the Nether Valley, the Serpent Forest, and the Soul-Severing Abyss. Should they encounter any members of the ghost sect, they are to eliminate them. Furthermore, for the sake of caution, you should accompany them. If you face any insurmountable troubles, use a message talisman to inform me." "Understood." Yu Heng nodded and promptly exited the Grand Hall. Once Yu Heng departed, Yulin turned to Su Qianxia and hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Qianxia, on that day, when Yu Heng and I captured 2 disciples of the ghost sect, they claimed you leaped into the soul-severing abyss with someone. Is there any truth to this?" "It is true." Su Qianxia did not conceal the matter. Yulin's lips parted as if to speak, but upon noticing Su Qianxia's lowered gaze, he ultimately refrained, merely smiling as he said, "Regardless, it is good that you have returned. Moreover, should you encounter any disciples from the ghost sect in the future, do not let your guard down. Remember, you are the only one from the sword sect who hold a position on the hidden dragon ranking. I shall bear that in mind." She affirmed. "Good. Now go and rest." As Su Qianxia stepped out of the Taiqing Hall, she gazed towards the direction of the miscellaneous peak. Ultimately, she chose not to disclose Yang Ye's situation within the hall. Given Yang Ye's strength and mastery of the 5 elements mystical energy, if she revealed this, he would undoubtedly attract the sword sect's attention. However, conversely, he would also become a target for hostility. A tree that stands out in a forest invites the wind to topple it. If word spread that Yang Yi not only possessed the gold element of the 5 elements mystical energy, but was also a talisman master, rival factions within the sword sect would surely send powerful adversaries to eliminate him. Especially the ghost sect, they would never allow a disciple like Yang Yi to flourish. Thus, after careful consideration, she ultimately decided to keep Yang Ye's identity as a talisman master and his connection to the 5 elements mystical energy to herself. The sword sect remains somewhat weak. Su Qianxia sighed softly. If Yang Yi were within a sect, such as the Yuan Men or the Second Palace, even if the ghost sect had 10 times the audacity, they would not dare to make a move against him. But here in the sword sect, they would. This was not only due to their long-standing enmity, but also because the sword sect ranked lowest among the 6 great powers. The expedition into the 10,000 great mountains had granted Yang Yi access to profound and earthly sword techniques, as well as a body movement technique. Each of these 3 techniques was immensely beneficial to him, particularly the sword control technique. As Yang Yi meticulously recalled everything about the sword control technique, he felt an exhilaration that almost made him leap with joy. The art of sword flight, when cultivated to its first level, allows one to soar through the skies with a sword. The sword sect possesses such a technique. However, the outer sect elders have stated that to achieve sword flight, one must first become a practitioner of the spirit realm, as only those of such strength possess the profound energy requisite to sustain the consumption of sword flight. Moreover, Only upon reaching the spirit realm can one store the sword within the dantian for nurturing, establishing a connection with the sword to facilitate flight. Thus, in the sword sect, although sword flight is a cherished aspiration for all disciples, the challenges associated with it are daunting. Even some outer sect elders resort to using flying treasures for travel. Yet, Xianxia finds himself in a fortunate position. He need not attain the spirit realm to achieve sword flight like the other disciples. By simply cultivating the terrestrial grade sword technique to its first level, he can manipulate the sword with his energy and attain the desired effect of sword flight. Admittedly, this does consume some profound energy, but with several million energy stones at his disposal, he remains unconcerned about the expenditure of spiritual energy. The sword flight technique is divided into two levels. The first level involves manipulating the sword with energy, while the second level entails controlling the sword with the mind. As a terrestrial grade technique, sword flight is not merely about directing the sword according to one's thoughts. It encompasses a myriad of wondrous applications. For instance, during the transmission of this technique, one could unleash sword energy from the sword while it is in midair, much like the shadowy figure did. Should one master the second level of sword flight, it becomes akin to having an independent aid, with the sword moving at will, an exceedingly formidable capability. Indeed, it would be terrifying to envision a scenario in battle where a long sword suddenly flew towards an opponent, delivering a strike of sword energy. Furthermore, the transmission did not specify that one could only manipulate a single sword. The number of swords one can control is contingent upon one's individual capacity. In the days that followed, aside from meals, Xianxia devoted all his time to cultivating sword techniques in the Qingfeng Valley. He was tasked with mastering 3 sword techniques, which was undoubtedly a strenuous endeavor. However, Xianxia found himself invigorated by this challenge. Previously, he had no profound techniques to practice, and now, suddenly presented with both a profound and a terrestrial grade technique, how could he not feel exhilarated? The sword energy finger was manageable. After 3 days of relentless practice, he finally succeeded in emitting a streak of sword energy from his fingertip. He was also able to project 2 streams of sword energy with the splitting spirit sword technique. However, his progress with the sword flight technique was rather sluggish. Once the sword left his hand, it would hover for merely a dozen breaths before descending, let alone moving autonomously. Nevertheless, Xianxia remained undeterred. If he could master the basic sword techniques over 2 years, how much more capable would he be with this terrestrial grade technique? If one attempt failed, he would try 100 times. If 100 attempts failed, then 1,000. Success was merely a matter of persistence. On this day, Xianxia stood atop the massive stone where he typically practiced in Qingfeng Valley. Before him, a long sword floated in midair. He raised his hands in a gesture of focus, his eyes fixed intently on the suspended sword, daring not to blink. Not far from him, the purple marten mirrored his gaze, fixated on the floating sword. Though it lacked Xianxia's intensity, its lively eyes blinking playfully, exuding an undeniable charm. At a certain moment, Xianxia's hands moved slowly. As they did, the sword in the center quivered slightly before gradually beginning to shift, albeit at a languid pace. If one did not pay close attention, its movement would be imperceptible. Witnessing the sword's gradual motion, Xianxia felt a surge of joy in his heart. Yet he dared not let his guard down. He took a moment to steady his breath and focus before resuming his slow movements. "Little servant, you have finally returned." A crisp and familiar voice chimed from his right. Upon hearing this voice, Xianxia's hand trembled, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. With a scowl etched across his face, he turned to confront the source of this disturbance. Chapter 40. The Charm of the Little One. Perched atop a massive rock, Xianxia concentrated intently on the blank talisman paper before him, while the slender talisman brush in his hand moved languidly across its surface. Beside him, the little one and Bauer watched the blank talisman paper with unwavering focus. Unlike the serious demeanor of Xianxia and the little one, Bauer was more whimsical. She intermittently glanced at Xianxia crafting the talisman, and then at the adorable little creature, her eyes darting about as if concocting mischievous plans. After a considerable time, Xianxia retracted his brush, inhaled deeply, and turned to Bauer, softly asking, "How is it? Is this how one crafts a talisman, correct?" Upon her arrival, Bauer had expressed a desire to observe his talisman-making process, which was more of a directive than a request. As a novice, Xianxia dared not defy the wishes of his senior sister. To ensure her satisfaction, he approached the task with an unprecedented level of seriousness and caution, striving to please his endearing senior sister. Bauer reluctantly diverted her gaze from the little one and picked up the powerful talisman Xianxia had created. Upon realizing that it was indeed a high-quality talisman, her eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, it's actually quite good. However, the speed could use some improvement, if only it were a bit faster. With that, a blush crept on her cheeks. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He too felt that taking half an hour to craft a powerful talisman was somewhat slow. Yet he understood that improvement could not be rushed. Increasing his speed would require patience and practice. Seeing Xianxia's acknowledgement, Bauer narrowed her eyes, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In truth, Xianxia's speed and quality of talisman crafting were commendable, far surpassing her own abilities during her initial learning phase. However, she would not divulge this to Xianxia, for her grandfather had once said that pride leads to stagnation. Reflecting on her grandfather's wisdom, Bauer resolutely nodded to herself, determined that she must not allow the little servant to become complacent. She should challenge him instead. Bauer, has your grandfather, returned? Xianxia inquired. He was quite eager to meet the esteemed master. Given the outward disciple's respect for Bauer, he surmised that her grandfather must be an extraordinarily formidable figure. If he could align himself with such a towering presence, it would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. When it comes to grandfather, Bauer's smile faded, and with a slight pout, she remarked, that old man has been gone for over a month. How could the talisman master exchange meeting take so long? He must be off somewhere having fun without me. Just wait until he returns. I shall pluck every hair from his beard. Xianxia felt a twinge of disappointment. He did not genuinely wish to rely on the great mountain. Rather, he yearned to learn the art of talisman crafting from the elder. Now, he found himself exploring the intricacies alone, making progress at an agonizingly slow pace. He firmly believed that with the guidance of a talisman master, his advancement would be remarkably swift. Enough about him, Bauer said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Suddenly, her eyes glimmered with mischief as she pointed at the violet marten beside Xianxia. Little servant, who is that? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. The violet marten blinked its eyes and then, with a swift motion, leapt onto Xianxia's shoulder. The intensity of the little girl's gaze was quite overwhelming. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the excitement sparkling in Bauer's eyes. An ominous feeling washed over him. The creature was undeniably adorable, and he feared that this little enchantress had taken a liking to it. Gathering his thoughts, Xianxia replied, "It is my friend. It has assisted me greatly. I'll trade you 10 high-quality talismans for it." Bauer interjected, boldly presenting her offer. She had taken an instant liking to the little creature, finding it irresistibly cute, much like herself. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He knew he could not part with the little creature, and even if he were willing, the marten would certainly not wish to accompany Bauer. His confidence lay not in the marten itself, but in the bond they shared. 15 high-quality talismans. Bauer's gaze shifted from the marten to Xianxia, her expression turning somewhat unfriendly. The marten understood Bauer's words and was resolute in its desire to remain with Xianxia. To prevent Xianxia from giving it away, it clasped Xianxia's face with its tiny paws, nuzzling against him in a display of affection. Unbeknownst to them, this gesture incited jealousy in Bauer. Xianxia chuckled softly, gently rubbing the marten's head. "Bauer, the little creature is not an object. It is my friend and has chosen to accompany me willingly. We have not entered into any contract, so I have no right to give it away." Seeing that Bauer seemed ready to erupt, Xianxia quickly added, "Of course, if it wishes to follow you, I would never oppose it. That would depend on your own abilities, Bauer." Upon hearing Xianxia's last words, Bauer's expression softened. "Little servant, you mustn't regret this. If the little creature wishes to follow me, then it will belong to me from now on. Absolutely no objections." Xianxia promptly assured her. Satisfied with his response, Bauer turned her gaze towards the marten, her smile brightening. "Little marten, come join Bauer. I have many wonderful things to offer, including elixirs, talismans, and a plethora of rare spiritual herbs. In summary, if you are with Bauer, everything belonging to her is yours. Is that agreeable?" "Wealthy master." Upon hearing Bauer's words, Xianxia's eyelids flickered. Indeed, Bauer was an undeniable heiress. The little creature resolutely shook its head, its tiny paws clutching Xianxia's hair tightly. Unfazed, Bauer continued to entice. "If you find my possessions unworthy, I have my grandfather, who possesses countless treasures, such as the inner cores of spirit tier, mystical beasts, spirit fruits, and numerous earthly and heavenly spiritual herbs. If you agree to be with me, I shall steal them for you. What do you say? Listening to Bauer, Xianxia felt an overwhelming desire to acquiesce. However, the little creature persistently shook its head. It was not an ordinary mink and found those treasures unappealing. Bauer, displaying remarkable patience, spent nearly an hour enticing the little creature with offers that made Xianxia wish to transform into an exquisite purple mink. Yet, the little creature remained resolute, ultimately succumbing to Bauer's relentless persuasion by burrowing into Xianxia's dantian, leaving Bauer on the verge of tears. The little creature's steadfastness greatly pleased Xianxia, demonstrating that it could withstand such alluring temptations, suggesting that his small vortex held considerable allure for it. Despite Bauer presenting numerous enticing conditions, the little creature remained unmoved. Witnessing it retreat into Xianxia's belly, all of Bauer's frustration was directed at him. She cried and wailed, determined to continue until Xianxia relinquished the little creature to her. This tactic, previously effective on her grandfather, proved to be a reliable strategy. Zaying Bile or weep uncontrollably. Xianxia felt a sense of trepidation. The little witch before him was nearly the same age as his sister, yet their temperaments were strikingly different. While his sister was somewhat mischievous, she was undeniably gentle. This little sorceress had clearly been spoiled by her indulgent master. Xianxia reached out to wipe the tears from Bauer's cheeks and said, "Do not cry. I have a solution that can foster a bond between you and the little creature." Upon hearing this, Bauer blinked and, indeed, ceased her tears. "What is your solution?" "You mustn't deceive me." Xianxia, with a hint of indulgence, ruffled Bauer's little head and replied, "Consider this. You and the little creature are meeting for the first time, and there is no existing bond between you. How could it choose to follow you? You must first establish a connection, allowing it to grow fond of you and become friends. Then, when you request its companionship, it may be more amenable." After a moment of contemplation, Bauer suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "You're right. I was too hasty. But how can I make the little creature fond of me?" In response, Xianxia's gaze flickered, and he remarked, "In my experience, I often offered the little creature delightful treats, such as spirit fruits and spiritual herbs. Over time, it chose to accompany me." He felt a flush of crimson cross his face, accompanied by a wave of guilt, as he questioned within himself whether it was truly right to coax Bauer in such a manner. Yet, the moment Xianxia recalled Burr's relentless determination, any lingering guilt within him dissipated. Resorting to such a desperate measure was the only way to ensure peace between him and the little one in the future. Bauer nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You make a valid point, little errand boy. I shall return home to fetch my treasure." With that, she swiftly dashed away. Watching her figure vanish at the mouth of the valley, Xianxia exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing skyward as he murmured, "Only 3 days remain until the outer sect examination. I trust that the talented individuals from the surrounding cities who meet the criteria are already en route to the sword sect. I must intensify my efforts as well." Chapter 41. The outer sect examination commences in the fleeting 3 days that followed. Xianxia refrained from further practicing the sword control technique, choosing instead to devote all his energy to the sword chi finger and the spirit division sword technique. While the sword control technique was indeed formidable, it would not yield immediate results, whereas he had already mastered the other two techniques, making them applicable for the outer sect examination. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The venue for the outer sect disciples' assessment was not the martial arts arena, but rather the examination peak, a modest summit that typically lay in solitude. However, on the day of the examination, it transformed into the liveliest locale within the entire sword sect. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light upon the vast plaza of the examination peak, approximately 3,000 youths stood gathered, most around the age of 17, with some even younger. Despite their youth, none dared to underestimate them, for they were all prodigies hailing from the cities surrounding the sword sect. It is no exaggeration to call them prodigies, as achieving the 6th rank of the profound realm before the age of 17 is a formidable challenge. Otherwise, among the hundreds of thousands residing in the surrounding cities, only around 3,000 would have come to this place. Amidst the crowd, Xianxia observed the excitement radiating from the young aspirants and couldn't help but reminisce about his own initial days at the sword sect, which bore a striking resemblance to their current exuberance. However, after enduring the life of a servant disciple, he had matured in both mind and spirit, and thus felt no such thrill as those around him. To him, the inner sect disciples represented his true aspiration. It was not ambition that drove him, but rather a profound confidence in his own abilities. As the sun ascended majestically into the sky, bathing the examination peak in golden rays. 3 outer sect elders materialized upon the sword platform at the forefront of the plaza. The appearance of the elders stirred a wave of commotion among the disciples below, not due to the elders themselves, but because the examination was about to commence. Gazing at the throng of 3,000 disciples, Elder Xianxia furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd before letting out a soft sigh. This year, we have just over 3,200 participants, significantly fewer than last year. If this trend continues, our sword sect shall face a dire future. Beside him, Elder Fengyu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. I have heard that during the last outer sect examination of the Yuan sect, around 100,000 prodigies participated, while the second palace boasted several tens of thousands. It is said that the other 2 sects also had over 10,000. Our sword sect has only existed for a few thousand years. If this continues without lowering the admission standards, we may face the embarrassing scenario of having no disciples in our outer sect. Lowering the standards would merely address the symptoms rather than the root of the problem." Elder Qian, shaking his head, remarked, "If we lower the standards, the sword sect will decline with each generation, ultimately becoming a second-rate force. The key lies in securing resources. If a disciple of our sword sect can ascend to the Qinyan ranking, we could gain control over several cities, thereby altering our current predicament." Upon hearing the mention of the Qinyan ranking, Fengyu and Xianxia exchanged subdued sighs. "Xianxia," with a wry smile, said Elder Qian, "how could the sect master and others not understand this principle? However, ascending the Qinyan ranking is exceedingly difficult. Each of those prodigies on the list possesses extraordinary talents, especially the geniuses from the Royal Academy and the Yuan sect. Our disciples would hardly fare well against them." Fengyu sighed, reflecting, "Consider our sword sect a century ago. We were at the pinnacle of our strength. The mere emergence of our sword would compel even the Yuan sect to retreat. It is lamentable to witness such decline 100 years later." Elder Qian's face also revealed a hint of bitterness as he responded, "Indeed. In the past few decades since Fairy Su entered the Qinyan ranking, no one has managed to follow suit, leading to our current predicament. Ultimately, it is our failure to strive that has resulted in this situation." Xianxia surveyed the crowd below and remarked, "I have heard that a 16-year-old boy, who has reached the 9th rank of the Xian realm, is participating in the assessment in Xianxia City. If he has not relied on pills or other external aids, he may well become another prodigy of our sword sect." Fengyu nodded in agreement, saying, "I have also heard of him. His name is Jian Yuan, and he is said to be the most outstanding talent from Xianxia City in a century. If the rumors hold true, once those on the outer sect ranking become inner sect disciples, he should become the foremost among the outer sect." Elder Qian scoffed lightly, dismissing the notion of him being the greatest talent in a century, especially when compared to the prodigy Yang Yi, who possesses the rare golden Xianxia. If it were known that Yang Yi was associated with the golden Xianxia, the peak masters and elders of our sword sect would surely be astonished. Nevertheless, he chose to keep this information to himself, respecting Yang Yi's choices. At that moment, Xianxia glanced at the sun overhead and said, "Old Feng, you should preside over this first trial." In response, Fengyu composed himself and stepped forward, gazing down at the youthful faces below with a sense of reassurance. He raised his hands, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent, enveloped in stillness. Fengyu addressed them, "Greetings, everyone. I am Elder Fengyu of the Outer Sect. You may call me Elder Feng. I am one of the evaluators for this assessment. Firstly, I represent the Sword Sect in welcoming you all. Secondly, I congratulate you, for your presence here signifies your exceptional abilities. Even if you do not become disciples of the Outer Sect, your future achievements are destined to be remarkable." After some time, Fengyu transitioned to the main topic, stating, "This assessment is divided into 3 trials. The first trial will test your foundational realm. The purpose of this stage is to eliminate those who have ascended their realms through the consumption of elixirs, as well as those whose foundations remain unstable. Now, I shall unleash the oppressive aura of the King S realm. Those who can withstand it shall pass." With that, Fengyu moved swiftly, soaring above the 3,000 youths. And as his internal energy surged, a terrifying momentum erupted from within him, ultimately descending upon the crowd below like a small mountain. Some youths, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground under this overwhelming pressure. Within a mere quarter of an hour, nearly half had fallen, and the numbers continued to dwindle. Observing the fallen youths, Elder Qian and Xianxia on the sword platform frowned deeply. The quality was exceedingly poor. In another area, a group of approximately 50 youths clad in azure robes watched the scene unfold in the square. Among them was Lu Qingyu, who had a 3-month appointment with Yang Yi. Surprisingly, Lu Qingyu, ranked 19th on the outer sect leaderboard, stood in the middle of the group rather than at the forefront. If an elder from the outer sect were present, they would find this perfectly reasonable, for these 50 disciples represented the elite of the outer sect. In this assembly, Lu Qingyu could only be considered average. Upon witnessing half of the participants collapse in less than a quarter of an hour, a youth with a black mole at the corner of his mouth shook his head, remarking, "The current outer sect disciples, in both quantity and quality, are vastly inferior to our generation. How dull. I hope that so-called genius from Xianxia city does not disappoint us." Beside the mole-faced youth, a round-faced boy also shook his head, saying, "I recall that during our time, out of 5,000 disciples, only around 1,000 fell in the first stage. Looking at this batch, it seems they may lose 2,000. If Elder Feng doesn't hold back, it could be even more. As for that so-called prodigy, if he truly reaches the 9th rank of the Xian realm at the age of 16, he would indeed be extraordinary." Extraordinary? The mole-faced youth scoffed. Even if he reaches innate status at 16, he cannot be deemed extraordinary in the outer sect, not with that demoness around. Who dares to claim extraordinary status in the presence of her? At the mention of the demoness, the countenance of the surrounding youths shifted, revealing palpable apprehension. After a moment, the round-faced boy offered a wry smile and said, "That demoness has dominated the outer sect leaderboard since her arrival at the sword sect. I've heard she frequently challenges the outer sect elders to combat. With such talent, others label us as prodigies, yet compared to her, we fall woefully short." The mole-faced youth sighed softly. In her brilliance, our 2nd and 3rd ranks on the outer sect leaderboard are nearly overlooked by the elders. We must strive harder, otherwise, in future encounters, she may disregard us, as she does other disciples. The round-faced boy nodded in agreement. Once considered a genius among geniuses, he no longer dared to claim such a title after encountering that demoness. Truly, she was a formidable force. In the arena, Yang Yi maintained a serene composure, undeterred by the oppressive presence of the King realm. His foundation was remarkably stable, having endured battles of life and death, as well as the pressures of the spirit realm. Consequently, the weight of the King realm, particularly that emanating from Xiaohua, had no effect on him whatsoever. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and turned his gaze to the right, where a youth approximately 16 years of age was observing him, dressed in an exquisite white robe. The boy possessed a handsome visage. Though his features bore a certain youthful innocence, he exuded an air of nobility, albeit with a hint of arrogance that he did not attempt to conceal. Most importantly, like Yang Yi, he remained unfazed by the oppressive aura of the King realm, which intrigued Yang Yi slightly. Noticing Yang Ye's gaze, Jiang Yuan immediately averted his eyes and muttered, "It seems this external assessment isn't entirely comprised of inept individuals. Having a rather striking greenhorn as a companion adds some interest, or else it would be dreadfully dull." Yang Yi redirected his attention and resumed his meditation. While the other's strength might be commendable, it held no significance for him. Half an hour later, Feng Yu withdrew his imposing presence and leaped onto the sword platform. Observing the multitude of youths sprawled on the ground, leaving only 1,000 standing, he shook his head slightly and sighed. He had already held back, yet it was surprising that so many had been eliminated. The sentiment was palpable. As Feng Yu's pressure dissipated, many breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the scene, Yang Yi silently shook his head. Had Elder Feng maintained his intensity, or if the pressure had been stronger, many more would have surely fallen. Casting a glance at the fallen youths beside him, Jiang Yuan smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Pathetic, unable to withstand mere pressure from the King realm." After speaking, he turned to Yang Yi, wearing a bemused smile. Noticing the boy's expression, Yang Yi furrowed his brow, bemused by the sheer number of fools looking for trouble. At that moment, Elder Qian stepped forward, addressing the remaining 1,000 youths. "Those who have fallen, please step aside. Those still standing, sit and rest. We shall proceed to the 2nd round in half an hour." Chapter 42. Illusionary Maze. Half an hour swiftly passed. Once everyone had completed their respite, Elder Qian opened his eyes on the sword platform, casting a sweeping glance over the 1,000 disciples standing upright below. Upon spotting Yang Yi, his gaze lingered momentarily, and he nodded slightly before proclaiming, "The 2nd round tests your swordsmanship will. Follow me." With that, he turned and walked away. The 1,000 youths promptly followed suit. Not only the standing youths, but even those who had been eliminated trailed behind, as the sword sect permitted their presence for observation despite their disqualification. An illusionary formation, perhaps? In a certain location, The dark-spotted youth smirked slightly before also joining the procession, followed closely by the disciples ranked on the external leaderboard. In no time, under Elder Qian's guidance, the group arrived before a colossal, camouflaged light circle. The camouflage circle is vast, capable of accommodating thousands without issue. Within this circle, myriad symbols flicker and traverse along certain trajectories. This is the illusory array, Xianxia murmured as he beheld the radiant circle before him. He had heard of the illusory array, said to be crafted long ago by a formation master of the sword sect, which contained numerous symbols inscribed by a rune master, each possessing peculiar functions. Due to these symbols, anyone who stepped inside would be thrust into an illusion, hence the name illusory array. However, the illusion produced by this array differs from the one created by the pair of bracelets he gifted to Xianxia, as this illusory array merely tests one's will. The damage experienced within the illusion does not carry over into reality, while the bracelets he bestowed upon Xianxia could indeed inflict substantial harm in the real world. Elder Qian turned to the crowd and announced, "This array is called the illusory array. From the moment the formation is activated, those who cannot awaken within the span of 3 incense sticks will be eliminated. Now step inside." Upon hearing this, 1,000 youths promptly entered the circle, awaiting the arrival of the illusion. Once everyone had entered, Elder Qian solemnly cautioned, "Remember, all is but an illusion." With that, he waved his right hand, sending a talisman soaring into the air above the circle, and in the next moment, the symbols within the blue circle began to swirl into motion. A whirlwind ensued, and the scene before Xianxia transformed dramatically. As he beheld the familiar sights, his eyes moistened. The city, the streets, the stone house, everything was familiar. This was in Nan City, and the stone house before him was none other than his childhood home. He was intimately acquainted with every detail. Even blindfolded, he would not stray from the path. Xianxia approached the long wooden bench in front of the stone house, and as he gazed at it, his eyes gradually welled with tears. In the past, he, along with his sister and mother, would frequently sit on this very bench with his mother in the middle, sewing while allowing him and his sister to massage her legs. After a moment, his gaze shifted upward to a charcoal drawing on the stone wall. A wave of warmth enveloped his heart, and his nose tinged with a hint of acidity. The drawing depicted a little girl with 2 braids holding the hand of a small boy. The girl was unmistakably his sister, Xianxia, and the boy, naturally, was himself. Yet, he was puzzled as to who had drawn 2 little braids atop the boy's head, transforming him into a girl. This drawing was none other than his own handiwork, and the boy's braids were a playful prank by Xianxia. Creak! Just then, the wooden door of the stone house swung open, revealing a girl of about 15 or 16 years and a woman in her 30s. The girl had 2 small braids and wore an old yet impeccably clean dress. With willow leaf eyebrows, sparkling eyes, and a petite nose, her worn attire did little to conceal her delicate beauty. The beautiful woman, despite wearing a tattered dress, was remarkably clean. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, with delicate brows and bright eyes, a heart-shaped face, and a figure that was both graceful and voluptuous. However, traces of hardship marred her visage and hands, particularly evident in her thick, calloused palms, visible even from a distance. Upon spotting Xianxia, the little girl's eyes sparkled, only to quickly fill with tears as she dashed towards him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "Brother, why have you only just returned?" she exclaimed, her voice breaking as she wept uncontrollably. Xianxia's hand hung in the air for a long moment, and upon feeling the warmth of her tears against his chest, he gently placed his hand on her back, instinctively saying, "Didn't I come back? Don't cry. If you keep crying, Xianxia will turn into a little cat. And that one be pretty. I don't care. I don't care. You didn't come back for 2 years. I'll cry until you feel guilty." The little girl burrowed her head deeper into Xianxia's embrace, sobbing. At that moment, the beautiful woman approached Xianxia, tenderly ruffling his hair and caressing his cheek, her expression softening with maternal affection. "You've suffered in the sword sect all these years. It's good that you're back now. I'll make your favorite sweet and sour pork for you soon." "Mother." Xianxia felt a pang in his heart, his eyes moistening once more. "I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured. Rest assured, from now on, I will not let you and Xianxia suffer any longer. I promise." "Foolish child." The woman chuckled softly. "As long as you and Yao are well, I would willingly endure any hardship." She then added, "Now that you've returned, let us not dwell on these matters. I shall prepare the sweet and sour pork. Xianxia has been longing for it for quite some time." "I have not." Xiaoyao interjected, lifting her head in protest. Seeing the glistening tears still adorning Xiaoyao's cheeks, both the beautiful woman and Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. In reality, within the confines of the blue circle, Yang Yi stood alone. Others had either awakened or had become utterly lost in the illusion. At that moment, the gazes of thousands fell upon Yang Yi, some filled with disdain, others with schadenfreude, and some brimming with curiosity. Elder Qian glanced at the incense burner on the stone table before the blue circle, where the lone incense stick had burned down significantly, yet Yang Yi remained unaware, still trapped in his reverie. Elder Qian's fists clenched involuntarily, his heart filled with confusion. He knew Yang Yi's willpower all too well. Having grown up amidst hardships, he had faced the trials of the sword sect, falling from grace yet never yielding. Could one describe such resolve as weak? Certainly not. Yet why had Yang Yi not awakened? If he had truly succumbed to the illusion, he should have been eliminated by now. Yet here he stood, serene and composed. What could this mean? Not only Elder Qian was puzzled, even Feng Yu and Chao shared his bewilderment. This was utterly illogical. In a certain place, the boy with the dark mole gazed at Yang Yi in the arena, his voice low and contemplative. There's something intriguing here. The round-faced boy beside him nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, there is some intrigue. Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Qingyu, standing behind them, scoffed softly. Interesting? Such feeble-willed individuals are indeed somewhat intriguing. He simultaneously regretted having made that 3-month pact with Yang Yi. Such a waste of potential hardly warranted his attention. Unbeknownst to them, half an incense stick had burned away, yet Yang Yi remained in a deep slumber. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and approached Elder Qian. He clasped his fists in respect and stated, Elder Qian, in my humble opinion, this individual has succumbed to the illusions. Such a person no longer qualifies to be a disciple of the sword sect and should be promptly eliminated. Initially, he had held some hope for Yang Yi, but seeing him remain in the illusion for so long, disappointment washed over him. Anyone who lingered in such a state lacked the resolve to be his companion. Eliminate him. Expunge him entirely. Why should we all wait for him? What gives him that right? Indeed, what purpose does the sword sect serve in accepting such feeble-willed beings? Are we to gather them merely to perform menial tasks? Menial tasks? Are you not aware? That boy is merely a servant disciple of the sword sect. It is said that he was once accepted as an outer disciple, yet no one anticipated that he would fail to become a practitioner in an entire year, ultimately being relegated to a servant disciple, earning the title of the sword sect's greatest failure. What? He is truly a servant disciple? Eliminate him, eliminate him. I refuse to share the same sect as such a person. Indeed, associating with someone like him would make it embarrassing to declare oneself a disciple of the sword sect in public. Suddenly, the once quiet arena erupted into chaos. The calls for Yang Yi's elimination came not only from those who had successfully passed, but also from the eliminated disciples nearby. Those who had succeeded sought to distance themselves from Yang Yi, while the eliminated disciples mostly joined in the ruckus, harboring a mindset of, if I am eliminated, then so should you be. Elder Qian cast a cold glance at Jiang Yuan. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan being the first to awaken and achieving the 9th rank of the practitioner at the tender age of 16, he would have scolded him without hesitation. However, considering Jiang Yuan's talent, he suppressed his anger and, avoiding further eye contact with him, scanned the crowd, commanding silence. The sword sect has its regulations. 3 incense sticks mean 3 incense sticks. Await my orders. Those unwilling to wait should leave this mountain immediately. Upon witnessing the elder's wrath, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further discourse. Regardless of the circumstances, they were not yet in a position to oppose an outer sect elder. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, realizing he had offended the elder before him. Yet, his concern quickly dissipated, for he believed that once he revealed his true capabilities, many elders would seek to ally with him. With this thought, Jiang Yuan stepped aside, though his gaze towards Yang Yi was far from amicable. Chapter 43. The Sword Slave Tower. Within the stone dwelling, Yang Yi sat at a stone table alongside his sister and mother. The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were meat-based and favorites of Yang Yi. Notably, the central dish of sweet and sour pork was cherished not only by him, but also by his beloved sister, Xiaoyao. Though both Yang Yi and Xiaoyao held a deep affection for this dish, opportunities to savor it were rare, reserved only for significant celebrations, as for their family. Consuming meat was a luxury beyond reach. Brother, you must eat, Xiaoyao urged. placing a piece of sweet and sour pork into Xianxia's bowl before serving their mother and finally putting one in her own, though she refrained from eating it. Instead, she delicately tasted the morsel with her tiny tongue, her face alight with bliss. "Dear child, do eat. There is plenty left in the bowl," their mother gently chided, affectionately ruffling Xiaoyao's hair. As Yang Yi felt a pang of sorrow and guilt rise within him, he lamented that if only he possessed greater ability. His sister and mother would not have to endure such hardships. If only he were stronger, they would not be bullied by the Liu family. As the sole man in the household, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy that his sister and mother bore such burdens. "Brother, you must eat. You look so thin. Have some more sweet and sour pork to regain your strength." Xiaoyao insisted again, placing another piece in his bowl. "Indeed," their mother said, her gaze filled with concern for Yang Yi. "My child, you must have faced many trials at the sword sect. Eat a little more." She then added a piece of sweet and sour pork to his bowl as well. At her words, Yang Yi could no longer contain his tears. They slowly spilled from his eyes. He picked up his chopsticks, forced a smile, and began to eat the sweet and sour pork. Seeing him partake of the meal brought a smile to their mother's face, though she did not eat herself, choosing instead to watch Yang Yi, occasionally glancing at Xiaoyao, her eyes radiating warmth and contentment. Before long, Yang Yi finished the 3 pieces of sweet and sour pork in his bowl. He raised his gaze to his mother and Xiaoyao, his expression now calm, devoid of the earlier emotional turmoil. "Brother, please don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy," Xiaoyao said timidly, feeling apprehensive under Yang Yi's unblinking stare. "What is it? Are you unwell?" their mother asked, noticing Yang Yi's unusual demeanor and standing up in concern. Yang Yi remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at his mother and sister before gently closing his eyes. In the next moment, a surge of sword energy swept through the air and blood splattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Yang Yi felt the scene before him shatter, and a slight dizziness enveloped his mind. After a brief moment, Yang Yi opened his eyes to find himself back in familiar surroundings, among the crowd at the assessment peak. The blue circular arena, everything as it had been before. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the thousands of gazes upon him and walked directly to Elder Qian, clasping his fists in salute before moving to the side to remain silent. Elder Qian sighed in relief. Although he was unaware of the trials Yang Yi had faced within the illusion, his countenance suggested that he had steadfastly retained his true self and had not succumbed to confusion. Yet, one question lingered. Why had he not chosen to awaken? After contemplating for a moment, Elder Qian decided to let it be. Regardless, the important matter was that Yang Yi had passed the trial. "Let us rest for half an hour. The next phase will test our strength," Elder Qian declared. Upon hearing his words, the others dared not voice any dissent or shout for eliminations. They all promptly settled down, grasping the energy stones provided by the sword sect to replenish their internal vitality. Not far from Yang Yi, Jiang Yuan glanced at the recently extinguished incense and then at the silent Yang Yi, before snorting derisively, disdain evident in his eyes. He had initially believed Yang Yi to be a figure of significance, only to discover that he was merely a despised outer sect disciple. The thought of having offended an outer sect elder for this inconsequential disciple left him feeling quite irked. "I hope you can hold on until the top 10, Jiang Yuan muttered under his breath, retracting his gaze. His desire for Yang Yi to reach the top 10 stemmed from the fact that those in the top 10 would participate in a competition, not only offering rewards from the sword sect, but also a chance for recognition by the sect elders, thus facilitating connections. Of course, his main motive was to have the opportunity to teach Yang Yi a lesson. In a distant corner, a boy with a dark mole scanned the students who had successfully navigated the illusion, ultimately settling his gaze on Jiang Yuan. Among the 600 who passed, his awakening speed was the fastest. It took him less than a breath. He must be the prodigy, Jiang Yuan, who emerges but once a century in Jiang City. The round-faced boy beside him nodded in agreement. It is said that he's a 9th grade practitioner. His true prowess should be at the peak of the 9th grade. Once he becomes a sect disciple and undergoes some training, he is likely to advance to the innate stage. If no other prodigies arise when our current batch of outer sect members becomes inner sect disciples, he will undoubtedly be the foremost among the outer sect. The boy with the dark mole remarked quietly, a 16-year-old at the peak of the 9th grade is indeed quite remarkable. With proper cultivation, he has a promising future. However, I perceive an arrogance within him. He does not know how to temper his brilliance. Such a disposition will surely lead to hardships in the future. The round-faced boy chuckled. It is only natural for a young man with talent to exhibit pride. Consider this. Before the arrival of the enchantress, we were once insufferably proud, dismissing everyone. Although we have tempered our arrogance somewhat now, I know deep down we remain quite haughty. To alter that pride, one must face setbacks. The boy with the dark mole nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to Xianxia, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "He is quite enigmatic. Observe how, when he awakened earlier, his eyes were clear and serene, devoid of any emotional turbulence. This indicates that he has maintained his true self since entering the illusion. Yet, why did he linger so long within it? Perhaps he encountered a great beauty in the illusion. It was not the round-faced youth who spoke, but rather Xianxia, who had remained silent behind the two. The boy with the black mole refrained from interjecting while the round-faced youth spoke of Jiang Yuan. However, when the name Xianxia was mentioned, he could not contain himself. The boy with the black mole cast a fleeting glance at Xianxia and remarked, "As fellow disciples on the outer sect rankings, I advise you never to underestimate your opponents." Xianxia promptly nodded in respect, wearing an expression that conveyed his earnestness. Yet, he remained unconvinced. After all, he recalled that he could not withstand a single move from Xianxia. What could he possibly achieve in just a month? He could manage at most 2 moves. In the midst of it all, Xianxia sat with his eyes slightly closed, refraining from absorbing the energy stones. Truth be told, the experiences within the illusion had impacted him profoundly. His life's endeavors had been dedicated to his mother and sister, and the apparition of his long-lost mother and sister had left him deeply shaken. From the very beginning, he understood that it was merely an illusion, yet he was reluctant to awaken from it too soon. Nevertheless, he recognized that such thoughts were detrimental. The current illusion could only be regarded as an ordinary one. Had it been a more advanced one, lingering within it would have certainly led to his demise. In summary, his martial will bore a vulnerability, a weakness rooted in his mother and sister. If this issue remained unresolved, it might lead to further complications in the future. With this thought, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "After this assessment, it is time to return home." Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had passed. At this moment, Elder Xianxia approached the remaining group of over 1,000 youths. Observing the mere 1,500 present, the disappointment on Feng Yu's face was unmistakable. The numbers in this cohort paled in comparison to the previous one. If the following year mirrored this scenario, the outer sect of the Sword Sect might face an embarrassing lack of participants. I hope that a few prodigies from the Sword Sect can make it onto the Qingyuan rankings. Otherwise, the future of the Sword Sect looks bleak. Elder Xianxia murmured while surveying the 600 youths below. After a brief moment, Xianxia composed himself and announced in a clear voice, "The next round will assess practical combat abilities. Follow me." Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly rose to their feet and trailed behind Xianxia. "The sword tower?" The boy with the black mole whispered in a low voice. The round-faced youth chuckled. That formidable woman once advanced to the 20th level, shattering the record set by Senior Su over a decade ago. I wonder if anyone will dare to challenge her record this time. Is that even possible? Came a voice from the crowd. Chapter 44. The Gamble. The Sword Slave Tower stood on a solitary peak, spanning several hundred zhang, with a total of 29 levels, each approximately 5 to 6 zhang high. From the base of the tower, one could not glimpse its pinnacle. Surrounding the tower were numerous peculiar symbols, which, unlike those within the illusion, were significantly larger, several times the size of the symbols found in the illusion. Moreover, although the runes upon which the sword slave stands are yet to be activated, any practitioner of the arcane arts can sense the terrifying power they embody. Xianxia would gaze at the sword slave tower before him, his expression gravely serious. After a considerable pause, he turned to face the group of youths behind him, their faces alight with curiosity and astonishment. The Sword Slave Tower is a treasure forged by our esteemed ancestor, a true artifact of the Tao, and one of the sacred treasures of our sword sect. Training within it will greatly benefit you. Hence, should the opportunity arise, strive to ascend as many levels as possible. The higher you go, the longer you may remain. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd upon hearing Xianxia's words, their gazes towards the Sword Slave Tower igniting with fervor. They had not anticipated that this tower was in fact an artifact of the Tao. What a marvel! Such artifacts transcend the realm of Xian treasures. While many among them hailed from respectable families, even Xian treasures of the earth and Xian grades were rare sights. Now confronted with a legendary Tao artifact, how could they not feel exhilarated? Not only the youths, but even the composed and steady Xianxia felt a surge of excitement. Having previously observed the runes upon the tower, he had sensed its extraordinary nature. Yet, he had not envisioned it to be a Tao artifact of such magnitude. He had already witnessed the formidable power of Earth-grade Xian treasures, which could only be described as terrifying. How much more fearsome, then, would be an artifact of a Tao? Noticing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Xiaohua chuckled softly, recognizing that their expressions mirrored his own from days gone by. He continued, "Do not be overly excited now. Heed my words. Upon entering, a sword slave will appear on each level. Those who conquer the sword slave may ascend to the next level, while those who are defeated will be removed. Furthermore, you will have an hour of respite after each ascent. Elder Chao, may we utilize talismans or other external items within?" At that moment, a young woman clad in a green dress approached Xiaohua, respectfully inquiring. Xiaohua regarded her with a gentle smile. She had performed exceptionally well in the previous illusion array, alongside Jiang Yuan. To the delight of the three examiners, this young lady, barely 16, had also achieved the pinnacle of the 9th rank in the arcane arts, which filled them with excitement. The purpose of this examination is to assess your practical combat abilities. Thus the use of energy stones and talismans is prohibited within, Xiaohua replied softly. Upon hearing this, the young woman in the green dress clasped her fists respectfully towards Xiaohua before stepping aside. A mere illusion array requires no external assistance, Jiang Yuan remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the green-dressed girl. Though his tone was calm, the subtle provocation and disdain in his gaze were unmistakable. The girl's countenance shifted, for her respect towards the elder did not extend to others. With a haughty snort, she retorted, "Such grandiose claims. Take care lest the wind catches your tongue." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuan suddenly broke into laughter. "I noted your commendable performance in the previous illusion array. I wonder if you would care to wager?" "Wager on what?" The green-dressed girl arched an eyebrow, her voice icy. In her city, she had yet to fear anyone. Witnessing a scuffle between two individuals, Xiaohua, standing nearby, did not intervene. Instead, he observed with keen interest. Upon hearing the words of the woman in the green dress, Jiang Yuan waved his right hand, and a blazing red, long sword materialized in his grasp. Holding the fiery blade, he declared with pride, "Let us wager on who ascends higher. I stake this low-grade, profound sword." The crimson blade. Since losing interest in Yang Yi, he had discovered a new prospect. Although it surprised him that this new contender had also reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the profound realm at merely 16 years of age. Nevertheless, he harbored no trepidation. Rather, he felt invigorated. With this individual as his counterpart, his reputation would surely flourish, attracting the attention of the higher echelons of the sword sect and facilitating the establishment of his own circle. The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment upon Jiang Yuan's display of a profound treasure. Many young women gazed at him with newfound fervor. Jiang Yuan, with his formidable prowess and striking appearance, casually wielding a profound weapon, epitomized the archetype of the affluent and handsome. Some young men also regarded him with an eager glimmer in their eyes, not out of any ill intention, but rather because they were strategizing on how to forge a connection with him. It is a given that where there are people, there are rivalries. These youths, newly arrived at the sword sect, were keen on finding a reliable ally or forming a small faction. For the impoverished offspring of noble families, a powerful and wealthy figure like Jiang Yuan represented an excellent support. Yang Yi was taken aback by Jiang Yuan's casual display of a profound treasure, yet he remained unfazed. He too possessed profound treasures, including a mid-grade one, albeit unusable at present. After a moment of astonishment, the woman in the green dress regained her composure and, unwilling to concede, waved her hand to reveal a fist-sized, vividly red fruit. Profound spiritual object, the Zhuling fruit. Its value rivals that of your crimson blade. Surprised by her sudden revelation of a profound spiritual object, Jiang Yuan scanned the fruit before responding. "Very well. I shall join the wager." At that moment, a somewhat urgent voice pierced through the gathering. When the crowd turned to identify the speaker, they were taken aback. It was none other than Yang Yi. Given Yang Yi's character, he would ordinarily abstain from such gambling, yet circumstances compelled him. When the woman in the green dress presented the Zhuling fruit, the little creature nestled within his dantian, which had been slumbering, abruptly awoke. It insisted vehemently that Yang Yi procure the fruit. Failure to comply would result in it taking matters into its own hands. The mysterious origins of the little creature precluded Yang Yi from allowing it to reveal itself and seize the fruit. Moreover, This was the first instance of the creature displaying such urgency, leaving him no choice but to participate in the wager. The appearance of Yang Yi surprised not only Jiang Yuan and the woman in the green dress, but also Elder Chao Hua, who stood by in astonishment. Yang Yi was indeed familiar with the individual. Had it not been for Yang Yi, that little which might have caused untold chaos. However, he could not fathom why Yang Yi chose to partake in this wager, especially considering that his prowess paled in comparison to Jiang Yuan and the lady in the green dress. You, Jiang Yuan scoffed. We possess Xian-level treasures and Xian-level spiritual artifacts. What do you have? Yang Yi, rarely one for unnecessary words, flipped his right hand, revealing the Xian-level longsword that materialized in his grasp. I, too, possess a Xian-level treasure. Is that satisfactory? This revelation astonished not only Jiang Yuan and the lady in green, but also the onlookers. When had Xian-level treasures become so commonplace? Suddenly, 3 had appeared. I concur. The lady in green suddenly interjected. She had no qualms about aligning with those who displeased Jiang Yuan, relishing in his discomfort. Upon hearing the lady's agreement, Jiang Yuan let out a cold snort, stating, "Since you wish to offer a treasure, let it be counted as yours." With that, he turned his gaze away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi harbored no fondness for the arrogant individual before him, choosing to disregard Jiang Yuan entirely as he nodded slightly at the lady in green, acknowledging her presence. Seeing Yang Yi's greeting, the lady hesitated momentarily before returning a slight nod, acknowledging him in kind. At that moment, Chao Hua, with a smile, declared, "The sword sect does not impose restrictions on disciples competing against one another. It is only through competition and pressure that you can grow rapidly. However, remember this. Healthy competition is encouraged, but underhanded tactics will not be tolerated. Should you be discovered plotting against your fellow disciples, the sect will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sword sect. Be forewarned." At his words, everyone nodded in agreement, including the lady in green and Jiang Yuan, who dared not voice any dissent. Satisfied with their response, Chao Hua nodded approvingly and continued, "By the way, I have an announcement to make. Among the outer disciples, one individual has successfully breached the 20th level of the tower, achieving the best record in a century for our sword sect. I hope that one of you may surpass this record and bring glory to the sect." Chapter 45, Like a Broken Bamboo. As Yang Yi entered the sword servant tower, the scene abruptly shifted. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a vast hall, devoid of anything but a solitary staircase. There were no other individuals present. Those who had entered the tower alongside him were nowhere to be seen. As Yang Yi pondered this mystery, a shadowy figure appeared several paces before him, wielding a long sword and cloaked in darkness, rendering its features indistinct. Yet, Yang Yi sensed that this shadowy figure had him firmly in its sights. Is this the sword servant? Yang Yi murmured. With that thought, he summoned his long sword into his right hand and executed the Gale Step, creating a gentle breeze as he unleashed the thrusting technique from the basic swordsmanship repertoire. At the very moment he initiated his attack, the shadowy figure mirrored his actions, employing the same thrusting technique with identical precision in both posture and speed. Much to Yang Yi's astonishment, Yang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, quickened his pace dramatically. With a swift flick of his sword, he sent the shadowy figure's blade flying. Then, with a deft motion, he slashed across the figure's chest. Struck by Yang Yi, the shadowy figure dissipated instantly. Despite his triumph in vanquishing the sword servant, Yang Yi felt no pride, for this particular servant was merely of the 7th rank in the realm of Xian. After a brief silence, he murmured, "It seems that the sword servants here mimic the moves of the evaluators. If that is indeed the case, this could be an excellent place to hone my swordsmanship. However, the servants on this first level are rather feeble." With that thought, Yang Yi ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yang Yi encountered 2 sword servants, whose strength was akin to that of the one on the 1st level, both being of the 7th rank in Xian, albeit with one additional foe present. Without hesitation, Yang Yi unsheathed his sword and executed the Gale Step and basic sword techniques. As he anticipated, the 2 sword servants promptly mirrored his movements with their own Gale Step and basic sword techniques. Although the sword servants employed the same Xian techniques as Yang Yi, they too fell swiftly to his prowess. The 7th rank sword servants posed no threat to Yang Yi, even in numbers. Outside the sword tower, Chao Hua observed a large red character indicating 6 in the center of the tower and remarked, "Impressive. Someone has reached the 6th level in such a short time. It must be one of Jiang Yuan or Qing Shui." Beside him, Feng Yi nodded, smiling. This year's quantity and quality are somewhat lacking compared to last year, but in comparison to previous years, the quality is not significantly inferior. Two 16-year-old 9th rank Xian practitioners, with a little nurturing from the sect, should soon rise to the innate level. Chao Hun nodded in agreement. If they can attain the innate level in the next 8 months, they should be able to accompany this year's prodigies to Qin capital for the Qingyun rankings. Although they cannot compete, observing the talents from the southern region will greatly benefit them. At the mention of the Qingyun rankings, Feng Yu's smile faded, and he inquired, Old Hua, do you think our sword sect prodigies have any chance of making a mark this year? Chao Hua's expression grew serious, and after a long silence, he replied, I cannot say for certain about the inner sect's geniuses who have yet to ascend to the rank of king, but the outer sect's enchantress should have the capability. Of course, this is contingent upon the ghost sect and other sects not targeting our sword sect. Feng Yu replied somberly, the ghost sect will undoubtedly target our sword sect. However, we need not fear them. The uncertainty lies with the Yuan sect, considering our past humiliations, which were influenced by their actions. Just as Chao Hua was about to respond, the previously silent elder, Qian, suddenly exclaimed, Look, someone has already reached the 9th level. At this, both men looked up to see a large character 11 materializing in the sword servant tower. The one who had reached the 11th level was none other than Xianxia. Having fought through the preceding levels, he had gained a clear understanding of the dynamics within the tower. The first level features a 7th grade sword servant of the profound realm. The second level hosts 2, while the third level comprises 3. Upon reaching the 4th level, the sword servants transform into 8th grade entities of the profound realm. This pattern continues, and now, at the 9th level, he faces 3 9th grade sword servants of the profound realm. As Xianxia ascended to the 9th level, 3 long swords came hurtling towards him. Upon the sword servants reaching the 9th grade, they ceased to follow his previous combat style, and instead unleashed alternate sword techniques. Sensing the imminent threat of the 3 swords, Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly employed his wind step technique to evade, propelling himself to the side and covering a distance of roughly 10 feet. Just as Xianxia shifted, the 3 sword servants maintained their relentless speed, lunging towards him from 3 distinct directions. Xianxia, aware of the gravity of the situation, firmly planted his right foot on the ground, harnessing the force transmitted from the earth along with his wind step. In an instant, he arrived before one of the sword servants to his right, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his long sword directly at the servant. In response, the sword servant offered no defense or block, mirroring Xianxia's attack with a thrust aimed at his chest, an act of mutual destruction. Since Xianxia initiated the assault, his sword struck the sword servant first, but in the following moment, the servant's sword was already poised to pierce Xianxia's chest. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Xianxia's left hand subtly moved, releasing a burst of sword energy that deflected the sword servant's weapon with a resounding clang. With a successful strike, Xianxia pushed off with his right foot, his figure ghosting towards the middle sword servant. This time, he refrained from using his previous method and instead maximized his speed, his long sword slicing through the air with a series of sharp wind sounds. Before the sword servant could react, Xianxia's sword had already pierced through its chest. As the sword servant dissipated, Xianxia turned to face the final sword servant before him. In the instant the servant's sword lunged towards him, a flash of cold light illuminated the arena, revealing another long sword that had unexpectedly lodged itself in the servant's chest. With the last sword servant vanquished, Xianxia exhaled softly. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this tower indeed served as an excellent training ground. Initially, he had deemed his foundational sword techniques to be perfected. However, as he fought his way up, he uncovered certain flaws within his swordplay. This realization brought him a sense of relief, for it was fortunate to identify these shortcomings here. Otherwise, they might have been exposed in a confrontation with a formidable opponent, which could prove fatal. After a brief respite, Xianxia gazed toward the staircase. Based on the previous level sword servant rankings, the 10th level should introduce innate realm entities. However, Xianxia speculated that this was unlikely. If the 10th level indeed featured innate beings, then those who had conquered 20 levels would be nothing short of extraordinary. Without further contemplation, Xianxia ascended to the 10th level. Upon his arrival, he found only a solitary sword servant in the hall. The sight of a single sword servant made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. Could it truly be an innate being? Yet, as he approached the sword servant, a wave of relief washed over him. The sword servant before him was not an innate being, but rather a ninth-grade practitioner, whose aura was substantially more formidable than that of the previous ninth-grade sword servants. Xianxia even perceived that this sword servant surpassed the 3 ninth-grade practitioners he had encountered earlier. However, as long as this entity was not innate, it posed little challenge for Xianxia. Gripping his long sword, he took a step forward, and just as he prepared to dispatch the sword servant, the latter suddenly slashed at him with his long sword, unleashing a streak of pristine sword energy that shot towards Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. The unexpected sword energy caused Xianxia's expression to shift. It was not that the energy was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that none of the sword servants, from the 1st to the 9th level, had utilized sword energy, and yet this individual was capable of doing so. Without further contemplation, Xianxia swiftly evaded the sword energy and executed the Gale Step, charging toward the sword servant. In another illusion, Jiang Yuan swiftly pierced the sword servant and promptly sat down to rest. After about half an hour, he rose and gazed towards the staircase, murmuring, "I must be the first to enter the 10th level." At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he let out a cold laugh before adding, "To think they would dare to wager with me. Truly, 2 fools." With that, he ceased his words and approached the staircase. As Jiang Yuan ascended to the 10th level, a young woman in a blue dress named Xianxia also entered the 10th level. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already reached the 12th level. Chapter 46. Astonishment upon seeing the number 12 displayed atop the tower. The 3 elders, including Xiaohua, broke into satisfied smiles. Reaching the 12th level indicated that the individual's strength was beyond reproach, far surpassing that of other practitioners of the same tier. It should be noted that the sword servants beyond the 10th level not only wielded certain sword techniques of the sword sect, but also possessed a heightened combat awareness. The fact that someone had reached the 12th level spoke volumes of their prowess. To think someone could ascend to the 12th level, how formidable. Truly, there are people beyond people, realms beyond realms, muttered a black-robed youth who had been expelled from the tower. Beside him, a youth in yellow robes responded, "Indeed. I was hailed as a genius in my city, yet I now realize how ordinary I truly am. Had it not been for my mystical grade armor, I would have been eliminated on the 6th level. And to think that individual has reached the 12th level. What terrifying strength. This must be that Jiang Yuan." The black-robed youth remarked, "I've heard he is regarded as the most extraordinary genius in a century in Xianxia City. Given his current strength, that rumor must hold truth." Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed youth clasped his fists towards the black-robed youth and said, "My friend, where there are people, there is conflict. As newcomers to the sword sect, our abilities are merely average. If we do not seek a strong backing, we may be bullied in the future. What do you think of Jiang Yuan?" The black-robed youth furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long while before replying, "Are you suggesting we ally ourselves with Jiang Yuan?" "Not merely ally, but to befriend," the yellow-robed youth exclaimed with a smile. "I believe the sword sect must have its own factions. Why don't we establish a small group ourselves? Moreover, this moment presents an opportune occasion. Observe the youthful figures around you, who have ascended to the status of outer disciples. You are currently engulfed in uncertainty regarding their future in this path. If we were to extend our camaraderie, they would undoubtedly welcome it." The cloaked youth surveyed the surroundings, and, indeed, those who emerged from the tower, despite having passed their trials, wore expressions devoid of joy. Many faces instead adorned with a subtle hint of melancholy. After a moment's contemplation, the cloaked youth clasped his fists in respect toward the youth clad in yellow, stating, "I am Chen Lu. May I inquire your name?" "I am Huang Run," replied the youth in yellow. "Once we enter the outer sect, I hope you will offer me your guidance." "Oh, not all. Chen brother, you are merely 1 tier above me. If we were to assess our true strengths, you may well surpass me." "You're jesting, Huang brother. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Your ascent to the 6th tier certainly attests to your superiority in both realm and combat prowess. Enough of such pleasantries, Chen brother. Look, 2 more have emerged. Let us hasten to make their acquaintance, lest we find ourselves left behind as they form their groups." Agreed. On the 12th level of the illusion, Xianxia wielded his sword and relentlessly attacked the sword servant. Under the torrential onslaught of his strikes, the servant found himself at a disadvantage, forced to defend without an opportunity to counter. Xianxia, refusing to grant any chance for retaliation, increased both the speed and power of his strikes. Clang! Ultimately, Xianxia discerned a flaw, severing the sword servant's weapon with a single stroke. then thrusting forward with his sword, piercing the servant's body, which then dissipated. Observing the servant's vanishing form, Xianxia murmured, "Through my practice with these sword servants, my fundamental swordsmanship has become increasingly refined. Should my speed and strength amplify further, this basic technique could indeed become formidable." Previously, Xianxia held the belief that basic swordsmanship was not lacking. Now, through his battles with these servants, he has further validated his earlier convictions. The essence of this swordsmanship can be distilled into two core elements, speed and strength. Once in close quarters, if these two aspects are maximized, it becomes a nightmare for any opponent. Instead of ascending further, Xianxia remained stationary, eyes closed, reflecting on the previous encounter with the sword servant. Since the 10th level, he had taken time after each victory to scrutinize his combat approach. After a considerable duration, he opened his eyes and quietly remarked, "I exposed 3 vulnerabilities. Had this sword servant been stronger, I would have faced dire consequences. Missing those 3 openings indicates I have much room for improvement." With a deep inhalation, Xianxia ascended to the 13th level. Here, he encountered another sword servant. Yet his expression grew grave. This servant boasted a strength at least 3 times greater than that of the previous level. Fortunately, it was not measured against the 12th level servant. Otherwise, facing a foe of such formidable strength would have been daunting. With no superfluous words or actions, he simply thrust his sword toward the servant, and thus the battle commenced. In the 10th layer of another illusion, Jiang Yuan's battle was far more intense than Xianxia's. Jiang Yuan refrained from engaging the sword servant in close combat, instead exchanging sword qi at a distance, creating a whirlwind of energy in the arena. Suddenly, with a moment of inattention, a blade of sword qi struck him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan was not expelled from the sword servant tower, as he wore a profound grade armor. Nevertheless, the impact startled him, causing a cold sweat to break out. Damn it! Does this sword servant possess boundless profound energy? How can it still unleash sword qi? As he continued to exchange blows with the sword servant, Jiang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had been battling this sword servant for some time, and he found himself utterly incapable of overcoming it. The sword servant not only executed sword techniques superior to his own, but also possessed far greater combat awareness. Having been treated like a revered ancestor at home, he had never truly experienced life and death battles against others or profound beasts. Thus, facing a fearless sword servant with keen battle instincts exposed his own shortcomings without reservation. Fortunately, despite his lack of combat awareness, he was not completely at a disadvantage. After all, a sword servant is still a sword servant, despite its battle instincts. It ultimately lacks human intelligence. For the time being, both he and the sword servant were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, in the illusion of the young woman in the green dress, her situation was not much better than Jiang Yuan's. A profound practitioner at the 9th level with combat awareness posed considerable difficulty for her. However, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she grew more invigorated with each confrontation. Having been raised in adversity, challenges were as commonplace to her as the air she breathed. Someone has entered the 14th layer. Outside the tower, a young boy on the outer door rankings exclaimed, pointing at the large characters displayed within the tower. The disciples present turned to gaze at the source of the commotion, and upon seeing the number 14 illuminated within the tower, they were instantly astonished. The 14th layer indicated that the opponent's strength was nearly invincible among peers of the same rank. It is known that the profound practitioners at the 9th level within the 14th layer are exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, surpassing this layer would equal the records set by the 2nd and 3rd ranks on the outer door rankings, namely the boy with the birthmark and the round-faced boy from years past. Qin Feng, this Jiang Yuan lad, is impressive. He has actually reached the 14th layer. The round-faced boy remarked to the birthmark boy with a smile. Having once ascended to the 14th layer themselves, they understood its challenges, which piqued his interest in Jiang Yuan. "Let us talk again when he reaches the 15th, the boy with the birthmark replied calmly. 15. He has reached the 15th. Just as the birthmarked boy finished speaking, another disciple pointed excitedly at the characters on the tower. This time, the birthmarked boy's expression shifted. 15, it's truly 15, haha. Upon witnessing the number change to 15, Elder Chao burst into an unrestrained laugh. Not only Elder Chao, but also Elder Qian and Feng Yu displayed smiles of delight. To reach the 15th level, what does that signify? It implies that one must ensure the other does not fall. After merely 2 years of training in the sword sect, This could indicate the sect's participation in the upcoming Qingyun rankings. What does it mean for a disciple to ascend the Qingyun rankings? It embodies the future hope of the sword sect. How could the three not feel exhilarated upon the emergence of such a promising disciple? After a moment of excitement, Chao was suddenly recalled something and turned to Feng Yu, inquiring, "Old Feng, how many individuals remain within tower?" In response, Feng Yu remarked, "If my memory serves me right, only 4 individuals remain inside the tower: Jiang Yuan, Qin Shui, Fan Wan, and Yang." As he spoke, Feng Yu suddenly gazed intently at Elder Qian, exclaiming, "Xianxia, is he the servant disciple, Xianxia?" Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Chao also directed his attention toward Elder Qian. He still had some recollection of Xianxia, and it was somewhat surprising to learn that he was still within the tower. Elder Qian stroked his beard, his smile unabashed, and said, "Indeed, it is he. I have been monitoring him closely. He has not emerged and remains within." At this, both Feng Yu and Chao Hua's expression shifted. The lowest level of the tower was the 10th level, indicating that Xianxia had indeed reached this height. Those who could attain the 10th level possessed considerable strength and talent. However, both men were puzzled as to why Xianxia had not advanced to the realm of Xian practitioner over the past year. At that moment, a figure was drawn out from the tower. Elder Qian was the first to look over, and upon seeing that it was Fan Wan rather than Xianxia, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia's entrance into the 10th level suggested that with his current strength, securing a place in the top 10 should not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, he hoped Xianxia could ascend even further. 16th level. 16th level. Someone shouted, and instantly, all those outside the tower, including the disciples on the outer rankings, were taken aback. Upon reaching the 16th level, Xianxia did not strike first. Instead, he focused intently on his opponent. In the 15th level, he had made a notable discovery. The first to attack, while gaining an advantage, often revealed vulnerabilities. With sufficient speed and strength, one could exploit these weaknesses to defeat the opponent. Now he intended to employ this very strategy. After a brief stalemate, the sword servant was the first to make a move. Instead of executing any sword techniques, he merely shifted his form and lunged at Xianxia with a thrust. Yet, this thrust was extraordinarily swift, nearly imperceptible to Xianxia. When the sword servant's blade was merely a foot away from Xianxia's throat, Xianxia subtly moved his right hand that held the sword, causing the sword servant's blade to halt mere centimeters from his throat. Subsequently, the sword servant's form began to thin until it completely dissipated. Xianxia maintained a composed expression, as if the encounter had never occurred. He gently closed his eyes, reflecting on the preceding strike. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes and declared, "When motionless, one remains undetected. When in motion, one astonishes the heavens. Henceforth, this technique shall be known as counterstrike from stillness." With that, Xianxia smiled, thoroughly pleased with the insight he had gained from his confrontation with the sword servant. This move is exceedingly sharp, yet it possesses a notable flaw. One's speed and strength must surpass that of the opponent, and one must be able to swiftly seize upon any openings. Otherwise, one risks falling victim to their own delayed action. Nevertheless, Xianxia harbors immense confidence in his own speed and strength. Without pause, he ascended to the 17th level. At this moment, he fervently yearned for combat. For only through battle could he refine this technique and enhance his foundational swordsmanship. It is through relentless fighting that he would grow ever stronger. And the sword slaves within the sword slave tower served as his ideal sparring partners. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, as he stepped onto the 17th level, a fervor erupted among the onlookers outside. Even those proud disciples on the outer sect rankings were caught up in the excitement. It is worth noting that none among them had ever ascended to the 17th level. The 17th level, truly a testament to the unparalleled genius of Xianxia City. "Our sword sect has gained another prodigious talent," laughed Chao Hua heartily, his demeanor akin to that of a petty person reveling in their own success. Beside Chao Hua, Feng Yu and Elder Qian exchanged glances, both chuckling and shaking their heads. Not only Chao Hua, but even they were on the verge of bursting into laughter. The 17th level, aside from that enchanting woman, represented the finest achievement in over a decade. The youths nearby, however, did not share Chao Hua's exuberance. Their faces were etched with astonishment and admiration. They had first-hand experience of the formidable prowess of the sword slaves, as even the 6th and 7th levels had proven overwhelming for many. The The realization that someone could ascend to the 17th level left them in awe of the sheer might required, while the crowd was either ecstatic or astonished. One individual wore a sullen expression, Lu Qingyu, a contender on the outer sect rankings. From the onset, he had been observing Yang Yi, and the fact that Yang Yi had yet to emerge indicated that he had at least reached the 10th level. To reach the 10th level signifies considerable strength and talent, surely on par with his own. It is crucial to remember that he had only attained the 10th level himself. Should Yang Yi become an outer sect disciple and gain access to the sect's resources for cultivation, even if he could not surpass Lu Qingyu in the short term, he would undoubtedly become a significant nuisance. I should never have made that wager with him, Lu Qingyu murmured darkly as he gazed at the sword slave tower. Within the 17th level, Yang Yi did not strike first, and surprisingly, the sword slave refrained from attacking as well. This puzzled Yang Yi. Could the sword slave perceive his intentions? Dismissing further contemplation, he closed his eyes slightly and focused intently. He dared not be the slightest bit careless, for the sword slave on this level was formidable. The aura emanating from it suggested that, were it to engage the gray wolf within him, the wolf would undoubtedly be outmatched. This indicated that the sword slave's strength not only surpassed that of its human counterparts, but also exceeded that of similar tiered mystical beasts. This realization instilled in Yang Yi a profound sense of caution. With neither Yang Yi nor the sword slave making the first move, they remained locked in a tense stalemate. In the ethereal realm of the Jianyuan, after an arduous battle against the sword slaves of the 10th level, Jianyuan finally ascended to the 11th level. However, upon sensing the presence of the sword slave in this new domain, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. For this adversary was markedly more formidable than those encountered previously. After a prolonged silence, Jianyuan inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "The 20th level, is it? Today, I, Jianyuan, shall shatter this record." With that declaration, he unleashed his full potential, his aura surging dramatically. At that very moment, the onlookers outside the tower were taken aback once more. As Chao Hua exclaimed, "Innate! Someone within the tower is advancing to the innate stage." This utterance sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, transforming their shock into sheer awe. Just then, a figure was suddenly ejected from the tower, and as the spectators focused their gaze, they recognized it as the woman named Xianxia. As someone rushed to assist her, Chao Hua swiftly positioned himself beside Xianxia, gesturing for the would-be helper to withdraw. Chao Hua regarded Xianxia, who was seated on the ground, with fervent admiration, his hands trembling in excitement. Observing Chao Hua's demeanor, elders Qian and Feng exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. They certainly did not believe that Chao Hua had developed a romantic interest in this woman. Approaching Xianxia, they were similarly struck by her presence. At that moment, she was surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, her own essence steadily ascending. It was evident to all present that this was the precursor to a breakthrough. Having already reached the 9th level of the Xian realm, Xianxia was on the verge of transcending to the innate stage. Realizing this, a collective gasp echoed among the assembled crowd. The tower now housed an innate powerhouse, and another was poised to ascend. Such occurrences were nothing short of extraordinary. Among the outer sect disciples, a round-faced youth stammered, "Two innate beings at the age of 16. Could it be that we are witnessing the rise of two prodigies?" Beside him, Qin Feng shook his head, responding, "Indeed, a 16-year-old innate is undeniably talented, yet to compare them to prodigies might be a stretch." The previous prodigy, despite not reaching the innate stage, managed to conquer the 20th level. What does that signify? It implies she could triumph over those of the innate realm while still in the mortal stage. The round-faced youth nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, that prodigy is now merely at the innate stage, yet can contend with powerhouses of the sovereign realm. Such talent is remarkable, even among the ranks of the Yuan men and the Urgu. Although these two are innate, if they were to face the former prodigy, who was once in the mortal realm, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Regardless, both individuals displayed exceptional talent, and should they avoid misfortune, they would undoubtedly lead the next Qingyun rankings. Qin Feng remarked, "Indeed, the Qingyun rankings beckon. We must strive diligently, lest we become mere cannon fodder in the future." In the 17th level, Yang Yi remained motionless, while the sword servant stood like a puppet, utterly still. The two had been locked in a stalemate for quite some time. At a certain moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. With a gentle flick of his left hand, He directed his sword finger towards the sword servant, and in an instant, a blade of sword energy appeared before him. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the sword energy dissipated, yet the sword servant remained unmoved. Xianxia gradually approached the sword servant, moving at a leisurely pace, as if taking a stroll. When he came within 2 zhang of the sword servant, the servant finally made his move. A cold light flickered in the arena, and then the tip of a sword, gleaming with a chilling radiance, was suddenly poised before Xianxia's throat. At that very moment, Xianxia's right hand also stirred. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air echoed, and the sword servant's sword tip halted at Xianxia's throat. Subsequently, the sword servant's form began to slowly dissipate. Upon witnessing the servant's dissolution, Xianxia's left hand instinctively moved to his neck, lightly brushing it before glancing down to find his fingers stained with droplets of crimson. His speed was still somewhat lacking. Observing the red stains on his hand, Xianxia murmured softly. In this confrontation with the sword servant, any slight delay would have resulted in his stagnation at the 17th level. Without pausing to rest, Xianxia ascended the steps to the 18th level. Chapter 48, Bitter Battle. Outside the tower, all eyes were fixated on the 2 grand characters at the center. In that moment, even Xianxia, who was advancing to a higher level nearby, was overlooked by the crowd. Clearly, the ascent to the 18th level was far more astonishing than Xianxia's innate advancement. This reaction was entirely understandable, as most present had experienced the horrors within the Sword Servant Tower and knew what it entailed. Particularly the 3 elders, Xiaohua and his companions, fully comprehended the significance of reaching the 18th level. The primary purpose of the Sword Servant Tower is to test a person's potential, not merely in terms of realm, but rather one's combat potential. This world has never been short of prodigies. In the southern region, there are indeed individuals capable of challenging opponents 2 ranks higher. In other words, the true combat prowess of those at higher realms may not necessarily surpass that of those at lower realms. Realm is not the sole criterion for measuring an individual's strength. However, higher realms undeniably present distinct advantages, such as a greater quantity of profound energy compared to those at lower realms. Moreover, upon reaching certain realms, one may acquire extraordinary abilities. For instance, the innate realm is superior to the mortal realm precisely because upon achieving the innate state, one can absorb the formless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their body, merging it with their physical form to enhance their strength. They can then extract and condense profound energy from various parts of their body, allowing it to circulate and flow, thereby actively absorbing spiritual energy from the environment to fortify and continuously reshape themselves. Yet, it remains true that this does not guarantee that those in the innate realm can definitively conquer those in a mortal realm. Aside from an abundance of various geniuses, this world is also replete with extraordinary techniques. Many top-tier martial arts, alongside other external influences, can enable individuals in the mortal realm to achieve effects akin to those in the innate realm. For instance, Xianxia possesses a small vortex within him, from which emanates a golden, profound energy, an extraordinary force indeed. When he was engulfed by this golden energy, one could argue that his physical form had already surpassed that of a typical innate realm body, perhaps even exceeding the strength of certain innate beings. The astonishment of Xiaohua and his companions stemmed from their belief that Jiang Yuan had ascended through the 18th level, having traversed the 17th as a mortal and then advancing to the innate realm on the 18th. This signified that Jiang Yuan not only harbored formidable combat potential, but also remarkable innate talent. A 16-year-old innate powerhouse, who ascended from the mortal realm to the 17th level and then to the innate realm on the 18th, could hardly fail to astonish the trio. Inform the enchantress that someone is about to break her record. Qin Feng murmured softly as he gazed at the 2 large characters on the tower. The opponent had reached the 17th level without attaining the innate realm, and now that he had ascended, it should not be overly difficult for him to conquer the 20th level given his combat prowess. A youth behind him wasted no time, swiftly darting in a specific direction. On the 18th level, Xianxia wielded his long sword with relentless fervor, creating a flurry of afterimages accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of slicing air. His adversary, the sword slave, matched his intensity, their sword strikes executed with an equal swiftness. The 2 exchanged blows, engaging in no fewer than several hundred exchanges, The sword slave's prowess on the 18th level took Xianxia by surprise, particularly its speed, which far surpassed that of the sword slave on the 17th level. Fortunately, he refrained from employing his usual counterattack technique. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise. At the very least, it would have resulted in mutual destruction, for the sword slave's speed of attack was exceedingly rapid. Had he not diligently practiced basic sword techniques for 2 years, endured trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and battled previous sword slaves, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat by now. Neither combatant resorted to sword techniques or sword energies. Relying solely on the most fundamental maneuvers, each thrust met with a parry. In such close quarters, the use of sword energy proved impractical, as it requires time to unleash. And both warriors lacked the luxury of time. Any attempt to employ sword energy would result in immediate peril. The sword slave, devoid of emotions, possessed only a warrior's instinct. It must be said that in such moments, the absence of intellect is undoubtedly advantageous for the sword slave, as it remains unperturbed by anxiety or fear, focusing solely on combat without the burden of negative emotions. Xianxia, however, experienced the full spectrum of emotions, albeit he concentrated intently on countering each attack, managing to suppress the negativity that threatened to surface. Yet, should this stalemate persist, he would inevitably be the first to succumb. This cannot continue, he resolved, as he wielded his long sword with determination. With a sudden resolve, Xianxia thrust his sword against the blade of his opponent, the sword servant. Utilizing the force from the sword, he gracefully leaped backward. In that fleeting moment, the sword servant seized the opportunity to advance, his long sword conjuring a myriad of sword shadows that enveloped Xianxia. As the multitude of sword shadows descended upon him, Xianxia remained unfazed. He released his long sword, sending it hurtling toward the sword servant. With a sharp clang, the sword servant deflected Xianxia's blade, and in that instant, 2 powerful fists emerged before the sword servant. One aimed at the sword, the other at his chest. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, the sword servant momentarily faltered, clearly unprepared for Xianxia's use of his fists. However, he quickly retaliated, bending his sword at an unusual angle to stab toward Xianxia's chest. In the split second where victory hangs in the balance, Xianxia's right fist connected with the sword servant's chest, yet the sword servant's blade also pierced Xianxia's skin. Just as the sword broke through, Xianxia's immense strength sent it flying backward. The moment Xianxia's fist made contact with the sword servant's chest, he transformed his fist into a sword-like gesture, flicking it lightly, causing 2 streams of sword energy to glide along the sword servant's body before propelling him away. In the air, the sword servant's speed diminished as the sword energies pierced through him, causing his form to slowly dissipate. At the instant of the sword servant's and his sword's vanishing, a trickle of blood flowed from Xianxia's chest. Though fully aware that this was but an illusion and death was not a true consequence, he felt the chilling breath of mortality in that fleeting moment. Just as in the 17th level, had he hesitated even slightly, he would have met a similar fate. Xianxia retrieved the long sword that had been knocked aside earlier and seated himself on the ground, engaging in introspection. From this battle, he recognized that while his swordsmanship had improved, it still bore numerous inadequacies when matched against the sword servant. The shortcomings of his technique lay in its lack of speed. Too often, he found himself in a defensive stance, unable to seize the offensive even when openings presented themselves. His personal failings stemmed from a lack of composure, particularly when he found himself at a disadvantage. His impatience became evident, and though his final gamble secured him victory, it was a risky wager. He could not claim satisfaction from this confrontation. He abhorred the notion of chance. Had he maintained a calm demeanor, he could have held his own against the sword servant for a time, even if he could not achieve victory through his swordsmanship alone. It became clear to him that his experience in battle was still lacking. Upon returning, he resolved to seek out opportunities for practical combat, ideally against the mystical beasts of the Great Mountains. Only through relentless trials of life and death could he grow stronger, carving a path for himself on the elusive azure cloud, ranking in the future. After concluding his reflections, Xianxia rose to his feet and cast his gaze towards the 19th level. He had previously sensed the formidable strength of the sword slave on the 18th level, which could be deemed the most powerful he had encountered beneath the realm of innate mastery. How much stronger would the 19th level be, he pondered. This time, Xianxia refrained from ascending further. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture on the ground, employing his golden profound energy to mend the wound on his chest. Faced with the impending challenge, he could not afford the slightest negligence. He was determined to confront his next adversary in peak condition. Otherwise, the 19th level could very well be his final battleground. Meanwhile, on the 14th level, Jiang Yuan had battled for nearly 2 hours before he finally pierced the sword slave through a moment of vulnerability. However, he was in a pitiful state. Gone was his usual composure and elegance. His attire was tattered, and his face bore several cuts. Just after dispatching the sword slave, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a few moments, he murmured, "What an abominable sword slave, with such extraordinary combat prowess. It nearly cost me my life." Despite being in the realm of innate mastery, my ancestors once remarked that attaining innate mastery through external means is flawed, and it seems they were right. Alas, I should not have heeded my father's advice and consumed the elixir to enhance my innate abilities. Indeed, his innate mastery had been attained through external substances. Although he was fully aware of the inherent flaws, he had still chosen to partake in the elixir, driven by the desire for reputation. For Xianxia City, a 16-year-old practitioner at the 9th rank was exceedingly rare. But what of a 16-year-old in the realm of innate mastery? Such a prodigy would be considered remarkable even across an entire state. In pursuit of elevating his status as a genius, he ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the elixir, enhancing his cultivation to the realm of innate mastery. Yet now, he lamented, had he cultivated normally to innate mastery, he certainly would not have found himself in such a disheveled state against the sword slave. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Yuan turned his attention to the 15th level. After a moment of hesitation, determination etched across his face, he declared, "Though I have secured first place for now, advancing to the next level would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sword sect elders. I must overcome the 15th level." With that resolve, he settled into a meditative stance, quietly recuperating his profound energy. Chapter 49, Innate Mastery. At 7 Refinement Peak, the Gravity Cave serves as an exceptionally challenging training ground. Within its confines, an invisible force exerts pressure on those who enter. For instance, a person capable of executing 10 sword strikes outside may find their ability reduced to merely 5 strikes under the cave's minimum gravitational intensity. Inside the Gravity Cave, a woman clad in a tight-fitting red leather skirt was relentlessly wielding her longsword. She possessed a striking beauty, often described as a siren. Indeed, her enchanting visage, with fox-like alluring features, captivated all. Though she was engaged in sword practice, her eyes sparkled with the allure of a shimmering spring, exuding an innate charm that was utterly beguiling. Perhaps due to the influence of gravity, the alluring visage of the woman appeared to be adorned with a delicate blush, radiating a subtle rosy hue akin to the bloom of a resplendent plum blossom, strikingly beautiful. The red leather dress she donned was exceedingly revealing, featuring a plunging V-neckline that unabashedly showcased her ample bosom, creating an enticing cleavage that drew attention. Most captivating, however, was the lower portion of her attire. The black leather dress clung perfectly to her voluptuous curves, accentuating her sensual silhouette. The garment was notably short, perilously so, should she dare to raise it even slightly. Or if an onlooker were to crouch down to gaze, the view beneath the hem would be utterly unveiled. With a beguiling countenance and a figure that exuded an irresistible allure, the woman emanated an intoxicating charm that drove men to madness. Yet, these attributes were not the most significant aspect at that moment. Rather, it was the fact that the gravitational force within the cave was at its peak, 20 times normal weight. Under this immense pressure, her swordsmanship remained flawless, as if the weight were but an illusion. "Senior Sister Morone, there is something to report from Fenglin." A voice echoed from outside the cave, breaking the serene atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating momentarily before she relinquished her practice. She understood that the outer disciples would not dare to interrupt her without substantial reason. With graceful strides, she approached a nearby coat rack, summoning a vibrant red gown that draped elegantly over her figure, concealing her provocative form. As the cave entrance opened, she emerged, though despite her breathtaking beauty, the man named Fenglin stood with a slight bow, his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet her eyes. He certainly dared not look, for there was an infamous tale of an outer disciple who, emboldened by his own exceptional talent, had cast a lustful glance at the enchanting woman before him. He was swiftly punished, his lineage severed by her swift kick. The elders had not only refrained from reprimanding her, but had also warned all outer disciples to steer clear of her. Since then, apart from select few, most disciples would either take a detour or avert their eyes, treating her as though she were a phantom. The woman inhaled deeply, then turned her attention to the man beside her, stating, "Speak. If this does not pique my interest, I shall flay your skin." Feng Lin broke into a cold sweat, fully aware that she was not jesting. He hastily replied, "Senior Sister Morong, a prodigy has arrived for the outer disciple assessment. A super genius. He ascended to the 17th level of the Sword Servant Tower as a mere mortal of the 9th rank, and at the 18th level, he advanced to the innate stage. All at the tender age of 16. Her expression remained remarkably composed as she savored the fresh air, finally responding, "A mortal of the 9th rank reaching the 17th level. An innate at 16. This individual's talent is indeed noteworthy." As she spoke, a peculiar smile crept upon the corners of the woman's lips. "However," she remarked, "for me, one cannot be deemed a genius without conquering the 19th level. Moreover, I am currently only interested in the formidable beings of the sovereign realm. Henceforth, do not disturb me over trivial matters. I shall spare you this time." With that, she turned and stepped into the cave, observing the now closed entrance. Feng Lin shook his head with a wry smile. It was disheartening to realize that such talent was merely regarded as adequate in her eyes. Yet he understood that her words held a grain of truth. From her earlier comments, he discerned that she no longer regarded the innate realm with any esteem. Within the illusions of the 18th level, Xianxia opened his eyes and glanced down at his chest, where the wound inflicted by the sword slave had healed completely under the restoration of golden, profound energy. Seeing that the injury had mended, Xianxia promptly ascended the steps to the 19th level. As before, the 19th level presented him with but a single sword slave. However, upon encountering this one, Xianxia's expression turned gravely serious. The aura emanating from this sword slave exceeded the threshold of a 9th grade profound practitioner. In other words, this sword slave was of the innate realm. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Xianxia muttered as he regarded the formidable figure before him. He recalled Elder Chao Hua's earlier words, indicating that someone had surpassed the 20th level in the previous session. This meant that individual had triumphed over the sword slave of the 20th level, halting at the 21st. If the sword slave of the 19th level was already an unadulterated innate powerhouse, how formidable could the guardian of the 20th level be? Most importantly, the challengers were merely mortals. At the sight of the sword slave, the pride and satisfaction that had accompanied Xianxia through his prior conquests vanished entirely. Yet, rather than discouraging him, it ignited an unprecedented fervor for battle within him. If others could achieve it, why could I not? An innate being? Let me test the true strength of an untainted innate. With his profound energy surging, it surged within him like a tempest, transforming the golden long sword in his grasp into a radiant blade shimmering with a soft golden light. In this moment, Xianxia held nothing back. He was wholly committed to the fray. Grasping the golden sword, Xianxia took a step forward. However, as soon as he moved, a glistening sword of cold light was already poised at his throat. The speed was such that Xianxia could scarcely register it. He could only rely on his instinctual awareness of danger to evade to the side. Just as Xianxia sidestepped, the sword lunged forth like a relentless predator, unleashing a flurry of dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye, each one aimed with lethal intent. Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. This innate sword slave was far stronger than he had anticipated. Not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence or complacency, he began to retreat while parrying the relentless assault. Clang! Clang! The battlefield resonated with a harmonious symphony of clashing swords, akin to a splendid melody. In the initial clash, Xianxia found himself at an undeniable disadvantage. The swordsmanship of the sword servant before him surpassed Xianxia's capabilities by considerable margin, characterized by an absence of superfluous movements akin to fundamental sword techniques, merely a straightforward thrust. Yet, it was this very simplicity that sent shivers down Xianxia's spine. For the speed was overwhelming. He could do little more than retreat and parry, lacking any opportunity for a counterattack. At that moment, Xianxia was entirely pressed into a corner. However, despite the dire circumstances, Xianxia maintained a remarkable composure, resisting the urge to panic as he had on the 19th floor. With a calm mind, he contemplated his predicament, acutely aware that if things continued in this manner, victory was utterly out of reach. With this realization, a resolute expression flickered across his face, and instead of defending, he thrust his long sword directly at the innate expert, embracing a path of mutual destruction. Indeed, as Xianxia executed this desperate maneuver, the innate expert suddenly altered his swordplay, deftly deflecting Xianxia's blade with a slight upward motion, then, without losing momentum, launched a thrust towards Xianxia's chest. As the sword approached, a fierce expression crossed Xianxia's face. He clenched his left fist and struck out at the incoming blade while simultaneously twisting his wrist, redirecting his own sword towards the chest of the sword servant. With a piercing sound, the sword servant's blade pierced Xianxia's left hand. Yet, rather than feeling dismay, Xianxia was elated, for his sword was nearly upon the sword servant's chest. However, just as Xianxia's blade was about to connect, the sword servant suddenly retreated, evading the strike. In the process of retreating, the sword servant executed a swift slash through the air, unleashing a white sword chi that shot towards Xianxia's chest with lightning speed. This unexpected sword chi caused Xianxia's expression to shift once more. Chapter 50. I wager with you. Xianxia had not anticipated that his path of mutual destruction would fail to wound his opponent, resulting instead in his own hand being pierced, and that the adversary could conjure a sword chi even while retreating. Such combat awareness was truly formidable. With no time for further contemplation, Xianxia positioned his long sword horizontally across his chest. With a resounding clang, his weapon trembled violently, revealing the ferocity of the sword chi bearing down upon him. Under the immense force of this sword chi, Xianxia was staggered backward. In that fleeting moment when the sword chi dissipated, the previously retreating sword servant had inexplicably reappeared before Xianxia, alongside the menacing long sword, aimed ruthlessly at Xianxia's chest. There was no opportunity to catch his breath. As the long sword lunged once more, Xianxia felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the sword servant's impeccable timing in exploiting his vulnerabilities. Moreover, the sword servant's combat instinct was indeed terrifying. Although he held great admiration, Xianxia had not yet reached the point of surrender. Employing the Gale Step, he swiftly darted to the side, simultaneously unleashing a brilliant golden sword aura from his long sword, aimed directly at the approaching sword slave. The sword slave did not evade. Instead, he struck at Xianxia's golden sword aura. Clearly, he believed that with sufficient speed and strength, even sword aura could be cleaved apart. However, this time, the sword slave underestimated Xianxia's golden, profound energy. With a crisp clang, the golden sword aura pierced through the sword slave's long sword and continued toward the sword slave himself. The sword slave seemed momentarily taken aback, his body hesitating slightly. But he quickly regained his composure, twisting his body in an uncanny manner to evade Xianxia's golden sword aura. Seeing the strength of his golden sword aura, Xianxia felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, he began to wield his long sword and his left-hand sword finger in a flurry, sending forth dozens of golden sword auras like a tempest toward the sword slave. In close combat, Xianxia had no confidence in defeating the sword slave. Thus, he sought to suppress him with sword aura while searching for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. This was his strategy, and he executed it accordingly. Yet, while his thoughts were noble, reality proved harsh. At the moment Xianxia unleashed his sword aura, the sword slave reciprocated with several white sword auras, which astonishingly countered Xianxia's golden profound energy 1-for-1. Witnessing this, the smile that had graced Xianxia's face vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. He had taken the initiative, launching his sword aura first, yet the sword slave was still able to counter with his own sword auras, indicating that the sword slave's control over profound energy and sword aura far surpassed his own. With a thunderous crash, the two sets of sword auras collided and dissipated. Xianxia ceased to unleash any more sword aura, opting instead to grip his long sword and charge at the sword slave, who was now advancing toward him. In terms of profound energy, as an 8th-level profound practitioner, he was surely superior to a sword slave of innate realm. Unable to compete with sword aura or in close combat, he resolved to fight with all his might. Xianxia completely abandoned defense. His speed was slightly inferior to that of the sword slave, but not by much, and with his reckless approach, while still at a disadvantage. He was no longer being overwhelmed as he had been at the outset. However, this came at a cost. In a short span, his clothing had become tattered, revealing numerous wounds beneath. Ignoring the injuries, he was consumed by a singular thought: to fight, desperately fight. If you stab me, I shall stab you as well. and let us see who will fight to the death. In this moment, the sword slave's shortcomings became evident once more. As a sword slave, he possessed combat awareness, devoid of any negative emotions, a strength indeed. Yet, conversely, he would not exchange blows with the same recklessness as Xianxia. When both long swords were poised to strike, he would first deflect Xianxia's sword before attempting to pierce him. It is precisely for this reason that Xianxia grows increasingly fearless and resolute in battle. Moreover, he has discovered that at some point, the golden profound energy within him has begun to flow gently, mending the wounds inflicted by swords upon his body. This revelation fills Xianxia with exhilaration, as he had not anticipated that this golden energy would autonomously restore his physical form. Consequently, he feels emboldened to act without restraint. Since the commencement of the Outer Sect Disciples Assessment, 2 days have already elapsed. During this period, the crowd outside the Sword Servant Tower has not diminished. Rather, it has swelled in number. Even some elders from the Outer Sect have arrived to witness the events unfold. Within the Sword Servant Tower, only 2 individuals remain, Xianxia and Jian Yuan. Despite Xianxia's perseverance, he remains largely overlooked, as the collective attention is fixated on the extraordinary talent, Jian Yuan. At present, both Xianxia and the already promoted innate expert, Xianxia, have been overshadowed by Jian Yuan's brilliance. Old One, is it true that Jian Yuan has ascended to the 19th level as a 9th grade profound practitioner? Inquired an Outer Sect elder named Chenfeng, who presides over the mission hall and is approximately 40 years of age. Initially uninterested in the assessment, he became intrigued when he heard of someone reaching the 17th level as a 9th grade practitioner, prompting him to take notice. Chao Hua stroked his beard and replied with a smile, indeed. A 16-year-old innate practitioner. If our sword sect nurtures him well, with his talent and potential, he will undoubtedly ascend the next Qingyun in ranking. In response, Chenfeng nodded with a smile, quite right. I had assumed no prodigies would emerge among the Outer Sect disciples this time. Yet here we are, blessed by the heavens for our sword sect. By the way, who is the other individual inside? Before Chao Hua could respond, Elder Qian interjected, that would be Xianxia, the very one you all deemed a cautionary tale. Elder Qian had previously asserted that Xianxia possessed commendable aptitude, a claim the others had dismissed. Now that he remains within, he must have at least reached the 15th level. Tell me, does that not qualify him as a genius? Elder Qian spoke with a hint of pride, reminiscent of a small man savoring his triumph. Yet, it is understandable. He had endured mockery from these Outer Sect elders regarding Xianxia. Were it not for the anomaly that is Jian Yuan, Xianxia's persistence would undoubtedly serve as a stark rebuke to these elders. Is that so? Chenfeng expressed skepticism. He once took an entire year to become a profound practitioner, and I recall he was demoted to a servant disciple. How could he endure for so long? Elder Qian scoffed, unwilling to divulge to this elder that Xianxia wielded the 5 elemental profound energy. Beside them, Chao Hua offered a wry smile. Old Qian is correct. That young lad is indeed inside, and his endurance has surprised me. However, do not get too complacent, for while he is impressive, he still pales in comparison to Jiang Yuan and Qing Shui. I beg to differ, Elder Qian countered. While Jiang Yuan and Qing Shui possess remarkable talent, Xianxia is no slouch either. After all, one cannot predict who might stand atop the 19th level. Upon finishing his words, Elder Qian immediately felt a pang of regret. Witnessing Chao Hua using Jiang Yuan to pressure Yang, Yi left him somewhat displeased, prompting his hasty tongue to utter such remarks. In response, Chao Hua burst into laughter, and after a moment, he said, Old Qian, would you dare to wager with me? Let us bet on who resides on the 19th level. I shall offer a set of sword boxes, specifically, my treasured earthly fiend sword box. What do you say? Upon hearing Chao Hua's proposition, the surrounding outer gate elders were taken aback. Chao Hua's earthly fiend sword array was notorious within the sword sect. The sword box contained 36 superior grade yellow swords, and inscribed upon it was a mid-grade mystical sword array technique crafted by a rune master. When engaged in combat, the 36 swords could swiftly form a formidable array, the power of which could only be described as terrifying. Elder Qian was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Chao Hua would stake his cherished sword box in a gamble. It was well known that Chao Hua valued that sword box more than his own life. Typically, the outer gate elders could not even catch a glimpse of it. Elder Qian raised his gaze toward the sword servant tower, then glanced at the mocking expression on Chao Hua's face. He understood that should he refuse to wager this time, this old rascal would undoubtedly mock him in the future. What do you wish from me? Elder Qian inquired in a stern tone. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Xiao Hua's face as he replied, Old Qian, you must recognize the preciousness of my sword box. If I win, I desire nothing more than your mid-grade, mystical runesword. What do you think? The surrounding elders shook their heads in disbelief. Xiao Hua was indeed bold to make such a demand. Elder Qian's runesword was equally renowned among the outer gate elders of the sword sect. Not only was it a mid-grade mystical sword, but it also bore enhancement inscriptions from a rune master. Possessing that sword significantly amplified Elder Qian's own strength by at least 30%. Elder Qian's chest rose and fell violently, clearly infuriated. Like Xiao Hua, that runesword was more precious to him than his own life. It had been nurtured within his dantian for over a decade, forging a bond of spiritual communion, and with the inscriptions adorning it, the sword had become a part of him. Losing it would diminish his strength by several tiers. Thus, how could he dare to gamble it away? Just as he was about to refuse, a bright voice chimed from behind them. Old man, I shall wager with you. How dare you underestimate a mere servant? It was none other than Bauer. In her eagerness to please the little one, she had turned a rune peak upside down in recent days. Fortune smiled upon her as she had finally discovered her grandfather's treasure. Without hesitation, she rushed to find Xianxia, only to be dismayed that he had come to participate in the outer gate assessment, leaving her somewhat disgruntled at not seeing the little one immediately. To catch up with him sooner, she had randomly seized an outer gate disciple, demanding he escort her to the sword servant tower. Upon arriving, she overheard Xiao Hua's words, further fueling her irritation. She may belittle the minor servant, but others dare not. Moreover, the minor servant happens to be her junior. As his elder sister, how could she allow others to look down upon him? At this moment, Bauer cast a rather unfriendly gaze toward Xiao Hua. The surrounding youths were astonished to see a little girl audaciously refer to an outer sect elder as an old man. After all, the outer sect elder was a formidable warrior at the king realm. Had it not been for the girl's tender age and her undeniable cuteness, several of them might have attempted to reprimand her. The next moment, they were exceedingly grateful they had refrained from such folly. For in their eyes, the once lofty outer sect elders displayed peculiar expressions upon encountering this little girl. Initially astonished, then bitterly amused, and ultimately donning a rather forced smile. Bauer, what brings you here? Xiao managed to squeeze out a smile, though it was evidently strained. Bauer retorted, didn't you just say you wanted to wager? I challenge you to a bet. Upon realizing that the little demoness sought Xiao Hua, the nearby outer sect elders promptly distanced themselves, wary of offending such a formidable child. Xiao Hua, inwardly cursing, forced a laugh. I was merely jesting. We were just having fun. There was no wager involved. He would never dare to gamble with Bauer, as neither victory nor defeat would bode well for him. Bauer, clearly unwilling to let Xiao Hua off the hook, narrowed her eyes and questioned, Elder, do you look down upon me? Seeing the little demoness was on the verge of irritation, Xiao Hua felt a jolt of anxiety. Had he known better, he would have never brought up the wager. At that moment, Elder Qian gleefully chimed in, Indeed, Xiao Hua, do you harbor disdain for Bauer? The other elders quickly echoed his sentiment, aligning themselves with Bauer. Xiao Hua glared at the elders, his eyes practically aflame with frustration. They were pushing him into a pit of fire. Bauer then declared, Elder, don't adopt that expression. I assure you, I will not allow you to suffer. Here's the deal. If I lose, I'll have my grandfather engrave another sword formation on your sword case. If you lose, you simply have to give me that sword case. What do you say? Are you serious? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. If he could engrave another formation on his sword case, its power and value would surely more than double. Most importantly, Bauer mentioned her grandfather, a renowned celestial rune master. The engravings of a celestial rune master are truly rare and invaluable. Not only Xiao Hua, but also the surrounding elders were stirred by the prospect. If their treasures bore the engravings of a celestial rune master, their combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. However, none dared to initiate a challenge with Bauer. Her seeking a wager was a vastly different notion than them approaching her for one. If Bauer's grandfather were to misunderstand that the group of old men intended to deceive her, it would indeed spell disaster. Bauer cast a discontented glance at Xiao Hua and remarked, Would I deceive you? Besides, it's merely a sword formation. Grandfather could resolve it effortlessly. Very well, I wager. This time, there was no hint of hesitation on Xiao Hua's face. Instead, a radiant smile adorned it. At that moment, the gazes of several elders nearby turned toward Xiaohua with a tinge of envy. Should Xiaohua emerge victorious, he would reap substantial rewards. However, the question loomed, would Xiaohua truly lose? It was not that they underestimated Yang Yi, but rather that they were acutely aware of the formidable challenge presented by the 19th level. How could an 8th-tier mystic possibly reach the 19th level? Not only they, but even Elder Qian, who was allied with Yang Yi, harbored doubts. The only one who believed was Bauer. In truth, Bauer had no concept of what the 19th level entailed. Her wager with Chao was stemmed solely from her allegiance to Yang Yi, nothing more. Winning or losing was of little concern to her. Her thoughts were entirely occupied with the young lad. At that moment, Yang Yi remained oblivious to Bauer's latest wager concerning him. Even if he were aware, he would lack the disposition to care. Currently, he was battered and bruised, his clothing reduced to tattered rags. Yet his opponent, the sword servant, was not in a much better state, bearing numerous wounds of his own, albeit fewer than Yang Yi's. Yang Yi was uncertain how long he had been engaged in combat with the sword servant. All he knew was that a moment's inattention could lead to his demise at the edge of the opponent's blade. His only recourse was to concentrate fully and fight desperately against the sword servant. It must be acknowledged that combat to the death catalyzes rapid growth. Throughout his encounters with the sword servant, Yang Yi's fundamental sword techniques had evolved to instinctual levels, and he was gradually acclimating to the sword servant's speed. Although he remained at a disadvantage, he was no longer as overwhelmed as before. In fact, he had managed to push the sword servant back on several occasions. This served as further validation of his belief. Only through life-and-death battles can one achieve swift growth and strength. Yang Yi was confident that if he were to face his pre-tower self now, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Unbeknownst to him, 2 more hours had slipped by. Yang Yi, once at a disadvantage, gradually reached a level of parity with the sword servant. The two exchanged blows, the clash of metal resonating as the sole melody within the hall. After another 3 hours, Yang Yi had completely seized the upper hand. He now dominated the sword servant, reversing their initial roles. Despite the prolonged battle, Yang Yi exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he grew increasingly invigorated. He realized that his strength was escalating rapidly through his confrontation with the sword servant. Not only had his understanding of basic sword techniques deepened, but he had also become intimately familiar with the sword servant's moves. With a comprehensive understanding of both his own capabilities and those of his opponent, Yang Yi had gained the advantage, relentlessly pressing the sword servant in combat. In truth, the sword servants within the sword tower possess both advantages and disadvantages, primarily contingent upon the strength of their opponents. Should the adversary be a relatively weaker youth, the shortcomings of the sword servant remain obscured. They exhibit an extraordinary combat awareness, devoid of negative emotions, which constitutes their advantage. However, when faced with a formidable opponent like Yang Yi, their deficiencies become glaringly apparent. For instance, Yang Yi has the capacity to enhance his own strength during battle, growing ever more formidable as the conflict unfolds, a trait the sword servant lacks. His realm and battle consciousness are fixed. He is as strong as he is. And having failed to eliminate Yang Yi at the outset, he is doomed to tragedy. This can be regarded as an inherent flaw of the sword servant. Conversely, if a human innate level warrior possessing the combat awareness akin to a sword servant were to contend with Yang Yi, the latter would surely face defeat. For as Yang Yi evolves, so too do his opponents, and while he becomes familiar with their techniques and habits, they likewise adapt. In such circumstances, compounded by Yang Yi's initially lower realm, victory is decidedly improbable. Thus, the advantages and disadvantages of the sword servant are merely relative to the opponent. If one is strong, the sword servant is rife with weaknesses, whereas if one is weak, the sword servant is replete with strengths. An hour passed, and, at a pivotal moment, Yang Yi seized upon a critical flaw in the sword servant, engaging in a life-for-a-life exchange as he pierced the sword servant's chest with a single strike. Yet, he too paid a price, for the sword servant's blade had also found its mark in his left chest. Watching the sword servant gradually dissipate, Yang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. This battle could be regarded as the most arduous he had ever fought in his life, even more so than his previous encounter with the Grey Wolf. In that battle, he had the option to retreat when circumstances turned dire, but here, retreat was not an option, only a fight to the death. An hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at his left chest, where the bleeding had ceased, leaving only a small scar, with no significant harm done. What exactly is this small vortex within me? he murmured, observing the wound. It must be said, the golden, profound energy emanating from this small vortex is truly terrifying. Whether for healing wounds or for offensive maneuvers, it proves unfailingly effective. Never mind, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it, Xianxia thought, dismissing further contemplation. He glanced towards the staircase, then sat down cross-legged to commence healing the other injuries on his body. The 19th level was already so formidable. One could only wonder to what heights the 20th level would ascend. Chapter 52, the 20th level. A superlative genius, comparable to a demoness, has arrived at the sword sect. This statement, uttered by an unknown source, ignited a fervor throughout the outer sect of the sword sect. Many outer disciples, previously disinterested in the outer sect assessments, flocked to the sword servant tower, and even some disciples and elders who were in secluded cultivation were drawn out by their friends. In an instant, the area before the sword servant tower buzzed with unprecedented excitement. A 16-year-old innate level warrior, indeed. That Jiang Yuan within the sword servant tower is truly a rare talent, not seen in Xianxia city for a century. Indeed, I attained the 6th rank of the mystic practitioner at the tender age of 16, while others achieve innate mastery by the same age. Truly, the disparity among individuals can be disheartening. In this world, there exists a breed of prodigies. My sword sect has already welcomed one extraordinary female genius. And now, with the arrival of Jiang Yuan, it seems our great sect is poised for a resurgence. Moreover, that odd-job disciple Xianxia has managed to endure within the tower for such a duration, which speaks volumes of his strength and talent. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is likely to join Jiang Yuan and Xianxia in the upcoming Qingyun rankings. How time transforms fortunes. When he was demoted to an odd-job disciple, I, along with my fellow disciples, mocked him, never anticipating that in such a brief span he would surpass us all. Indeed, I am aware of him. When the elder imparted mystic techniques to me, due to my lack of diligence, he inquired if I aspired to become a second Xianxia. If he were to pose that question to me now, I would wholeheartedly express my desire to emulate him. Even if he possesses remarkable talent, what does it matter? With Jiang Yuan in the fray, he is destined to be merely a supporting character. Junior brother, your words carry a hint of jealousy, yet they are not without merit. After the emergence of the prodigious female talent in the previous session, the other external disciple's brilliance has dulled significantly. With Jiang Yuan's presence this time, the newly ascended innate Xianxia and that odd-job disciple shall merely serve as embellishments. As the crowd swelled and the clamor intensified, Xiaohua could only smile wryly, pondering how these individuals, in their eagerness to witness genius, had neglected their own cultivation. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, for he would have done the same upon hearing such news. Old man, when will that little odd-job disciple emerge? At that moment, Bauer, with a hint of impatience, directed her inquiry toward Xiaohua. She had been waiting for quite some time, and had it not been for the old man's assurance that the little odd-job disciple would benefit from the tower, she would have long since ventured in to drag him out. Observing this little enchantress before him, Xiaohua felt a twinge of annoyance, as his curiosity piqued regarding why this spirited girl held such a close bond with Xianxia, seemingly obeying his every word. Old man, I am asking you a question. That little odd-job, disciple 1T, come to any harm inside? Will he? Bauer expressed her concern. Xiaohua hastily reassured her, no, he is quite safe. The tower is surrounded by an illusory array. Even should one perish within, it would be of little consequence. As for why he hasn't emerged yet, I'm not entirely certain, but I surmise he should be making his exit shortly. No sooner had Xiaohua spoken than the symbols surrounding the sword slave tower began to shimmer, and a figure was promptly transported outside. P.S. out. The odd-job disciple has emerged. Upon hearing the shouts from the surrounding disciples, Xiaohua remarked with a smile, Look, he has indeed emerged. Suddenly, his voice faltered, for the atmosphere had fallen eerily silent, and the little enchantress was casting him a rather unfriendly glare. Xiaohua instinctively glanced around, only to discover that all present had grown quiet, including several elders beside him, their expressions grave as though they had encountered a specter. Xiaohua furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the figure that had been moved. Upon recognizing the person's features, his body froze in place. A strange scene unfolded outside the sword slave tower. The previously clamorous sounds ceased entirely, and everyone fell into an eerie silence, resembling statues in their astonishment. Jiang Yuan vigorously shook his head, and once the dizziness dissipated, he opened his eyes. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. All eyes were upon him, staring with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, leaving him perplexed. Before long, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Yuan's face as he mused to himself. Surely, my remarkable achievements have left these onlookers in awe. Indeed, I am a congenital powerhouse, having conquered the 15th level. How could they not be astonished? With this thought, Jiang Yuan stood up and approached Xiaohua, cupping his fists in salute, and declared, "Elder, I have surpassed the 15th level." His voice was calm, yet the pride emanating from his countenance was unmistakably evident. At hearing Jiang Yuan's proclamation, Xiaohua finally regained his composure. He did not respond directly, but instead stared at the sword slave tower, lost in disbelief. How could this be possible? Just then, a booming laugh erupted from the crowd, belonging to none other than Elder Qian. The moment he heard Jiang Yuan's name associated with this feat, his heart raced uncontrollably, and hearing Jiang Yuan's words only confirmed his suspicions. In that instant, he released his exhilaration through laughter. This outcome caught everyone off guard, particularly the elders. What did it signify for a practitioner of the 8th rank to reach the 19th level? Reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others were astonished, some puzzled, and a few disheartened. Jiang Yuan, however, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He was met not with cheers or adoration, but with peculiar glances from the surrounding disciples and indifference from the elders. Do not ponder too long. Lift your gaze to the number atop the tower. At that moment, the already ascended congenital Qing, Shui, approached Jiang Yuan and mockingly remarked. To be honest, she too was taken aback upon realizing it was Jiang Yuan. Like the others, she had initially assumed the individual of the 19th level was him. And evidently, they had all erred. However, after the initial shock, she quickly accepted the reality, for she preferred to align herself with Yang Yi over Jiang Yuan, solely based on character. Jiang Yuan paid no heed to Qing Shui's tone and lifted his gaze toward the tower. Upon seeing the bold characters denoting 19, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Among the crowd, Lu Qingyu was the one who felt disheartened. At the sight of Jiang Yuan, his reaction was not one of shock, but rather a profound impact. His focus had never been on Jiang Yuan. He had been preoccupied with calculating how long Yang Yi had been inside. It must be said, these past few days have been nothing short of torment for him. Every additional hour that Yang Yi remained inside was a torment for him, as each moment spent represented both his potential and strength. However, what began as mere suffering had now transformed into a calamity. The disciples from the outer sect, glancing at Lu Qingyu, noted his tightly clenched fists and somber countenance, shaking their heads in silence. This was a quintessential example of self-destruction. Yet, it imparted a crucial lesson. Never underestimate your opponent, nor afford them any opportunity. Lu Qingyu had become a living testament to this principle. At that moment, regret washed over Lu Qingyu, a profound remorse. Had he foreseen Yang Yi's current achievements, he would have undoubtedly pursued the annihilation of Yang Yi without hesitation. Alas, it was too late for such considerations. Setting aside the question of whether he could actually defeat Yang Yi, he knew that should he dare to make a move against him, the elders of the sword sect would certainly not spare him. Lu Qingyu turned away, casting a final glance at the sword servant tower, devoid of any interest in how many levels Yang Yi could conquer. Instead, he was preoccupied with devising a strategy to deal with him. He understood that given the enmity between the Lu family and Yang Yi, should Yang Yi rise to power, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Lu family. Thus, his current objective was to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Within the 19th level, after meditating for over an hour, Yang Yi opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing through them. I never anticipated that this battle would elevate me to the 9th rank of the profound realm. The benefits of life and death combat are indeed substantial. Following the previous confrontation, he had ascended to the 9th rank of the profound realm, and this enhancement bolstered his confidence in facing the sword servants on the next level. Rising to stretch his limbs, he relished the satisfying sounds of his bones cracking as he acknowledged his improvements. If he were to face the innate sword servant from earlier, he knew it would not take him nearly as long to prevail, as not only had his realm advanced, but his physical strength had also considerably increased. Without hesitation, he hastened up the staircase to the 20th level, filled with a fervent fighting spirit. Upon arriving at the 20th level, Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his opponent. His eyes narrowed, and his expression grew more serious than when confronted with the innate sword servant. Chapter 53. a terrifying opponent. Before Xianxia stood not a sword servant, but a colossal black rhinoceros, towering at nearly 3 meters and weighing as much as 4 or 5 of Xianxia. Its eyes, the size of fists, were strikingly prominent. What was most alarming were the 2 formidable horns atop its head, extending half a meter in length, their edges and tips radiating a chilling, cold gleam, reminiscent of 2 sharp, curved blades that instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, Xianxia's apprehension was not solely due to the horns. The rhinoceros was clad in a coat of jet-black scales that resembled armor. The thickness of these scales was palpable even without touch, and Xianxia could sense their formidable hardness. This was a royal-level profound beast, the Mo family rhinoceros. Truly, it had underestimated itself. Gazing upon the colossal creature before him, Xianxia inhaled sharply, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. The innate strength of a peak practitioner devoid of any embellishments was formidable, a reality Xianxia had experienced firsthand. However, the sheer terror invoked by a king-tier mystical beast, entirely devoid of any embellishments, was beyond comprehension. It is crucial to understand that in the southern domain, mystical beasts of equivalent rank typically dominate their human counterparts, especially those who have yet to attain the spirit realm. The physical defenses and strength of humans cannot compare to those of mystical beasts, particularly when some of these creatures possess innate abilities. Thus, when humans engage in close combat with mystical beasts of the same rank, the odds are heavily stacked against them, barring a few exceptional prodigies. Humans only gain an advantage upon reaching the spirit realm, where they can transform spiritual energy into wings and soar through the skies, engaging in aerial combat. Moreover, those in the spirit realm possess unique abilities that, when combined with aerial combat, allow them to contend on equal footing with mystical beasts. Now, however, Xianxia found himself not only facing a mystical beast, but one that was essentially 2 ranks above him, making the challenge all the more daunting. With a self-deprecating smile, he reflected on his past audacity to challenge a 9th-rank mystical beast as a mere 7th-rank practitioner. Now, facing a king-tier beast seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, did he not yearn for this very battle? This immense creature before him represented an excellent opponent. Having come to this realization, Xianxia regarded the imposing Bull King with a calm demeanor, devoid of the earlier bitterness. Yet, he remained cautious, inhaling deeply as he angled his sword toward the ground, channeling his spiritual energy furiously into the blade. As the energy surged, the sword transformed into a golden hue, radiating a faint, ethereal gleam. At a certain moment, Xianxia's gaze sharpened, and he struck downward at the front of the armored rhinoceros. Splitting spirit's sword technique, he exclaimed, unleashing a fierce golden sword aura that shot forth from the sword's tip like a lightning bolt, reaching the armored rhinoceros in mere moments. At the instant Xianxia unleashed his sword energy, the armored rhinoceros charged forward, refusing to evade the attack. Instead, it barreled directly into the golden sword energy. The impact was thunderous. The golden aura struck the rhinoceros' head, yet it neither faltered nor sustained any injury. Rather, it shattered Xianxia's golden spiritual energy and continued its relentless advance, morphing into a dark shadow hurtling toward him. Seeing that his golden sword energy had no discernible effect on the Bull King, Xianxia's heart raced. Its defenses were even stronger than he had anticipated. With no time for further contemplation, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, then lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, propelling himself into the air. Grasping the sword firmly, he aimed a powerful downward strike at the charging armored rhinoceros. Clang! His sword collided with the rhinoceros' head, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact caused Xianxia's expression to shift dramatically. In the next instant, he was violently propelled backward by the overwhelming strength, crashing into the wall several paces away. Ignoring the tumult within his body, Xianxia hastily rose to his feet. Just as he stood up, a shadow loomed before him. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Although his physique was formidable, he dared not confront a royal-grade mystic beast head-on. Instinctively employing the Gale Step, he swiftly sidestepped Tu Zhang, narrowly evading a collision with the ink-armored rhinoceros. Yet in the next instant, the beast executed an uncanny turn and charged at him once more. What incredible speed and agility this mystic creature possessed. Surprised by the ink-armored rhinoceros's unexpected swiftness, Xianxia realized that its speed and nimbleness far exceeded his expectations. Not daring to underestimate it, he activated the Gale Step again, But this time, rather than retreating, he charged forward to engage the beast in combat. He employed the tactics he had once used against the giant Python King in Qingfeng Valley, avoiding direct confrontation and instead opting for a guerrilla-style assault against the ink-armored rhinoceros. Half an hour elapsed, and Yang Yi found himself not only failing to achieve any significant success, but also narrowly escaping several potentially lethal, goring encounters with the creature's formidable horns. The speed and reflexes of this royal-grade mystic beast were incomparably superior to those of the giant Python King. Its massive form belied an astonishing agility. Moreover, its defenses were nothing short of despairing for Yang Yi. He had struck the ink-armored rhinoceros countless times with his sword, yet he failed to inflict any damage. Instead, his arms grew numb from the reverberations against the beast's armored scales. Sword techniques proved ineffective against the ink-armored rhinoceros. Engaging in close combat was tantamount to courting death, and reckless strategies were not an option for someone with any sense. The sheer power and impeccable defense of the creature left Yang Yi genuinely perplexed. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, while he grappled with his dilemma, someone outside the tower was facing an even greater quandary. Elder Xiaohua, observing his treasure with a bemused smile and outstretched hands. Elder Qiao found himself in a difficult situation. He was unwilling to part with the sword box, which contained 36 superior-grade yellow swords, a collection he had painstakingly acquired over years through his contributions to the sect. The inscriptions on the box had cost him dearly to commission from a master talisman engraver. This sword box represented not only a means of self-preservation, but also a lifetime of savings. To relinquish it to his treasure was something he could not accept. However, he also understood that should he dare to go back on his word, his fate would be dire unless he abandoned the sword sect altogether. At that moment, Elder Qiao was regretting his decisions deeply. Had he known that Jiang Yuan was such a coward, he would never have suggested any wager. This was a classic case of digging one's own grave. Elder Qian also lamented his choices, regretting not having wagered against Xiaohua. Had he done so, he would have acquired another precious item for his own protection. Unfortunately, in this world, there were no remedies for regret. Otherwise, both men would surely seek one. Old man, be quick about it and hand over the sword box. Treasure waved her little hand, her impatience evident. Qiaohua's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Bauer remarked, "Old man, you wouldn't dare to default on your debt, would you?" With this, Bauer became increasingly convinced of this possibility. She shot a disdainful glance at Xiaohua and declared, "I knew none of you outer sect elders were virtuous. I shall inform my grandfather, ensuring he never grants you outer sect elders any more inscriptions." This declaration sent shockwaves through the onlookers. The once mocking smiles of the outer sect elders vanished, their gazes towards Qiao were turning hostile. Among them, Feng Yu stated, "Old Hua, a bet is a bet. Since you have lost, promptly hand over the sword case to Bauer and spare us the disgrace. Indeed, it is merely a sword case. Hand it over without delay. Do not tarnish our reputation as outer sect elders." Another elder chimed in, "Old Hua, heed my warning. Should you attempt to weasel out of this, do not expect us to show any mercy." They urged in unison, their intentions clear. Xiaohua's complexion darkened. What did they mean by merely a sword case? What did it mean to tarnish the reputation of the outer sect elders? He felt an overwhelming urge to send these shameless old fools soaring into the distant mountains. Was he truly afraid of the little witch's grandfather? Must they speak so nobly? As for Xiaohua's grim demeanor, the others chose to ignore entirely. What a farce! In the past, the outer sect had already left a poor impression on this little witch, who was known for her tendency to judge all based on the actions of a few. Reasoning with her was futile. Thus, they had no choice but to sacrifice Xiaohua. Ultimately, under the scrutinizing gazes of several outer sect elders and Bauer, whose expression was anything but pleasant, Xiaohua's face twitched as he reluctantly produced the sword case. The case measured approximately 4 feet in length and over 2 palms in width, quite imposing, entirely black, adorned with a peculiar array of inscriptions on its front. Bauer, dismissing Xiaohua's pained expression, cheerfully accepted the sword case. She scrutinized it and remarked, "It's rather unimpressive. If it were constructed from earth-level spiritual swords forming a Disha sword array inscribed by my grandfather, it might be commendable." Before Xiaohua could respond, she continued to belittle him. "Look at this sword case. Using 36 worthless swords is nothing to boast about. I understand you are poor, old man. However, the inscriptions cannot be overlooked. Observe this pattern. The inscriptions are loose, their glow dim. Clearly, they were inscribed by a mediocre inscription master, lacking the skill even I possess. In short, this sword case is nothing but rubbish. And you, old man, cling to it so desperately. How pathetic. Xiaohua's chest heaved with indignation. Truly, such relentless disparagement was unbearable. In an effort to prevent himself from succumbing to anger, he turned and walked away. The elders watched him depart with sympathy, casting a glance at Bauer, shaking their heads. They wished to say, "Oh, wealthy one, do you truly believe everyone possesses the same affluence as you inscription masters?" Yet, they wisely refrained, knowing that such words would likely invite further disdain. Boar did not pay any heed to the Xiaohua, who had been angered and left, but rather gazed at the sword case in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although this sword case is rather mediocre, it is still quite commendable for a mere servant. Once he emerges, I shall exchange this sword case for that little fellow. Hee. Chapter 54. The 21st Level. Bang. Yang Yi, caught off guard, was forced to confront the Mo family's armored rhinoceros head-on. The outcome was evident. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Yi swiftly regained his footing. With a light tap of his right foot against the ground, he utilized the momentum to launch himself into the air, narrowly evading the charging armored rhinoceros that had barreled towards him. In that fleeting moment of escape, he deftly landed atop the rhinoceros's back. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi gripped his sword tightly, channeling his inner energy into the blade in an instant, and thrust it forcefully into the armored rhinoceros's back. Clang! A resounding echo filled the arena, and Yang Yi felt a jolt in his hands, realizing without the need to look that he had again failed to breach the rhinoceros's defenses. Just as he prepared to strike once more, the armored rhinoceros suddenly leaped into the air, flipping its body and plummeting downward with great velocity. It appeared intent on crushing Yang Yi beneath its weight. Panic surged through Yang Yi, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck the rhinoceros's back with his left hand, propelling himself away from the impending doom. Boom! The armored rhinoceros descended like a mountain, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. As the ground shook beneath him, Yang Ye's eyelids fluttered. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, despite his formidable physique, he would have likely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. In that moment, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This colossal beast seemed devoid of weaknesses. Its formidable strength, astonishing defense, and commendable speed left him at a loss. He truly wished to inquire how the individual who had previously conquered this challenge had achieved such a feat if he could utilize external aids, such as consuming a high-grade powerful talisman. Yang Yi would still have the confidence to shatter the defenses of this black beast. However, the constraints of this place rendered such assistance impossible, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Just as the armored rhinoceros regained its footing, Yang Ye's brow furrowed in sudden realization. For reasons unknown, his eyes brightened, only to be overshadowed by frustration. "Little fellow, why didn't you mention this sooner?" With that, Yang Yi dashed forward like a gust of wind towards the recently standing armored rhinoceros. Indeed, only moments ago, the little companion nestled within his swirling dantian had awakened and revealed the rhinoceros's vulnerability. This revelation filled Yang Yi with a mix of joy and vexation. Joy for the newfound hope of victory, and vexation because this unreliable little creature had chosen this moment to inform him. Had it done so earlier, he would not have found himself in such a precarious predicament. However, he currently has no time to settle accounts with the little creature. His singular focus is to subdue the royal tier beast. Yang Yi propelled himself to the utmost limits of speed, and at the precise moment the ink-armored rhinoceros rose, he positioned himself before the beast. The rhino, swift in its reaction, launched its massive body toward him like a mountain crashing down. Just as the two were about to collide, Yang Yi bent his knees abruptly and, with a swift motion, burrowed beneath the ink-armored rhinoceros, seizing the opportunity. Grasping the long sword that shimmered with golden light, he thrust it fiercely into the creature's abdomen. With a sharp sound, the sword tip penetrated the rhino's skin, but before Yang Yi could revel in his initial success, he realized that the blade could advance no further. To his astonishment, the ink-armored rhinoceros attempted to leap into the air, breaking free from his sword's grip. Alarmed, Yang Yi did not hesitate. He channeled his entire essence into the blade as if a dam had burst, then summoned all his strength to twist the sword fiercely. This time, there was no obstruction. The sword drove deep into the rhino's abdomen. At that moment, the beast, utilizing the force of the ground, attempted to take flight, but it was a moment too late. The ink-armored rhinoceros slowly dissipated, and as he lay upon the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xianxia silently expressed gratitude for his fortune. Indeed, this victory could only be attributed to luck. Had it not been for the little creature revealing the rhino's vulnerability, he would have had no recourse but to concede defeat. Moreover, this weakness was not truly a weakness at all. His golden essence and sheer strength barely managed to pierce its hide. Undoubtedly, had his strength or speed been even slightly less, the ink-armored rhinoceros would have crushed him into a pulp with a single blow. Through this battle, Xianxia gleaned several important lessons. The first is that the strength and defense of the physical body are of paramount importance. Had his physical power been any weaker, a mere brush with the rhino would have left him shattered, rendering victory a distant dream. Thus, he resolved to focus on strengthening his body. With golden essence at his disposal, he believed that enhancing his physical defense and strength would yield significant results with less effort. The second lesson he learned was that speed is not an omnipotent asset, particularly against mystical beasts. Although he could strike the ink-armored rhinoceros dozens of times in a heartbeat, it proved futile against its formidable defenses. Even 100 strikes would have been in vain. Therefore, he understood the necessity of augmenting his strength. Only with a combination of greater power and speed could he pose a true threat to the mystical beasts. Otherwise, in future confrontations with royal-tier beasts, he would find himself merely enduring blows. The third matter at hand is the insufficient mastery of the arcane techniques. His splitting spirit sword technique had no discernible effect on a 19th level or the previous ink-armored rhinoceros. Of course, this does not imply the weakness of the arcane technique itself. He has witnessed the formidable prowess of the splitting spirit sword technique when wielded by Xianxia. Presently, he possesses 5 arcane techniques: the fundamental sword technique, the splitting spirit sword technique, the sword control technique, the sword chi finger, and the gale step. Among these, one is of earth grade, one is of mid-level mystic grade, and one is of upper-tier yellow grade. It is fair to assert that the caliber of his swordsmanship is commendable. However, aside from his profound understanding of the fundamental sword technique, the others, including the splitting spirit sword technique, can be regarded as merely elementary. As he forged ahead, had he not refined the fundamental sword technique to an instinctual level, relying solely on these advanced arcane techniques would have surely led to his elimination at an unknown tier. Contemplating this, Xianxia took a deep breath, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems I still have much to improve upon." The legends surrounding the Qingyun ranking speak of prodigies among prodigies. With my current strength, I fear I may not even warrant their attention. He has never underestimated the Qingyun ranking in the southern region. While he is uncertain about the exact number of individuals in the southern region, he is acutely aware that it is teeming with countless prodigies. To distinguish himself among these exceptional talents and secure a place in the top 5 is a daunting challenge, one that is beyond his imagination. Having made such bold claims, especially to a fair maiden, the stakes are high. Failure would mean not only losing his companion, but also suffering a significant blow to his pride. Therefore, he must be stringent and demanding of himself. After all, pressure breeds motivation. Xianxia chuckled, choosing not to dwell on future uncertainties. Instead, he must confront the challenges at hand. The 20th level houses a king-tier arcane beast. What horrors await at the 21st? Will he, too, be halted at the 21st level like the genius of the previous generation? He refrained from further speculation, focusing instead on recovering his internal arcane energy. Though he lacks certainty about the next level, he refuses to concede defeat. Regardless of whether the opponent is a spirit-tier arcane beast, he is determined to give it his all. 4 days have elapsed since the commencement of the Outer Sect assessment, and rather than dwindling, the throngs outside the Sword Slave Tower have only grown, especially after the news spread of a mere 8th-tier arcane practitioner penetrating to the 20th level. Not only did Outer Sect disciples flock to the Sword Slave Tower, but even some of the servant disciples from the Servant Peak arrived at its gates. Xianxia remains classified as a servant disciple, yet a servant disciple has astonished the Sword Sect. The excitement among the servant disciples from the Servant Peak surpasses that of the Outer Sect disciples. Interestingly, the elders of the Sword Sect have not dismissed the influx of these servant disciples, as the anomaly within the Sword Slave Tower is indeed one of their own. Notably, since the revelation of Xianxia's identity, some within the Sword Sect have begun to regard him as a paragon among the sect's disciples. To regard Yang Yi as the paragon of the sword sect disciples is not without justification. Born into a life of hardship, he has endured much and persevered, even when relegated to the status of a menial disciple. In that moment, all of Yang Ye's past misfortunes transformed into profound significance. Elder Qian was praised by the disciples for his discerning eye for talent, and upon hearing such words, a smile bloomed on his face. Outside the sword slave tower, everyone watched in anticipation to see if Yang Yi could surpass the record set by the previous generation of prodigies, thus establishing a new benchmark. As the onlookers held their breath, Yang Yi opened his eyes within the illusion and ascended to the 21st level. Chapter 55. The choice upon stepping onto the 21st level. Yang Yi encountered an elderly man who gazed at him with a gentle smile. The elder's face bore no wrinkles, and though one might mistake him for a middle-aged individual, the long white beard cascading to his chest and the snow-white hair revealed his true age. The old man regarded Yang Yi with warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Is this truly my opponent? Yang Yi thought, somewhat perplexed. Initially, he had assumed that this level would also feature a sword slave, yet here stood an elderly figure whose expression was remarkably humane. Indeed, with your strength at the 9th rank of the mystical realm to have reached this level, you and that girl are quite impressive. As Yang Yi pondered, the elder spoke. Yang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. You can speak? The elder nodded with a smile. I understand your curiosity, but I lack the time to elaborate. I am here to inform you that you need not proceed any further. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi momentarily set aside his confusion and astonishment to inquire. Why? Because the 20th level represents the utmost limit for those below the innate realm, the elder explained. Your ability to reach this stage with your 9th rank strength is a testament to your talent and potential. After you exit, the sword sect will prioritize your training. The challenges of this level are beyond your current capacity. Yang Yi remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Senior, I recognize the truth in your words. Yet I still wish to ask. May I attempt it? For Yang Yi, this represented an opportunity, an avenue for relentless self-improvement that he was unwilling to forsake. Observing Yang Ye's resolute demeanor, the elder chuckled softly. You are much like that girl from before, eager for battle. However, I must convey that the difficulty of this level surpasses your imagination. You must understand that the talent and strength of that girl were significantly greater than yours. And yet she too could not persevere at this stage. Yang Yi was aware of whom the elder referred to. Someone capable of reaching this level undoubtedly possessed strength and talent equal to, if not surpassing, his own. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned with comparisons. His desire was solely to fight. Thus he steadfastly declared, Senior, I still wish to give it a try. The elder sighed and remarked, I knew you would not back down. Allow me to first inform you of the difficulty of this challenge, so you may decide whether to persist. This trial does not involve a duel with sword slaves. Instead, you will face a sword formation. Within this formation, every 5 breaths, 100 ethereal swords will launch an assault upon you, and your task is to endure until these swords no longer pose a threat. I wish to give it a try, Yang Yi declared resolutely, gazing at the elder. The elder smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, My words are not yet complete. The power of this sword formation is secondary. The most crucial point is that this formation is no longer an illusion, but a reality. In other words, should you perish within this formation, you shall truly be dead. Not illusion. Dying inside means truly dying. At these words, Yang Ye's heart jolted, the elder's statement echoing persistently in his mind. The elder continued, I do not deceive you. If you fail at this level, your existence will cease to be. My presence here is to prevent the sword sect from losing a genius. Senior, did that person choose to continue the challenge? Yang Yi inquired solemnly. The elder understood whom Yang Yi referred to and shook his head, stating, She chose not to continue, for she recognized that with 100 ethereal swords every 5 breaths, it was beyond her capacity to withstand. And I assure you, it is beyond yours as well. I can clearly inform you that her strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Yang Yi fell silent, his hesitation palpable. Had the sword formation remained an illusion, he would not have faltered. After all, it was merely a mirage, and no matter how terrifying, it posed no real threat. However, the elder had now revealed that this was a genuine sword formation, one that transcended even innate power in royal tier beasts. Yang Yi was indeed hesitant. At that moment, the elder waved his right hand, conjuring a long sword, a scroll, and a piece of mystical armor before Yang Yi. Just as Yang Yi expressed his confusion, the elder explained, Should you choose to withdraw, the superior grade spiritual sword, the superior grade mystical technique, and the superior grade mystical armor will all be yours. Why? Xianxia questioned, bewildered by the three treasures before him. From the very beginning, the elder seemed intent on dissuading him from continuing the challenge. Furthermore, the elder's background was shrouded in mystery. Why was he here, and why offer such invaluable treasures to encourage his withdrawal? The elder chuckled softly, saying, I understand your confusion. There are many matters I cannot divulge. I can only reveal that my intention to stop you stems from my allegiance to the sword sect. I do not wish to see a genius lost. You must also recognize that the sword sect can ill afford to lose any talents at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Xianxia fell into silence. After a considerable pause, his gaze settled upon the three treasures, his indecision starkly evident. Xianxia was truly torn, as two voices echoed in his mind. One urged him, of course, take the treasures and leave. Why hesitate? Only a fool would risk their life to confront that terrifying sword formation. If one were to venture forth now, not only could they gain notoriety within the sword sect, but also acquire three mystical treasures. What a bargain. Why hesitate? Yet another voice countered, certainly, one should refrain. The path of martial arts demands an unwavering heart. If, today, you yield to unknown challenges and forsake the pursuit of treasures, then a chink will appear in your martial spirit. In the face of future adversities, you may find yourself retreating. At this juncture, the first voice interjected, positing, is this retreat? When confronted with insurmountable foes, is this retreat? This is merely an exercise in prudence. Moreover, let's not dwell on whether one can traverse the sword formation. Even if one does, what then? It merely results in a slight enhancement of strength. Yet, what if you fail? Have you considered the fates of your mother and sister? If you perish, what becomes of them? Will the Liu family show them mercy? The second voice fell silent, for it was evident that Xianxia held his sister and mother in the highest regard. The elder nearby observed Xianxia with a smile, saying nothing, though a glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Xianxia smiled and said, indeed, what will happen to my sister and mother if I die? For their sake, I cannot afford to perish. With that, Xianxia reached for the three treasures before him. However, he was oblivious to the disappointment that briefly flashed in the elder's eyes upon his utterance. Just as Xianxia's hand was about to touch the scroll, he suddenly withdrew it and, turning to the elder, declared, therefore, esteemed senior, I shall continue to challenge myself. The elder was taken aback, and after a moment of astonishment, stuttered, You wish to continue the challenge? Xianxia nodded, his eyes devoid of hesitation, filled only with resolve, stating, the path of martial arts is destined to be fraught with peril. Without steadfast confidence and fearless courage, one cannot hope to travel far along this journey. Upon hearing this, admiration glimmered in the elder's eyes. He then inquired, and what of your sister and mother? If you were to perish in the sword formation, what would become of them? Is it not rather selfish to pursue your own martial path and strength at the expense of your loved ones? Xianxia chuckled softly and replied, esteemed senior, in the southern region, strength commands respect. Only by attaining power can one seize their own destiny and better protect their family. If I do not grow stronger, the lives of my sister and mother, as well as my own fate, will ultimately remain beyond my control. Furthermore, if I use my sister and mother as an excuse for retreat this time, I will inevitably resort to them as a rationale for weakness in the face of future challenges. Hence, I shall continue to challenge myself. In truth, Xianxia's resolve to persist was no longer merely about enhancing his prowess. It was a quest to vanquish his inner demons. Indeed, when the two voices arose within him, he recognized that he had already succumbed to a form of inner turmoil. Without dispelling this inner demon, his will would falter, and his martial spirit would waver, an absolute calamity for him. To utterly eradicate this inner turmoil, he must persist in his challenges. For the fear he felt upon hearing the elder's words had indeed sown the seeds of doubt within him. He has persistently evaded this truth, which is why a voice that causes him to falter emerges in his mind. This voice, in essence, is a manifestation of his own fears, obscuring the reality he is reluctant to confront. As for his sister, mother, and treasures, they merely serve as excuses. The old man regarded Xianxia with unabashed admiration and remarked, every individual grapples with inner demons, yet many either flee from them or capitulate. Young man, your ability to wield your sword against these demons is commendable. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Upon finishing his words, the old man's form began to dissipate slowly, akin to a sword slave, taking the three treasures with him. Indeed, it was an illusion, yet this illusion felt strikingly real. Gazing at the spot where the old man had vanished, Xianxia murmured softly. Upon deciding to press on with his challenges, his mind became remarkably clearer, prompting him to ponder many questions, one of which was that the scene before him still constituted a reality, though he remained uncertain. For the old man had seemed profoundly authentic. Now, witnessing the old man and the three treasures dissipate like the sword slave, he felt assured. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia strode confidently toward the staircase leading to the 22nd floor, genuinely fearless of the upcoming challenges. As Xianxia reached the 22nd level, a wave of excitement surged among the onlookers outside the tower. Chapter 56, the 22nd level. Feng Lin returned to the 7 refining peak. This time without a request from Qin Feng. He had come of his own volition. At this moment, he was exhilarated, truly thrilled. For the sword sect had given rise to an individual more extraordinary than the enchantress herself. The outer disciples on the external rankings had all been subjected to the enchantress's torment, who often proclaimed her unmatched superiority among the outer sect. Yet now, someone had finally emerged to challenge her. Although this Xianxia, a mere servant disciple, may not possess strength surpassing that of the enchantress, his potential and talent undoubtedly eclipsed hers. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over the 21st trial. Senior Sister Morong. Someone has surpassed the 21st level and ascended to the 22nd. Feng Lin called out to the gravity chamber. After a moment, the chamber door creaked open, revealing the enchanting figure of Murong Yao, as captivating and alluring as ever. However, Feng Lin dared not gaze too long and quickly lowered his head. Is it true? Murong Yao inquired, her voice cool. Feng Lin hastily replied, Senior Sister Morong, I wouldn't dare deceive you even with 100 lives. Moreover, he is only at the 8th tier of the profound realm. 8th tier of the profound realm? Murong Yao frowned and said, Did you not previously mention that he had ascended to the innate stage? How has he reverted to the 8th tier? Are you mocking me? As she spoke, a formidable wave of profound energy radiated from her, seemingly ready to take action. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Feng Lin as he hurriedly explained, Senior Sister Morong, please calm your anger. It is not that Feng Lin has deceived you. There is indeed someone who has ascended to the innate stage within the Sword Slave Tower. However, we did not expect that the one who reached the 22nd level would not be that individual, but rather Xianxia, who was initially demoted to a servant disciple. The one who ascended to the innate stage has only reached the 15th level. Upon hearing this, Murong Yao retracted her entire aura, directing her gaze towards the Sword Servant Tower. As if struck by a sudden realization, her enchanting visage instantly clouded with frost. That wretched old scoundrel dares to deceive me, she exclaimed. A practitioner of the 8th rank, ascending to the 22nd floor. How intriguing. He is indeed worthy of my attention. With that, she moved, vanishing from her spot. Watching Murong Yao soar towards the Sword Servant Tower, Feng Lin let out a sigh of relief and murmured, with that demoness fixated on you, junior brother Yang. May fortune be on your side. Outside the Sword Servant Tower, the crowd swelled, with nearly every member of the outer sect of the Sword Sect present. Initially, some had looked down upon Xianxia or displayed indifference. However, the moment he stepped onto the 22nd floor, no one dared to maintain their disdain or calm demeanor any longer. In a century, the Sword Servant Tower's finest records stood at 2. Su Qingshi's 19 floors a decade ago, and Murong Yao's 20 floors. Now, someone had shattered both records, elevating it by yet another level, and it appeared that further ascension was possible. Consequently, no one could remain seated. Even those striving for breakthroughs momentarily set aside their pursuits to witness this astonishing servant disciple. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan was exceedingly displeased, particularly irked that the crowd, which should have been there for him, now overlooked him entirely. Indeed, he had become an object of neglect. No one approached him for camaraderie or flattery. Not even the outer sect elders acknowledged his presence. In a fit of frustration, he clenched his fists and muttered, That damned servant disciple. What did you say? A clear, ringing voice cut through the air beside him. Jiang Yuan turned to see a little girl glaring at him with displeasure. In his current foul mood, he deemed her insignificant and retorted sharply, What I say is none of your business. Leave me be. How dare you insult me? Bauer glared back. Her tiny fists clenched tightly. What if I do? Who are you, little brat? Run home and drink your milk, Or, I won't hesitate to teach your parents a lesson. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yuan's words were abruptly halted as Elder Qian intervened, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan with fury. The command left no room for dissent. Not only Elder Qian, but several other elders nearby glared at Jiang Yuan, their expressions suggesting that should he utter a single word of defiance, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Feeling the weight of their ire, Jiang Yuan's heart sank. He could not fathom why these elders would side with a mere young girl. After all, he was a prodigy, a congenital expert at the age of 16. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Even if he were a 16-year-old in the realm of kings, these elders would undoubtedly stand with Bao'er. Not to mention that her grandfather was a celestial talisman master. Bao'er's intrinsic worth far surpassed that of Jiang Yuan. In truth, the elder's constant deference towards Bao'er is not solely due to her grandfather, but also because she is a 5th-ranked talisman master. When comparing a 16-year-old innate talent to a 14-year-old 5th-ranked talisman master, it is evident that not only they, but indeed all sects, would unhesitatingly choose the latter. I apologize. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Elder Qian's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. Upon hearing the emotionless tone of Elder Qian, Jiang Yuan felt a tremor in his heart. He understood that failing to apologize would certainly result in punishment. Moreover, the other elders nearby did not come to his defense. Instead, they glared at him, prompting him to realize that the identity of the young girl before him was undoubtedly significant. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yuan bowed to Bao'er, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Yes, I apologize. I extend my sincerest apologies to you, senior sister, and hope for your forgiveness." Bao'er merely huffed, disregarding Jiang Yuan and instead gazing towards the sword slave tower. She fervently wished for the little servant to emerge quickly and bring her the small fellow. Seeing that the little witch was no longer angry, the elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This little witch was notorious for being relentless in her pursuit of justice and quite unreasonable. If she were to press the issue, they would find themselves in a difficult position. After all, Jiang Yuan was not yet a disciple of the sword sect, and they currently had no authority to punish him. Fortunately, today the little witch was in a good mood and chose not to pursue the matter further. Observing the elders' attitudes towards Bao'er, Jiang Yuan turned to an outer sect disciple to inquire about her identity. Upon learning that her grandfather was the peak master of the Talisman Peak and recalling the fate of previous outer sect disciples who had offended her, Jiang Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. Within the illusion, as Yang Yi beheld the scene before him, his heart raced uncontrollably. The 22nd floor bore no sword slaves or old men, yet the surrounding walls were adorned with numerous talismans. It was evident that this was a formation. In recalling the old man's earlier words, Yang Yi was certain that this was indeed the so-called sword formation. He paused at the stairway, refraining from stepping into the center, not out of fear but to devise a strategy. If, as the old man had stated, 100 spiritual swords were unleashed towards him every 5 breaths, he needed to formulate an effective countermeasure. Otherwise, he might find himself pierced through before he even crossed the threshold. Evading? Yang Yi's first instinct was to dodge, but he quickly dismissed this notion, setting aside whether his own speed could allow him to escape. Even if he did evade, what would happen next? In less than 2 breaths, he would find himself with no avenue of escape. If evasion was not an option, then he would have to face it head-on. Yet, Yang Yi felt a profound uncertainty within him. "Little one, do you have any suggestions?" he ultimately asked the small creature, hoping it would provide assistance as it had before. However, he was met with disappointment. The little being shook its head within the vortex of its dantian, indicating its inability to help. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Yi leapt gracefully into the center. Since there are no viable solutions, one must proceed step by step, for sometimes solutions are compelled into existence. The moment Yang Yi descended into the center, the runes on the surrounding walls illuminated instantaneously, swiftly flowing along a predetermined trajectory. In no time, every rune within the chamber began to pulsate with fervor. Even the floor beneath Yang Yi's feet glowed and writhed, unbeknownst to him. Standing in the midst of it all, he surveyed the bizarre runes below him with a serious demeanor, his long sword trembling in his grasp, gradually infused with golden, profound energy as if it had come to life. Whoosh! At that moment, 100 ethereal swords, formed from spiritual energy, suddenly shot forth from the walls, hurtling towards Yang Yi with lightning speed from all directions. In the center, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, a fierce expression emerging upon his face. Chapter 57. Sword Control Technique. With a low shout, Xianxia unleashed the gale, stepped to its utmost limit, wielding his long sword to fiercely cleave through the 30 or so ethereal swords hurtling towards him. He did not hold back. Empowered by the golden, profound energy, and with all his might, Xianxia's sword sliced through the air as if piercing reality itself. A distinct air ripple manifested in its wake, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound of wind being severed. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated through the chamber as the ethereal swords clashed against Xianxia's long sword, dissipating into the air. Unyielding, he brushed past the remaining swords, halting momentarily before dashing forward again, thrusting his golden sword with precision. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted as Xianxia's blade shattered the foremost ethereal swords, once more brushing past the remaining ones. In the next instant, he turned, and then turned again. Since the moment the formation began to operate, Xianxia relentlessly repeated this maneuver. It was the only course of action available to him. The speed and number of the ethereal swords were overwhelming. Evading them with agility was simply beyond the capabilities of his Gale step. All he could do was confront them head-on. Of course, this came at a grievous cost. In a short span of time, Xianxia's body was riddled with countless bloody marks, with the exception of his piercing gaze. Nearly every part of him bore the marks of battle, and the wounds continued to multiply. In this moment, Xianxia found himself in agreement with the old man's words. This sword formation was beyond the reach of anyone below the innate level. Were it not for his physical prowess, rivaling that of a ninth-grade profound beast, coupled with the extraordinary healing ability of the golden profound energy, enduring even a quarter of an hour would have been impossible. Indeed, his current endurance was solely reliant on his formidable physique. Although he could not evade the ethereal swords, they, for the time being, were unable to inflict fatal harm upon him, as their strikes merely carved superficial wounds upon his skin. Boom! Xianxia cleaved through a dozen ethereal swords, while the remaining ones made intimate contact with his shoulders and limbs. The physical agony coursing through Xianxia caused him to involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth, as he mused to himself, "If this continues, I shall surely perish within this sword formation. I must devise a strategy." With this thought, he casually deflected several sword energies that surged towards him, swiftly scanning his surroundings. Convinced that a solution must exist, it was imperative that he discover a method to contend with these ethereal blades if he hoped to surmount this obstacle. Xianxia longed to sit down and ponder a plan to counter the sword formation, yet the relentless assault of the blades afforded him no respite. Every 5 breaths, 100 ethereal swords struck forth, and there was no allowance for delay. Thus, he was compelled to simultaneously combat the spiritual swords while swiftly engaging his mind in search of a solution. It must be said, this ordeal was an exceptional exercise for his mental agility. Half an hour passed, and, at this juncture, Xianxia found himself devoid of any viable strategy. In fact, he was beginning to resemble a mere shadow of his former self. His garments had long since been stripped away, leaving his skin fully exposed, and his entire body was drenched in blood, as if he had taken a gruesome bath, an utterly horrifying sight. What a twisted sword formation! Who on earth devised this? Is it truly meant to assess disciples rather than to torment them? The anomalous sensations and excruciating pain in his body compelled Xianxia to curse inwardly. This period since the formation's activation had been nothing short of torture. For an ordinary individual, the worst fate would be to be pierced by the ethereal swords, leading to death and failure. Yet, he was not an ordinary individual. Initially, he felt fortunate for his robust physique, which allowed him to withstand the onslaught of the swords. However, at this moment, he found himself wishing his body were less resilient. Why? Because it was precisely his physical fortitude that had led to his current predicament. Had his body possessed the strength of a king-tier, mysterious beast, these ethereal swords would merely have tickled him. The crux of the matter was that this was not the case. His physical defenses afforded him some resistance to the swords, but not complete immunity, resulting in his present condition. The swords could breach his skin, yet did not inflict fatal harm. To put it simply, it hurt but did not kill. Was this not torment? Xianxia had previously heard tales of being subjected to 1,000 cuts. While he had never witnessed it, he was now experiencing it firsthand. However, he also discerned a peculiar phenomenon that seemed to work in his favor. While his body was being raked by 1,000 blades, the small vortex within him appeared to wholeheartedly endorse this state of affairs. His dantian actively released a continuous flow of golden, profound energy, which automatically coursed through his meridians, mending the injuries to his flesh. Why did the small vortex support this? Xianxia had observed that whenever his body sustained significant damage, the golden profound energy in his dantian would autonomously initiate repairs, requiring no effort on his part. Moreover, should the energy within his dantian prove insufficient, the small vortex would generously release more golden profound energy. This revelation left Xianxia profoundly puzzled. However, he had no time to contemplate this matter at present. Now, he faces a far greater dilemma: how to contend with these spiritual swords. Xianxia's mind raced. He must devise a strategy, for if this continued, he would surely be tormented to death. Although the small vortex actively assisted in healing his body, it was evident that the injuries were manifesting more rapidly than the repairs could keep pace. Prolonged suffering would not only be inhumane for it, but it might also pose a grave risk to his life. At this moment, Xianxia could no longer guarantee that he was still ensnared in an illusion. The old man had mentioned that the ferocity of this sword formation and certain characteristics of the array were strikingly aligned, suggesting that the old man might not be a mere figment of imagination, or if he were, his words bore an undeniable truth. In any case, Xianxia dared not gamble. He must survive, even if this were indeed a mere illusion. Half an hour passed, and fatigue began to etch itself upon Xianxia's features. Both his strength and speed had evidently diminished. This realization sent shivers down his spine. Previously, during his battle with the sword slaves, he had only felt mental exhaustion. Yet his physical condition had remained intact. Now, however, this change signified something ominous. This illusion was highly likely to be real. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia endeavored to remain calm. In such a situation, losing composure would be tantamount to courting disaster. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. He conceived a method. Without hesitation, as 30 or so spiritual swords approached him, he refrained from the previous reckless defiance. Instead, he relinquished both defense and attack, invoking the sword control technique on the approaching blades. As the swords, initially aimed at his face, chest, and several vital points, were on the verge of striking, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Under Xianxia's mental command, the swords veered several centimeters to the side. With a sharp gasp, the swords made intimate contact with his body, and blood once again surged forth. Strangely, Xianxia seemed almost oblivious to the pain. Exhilaration surged within him as he realized the sword control technique could indeed manipulate these untethered spiritual swords. This revelation ignited a spark of hope in the abyss of despair. How could he not be thrilled? In the ensuing moments, Xianxia felt considerably more at ease. He first unleashed his full strength to shatter several spiritual swords, then employed the sword control technique to redirect the remaining blades. This method proved remarkably effective. The physical harm he sustained from the swords diminished significantly. The potential of a person in dire circumstances is immense. Previously, Xianxia's progress with the sword control technique could only be described as glacial. Yet now, it was akin to rapid advancement. Initially capable of controlling a mere few swords, after 2 hours he was influencing a dozen, and after 4 hours, he had command over nearly 30. As time gradually slipped by the end of the day, Xianxia could influence over 50 swords. However, it is limited to a radius of merely 10 feet, yet for him, that is sufficient. Now, as long as the spiritual swords enter within his 10-foot vicinity, he can forcefully alter their trajectory, causing them to collide with other spiritual swords. It can be said that he is currently experiencing great ease. 3 days have passed, and at this moment, apart from a slight bloodiness and a touch of terror upon his figure, Xianxia exhibits no signs of distress. He sits cross-legged on the ground, his face devoid of any tension or apprehension. Instead, he appears as serene as a gentle breeze on a clear day. The runes in the arena quivered. In a new round of energy, swords launched an assault. 100 energy swords shot towards Xianxia from 4 directions, their speed as swift as ever. Observing the approaching energy swords, a barely perceptible smile graced Xianxia's blood-streaked face. When the 100 energy swords entered his 10-foot radius, they suddenly and inexplicably veered off, propelling themselves in another direction. Boom! The 100 spiritual swords crashed against the wall, producing a tremendous explosion of energy. While Xianxia awaited the next wave of attack, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the vast hall. Excellent strength, remarkable swordsmanship, and an impressive physique. You are truly commendable. You may come here for cultivation in the future. After reaching the king realm, you may attempt the remaining 7 levels. The voice finished speaking, and before Xianxia could respond, he felt a disorienting whirl, followed by a wave of dizziness flooding his mind. After an unknown passage of time, Xianxia suddenly heard someone around him seemingly calling his name. Xianxia is out. Xianxia is out. Chapter 58. A great embarrassment. Shaking his head vigorously, Xianxia opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was several elderly figures, all of whom he recognized as elders from the outer sect. However, something seemed amiss, as their faces were alight with excitement, gazing at him as if they were ruffians beholding a stunning beauty. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Just as he prepared to speak, Elder Qian stepped closer, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Why, Yang, did you pass the 22nd level?" Upon finishing his words, Elder Qian clenched his fists tightly, and the other elders nearby mirrored his anxiousness, clearly both nervous and exhilarated. Upon hearing this, recalling the voice in the hall earlier, Xianxia replied honestly, "Elder Qian, I'm not certain whether I passed, but the voice told me that I could come to the Sword Slave Tower for cultivation in the future, and that I could attempt the remaining levels after reaching the king realm." At his words, the outer sect elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying unmasked astonishment. After a moment, Elder Qian hesitated before asking, Yang, are you certain? Did someone truly speak to you?" If it were any other elder doubting him, Xianxia would surely feel displeased. However, given Elder Qian's stature, he felt no such disdain. He nodded earnestly, stating, "Elder Qian, I would not deceive anyone, least of all you." The 22nd level was a sword formation. Once those spiritual swords posed no threat to me, the voice appeared, and then I emerged. Several elders exchanged glances once more. This time, their doubts had dissipated entirely. In truth, they had not been skeptical from the outset. Their second inquiry had merely aimed to seek confirmation. Now, their certainty was established. Consequently, apart from Elder Qian, the remaining elders remained silent, their expressions grave as they turned to depart. This matter was of utmost significance, and they needed to inform the Grand Elder. Xianxia chose to disregard the peculiar old man, and was about to rise and stretch his limbs when a woman clad in a red dress suddenly appeared before him. Upon beholding her beauty, Xianxia momentarily lost his composure, utterly captivated by her stunning visage. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, truly exquisite. In Xianxia's life, only Su Qingshir's beauty could rival that of the woman before him. Although both possessed comparable looks, their auras were strikingly different. Su Qingshir exuded an elegant, ethereal quality, reminiscent of a fairy untouched by the mundane world. In contrast, the allure of the woman before him was beguiling. Her beauty, both in countenance and attire, was provocatively enchanting. Even in silence, her presence stirred a fervor within those who beheld her, suppressing the surging emotions within. Xianxia was about to speak when the woman appraised him from head to toe, then inquired, "Did you conquer the 21st and 22nd levels?" Startled by her question, Xianxia paused, then nodded affirmatively before asking, "And you are?" The woman did not respond to his inquiry, but instead gazed up at the sword servant tower, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. After a prolonged moment, her gaze returned to Xianxia, and she asked, "Could you share with me the assessments of the 21st and 22nd levels? Consider it a favor owed to you." Xianxia smiled lightly, replying, "There is no need for favors. It is but a trivial matter. The 21st level assesses core cultivation. If one's state of mind is sound, one may likely pass directly. As for the 22nd level, it comprises a sword formation where every 5 breaths, over 100 sword energies, conjured from spiritual essence, launch attacks against the challenger, a considerable challenge." The woman raised an elegant brow, scrutinizing Xianxia once more before asking in a serious tone, "Is the 22nd level not an illusion?" Just as Xianxia prepared to respond, a gentle breeze swept by, causing him to feel a sudden chill. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he was petrified by what he saw. In less than a heartbeat, he let out a piercing scream that echoed through the heavens, hastily covering a certain part of his body. Amidst the uproarious laughter of the onlookers, he executed the wind step to its utmost limit, vanishing from sight. As they beheld Xianxia's bare back, the laughter intensified. Even Elder Qian couldn't help but join in. Indeed, Xianxia had emerged completely unclothed. While everyone had initially noticed this peculiarity, no one dared to offer a reminder, as they were all still in a state of shock. It was only during Xianxia's conversation with the woman in red that they regained their senses, observing him conversing with a beautiful woman in his undraped state. Yet inexplicably, no one, including Elder Qian, dared to alert him. Elder Qian chuckled for a moment before turning to face the crowd, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Those not participating in the outer sect examination should attend to their own affairs. For those who have successfully navigated the 5th level of the Sword Slave Tower, congratulations. You are now disciples of the Sword Sect's outer circle. A tournament will be held tomorrow, and the top 10 winners will receive rewards from the sect. Now go and rest." At this point, Elder Qian glanced at the youths on the periphery and continued, "As for those who did not pass the examination, you may stay at the Sword Sect for one night, but you must depart by tomorrow. Should any of you still be found lingering here by the afternoon, you will be forcibly expelled." Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, some of the youths erupted in cheers, for they were now disciples of the sect and would have access to cultivation resources. Conversely, others hung their heads in despair, their disappointment evident. They bore not only their family's hopes, but also their own futures on their shoulders, and alas, they had failed. Thus, as the saying goes, some rejoiced while others lamented. In a corner unnoticed by others, Xianxia gazed in the direction of Xianxia's escape, lost in thought. She had arrived when Xianxia breached the 20th level, yet she had remained undetected. Frankly, Xianxia's performance exceeded her expectations. She was acutely aware of the terror that lay within the 19th and 20th levels of the Sword Slave Tower, having herself been defeated in a confrontation with a King-tier Beast King. However, she had not anticipated that Xianxia would triumph over a King-tier Xian Beast and even surpass the 22nd level. This truly exceeded her imaginings. After a long pause, Xianxia withdrew her gaze and looked at a scroll in her hand. The scroll read, "Xianxia, male, 17 years old, from Henan City, Jingzhou, in the Great Qin Empire. Character, composed, deeply affectionate, yet vengeful. Due to irreconcilable grievances with the Liu family of Henan City stemming from the relationship with his mother and sister. His mother was involved 20 years ago." Gazing at the scroll for a while, Xianxia sighed, then applied a slight force, causing the scroll to disintegrate into a flurry of fragments that vanished into the air. "You are of the Sword Sect," she mused. In Qingfeng Valley, Xianxia, having donned a garment, was muttering angrily to himself. "What a disgrace! What a monumental embarrassment! That damned elder didn't even give me a heads up. How will I ever face anyone again? Truly mortifying. The thought of having been naked before so many, and conversing with a woman for so long, filled him with shame and fury. How could he ever show his face again? What is so shameful about it? It's merely flesh. What is the harm in a few glances?" Unbeknownst to him, the woman in the red dress had appeared behind him. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia was startled. He turned to face her, his expression grave. He had not realized when she had arrived, and if she were to launch a surprise attack, he dared not contemplate the consequences. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. "Morongyao." The woman smiled and replied, "They all like to call me the Demoness. Yes, I am the one who conquered the 20th level." Upon hearing this, Xianxia was somewhat astonished and inquired, "Are you the renowned enchantress who ranks first on the outer sect leaderboard?" He had heard tales of such a prodigy before, yet had never encountered her personally. Due to his demotion to a mere servant disciple, he had not paid much attention to the individuals on the outer sect leaderboard. However, he was familiar with the reputation of this enchantress, rumored to be extraordinarily gifted, unmatched among the outer disciples, and even capable of besting some of the outer elders. Previously, Xianxia had harbored doubts regarding these claims, but now he found himself swayed by their veracity. Setting aside other considerations, the agility and stealth exhibited by this enchantress surpassed those of Feng Yu and Elder Qian. Morongyao did not respond to Xianxia's remark. Instead, she posed another question. "During the outer sect assessment, those who were extracted from the Sword Slave Tower, including myself, were merely fatigued in spirit, while you're covered in wounds. Is it possible that the 22nd level was not an illusion, but rather a reality?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia fell silent for a moment before replying, "I believe it to be real. My injuries alone attest to that." Morongyao also lapsed into silence, and after a lengthy pause, she asked, "Why did you not continue to press forward?" Xianxia shook his head, responding, "After I broke through the sword formation on the 22nd level, I was immediately teleported out. As for why that happened, I'm not entirely sure." He refrained from divulging everything, as he was not well acquainted with this enchantress. Morongyao acknowledged with a soft "oh," casting a glance at Xianxia before shifting the conversation. "You are now considered a true outer disciple. We should engage in some sparring when time permits." Without waiting for Yang Ye's reply, she turned and, with a few graceful leaps, vanished at the mouth of the valley. What a peculiar girl. Observing the spot where Murong Yao had disappeared, Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled, then made his way toward the valley's entrance. He recalled that someone owed him a profound tier sword and the Zhu Ling fruit that little rascal had been so intent on seizing. Chapter 59, A Letter from Home. Yang Yi arrived at the outer sect peak and, after a series of inquiries, finally located Jiang Yuan's residence. Upon finding Jiang Yuan, Yang Yi dispensed with any pleasantries and directly requested the Crimson Sword. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's expression was quite grim. The Crimson Sword was a gift from his grandfather on the day he achieved his innate status and was his sole profound tier treasure. He had gambled it that day not only to show off, but also because he was confident in his abilities, believing he would not lose. Little did he know that the individual before him would shatter the century-old record of the sword sect. Noticing Jiang Yuan's demeanor, Yang Yi frowned and stated, "A wager is a wager. Hand it over swiftly, for I still need to find that woman. There's no need to search. I've already brought it." A feminine voice emerged from behind Yang Yi. The speaker was none other than Xianxia, the same individual with whom Yang Yi had wagered. She approached him and, without further ado, slightly moved her index finger adorned with a ring, causing a delicate box to materialize in her hand, which she then extended to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took the box, opened it, and was immediately greeted by a delightful fragrance. Upon recognizing the fruit from that very day, he smiled gently at Xianxia, nodded slightly, and put the box away. He then turned to Jiang Yuan and said in a calm tone, "Bring forth the Crimson Sword. Do not allow others to look down upon you." Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yang Yi, this Crimson Sword is a treasured heirloom of the Jiang family." "You see." Yang Yi glanced at Jiang Yuan and responded, "I am not unreasonable. How about this? Present something of equal value to the Crimson Sword, and I shall accept it." Upon hearing Yang Ye's words, Jiang Yuan hurriedly produced several items: mystical treasures, arcane techniques, and spiritual herbs, yet their worth paled in comparison to that of the Crimson Sword. Observing these items, a cold smile crept upon Yang Ye's lips. Was this fellow attempting to deceive him? At that moment, Xianxia interjected with disdain, "Jiang Yuan, if you intend to cheat, you may as well admit it. Presenting such worthless trinkets, do you take Yang Yi for a mere child?" She held no fondness for Jiang Yuan, especially toward those with an air of arrogance. Jiang Yuan glared at Xianxia with a dark expression before turning back to Yang Yi, saying, "Yang Yi, though these items may not surpass the value of the Crimson Sword, they are indeed useful to you at present. How about you accept these as a gesture of friendship?" Yang Yi shook his head and declared, "I have no desire to forge any friendships. I've changed my mind. I only want the Crimson Sword. Accepting the consequences of the wager, hand it over." A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "Yang Yi, one should leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. Do not make this matter so absolute." Yang Yi merely shook his head, uninterested in further conversation. He swiftly executed the Gale Step, appearing before Jiang Yuan in an instant, and delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Yuan's chest. Yang Yi was not one for idle chatter, and it was clear that Jiang Yuan had no intention of relinquishing the Crimson Sword, making further discussion a mere waste of time. Neither Jiang Yuan nor Xianxia anticipated Yang Ye's sudden aggression. Jiang Yuan, caught off guard, instinctively retaliated with his own punch. A sharp crack resonated through the air, followed by Jiang Yuan's anguished cry. He attempted to retreat and create distance, but unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi had already grasped his now limp fist, pulling him closer and swiftly seizing his neck with his right hand. "I will count to 3. If you do not surrender the Crimson Sword, I will end you." Yang Ye's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed ominously. 1. Jiang Yuan's face turned pale, his heart racing with fear. He never anticipated Yang Ye's strength and speed would be so formidable. Before he could react, his neck was already in the other's grip. 2. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, a chilling murderous intent flickering within. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Yang Ye's eyes, Jiang Yuan's complexion paled further, a wave of terror sweeping over him instantaneously. Just as Yang Yi was about to utter a count of 3, Jiang Yuan instinctively retrieved a Crimson Sword from his spatial ring, his voice hoarse as he stammered, I am willing to wager and accept the consequences." Receiving the Crimson Sword, Yang Yi released his grip on Jiang Yuan's neck. Then, without a glance back, he stored the sword in his spatial ring and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly pivoted to face Jiang Yuan saying, I actually forgot to mention, the sword sect prohibits killing outside of the life and death platform. Being new here, it is only natural that you are unaware. With that, he disregarded Jiang Yuan's ashen face and departed. Meanwhile, Qing Shui, regaining her composure, cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yuan before hastily pursuing Yang Yi. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his face a deep shade of anger, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. No, this was a disgrace, a profound dishonor to him. Jiang Yuan. Yang Yi, just you wait, he growled softly, glaring at the direction Yang Yi had taken. In the training ground, Yang Yi regarded the young woman named Qing Shui and said, Miss Qing Shui, please feel free to express your concerns. Qing Shui looked at Yang Yi and remarked, the signs of noble families are typically exceedingly arrogant and often narrow-minded. The way you treated Jiang Yuan just now, he will surely seek retribution when given the opportunity. Hearing this, Yang Yi chuckled lightly and replied, First, I appreciate your counsel. You are correct. With Jiang Yuan's haughty disposition, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment over this incident. But what of it? Should I forsake the crimson sword out of fear of his vengeance? It is mine by right, and should I possess the strength, I will not hesitate to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You are quite domineering, brimming with arrogance. Qing Shui remarked, her gaze fixed on Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head, responding, It is not arrogance, Miss Qing Shui. As you are new to the sword sect, allow me to offer a piece of advice. When dealing with certain despicable individuals, such as Jiang Yuan, it is futile to reason with them. Engaging in dialogue will only lead them to believe you fear them, prompting them to become even more shameless and outrageous. Only through strength will they be compelled to negotiate reasonably. Qing Shui pondered for a moment, then smiled, saying, Thank you for your insight. I find it quite valuable. By the way, may I inquire, have you reached the innate stage? Yang Yi shook his head. Then how were you able to subdue Jiang Yuan, who is already at the innate stage with just one move? Qing Shui asked, astonished. Innate? Yang Yi chucked softly. Miss Qing Shui, do you believe Jiang Yuan's attainment of the innate stage was achieved through conventional means? I firmly believe he must have relied on external assistance to reach such a level. Do you think someone who ascends to the innate stage through external means possesses the true strength of a genuine innate master? Moreover, I struck first, catching him completely off guard. I see. Qing Shui nodded thoughtfully before continuing. By the way, a group of newly promoted outer disciples has formed a small faction, of which I am currently the leader. Would you be interested in joining? Jiang Yuan has likely allied with some outer disciples as well. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I shall refrain from joining. It is not out of pride or any other reason. Rather, it is primarily because I hold a grudge against someone on the outer sect rankings. He likely possesses a small faction as well. And if I were to join you now, it would only bring harm to your group. Qing Shui fell silent for a while and then replied, The group has just been established. Although I am the leader, I have not yet gained any significant prestige. If the person you are at odds with targets our small faction, it could very well lead to its swift dissolution. How about this? Once I have built a certain level of authority, I will extend an invitation for you to join. Let me clarify. I do not fear your adversary in any way. Hearing Qing Shui's words, Yang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The reason he had engaged in such an extended conversation with this young woman was to cultivate an ally rather than an enemy. Now, hearing her words, he felt that forming a friendship with her would be worthwhile. With this thought, Yang Yi smiled and said, Let me introduce myself. I am Yang Yi, hailing from Anan City. Taken aback for a moment, Qing Shui's face then broke into a smile as she responded, I am Song Qing Shui from Xianwu City. She had witnessed Yang Ye's talent and strength firsthand, and she found no fault in his character. The prospect of befriending such an individual was wholly agreeable to her. Thus, Yang Yi gained a new friend within the sword sect. If Jiang Yuan makes any moves against you, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity, Qing Shui declared before turning to leave. Just as Qing Shui departed, a disciple of the lower ranks hurried over to Yang Yi, presenting him with an envelope. Brother Yang, this is a letter from home. Yang Yi handed the disciple a few gold coins, and once the disciple had left, he opened the envelope. Upon reading the contents, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 60, Returning Home. If my sister and mother suffer even the slightest harm, I will ensure the complete annihilation of the Lu family. Yang Yi clenched the letter tightly, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace, as he quickly made his way to Elder Qian's residence. The letter was not penned by Xiao Yao, but by Qing Hong. In it, Qing Hong wrote that Xianxia's sister and mother had been ambushed 2 days prior by a group of unidentified assailants clad in black. This group was exceedingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of the 3 of them to defend against. Fortunately, the attackers did not seek to take their lives, but merely aimed to capture them. Thankfully, his sister and mother had not been seized, as the sudden appearance of Qing Hong and her companions caught the black-clad men off guard. Their skirmish had drawn the patrolling army of Annan City, prompting the assailants to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Hong dispatched this letter to Yang Yi, urging him to devise a plan. Upon reading the letter, Xianxia's first thought was of the Lu family. The Yang family had few enemies in Annan City, save for the numerous conflicts they had endured with the Lu family. Especially after his life and death agreement with Lu Qingyu, this conflict has become irreconcilable, evolving into a matter of life and death. After his initial fury, Yang Yi felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had sent Qing Hong and the others to Annan City to protect his sister and mother. Without them, his sister and mother would likely have fallen victim to the poison. Following this relief was another wave of anger. His sister and mother were the most important people in his life, and the Lu family had audaciously dared to strike at them. In that moment, Yang Yi truly yearned to eradicate the entire Lu clan. Elder Qian, I must return to Annan City, Yang Yi declared solemnly as he gazed at Elder Qian in his chamber. Upon seeing Yang Ye's grim expression and hearing his words, Elder Qian was taken aback. Yang Yi, he began, tomorrow marks the competition for newly promoted outer disciples. The top 10 will receive rewards from the sword sect, including profound tier techniques. Moreover, the names of the top 10 will likely be recorded by the leaders of the other 5 peaks. This is an opportunity. Yang Yi shook his head and proceeded to recount the events concerning Annan City to Elder Qian. After listening to Yang Ye's narrative, Elder Qian's expression grew serious. This matter undoubtedly involves Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu? Yang Yi asked in confusion. Isn't he in the sword sect? Elder Qian shook his head. When you ascended to the 21st level, Lu Qingyu left the sword sect, accompanied by 2 disciples from the outer ranking. At the time, I paid it little mind, assuming he returned to Annan City to strengthen ties between the Lu family and yours after realizing your talent. However, it seems he did not seek friendship, but rather aimed to target you. At this revelation, a cold glint flashed in Yang Ye's eyes. There are only 2 months left in our agreement. It appears he cannot wait to eliminate me. Elder Qian cautioned, Yang, given your current potential and talent, do you truly believe the sword sect would allow him to kill you on the life and death platform? They would not permit it, even if you were to lose. The sword sect would intervene, as your fate is tied to the next Qingyun ranking. Lu Qingyu must understand this, which is why he has resorted to capturing your sister and mother, to lure you out of the sword sect. Yang Yi bowed respectfully to Elder Qian and said, Elder Qian, as an outer disciple, I am now permitted to leave the sword sect for training at any time. I wish to request your assistance in utilizing the teleportation array. Elder Qian replied gravely, Lu Qingyu has already attained the 3rd rank of innate strength, and the 2 disciples who left with him have reached the 2nd rank of innate strength as well. You are currently at the 9th rank of the mystic realm. You would not stand a chance against them. How about this? I will go to Annan City to mediate with the Lu family while you focus on your training in the sword sect. Yang Yi shook his head firmly. Elder Qian, the conflict between the Lu family and me is beyond reconciliation. They're surely aware of this as well. Even though they outwardly promised Elder Qian not to trouble my sister and mother, they would undoubtedly act in secrecy. My return this time is to completely resolve the enmity with the Lu family. As he spoke the final words, Yang Ye's tone turned chillingly cold. Elder Qian's lips moved, yet he refrained from further urging. He understood well the esteemed position Yang Yi's sister and mother held in his heart. The Lu family's actions against them had truly provoked Yang Ye's ire. As Yang Yi stated, this time it was a matter of life and death. However, Elder Qian was acutely aware that Yang Yi might encounter lethal peril upon his return. It was known that Lu Qingyu and the other 2 disciples possessed strength that Yang Yi could not currently contend with. Yet he also knew that even if he forbade Yang Yi from utilizing the teleportation array, Yang Yi would still find a way back to Annan City. He was all too familiar with Yang Ye's temperament. After a long pause, Elder Qian sighed softly and said, Let us go. I will take you to the teleportation platform. Thank you, Elder Qian. Yang Yi clasped his fists in gratitude. Elder Qian shook his head and replied solemnly, I will escort you to the teleportation platform, but I shall not assist you in dealing with the Lu family. You must understand that the Great Qin Empire is quite averse to sects interfering in secular disputes. My involvement could potentially ignite a conflict between the Sword Sect and the Great Qin Empire. While he cared deeply for Yang Yi, he would never jeopardize the interests of the Sword Sect for him. Yang Yi comprehended this well. Elder Qian continued, moreover, you are not returning to Anan City as a disciple of the Sword Sect, but rather as a servant disciple. Do you understand? Yang Yi was taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. If he were to provoke the Liu family while identifying as a disciple of the Sword Sect, it would undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the Great Qin Empire. Realizing this, he replied, Elder Qian, I understand this principle, but everyone already knows that I am an outer disciple. Look, Elder Qian shook his head and said, you are still not a true disciple of the Sword Sect. To become a disciple of the Sword Sect, you must be officially awarded sect attire after tomorrow's grand competition, and your name must be recorded in the Sword Sect's disciple roster. As it stands, you are not technically a true disciple of the Sword Sect. Yang Yi pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, I understand now. Elder Qian nodded and said, let us proceed. I will take you to the teleportation platform. With that, he rose and walked outside, and Yang Yi hurriedly followed. The Sword Sect is established atop the Suspended Mountain, which stretches over 1,000 miles, featuring 7 major peaks and 36 smaller ones. Each peak rises majestically into the clouds, with considerable distances between them, particularly among the 7 major peaks. If one were to walk, it would take an outer disciple several days to traverse these distances. Thus, each peak of the Sword Sect is equipped with a teleportation platform that facilitates travel between them. However, this teleportation array is not available for outer disciples. It is designated for the inner disciples, true disciples, and various elders of the 7 major peaks. The reason outer disciples cannot use is due to their insufficient strength. The teleportation array carries its own perils. During the teleportation process, individuals may experience dizziness and discomfort. If the strength of the person being teleported is insufficient, they might even lose consciousness and faint during the transition. Should one faint while being teleported, rest assured, it is not fatal. However, there exists the possibility of resulting in a state of mental deficiency. Such incidents have previously occurred within the Sword Sect, leading to a prohibition against external disciples utilizing the teleportation array. Yang Yi and Elder Qian arrived at the teleportation platform, where several disciples stationed there paid their respects to Elder Qian and then left them undisturbed. The platform, perched several meters high and spanning over 10 zhang in length and width, was adorned with over 100 light blue circles, each representing a mountain peak. Some circles, however, indicated teleportation to other locales, such as the perilous regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains or various cities within the Great Qin Empire. Gazing at the circles, Yang Yi understood the importance of selecting the correct one. A misstep could lead to being teleported to the territory of a formidable beast, resulting in a fate of no return. Fortunately, since then, each light blue circle was clearly marked with its destination. Elder Qian pointed to one of the small blue circles, stating, this teleportation array leads to Chaoyang City. Once you arrive in Chaoyang City, you may choose to board a flying beast from one of the merchant guilds to reach Anan City. Of course, you could also use the city teleportation array of the Great Qin Empire, but be warned, it comes at a steep price. Yang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that Chaoyang City was a significant city in Jingzhou, second only to the main city of Jingzhou. Initially perplexed as to why the Sword Sect did not have a teleportation array to Anan City, he soon grasped the rationale. For the Sword Sect, Anan City was merely a small town, hardly warranting the expense of establishing a teleportation array, which was, after all, quite costly. Elder Qian then produced 2 talismans from his robe and handed them to Yang Yi, saying, this is a low-grade swift movement talisman and a mid-grade healing talisman. The swift movement talisman will enhance your speed by 30% for 2 hours, while the healing talisman will swiftly mend any injuries, provided they do not threaten your very life. As Yang Yi gazed at the 2 talismans Elder Qian offered, warmth filled his heart. He recognized that despite being an external elder, these talismans were immensely valuable even to him. It was well known that one could not acquire such talismans without contributing thousands of sect contribution points, and as an external elder, his monthly contribution was merely a few hundred points. While the talismans may not have been of great significance to Yang Yi, the heartfelt gesture of Elder Qian deeply moved him. Although Elder Qian claimed he would not assist him, this act of gifting the talismans was in essence a form of support. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yi did not refuse. Instead, he accepted the talismans with sincerity and said, "Thank you, Elder Qian." Elder Qian chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It is merely 2 talismans. There is no need for thanks. This is the extent of my assistance. Now, let's be on our way." Xianxia respectfully bowed to Elder Qian, then turned towards the blue circle. Just as he was about to step into it, a melodious voice halted his progress. "Hey, little servant, wait a moment." It was Baoer's voice. Upon hearing her, Xianxia turned to look down at the stage, where Baoer was rushing towards him, waving her hands furiously. Seeing Baoer, Elder Qian's lips twitched slightly, and he remarked, "Back when you were in the Sword Slave Tower, she waited for you outside for 2 days. In the end, you never emerged, so she returned to the symbolic peak. Well, you two should have a good chat. I shall not interfere." Without waiting for Xianxia's response, Elder Qian leaped away, swiftly disappearing from Xianxia's sight. Observing Elder Qian's hasty retreat, Xianxia chuckled to himself, realizing that the outer sect elder was quite wary of Baoer. Baoer arrived before him, panting heavily, her small face flushed with urgency, resembling a charming little apple. "Don't fret, take a moment to rest. I'm not going anywhere," Xianxia said with a smile. Baoer shot him a glare, and after catching her breath, she exclaimed, "Little servant, I absolutely despise you. You came out and didn't seek me out at all. Tell me, do you even consider me a friend?" "Baoer, I just emerged not long ago. Besides, I had no idea where the symbolic peak was. What did you expect me to do?" Xianxia replied, feeling a bit wronged. "I don't care. Baoer taught it. You made me wait for 2 days. And you owe me a debt. Is that truly your intention?" Xianxia inquired. Baoer's cheeks flushed once more, appearing both furious and embarrassed. She lifted her right foot and stomped on Xianxia's foot, declaring, "I don't care. You made me angry. Give me the little fellow, and I'll forgive you. I want the little fellow." Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Baoer was truly infatuated with that little creature. However, even if he wished to give it to her, would the little one agree? "Little servant, please give me the little fellow. I promise it will enjoy a life of luxury with me. I won't let anyone bully it, and I'll ensure it grows plump and healthy. It won't find happiness following you. You're practically destitute," Baoer insisted. Xianxia's expression darkened at her words. He could accept being called poor. But what did she mean by saying it wouldn't find happiness with him? He longed to toss Baoer into the vortex of his dantian, so she could see how blissful the little one was residing within the profound chi pool. After a moment of contemplation, he gently replied, "Baoer, did I not tell you before? If you wish for the little fellow, you must first earn its affection. Allow it to see you as a friend. Once it considers you a companion, it will not refuse to follow you. However, the little one has been with me all this time, and you haven't had the chance to bond with it. How about this? You give me the little fellow, and I will help foster a connection between you two. Of course, I will not let you suffer any losses." As she spoke, Baoer produced a sword case and handed it to Xianxia, exclaiming, "Behold this treasure. It is indeed a significant gem, containing 36 superior yellow-grade profound swords. The case itself bears an inscription featuring a mid-tier profound sword array, truly formidable." Gazing at the sword case, Xianxia felt his heart race uncontrollably. It was evident that this was a remarkable item. However, he could not truly part with the little creature. Taking a deep breath, he tried to divert his thoughts from the sword case and chuckled internally at Baoer, who resembled a little fox. Since their first meeting, this little enchantress had employed every tactic, first forceful, then gentle, and now alluring. To acquire the little creature, she was indeed pulling out all the stops. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia spoke earnestly, "Baoer, to be honest, I am quite tempted by this sword case. Nevertheless, I cannot give you the little creature. It follows me for reasons I do not fully understand, and like you, it is my friend. I have no right to bestow it upon anyone else." Baoer fell silent for a while before responding, "But I truly adore the little creature. I really do. Although a bit willful, it is ultimately just a child." Xianxia sighed inwardly, affectionately ruffling Baoer's little head. "Baoer, let me ask you, do you wish to be friends with the little creature, or do you want to treat it as a pet? Is there a difference?" Baoer blinked innocently. "Indeed, there is a distinction," Xianxia replied. "Do you know why the little creature is willing to follow me? It is because it knows you first." Xianxia couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth before nodding. "All right, I suppose that is one reason. But do you understand why it does not succumb to your temptations and continues to choose to follow me?" After pondering seriously, Baoer suggested, "Perhaps you provide it with better things." Xianxia was at a loss for words. How could this girl be so oblivious? Couldn't she utter a single reason? He decided to forego further inquiries and get to the crux of the matter. The reason the little creature follows me is that we are friends. It regards me as a friend, and I regard it as a friend. It is free to accompany me and can leave at any time. However, if it were to follow you, it would be treated as a pet, thus losing its freedom. Would you be willing to forfeit your freedom? Bauer regarded Xianxia skeptically and remarked, "You little servant, are you trying to fool me?" When grandfather refused to give me something, he would always expound on many principles. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was at a loss for words, Bauer continued, "However, I find your reasoning sound. I will no longer compete with you for the little creature. I will endeavor to befriend it. Yes, friends, not to make it my pet." Upon hearing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The little enchantress had finally come to an understanding. Bauer then placed the sword case into Xianxia's hands, stating, "Consider this rubbish a gift for you, as it merely occupies space in my spatial ring. Well then, it's settled. I shall return to the ruined peak now." Turning away as he spoke, he took a few steps, seemingly recalling something, and then turned back to say, "Little servant, grandfather will be returning soon, so you must not let any of the talismans fall behind. Grandfather is quite strict." "Of course not," Xianxia replied with a smile. Bauer nodded her little head, then with her hands behind her back, skipped away joyfully. Watching her little braid sway, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. He glanced down at the sword sheath in his hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. Shaking his head, he stored the sword sheath into his spatial ring and then stepped into the teleportation array. Chapter 62. A bit more discreet, Xianxia City is a bustling metropolis with a population exceeding 5 million. Among the many cities in Jingzhou, it ranks second only to the main city in terms of prosperity and scale. The flourishing nature of Xianxia City can largely be attributed to the Sword Sect and the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although the Sword Sect ranks at the bottom among the 3 sects and 2 valleys, its deep-rooted heritage and formidable upper echelon command respect from all. Most crucially, the Sword Sect thrives on consumption. With a significant population, the Sword Sect houses numerous powerful individuals, all of whom require clothing and sustenance, and they demand the finest. The various expenses incurred are also considerable. Thus, the Sword Sect engages in business within the secular world, typically entrusting these ventures to secular agents, with Xianxia City being their chosen locale. As for the 10,000 Great Mountains, their contribution is similarly noteworthy, primarily due to consumption as well. However, this time, it is not the Sword Sect members, but rather the mercenaries from the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The spiritual herbs they gather and the mystical beasts they hunt necessitate a place for expenditure, and that place is Xianxia City. Time passed, and gradually, Xianxia began to hear the clamor of the crowd. The sounds grew increasingly diverse, and, after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes to encounter a young man in his 20s. Upon noticing Xianxia's awakening, the young man clasped his fists and said, "Senior brother, you have awakened." Looking at the young man before him, Xianxia inquired, "Who are you?" The young man bowed respectfully and replied, "Junior brother Manan, a registered disciple of the Sword Sect, responsible for receiving sect disciples arriving in Xianxia City. I'm also the steward of this ULIN. Registered disciple?" Xianxia frowned slightly, but soon comprehended. Registered disciples typically refer to those who manage the sect's business in the secular realm. Their status is comparable to that of servant disciples, being rather lowly. However, they hold a slight advantage as their names are recorded. Moreover, upon contributing sufficiently to the sect, registered disciples can ascend to the rank of outer disciples. Upon observing the registered disciple named Manan, Xianxia was somewhat taken aback by the young man's cultivation level, for he was actually a 9th grade mystic master. Nevertheless, Xianxia shook his head. At just over 20 years old, a 9th grade mystic master was likely deemed inadequate by the Sword Sect. Without further contemplation, Xianxia inquired, "Brother Ma, might I ask if there exists a branch of the Rune Masters Guild within Xianxia City?" Upon hearing Xianxia's address, Manan was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Senior brother, you may simply call me Junior brother or Xiaoma. To refer to me as brother is quite an overstatement. After all, which sect disciple visiting Xianxia City did not carry an air of superiority, making them difficult to please? He dared not allow the other to bestow upon him such a title. Xianxia shook his head and smiled, "Brother Ma, as a registered disciple of the Sword Sect, you are indeed one of our own. While others may not share this sentiment, I certainly do. Let us not dwell on the matter of titles. Please, enlighten me regarding my inquiry." Xianxia was acutely aware that some sect disciples were exceedingly arrogant, particularly in the presence of registered disciples, often harboring a sense of superiority. However, He was not one of them, having once been a mere servant disciple, even lower in status. Upon hearing this, Ma Nan cast a glance at Xianxia and, noticing the sincerity in his demeanor, felt a surge of goodwill towards him. He dismissed any concerns regarding titles and replied, previously, there was no Rune Masters Guild in Chaoyang City. However, once the city's prosperity rivaled that of the main city of Jingzhou, a branch of the Rune Masters Guild was established here. Are you intending to visit the guild? Xianxia nodded and said, I wish to pay a visit. Would it be possible for you to guide me? To be honest, this is my first time in Chaoyang City, and I am quite lost. Of course. No problem at all. Ma Nan readily agreed. Just as the two were about to depart, an energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from a nearby teleportation array, and a young man clad in the robes of an outer sect disciple stepped forth from it. Upon his arrival, the young man glanced at Xianxia, and upon noticing that he was not dressed as a disciple of the sword sect, he shifted his gaze to Ma Nan and commanded, Xiao Ma, prepare a variety of food and 5 sets of clothing in various styles, all from Huanan Xian. Be swift. I am pressed for time. Ma Nan cupped his fists in apology and replied, Senior brother Su Feng, I've already promised to guide this senior brother. Would it be acceptable for me to assist you after I have escorted him to his destination? Su Feng appeared somewhat taken aback, and then looked at Xianxia, asking, You are a disciple of the sword sect? His tone was one of inquiry. Xianxia furrowed his brows slightly but nodded, stating, I have just been promoted to an outer sect disciple. Although Elder Qian had mentioned that he was not yet considered an outer sect disciple, he doubted that even the elder truly believed it. He was merely lacking the symbolic status at this moment. Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Su Feng's face as he remarked, Ah, a newly promoted junior brother. Now, quickly attend to my affairs. Should you delay, do not blame me for being unkind. He was well aware that newly promoted outer sect disciples were often subjected to a bit of tough love from their more experienced counterparts. He himself had been on both sides of that equation and was now poised to do the same. Ma Nan glanced at Xianxia, seemingly seeking his approval. If Xianxia was not in a hurry, he could first attend to Su Feng's request. As Jian Nan cast a glance in his direction, Xianxia comprehended his intent. However, Xianxia's time was also exceedingly precious. Thus, he promptly replied, Brother Ma, please take me there first. If the other party had exhibited a more amiable demeanor and was genuinely in a hurry, he would not have minded allowing Jian Nan to assist him first. Yet, given the unsatisfactory attitude displayed by the other party, he thought, since you do not afford me any comfort, why should I extend any to you? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Jian Nan found himself in a dilemma. Truth be told, he preferred to take Xianxia first, as it was only fair to adhere to the principle of first come, first served. However, the nearby Su Feng was not a congenial person. Should Jian Nan prioritize Xianxia, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xianxia, and remarked, Junior brother, let me impart a piece of wisdom. One must maintain a low profile, lest it becomes exceedingly difficult to thrive within the sword sect. Xianxia smiled and replied, You are absolutely correct. One must indeed remain modest to navigate through life successfully. However, I would like to share another principle. Such advice is predicated upon one's strength. Would you not agree? Oh, Su Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he responded, So, junior brother wishes to spar with senior brother? Very well. Allow me to experience your esteemed prowess. With that, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Xianxia. Bang! A dull thud resonated as a figure was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Xianxia retracted his fist, gazing at Su Feng, who lay crumpled in the corner, and remarked, with such trifling strength at the 9th rank, Why can you not exhibit a modicum of humility? Would it truly be fatal for you to be a little more modest? Jian Nan stood by, utterly petrified. Good heavens! That was a 9th rank mystical practitioner. How could he have failed to withstand even a single blow? Su Feng slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Xianxia with a newfound wariness, asking, Who are you? Xianxia, he replied. Turning to the still stunned Jian Nan, he added, Brother Ma, please take me to the Rune Master Association. Faced with these arrogant and haughty disciples, Xianxia felt no inclination to be cordial. Jian Nan nodded stiffly, mechanically leading Xianxia outside, his mind still replaying the astonishing speed of Xianxia's earlier punch. Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes widened in realization. He is the Xianxia who breached the 22nd level. Su Feng did not recognize Xianxia, as he had been visiting family during the recent outer sect disciple assessments. However, he had heard the rumors. Indeed, The news of Xianxia's feat had circulated not only within the sword sect, but also beyond its walls. He had hurried back to the sword sect with the intention of witnessing the upcoming duel among the newly promoted outer sect disciples. It was indeed to see the one who had shattered the century-old record at the Sword Slave Tower. Little did he expect to encounter him first and even engage in combat, only to find himself unable to withstand a single strike. Watching Yang Yi and Jianyan depart, Su Feng murmured, "No wonder he could breach the 22nd level. His strength is truly formidable." Chapter 63. The Status of Rune Masters. The Rune Master Guild is a unique organization in the southern region. In comparison to the 6 great powers, their numbers are indeed pitifully few. Yet, despite their scarcity, their strength is formidable. Even the Great Qin Empire and the Yuan sect would not dare to offend them lightly. Not only do they refrain from incurring their wrath, but the Great Qin Empire and the 6 great powers also extend numerous conveniences and privileges to them. On the way to the Rune Master Guild, Manin smiled as he explained to Yang Yi. Although he was curious about Xianxia's inquiries regarding the guild, he chose not to pry further. Yang Yi, intriguet, asked. Does that mean they are another force apart from the 6 great powers and the Great Qin Empire? Manin nodded and replied, they could be considered a force, but they differ from other factions. The members are free to join various powers. However, it is not a lifelong commitment, but rather a contractual arrangement. For instance, our sword sect's Rune Peak does not strictly belong to the sword sect. They merely maintain a cooperative relationship with us. Not only within our sword sect, but also in the Great Qin Empire and among the various factions, there are rune masters, most of whom operate under contracts rather than being affiliated with any particular power. If a rune master joins a sect, and that sect is destroyed, the rune master remains unharmed, as they belong to the Rune Master Guild. Anyone who seeks to harm them would face the collective wrath of the entire guild. The collective wrath of the Rune Master Guild? Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Manin nodded again, saying the criteria to become a rune master are exceedingly stringent, resulting in their numbers being remarkably low. Due to this scarcity, the rune masters are exceptionally united. They must be, for their small numbers would have led to their extinction had they not banded together. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi fell silent. He had previously known that rune masters held a prestigious status, but he had not realized their rarity was so great that all the major powers had to show them respect. Now it became clear to him why the outer sect elders feared offending Bauer as grandfather. It turned out he was not even a member of the sword sect. Manin continued, the status of rune masters in the southern region is truly transcendent. For example, if a rune master commits an offense, the Great Qin Empire would not punish them, but would instead hand them over to the Rune Master Guild for resolution, provided that the crime is not particularly severe. Yang Yi was once again astonished, asking, so the laws of the Great Qin Empire hold no power over rune masters? Having grown up in the Great Qin Empire, Yang Yi was acutely aware of the strictness of its laws. The empire is governed by law, which serves as its foundation. Even disciples from the Yuan sect and other sects who commit crimes within the Great Qin Empire are subject to its justice. Manin shook his head and clarified, it's not that the laws are ineffective. Rather, it is a privilege extended to the rune masters by the Great Qin Empire. Moreover, the Rune Masters Guild typically does not shield those who have genuinely committed crimes. If a rune master commits a serious offense, they risk the loss of their status, which signifies that they will no longer be under the protection of the guild, nor enjoy its myriad privileges. This elucidation prompted Yang Yi to nod in understanding. It seemed quite reasonable. The Great Qin Empire would never permit any faction to rise above the law. For such a situation would not only breed arrogance among rune masters, but also provoke a challenge to the empire's authority. How could the Great Qin Empire allow such a thing to transpire? Manin remarked with a smile, although there are still constraints. The status of rune masters remains distinctly elevated. Their position is revered throughout the southern domain, and wherever they go, they are met with deference. Yang Yi also smiled and nodded, feeling a genuine desire to personally thank Bauer, for it was she who had facilitated his ascension to the rank of Rune Master. With this esteemed title, his forthcoming endeavors could proceed with considerably fewer reservations. Unbeknownst to them, the branch of the Rune Masters Guild had already come into view. Situated in the heart of Chaoyang City, the building was resplendent and magnificent. Gazing upon the structure, Yang Yi could not help but marvel at the affluence of the Rune Masters. The branch boasted 6 stories, all constructed from diamonds. It is worth noting that even a small diamond commands a price of several dozen gold coins, a sum sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Seeing Yang Yi awestruck by the diamond edifice, Ma and Nan chuckled. The rune masters are indeed renowned for their wealth. A single rune they inscribed can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. Xianxia nodded in agreement, then turned to Ma Nan and said, Brother Ma, I need to enter to attend to some matters. If you are not in a hurry, I would appreciate it if you could wait for me here. Brother, you intend to go inside? Ma Nan exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, we can only observe the rune masters from the outside. He had initially thought Xianxia was merely there to admire the guild, so this revelation caught him off guard. Xianxia smiled, ready to respond, when suddenly a carriage came rushing down the street to their right, moving with alarming speed and careening through the throngs of people, who hastily scattered to either side. It seems the third young lady of the Xiao family is here to assess the rune masters again. Ma Nan commented in a hushed tone, observing the carriage. The Xiao family? Xianxia intrigued. Ma Nan nodded, explaining, the Xiao family has recently risen to prominence in Chaoyang City, led by a powerful spirit realm master. This family wields significant influence in the city. The occupant of that carriage should be the third young lady of the Xiao family. Their ascent is not solely attributed to the spirit realm master. It is also due to her. Noticing the direction from which the carriage approached, Xianxia remarked with a smile, this third young lady must be a rune master then. Ma Nan chuckled, not quite. She merely possesses the qualifications to become one. Is she a practitioner of the 5 elements mystical energy? Xianxia inquired. Ma Nan shook his head and replied, no, she possesses a mutated form of mystical energy. Is it true that one can become a talisman master without the 5 elements mystical energy? Xianxia interrupted, astonished. For Bauer had informed him that only those with 5 elements mystical energy could attain such a status. Ma Nan, accustomed to Xianxia's ignorance, proceeded to elucidate, in reality, it is not solely the 5 elements mystical energy that permits one to become a talisman master. As long as the mystical energy remains intact after separation from the body, one can qualify. Some mutated forms of mystical energy can achieve this, although they are significantly inferior to the 5 elements. Thus, no talisman master has yet taken the third young lady of the Xiao family as an apprentice. Xianxia nodded, now comprehending that despite his mystical energy not being of the 5 elements, he too could aspire to be a talisman master. After all, his energy could also be considered mutated, and it seemingly surpassed the conventional 5 elements mystical energy. With a smile, he said, Brother Ma, if you have matters to attend to, you may return to the Sword Section. I shall proceed inside. With that, he made his way towards the Talisman Master Association. Ma Nan hesitated, but ultimately refrained from stopping him. Though this young brother appeared somewhat naive about many matters, he was no fool. If he wished to enter the association, it was likely not a reckless endeavor, but rather a genuine necessity. Stop! Just as Xianxia was about to cross the threshold of the Talisman Master Association, a young man obstructed his path. Xianxia glanced at the young man, somewhat taken aback, for he was a formidable innate realm expert. It was surprising that such a powerful individual was merely a gatekeeper. Indeed, the youth was tasked with guarding the entrance, an aspect Xianxia had initially overlooked. This is the Talisman Master Association. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The young man declared sternly. I wish to take the examination for Talisman Master. Xianxia replied calmly. The young man paused, his expression softening slightly as he asked, do you possess a recommendation letter? A recommendation letter? Xianxia furrowed his brow and shook his head. Is it impossible to take the examination without one? The young man's demeanor turned cold once more. Of course, it is not permissible without a recommendation letter. The Talisman Master experts are extremely busy. If anyone could simply walk in for an examination, how would they have time to study the art of talismans? Enough of this. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite. Xianxia's brows knitted again. He had not anticipated that a recommendation letter was a prerequisite for the examination. Aside from Bauer, he was unfamiliar with any other talisman masters. His mentor should be qualified to provide a recommendation, but finding him now was an insurmountable challenge. Let him enter with me. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind Xianxia. Chapter 64. Who is your master? Xianxia turned to see a woman clad in a flowing green gown, smiling warmly at him, accompanied by an elderly man in a gray robe. The young woman in the green dress appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. While her beauty was not striking, there was an undeniable charm in her countenance, characterized by a serene smile that exuded a tranquil and gentle aura. It was precisely this quality that significantly elevated her allure. Xianxia's gaze roamed over the young woman before settling on her slender waist. The sight of her delicate figure evoked a moment of astonishment within him. Her waist was as slender as the budding willow in early spring, gracefully curving to create a captivating silhouette. The woman in green gave a slight nod to Xianxia and proceeded to lead the elderly man toward the young man, stating, "Since I must trouble Master Zhang today, let him join the assessment as well. I believe Master Zhang will have no objections." The young man, identified as Zhang Hong, clasped his fists in respect, but displayed a look of hesitation as he replied, "Miss Xiao, you are aware of my responsibilities." With a gentle smile, the woman nodded and produced 2 energy stones, handing them to the young man. "Zhang Hong, I understand your difficulties, but I hope for your leniency." Upon receiving the energy stones, Zhang Heng's expression transformed from earlier reluctance to one of cordiality as he remarked, "Very well, let him give a try. I wish Miss Xiao success in her assessment." "Thank you for your kind words," she replied with a soft smile, turning to Xianxia and saying, "Shall we proceed inside?" As they walked toward the entrance, Xianxia realized the earlier refusal to allow him entry stemmed from his lack of proper etiquette. Though he was familiar with the ways of the world, he had not anticipated that those in the realm of talisman crafting would adhere to such principles. Observing the 2 energy stones in Zhang Heng's possession, Xianxia followed the woman in green into the hall. Once inside, he caught up with her and, cupping his fists in gratitude, expressed, "Thank you for your assistance earlier, Miss Xiao." He then presented her with 2 energy stones. Surprised by the offering, the woman's eyes widened. Energy stones were indeed valuable, even to her. Her willingness to part with them to assist Xianxia was motivated by the elder's assertion that he might be affiliated with the sword sect. "Are you truly a member of the sword sect?" she inquired without accepting the stones. Xianxia was taken aback, asking, "How did you know?" With a sweet smile, she replied, "Earlier, I saw you with a registered disciple of the sword sect." Understanding her reasoning, Xianxia felt a sense of appreciation for her honesty. "Regardless, I am grateful for your help," he said. "It was merely a small matter." She smiled again before continuing, "Are you here to assess as a talisman master?" Xianxia nodded affirmatively, stating, "I am here to give it a try." The young woman chuckled, "It's worth a try. It will allow us to familiarize ourselves with some aspects of the rune-making process. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyuer." Xianxia. After a brief exchange, Xianxia cast a glance around the hall and inquired, "Miss Xiao, why does it seem so deserted here?" Xiaoyuer explained, "The rune masters in the branch are either cultivating or researching runes. Unless the place is under attack or there are assessments for the rune masters, they usually confine themselves to their chambers and seldom emerge." "Do they really work that hard?" Xianxia asked, astonished. Xiaoyuer smiled, "Of course. Rune masters must not only cultivate, but also delve into rune research. Moreover, to acquire the materials for crafting runes, they often take on various commissions. It can be said that they are exceedingly busy. While many recognize the prestige and status of rune masters, few understand that such accolades are earned through their relentless efforts." Xianxia nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, people generally only perceive the surface glamour while overlooking the hard work and struggles of others. By the way, what is the typical process for the assessment of rune masters?" Understanding that it was his first assessment, Xiaoyuer elaborated, "The process is quite straightforward. As long as the candidate can produce a low-grade rune, it is deemed a successful assessment. Producing a single low-grade rune qualifies one as a first-tier rune master. If one can craft 5 different attribute runes, they ascend to the 5th tier. Beyond the 5th tier, rune masters must be capable of inscribing objects. As for higher realms, let's not dwell on that for now." Xianxia nodded, reflecting on what Bao had told him. He had already crafted 2 types of runes, meaning he could be considered a 2nd-tier rune master. With this thought, he asked, "Miss Xiao, once one becomes a rune master, is it truly a life of freedom?" Xiaoyuer replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is a life of freedom. Members can freely join any faction and are not obliged to remain within the Rune Master Guild. However, they must adhere to the guild's regulations, for a disorganized membership would certainly lead to chaos. Being a rune master is indeed an enviable profession." Xianxia remarqued, "Not only is it a position of great esteem, granting numerous privileges, but the freedom it offers far surpasses that of disciples in a sect." Xiaoyuer added, "The value of this profession ultimately lies in the role of the rune masters. Consider this. In a battle between 2 individuals of equal standing, if one utilizes a powerful rune or a swift rune, who would prevail? A simple rune crafted by a rune master can often turn the tide of battle in favor of the cultivator." Xianxia chuckled, surveying the surroundings before asking, "Miss Xiao, when will our assessment commence?" A flicker of helplessness crossed Xiao Yuer's eyes as she replied, I'm afraid we may have to wait a while. Master Zhang is likely busy inscribing for his guests. But rest assured, Master Zhang is a man of his word. If he promised to conduct the assessment today, he will surely make time for it. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi could only nod in response. Instead of returning directly to Anan City, he had come to assess the Rune Masters, seeking an additional card up his sleeve against the Liu family. He was prepared to settle matters with them once and for all upon his return. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had already passed, and their conversation had been quite pleasant. In truth, it was primarily Yang Yi who posed the questions, while Xiao Yuer provided the answers. Although Yang Yi could be considered a Rune Master, he had little understanding of the Rune Master Guild. Conversely, Xiao Yuer was exceedingly familiar with it. After their exchange, Yang Yi had gained considerable insight. Xiao Yuer had also developed a fondness for Yang Yi, as he exhibited no arrogance despite being a sect disciple and earnestly sought her guidance on matters he did not comprehend, never feigning knowledge. This encouraged her to answer his inquiries candidly. After nearly another hour of discussion, a somewhat disheveled old man appeared in the hall. He appeared rather anxious and addressed Xiao Yuer directly, saying, Girl, come with me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode to the left. Observing the scruffy old man before him, Yang Yi realized that this was the Master Zhang, the Earth-level Rune Master Xiao Yuer had mentioned. However, the man's appearance left much to be desired. Xiao Yuer smiled at Yang Yi and said, Brother Yang, let us follow him. Yang Yi nodded, and the two quickly followed. The trio arrived at a room, which contained nothing but a massive stone table. Upon the table lay numerous blank rune papers and several white jade vials filled with the essence of spiritual herbs and the blood of mystical beasts. The disheveled elder ignored Yang Yi, focusing solely on Xiao Yuer. Girl, if you fail this time, you shall no longer disturb this old man in the future. You must understand, I am truly very busy. Xiao Yuer bowed respectfully to the elder and replied, Thank you, Master Zhang. She then gestured towards Yang Yi and added, Master Zhang, he is here to participate in the assessment as well. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer's words, the old man finally turned his attention to Yang Yi, scrutinizing him. Boy, who is your master? He inquired. Yang Yi felt a bit awkward at this question, as he was unaware of the name of Bauer's grandfather. Xiao Yuer looked at Yang Yi with curiosity, eager to learn the identity of his master. It was well known that the art of runes was vast and profound. Without a guide, it was nearly impossible to become a rune master. Although she herself had no master, she had learned under several rune masters. Under the inquisitive gazes of both, Yang Yi found himself in a predicament. Not only did he not know Bauer's grandfather's name, but it was also uncertain whether he would even accept him as a disciple. If he were to misappropriate someone else's title, and Bauer's grandfather, his unofficial master, were to discover it, he would surely form a negative impression of him. Contemplating this, Yang Yi replied, Senior, my master prefers that I refrain from mentioning his name in public. I apologize. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Master Zhang slightly nodded, then turned his gaze away from him, pointing to the blank talismans on the table, and said, Who among you will go first? Never mind, to save time, why not both of you come forward together? After speaking, he disregarded the two and moved aside to examine a scroll he had taken out. In response, Yang Yi and Xiao Yuer exchanged a knowing smile, then nodded slightly to encourage one another. Yang Yi positioned himself before the stone table, inhaling deeply before grasping his talisman pen to begin his work. Time was of the essence for Yang Yi. From the moment he learned of the peril facing his sister and mother, he appeared calm on the surface, yet inside, he was in a state of frantic urgency, wishing he could fly back to Anan City at once. However, he refrained from doing so, for he understood a crucial truth. To completely eradicate the threat posed by the Liu family, sheer strength was insufficient. One must also possess status. The Liu family was a prominent clan in Anan City, well connected across various circles, particularly with the city lord, which made it clear that relying solely on the identity of an outer disciple of the sword sect would not suffice. Only the status of a talisman master would carry the necessary weight. With such a title, he could engage with the powerful families allied with the Liu family without concern. Thus, upon arriving in Xianxia City, he prioritized the assessment for talisman masters. At the moment Yang Yi began to write, Master Zhang, who had been observing the scroll, lifted his gaze to glance at Yang Yi, then shook his head. Crafting talismans requires a tranquil mind, free from distractions, and Yang Yi had rushed into it without calmness, which was far too hasty. Now, Master Zhang questioned whether Yang Yi even had a mentor. If he did, that mentor was likely of little renown. No longer interested in Xianxia, Master Zhang shifted his attention to Xiaoyue, who was seated in meditation, exuding an air of calm focus. Master Zhang slightly nodded in approval. Xiaoyue possessed commendable aptitude and character. Many times he had considered taking her as a disciple. But the thought of her lacking the elemental essence of the 5 elements deterred him. A talisman master without the 5 elements would ultimately have limited achievements in their craft. While it might not pose an issue in the early stages, later on, certain talismans would require the elemental essence. What a pity! Master Zhang shook his head and returned his focus to the scroll. As time passed, Xianxia had successfully sketched the shape of a powerful talisman. He was quite familiar with the process and encountered no difficulties. Soon, he began to infuse it with spiritual energy. If Xiaoyue and Master Zhang had turned their attention to Xianxia at that moment, they would have discovered that he possessed the legendary essence of the 5 elements. However, both were oblivious to him. Xiaoyue was preoccupied with her own endeavors, while Master Zhang had chosen to disregard Xianxia entirely. Indeed, upon observing Xianxia's lack of focus as he commenced crafting the talisman, he had completely dismissed him. Another hour passed, and Xianxia had completed the creation of a powerful talisman. Setting aside the powerful talisman he had crafted, Xianxia took a blank talisman and prepared to create a communication talisman, aiming to qualify as a second-grade talisman master. He refrained from hastily putting pen to paper, casting a glance at Xiaoyue instead. Upon observing her condition, his brow furrowed slightly. Xiaoyue appeared to be in distress. Beads of sweat adorned her delicate face. Her finely arched brows were tightly knitted, and her graceful hand, clutching the talisman pen, trembled ever so slightly. Xianxia understood that she was undoubtedly grappling with difficulties. He averted his gaze and began the creation of the communication talisman, hoping fervently that Xiaoyue could surmount her immediate challenges. Indeed, Xiaoyue was encountering a predicament. She had crafted healing talismans numerous times at home, boasting a high success rate. It was precisely this confidence that led her to participate in the Talisman Master Assessment at the Guild. Yet, this time, she felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. Yes, she was exceedingly anxious. Her fear of failure loomed large, stemming from past disappointments, and this time, she could not afford to falter. For the safety of the Xiao family was at stake. The Xiao family's rapid ascent had drawn the ire of several esteemed families within Chaoyang City, exacerbated by her father, the family patriarch, who lacked discretion. Although the Xiao family possessed formidable practitioners, they still paled in comparison to the established clans. The recent escalation of tensions between the Xiao family and several prominent families had plunged them into a dire predicament. The only path to resolve the current crisis lay in her becoming a talisman master. Only then would the Xiao family have the standing to negotiate, and only then would the other families consider accepting their overtures for peace. After all, no family wishes to offend one that boasts a talisman master, as the connections of such masters are exceedingly formidable, especially those that have risen to prominence. Thus, failure was not an option for her today. Should she fail, the established families would no longer hold back, and that would herald the downfall of the Xiao family. However, she had not anticipated that her overthinking and immense pressure would strip her of her usual composure, leading to mistakes in the talisman crafting process that should not have occurred. No, I must remain calm. I cannot fail. Xiaoyue paused, taking a deep breath. Once her heart had settled somewhat, she resumed her work. Another hour passed, during which Master Zhang leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. Meanwhile, the man and woman in the room remained engrossed in their talisman drawings. As another hour slipped by, Xianxia lifted his pen, exhaling softly with a smile. As had become routine, both the powerful and communication talismans turn out to be of superior quality. Aside from his innate genius, he could fathom no other explanation for his consistent success. Just then, Xiaoyue let out a deep sigh, gently placing her pen on the table, her face etched with bitterness. Upon witnessing the situation, Xianxia placed 2 talismans on the table and approached, inquiring, "Miss Xiao, what troubles you?" Xiaoyue managed a bitter smile and replied, "I have failed. I was too anxious." "Did you also experience failure, Brother Yang?" "It is of no consequence. We have 2 opportunities, and you may try again." Xianxia cast a glance at the talisman Xiaoyue had failed to create and was about to speak when, suddenly, his gaze fell once more upon the talisman. Observing it closely, he picked it up and pointed to the initial stroke, saying, "Miss Xiao, did you begin your drawing from here?" Xiaoyue paused, uncertain of Xianxia's inquiry, yet she nodded in affirmation. Hearing this, Xianxia offered a wry smile and explained, "Miss Xiao, your approach is flawed. I am aware of a superior method. Indeed, it begins here and then. As he elaborated, Xiao Yuer's eyes widened in astonishment, and once he concluded, she asked, "Can this method truly work?" Yang Yi nodded, assuring her, "You may give it a try. I believe it will." In truth, Yang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he now understood why his success rate and the quality of his talismans were so exceptional. It was not solely due to his innate talent, but primarily because of the foundational talisman techniques gifted to him by Bao Er. He now recognized the invaluable nature of those techniques, which contained the wisdom and annotations from Bao Er's grandfather. Previously, he had not grasped the significance of those insights, but now he realized that, without them, he would undoubtedly struggle to create potent talismans. With those annotations, he had virtually avoided any missteps, as they clearly delineated what should and should not be included. A fleeting thought crossed Yang Ye's mind about perhaps gifting Bao Er's sable. Just as this idea formed, the sable within his dantian cast him a pitiful glance. After offering some comfort to the little creature, Yang Yi turned to the still hesitant Xiao Yuer and encouraged, "Miss Xiao, please give a try. I will be here to assist you." Upon hearing Yang Ye's words, Xiao Yuer took a deep breath, dispelling her doubts as she replied, "All right." She could not pinpoint why she chose to trust Yang Yi. Perhaps it was his unwavering confidence, or perhaps it was simply that she had no other options left.